Chapter 1. When Lu Yun woke up, she poured herself a glass of water and took large gulps. Despite wiping the sweat from her brow, she still felt uncomfortably warm. She took a few steps forward, opened the window and looked out at the night view. Gradually Lu Yun calmed down. She thought she must be going mad. A character from an online novel, a male supporting character, had appeared in her dreams, and she could vividly recall his appearance. Just then a friend called. "So, did you read the novel I recommended? Isn't the male supporting character's life just tragic? He loves the female supporting character so much, giving her all the affection he never received himself. He pours everything he wants onto her, hoping to fill her life with what he lacked, but she only has eyes for the male lead. She looks down on him, bullies him, and even throws away or gives away the gifts he brings her. The male supporting character's ending is so heartbreaking for me." The novel her friend recommended was set in an earlier era. Apparently, she had been drawn to it because the female supporting character shared the same name as Lu Yun. After reading it, she passed the recommendation on to Lu Yun. Lu Yun stayed up late to finish it, and then while she slept, she dreamed of the male supporting character from the book. In the story, the female supporting character was weak, unable to do much for herself. After she married the male lead, his family grew to resent her because of her delicate nature and inability to handle hardship. Their lives became chaotic, and in the end the male lead even suggested a divorce. That part opened the novel. After his divorce, the male lead met the female lead. The female lead was virtuous and capable, quickly winning the affection of the male lead's entire family. Once they married, her popularity only grew. But the female supporting character hadn't exited the story yet. Unwilling to accept defeat, she continued to stir up trouble, and the male supporting character became the enabler behind her schemes. Despite being loathed by her, he continued to support and protect her. In the finale, due to his unwavering loyalty to the female supporting character, his company went bankrupt, and he even ended up in prison. Before going to jail, he gave everything he owned to the female supporting character, and asked a childhood friend to help take care of her. He was smiling as he told her, "Wait a few years. When I get out, I'll be here to protect you again." He reached out, brushed her hair gently, and looked at her for a long time before turning to leave. She stood there biting her lip, trying not to cry. With that, the male supporting character and the female supporting character left the story. She never reappeared in the male lead's life. It was as if the male lead and female lead had moved on to a different map, taking their lives to the provincial capital to continue their careers. Their story hadn't ended. There were still more characters to contend with thousands of words yet to be written. Lu Yun had stopped reading once the male supporting character and female supporting character exited the story. The novel mainly depicted how the female lead, with her virtues and kindness, won the admiration of the male lead and his entire family. Eventually, the male lead came to love her deeply. Meanwhile, the male and female supporting characters had few scenes, appearing only when the plot needed them, with sparse details. While Lu Yun did feel sympathy for the male supporting character and the female supporting character, she couldn't entirely understand the lesson. Did it truly mean one had to be virtuous and compliant to earn the love of her husband and his family? The novel had described how the female supporting character was scolded by the neighbors for being rude when she argued with the male lead's spoiled little sister, yet before her marriage, she too had been a cherished and pampered young lady. Moreover, the male lead should have known before marrying the female supporting character that she was the type who couldn't endure hardship and was a bit spoiled. Lu Yun's friend continued, "I want to read the chapters after the male supporting character and female supporting character exit. I'm curious if they'll appear again in the story." Lu Yun replied, "Sure. Let me know what you find out after you finish reading. But I don't think they'll have any more closure. The female supporting character won't show up in the male lead's life again, and if she doesn't appear, then the male supporting character won't either." "Well, if I find Lu the food blogger, I want you to cook for me," her friend exclaimed. "Okay, if you find him, just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you. If you can't find him, I still want to eat." Lu Yun propped her chin up with both hands as she sat by the window, unable to shake off thoughts of the male supporting character's appearance. His sharp eyes held a hint of defiance, and when he smiled at her, there seemed to be a trace of tenderness. Shaking her head, Lu Yun dismissed her thoughts. She realized she was probably overthinking. It was likely because the female supporting character shared her name, which made her feel more connected to the story. Although she loved reading novels and had many favorites, none had affected her as deeply as this one. Rising, she decided to go back to sleep. Outside the window, the night sky twinkled with the 7 stars in a row, the flashes so brief that they were nearly imperceptible. Even if one were to catch a glimpse, they might assume it was merely an illusion. Oh. Lu Yun glanced around the room, which felt both old and nostalgic. Rubbing her temples, she recalled waking up in this place. At first, she thought she was dreaming, so she pinched herself, only to feel a sting of pain. Afterward, she had tried to sleep again, hoping that when she awoke, she would find herself back in her apartment. But no matter how hard she tried, she still woke up in this strange place. She had traveled through time. Holding the calendar, Lu Yun stared at the year 1988, momentarily at a loss for words to express her feelings. At that moment, she felt a strange sense of relief. She was glad her parents had divorced and then each formed new families and had children. Besides a close friend, she had no one else with whom she shared a particularly close relationship. Otherwise, she imagined that if she were worried about the people from her life before, she would be anxious about what to do now. Lu Yun began busying herself with gathering information about the original owner of her identity, when she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. She heard the sound of the system, and when she opened her eyes again, her expression was filled with undeniable surprise. She hadn't expected that what was even more outrageous than time travel was that she hadn't just traveled. She had also entered a novel. She had become the female supporting character named Lu Yun, just like the character from the book she had read yesterday. A mechanical voice echoed, "You are not merely traversing a novel. You are the original character. Your presence here is also a result of your own request." Having read many time travel novels, Lu Yun had some understanding of this phenomenon. "Are you a golden finger?" she asked. The system replied, "No. I am just here to answer your questions and help you adapt to life here quickly before moving on to assist the next person." Although the system claimed not to be a golden finger, Lu Yun felt that it was indeed helping her, making her life here much easier. Oh. The aged, nostalgic curtain was lifted, revealing a woman in her 40s who was wiping her hands on her apron. "I've boiled some eggs for you. Hurry up and eat your breakfast. You have to go to work," she said. This woman was Lu Yun's mother, Zhang Meili. Thanks to the system's hints, Lu Yun knew who she was. What surprised Lu Yun was that she felt no sense of strangeness towards Zhang Meili, even without having regained her memories. Zhang Meili said, "The eggs are ready. Come on, eat your breakfast." Lu Yun looked up at Zhang Meili, opening her mouth but unable to say anything. "Or if you don't feel like going to work today, I can call in and ask for a leave for you?" Zhang Meili offered. Lu Yun didn't really want to go to work and felt no inclination to do so. She nodded, and Zhang Meili smiled as if she were pleased that Lu Yun wouldn't be going to work. Then she turned and left. Grandpa Lu, I'll stop by the office later and request a leave for my daughter," Zhang Meili called out. "All right, I understand," came the reply. Lu Yun was still lost in thought about her time travel when her stomach growled loudly. She patted her belly, realizing she indeed needed breakfast. The Lu family had all left for work, but breakfast was left on the table for Lu Yun. A bowl of plain porridge, a boiled egg, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. She was surprised to discover that the flavor of the pickled vegetables resembled the ones she usually made. At that moment, if she thought about her experience, just reading a novel and sharing a name with a female supporting character, she found it bizarre enough. Yet, with the presence of the system, it became even more surreal. Finishing her breakfast, Lu Yun cleaned her bowl completely, even going back for a second helping of porridge. The Lu family lived in a courtyard house in the county town, and it was not just the Lu family residing there. As Lu Yun stepped outside, she found the courtyard bustling with activity, with people greeting her. She thought she might feel awkward, but her actions quickly overtook her thoughts. She smiled and returned their greetings before washing her bowl in the courtyard. As she washed the dishes, she took in the lively atmosphere around her, slowly calming down. In fact, she had begun to adjust her mood while eating. Before her time travel with the rise of the internet, she had graduated and become a food blogger, busy with her daily meals, soaking up the sun in the afternoons, sometimes participating in events, or gathering with peers to taste delicious food. Food was what could quiet Lu Yun and heal her. Moreover, she realized she couldn't return to her previous life now. However, in this era, even if she wanted to be a food blogger, she would have to wait at least a decade or more, right? After cleaning the bowl and drying it, Lu Yun returned inside. Life had to go on. Her teacher had told her that if she learned a skill, she would never go hungry as long as she worked hard. Furthermore, she had family and a job here. Compared to other time travel novels Lu Yun had read, her situation was quite good. The story hadn't officially started yet, and she hadn't even married the male lead. In fact, there was still a long way to go before the novel's plot kicked off. Oh. Lu Yun asked the system various questions about living here and the Lu family's circumstances, and the system answered them all. However, when she inquired about why she had traveled from modern times back to this era, the system only told her that she would know the answer in the future the first time. After that, it fell silent. Once the system had helped Lu Yun understand her current situation, and saw that she could adapt to life with the Lu family, it ceased to appear. According to its explanation, it was off to help others. Outside the door, a clear voice called, "Ayun." Soon the speaker pushed the door open and entered. The newcomer smiled. Yun, hurry, I have a blind date today. My brother got my clothes dirty. Can you help me find an outfit? I need to handle this blind date quickly. The guy is supposed to have great conditions. I can't miss out on him. And he's really good looking too. The person who entered was Lu Yun's little cousin. Lu Yun had a good relationship with her. So she opened the wardrobe and let her pick out an outfit. After rummaging through the clothes, her cousin found a new blue floral dress still wrapped in a bag. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Yun, who smiled and told her to take it and wear it. Thank you, cousin. If this works out, I'll have you as my bridesmaid and give you a really big red envelope, her little cousin said excitedly. After finishing her sentence, she bounced out of the room, looking particularly happy. Once she returned home and changed into the dress, she discovered that the dress had a handkerchief and some snow cream hidden inside. She paused for a moment, thinking Lu Yun had forgotten to take them out. Just as she was about to pack the items to return to Lu Yun, she heard the family urging her from outside. She had no choice but to put the items back in the bag, planning to return the handkerchief and snow cream along with the dress once it was washed. Oh. The Lu family had arranged for Lu Yun to take a day off from work, and since the next day was the weekend, she could enjoy 3 consecutive days of rest. On the first day, Lu Yun stayed at home feeling a bit restless. However, the following morning she got up, freshened up and changed her clothes, planning to go out and explore. As she walked out from the alley, she took in the sights that she hadn't seen before her time travel. The people around her seemed to exude a sense of simplicity, and she noticed girls in skirts sporting a unique sense of fashion. While some modern people might consider these styles outdated, Lu Yun found them charming, appreciating the unique style of the era. Not far away, someone spotted Lu Yun and quickly hid, and as soon as she exited the alley, that person ran off in a hurry. The small county town of the 1980s was filled with vibrant energy. Lu Yun didn't venture too far, likely due to her love for cooking. She visited the local market, then headed to the cotton textile factory where she worked. Her job involved office work at the cotton textile factory, and her high school diploma allowed her to secure such a position. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to do office work. After visiting the market and the cotton textile factory, Lu Yun was almost back home just in time for lunch. She recalled Zhang Meili mentioning that they would be making dumplings for lunch, which made her quicken her pace. Perhaps it was because Lu Yun had always been a food enthusiast, believing that life revolved around 3 meals a day, each one needing to be satisfying. This belief was also why she had learned to cook and became a food blogger later on. As she reached the entrance of the alley, Lu Yun spotted a man standing there, and her steps unconsciously came to a halt. It was him, the man she had dreamed about, the male supporting character from the novel He Chang'an. The fact that she had traveled through time, and was now living in this new reality occupied her thoughts so much that she had forgotten she had dreamed about He Chang'an before her time travel. The very character who left both her and her friend feeling unresolved. Taking a few steps forward, Lu Yun hesitated, planning to continue on her way, but then He Chang'an grasped her wrist. With a smile he asked, "Why haven't you eaten the braised pork I gave you? Why did you give away the snow cream in the dress? Do you really dislike me that much?" Chapter 20. Chapter 2. Lu Yun had not expected to encounter He Chang'an so soon. He Chang'an was looking at Lu Yun, and Lu Yun was staring back at him. He Chang'an's appearance gradually overlapped with that in her dreams. She took a step back, creating some distance between them. In the novel she had read, He Chang'an had been Lu Yun's unresolved sentiment. Now Lu Yun found herself in the position of the female supporting character that He Chang'an liked. For a moment she was at a loss about what to do. She hadn't thought it through. He Chang'an pulled out a snow cream from his pocket and pressed it into Lu Yun's hand. "This time, don't let me find out you've given it away again." Not long ago, He Chang'an had overheard Lu Yun mention to a friend in the cafeteria that she wanted a snow cream, but it was only available in the provincial city. He had made a trip to the provincial city, bought the item, and returned with some random things from the mall to give to Lu Yun. Lu Yun accepted the gift, but then he saw that her little cousin was wearing the dress he had given her. Since the dress had been gifted away, he figured the rest had probably been given away too. Fortunately, He Chang'an understood Lu Yun's nature, and had bought an extra bottle of snow cream. Lu Yun watched He Chang'an's silhouette and thought about the original plot, unable to help but call out to him. "He Chang'an, I don't dislike you. Thank you for this snow cream." He Chang'an paused, turning to look back. In the sunset, Lu Yun walked through the alley wearing a pure white dress. Her shadow stretched long behind her, and a gentle breeze stirred a few strands of her hair. Oh. That evening, Lu Yun's little cousin came over, her face flushed with excitement. Without asking, Lu Yun knew that her cousin's blind date must have gone well. Following the current trend, they would soon be discussing dowries and marriage gifts, then they would set a wedding date and prepare for the ceremony. Lu Yun's little cousin Li Ling was beaming, her cheeks reddened. Next to her, Li Ling's mother was enthusiastically describing the blind date's qualifications and appearance, nearly singing his praises to the heavens. The 4 members of the Lu family were gathered around, all listening to her, including Lu Yun. Since Lu Yun had crossed over, she had not only loving parents but also an eldest brother who was a few years older than her, and now worked in a factory. It's for you, but that day I was in a hurry for the blind date, so I left it at my house. After I got back I washed your dress and now that it's dry I came over, Li Ling said. Lu Yun asked, did you run into He Chang'an on the day of your blind date? Li Ling replied, cousin, how did you know? We met at the state-owned restaurant for dinner. That place has glass windows and when I looked up I saw He Chang'an. It seemed like he was staring at the dress I was wearing. I thought, could he have mistaken me for you? As she spoke, Li Ling felt a surge of happiness. Everyone knew that Lu Yun was a beauty. She was only somewhat similar in figure to Lu Yun. The thought that He Chang'an might have confused her for Lu Yun made her giddy with delight. Li Ling continued. But He Chang'an looked like he was in a bad mood. When he saw me he frowned as if I owed him money, which really scared me. My blind date seemed startled too, but he still stood up to ask He Chang'an, do you know my girlfriend? That's when I quickly confirmed our relationship. So, you could say that He Chang'an is half a matchmaker for me and my boyfriend. Lu Yun looked at the dress that Li Ling had washed for her and thought, perhaps she should be grateful for this dress. Outside, the conversation had initially revolved around Li Ling's blind date, but it soon shifted to Lu Yun's blind date. Once that topic came up, Zhang Meili began expressing her worries. Li Ling's smile faded a bit. Cousin, look at you. If I had half your looks when I went on a blind date I'd be selective. I'd at least find someone who owns a house. I think that Chun Jiqiang really lacks vision. And the Chun family, they act as if they're looking down their noses at people. Just because Chun Jiqiang went to college and works as a deputy director at the factory, what's so impressive about that? If I really ended up marrying into that family, I can't imagine how they'd grind me down. Lu Yun patted Li Ling's shoulder. The young girl, despite her age, had quite a sharp perspective. It wasn't just about being ground down. Lu Yun had never thought of the term grind down while reading novels before, but Li Ling's description was just too fitting. The female supporting character. No, she had only changed her temperament after being worn down by the Chun family, ultimately ending up divorced from Chan Jiqiang. The novel clearly stated that after marrying into the Chun family, the female supporting character had a tumultuous relationship with them. Lu Yun couldn't believe that the female supporting character could have caused such chaos in the Chun family all on her own. She liked Chan Jiqiang and she was already busy trying to please the Chun family. Something must have happened that led to her downfall, but the novel hadn't elaborated on that. Lu Yun replied, you're right. Li Ling was delighted. Cousin, you've figured it out. That's great. Oh. Lu Yun had crossed over at an excellent time. The main story of the novel hadn't begun yet. However, if there was anything Lu Yun was dissatisfied with, it was probably the fact that her pursuit of Chan Jiqiang had become well known. The people at the cotton textile factory knew. Many of the residents in her alley were aware, and she had even publicly declared that she would only marry Chan Jiqiang in this lifetime. Lying in her bed, Lu Yun felt so embarrassed that she could have fashioned a dream castle out of the tangled sheets. She turned over and got up to push open the window for some fresh air. Feeling that it wasn't cool enough, she grabbed a nearby straw fan and began to fan herself. Although the straw fan didn't look as exquisite as the one Lu Yun had used before, it was simple and practical. The most important thing was that it genuinely provided a nice breeze. She didn't even realize when she became extremely sleepy and before she knew it, had fallen asleep with her head resting on the bed. The next day, Lu Yun had to go to the cotton textile factory for work. Having adapted to life here, she didn't just roll out of bed like she had when she first crossed over. The Lu family was preparing breakfast when Zhang Meili looked at her and said, you child, why didn't you close the window when you went to sleep last night? Your dad saw it open this morning and closed it for you. You must have gotten bitten by mosquitoes last night. Lu Yun touched her face and nodded. Yes, she had been bitten, and there were bites on her face. Before heading out to work, Lu Yun looked at herself in the mirror. Surprisingly, the spots where the mosquitoes had bitten her looked rather cute, located just below her cheek. Of course, this cuteness came with the annoyance of itching. With a blank expression, she put down the mirror, slung her bag over her shoulder, and stepped outside. Zhang Meili watched Lu Yun's retreating figure and felt troubled. Look at her. As soon as she goes to work, she spends the entire morning getting ready just to meet that Chan Jiqiang. If you ask me, it's Chan Jiqiang who's blind. How could he not be interested in such a beautiful daughter of ours? If it were someone else, they'd be so thrilled they'd fly to the sky. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She placed her hands on her hips and said, of course he's blind. The whole Chun family is blind. What kind of people are they? Oh oh oh. Hee Chang'an hadn't slept a wink the previous night, and he felt like he had boundless energy. He didn't dare to keep going to the alley where Lu Yun lived, so he waited near the cotton textile factory for her. When he finally saw Lu Yun riding her bicycle toward him, Hee Chang'an realized he didn't know how long he had been waiting. Hee Chang'an rode his bicycle to catch up with Lu Yun, and the two bicycles moved forward side by side. After glancing at Lu Yun, Hee Chang'an slowed down a bit. Seeing Hee Chang'an again, Lu Yun felt much calmer. She hadn't expected that the novel would start with the female supporting character getting divorced from the male lead. Many of the previous events were merely memories or things recounted by others. For instance, Hee Chang'an's friends reminisced that before Lu Yun got married, Hee Chang'an would always find opportunities to meet her. After Lu Yun married, he would only glance at her from afar. They said that if she wanted stars from the sky, Hee Chang'an would figure out a way to pluck them for her. So, it was strange that Hee Chang'an wasn't finding chances to meet her. Hee Chang'an took advantage of his long arms to place a lunchbox in Lu Yun's bicycle basket. You said you don't dislike me, so you have to eat this braised pork today. Lu Yun stopped and Hee Chang'an followed suit. When she looked up, she saw Hee Chang'an smiling, but his thin lips were pressed tightly together. When she remembered the novel made her heart soften. Lu Yun explained, I still have the snow cream in the dress. I didn't give them to my little cousin. Hee Chang'an paused for a moment, looking at Lu Yun with an unexpectedly serious expression. Lu Yun recounted what had happened with Li Ling to Hee Chang'an, but she left out that the dress was a gift from him. After all, the system had only helped her understand her surroundings, and didn't reveal everything in detail. In fact, Lu Yun had questioned why, if the system had the power to make her cross over, it didn't also restore her memories. But she knew better than to ask such questions. The system would never answer. It would only say something vague like, you'll know in the future. Looking at the lunchbox in her bicycle basket, Lu Yun thought about Hee Chang'an's earlier expression and continued pedaling her bicycle toward the cotton textile factory. Lu Yun worked in the office of the cotton textile factory, handling tasks that were not particularly important, just some mundane matters that needed attention, like creating spreadsheets and compiling statistics about the production workshop. These tasks were simple and easy for Lu Yun to manage. However, Lu Yun wasn't foolish enough to finish all her work in the morning. She completed her tasks at a pace similar to everyone else's. At noon, the factory had a cafeteria where workers could eat. Those who brought their own lunch could have it heated up and then enjoy their meal in the cafeteria. The system had already provided Lu Yun with basic information about interpersonal relationships. For instance, she knew who she was currently close to in the office. One of those people was Sister Sun, a woman 6 or 7 years older than her. When lunchtime came, the cafeteria was packed with workers, both those dining in and those taking their meals back. Everyone was crowded together, forming a long line. Sister Sun said, Thank goodness we brought our own food. If we had to wait in line for lunch, who knows how long we'd be waiting. I'm starving, let's hurry. There's an empty table up ahead. Lu Yun was known as the Zhonghua, factory flower, meaning the most beautiful girl in the factory, of the cotton textile factory. As soon as she entered the cafeteria, many gazes turned toward her. Given her bold declarations about only marrying Chen Jiqiang, she had truly become a celebrity within the factory. For a moment, Lu Yun felt her scalp tingle from all the attention, but thankfully, she had walked the red carpet before and wasn't too embarrassed. Otherwise, she might not have been able to enjoy her meal. After sitting down across from Sister Sun, Lu Yun opened the lunchbox that Hee Chang'an had prepared for her. As soon as she lifted the lid, she was stunned. She hadn't expected Hee Chang'an to pack so many dishes: stir-fried meat with green peppers, meatballs, braised fish, and a stir-fried vegetable dish. It was a well-balanced meal with both meat and vegetables. Not only Lu Yun, but even Sister Sun across from her couldn't help but swallow as she looked at the spread. The meal Lu Yun brought was simply too good. With a smile, Lu Yun served some to Sister Sunday. Try some. During the meal, Lu Yun ate a bit more than she intended, wanting to avoid wasting any food. Hee Chang'an had packed too much, but everything tasted delicious. The savory stir-fried meat had a rich texture. The sauce enveloping it was flavorful, the meatballs were tender, the braised fish was fresh, and the stir-fried vegetables were light, making for a perfect combination. In the afternoon, Sister Sun treated Lu Yun especially well. After all, a mouthful of food could tie people together. And Sister Sun even helped Lu Yun finish some of the work that she hadn't completed. The entire afternoon, the office was exceptionally quiet. Lu Yun listened to the various discussions about relationships and marriages around her. Most of the conversations revolved around other people's matchmaking experiences. However, everyone knew about Lu Yun's previous bold declarations, so unless someone intended to provoke her, they wouldn't mention her. This, in a way, gave Lu Yun some peace, while the other single girl in the office turned red from embarrassment as they spoke about such topics. Oh, Pushing her bicycle out of the cotton textile factory, Lu Yun walked through the crowd, where many were discussing what to cook for dinner. Most of these conversations came from those already married, who needed to support their families. Meanwhile, single people were making plans to watch movies or go out together after work. Lu Yun was moving slowly. She wasn't very familiar with riding her bicycle, and there were too many people around, so she decided to wait until she was out of the crowd before riding. Finally reaching a quieter area, Lu Yun began to pedal forward. To her surprise, she encountered Hee Chang'an again, who was waiting for her. This time they rode side by side once more, and Hee Chang'an tossed another package into Lu Yun's bicycle basket. Seeing him made Lu Yun's heart soften. She couldn't help but think of the ending of the novel where he and the female supporting character concluded their story together. She couldn't bear to see his bright eyes begin to dim. She asked, "What is this?" Hee Chang'an tried to control his excitement as he replied, "It's some floral water and mosquito coils. The coils have a bit of a strong smell. Light them when you get home, then extinguish them before you sleep. And use some floral water on yourself." The mosquito bites were itchy if scratched, but during the day, Lu Yun had almost forgotten about being bitten. Now, as she finished work, she found Hee Chang'an had brought her floral water and mosquito coils. Lu Yun replied, "The floral water doesn't smell good." After saying that, she picked up her speed and added, "Don't follow me. There are a lot of people watching us." Chapter 30. Chapter 3. After Lu Yun returned home, she looked at the closed windows of her room. She went inside and lit the mosquito coil. After all, she did not want to continue being bitten by mosquitoes. Besides that, she noticed a bottle of floral lotion and sprayed a bit on herself. She sniffed and found that the scent of the floral lotion was quite pleasant. Summer was hot, and after working all day, Lu Yun rode her bicycle back already sweating. Fortunately, the Lu family's house was relatively large, and everyone kept it clean, so there was an extra room for bathing. However, when relatives visited, they often had to squeeze into Lu Yun's eldest brother's small room. Despite this, her eldest brother did not mind at all. He also preferred to be clean. When he sweated, he hurried home to take a shower, not wanting to go to a public bathhouse. Lu Yun took a porcelain basin decorated with mandarin ducks and tossed in her towel, soap and shampoo. These items were simple, unlike the variety that came later, at least in this small county town. Nevertheless, Lu Yun was not picky. As long as she had something to use, she was fine with it. After grabbing a set of clean clothes, Lu Yun went to take a shower. Most women in love always wanted to share their feelings with someone, especially those who had just started dating. Although Li Ling was engaged through an arranged marriage to Lu Yun, it felt like they had just established their relationship. At this stage, girls were particularly sensitive. When Li Ling saw Lu Yun come out of the shower, towel drying her hair, she quickly approached her. "Cousin, he asked me to go to the movies with him and I'm a bit nervous. What do you think? If we go to the movies and he, tries to kiss me, should I agree? I've heard that many people do that when they go to the movies." At this point, Li Ling's face flushed. Lu Yun couldn't answer this question because she had never been in a relationship. When Lu Yun had just graduated, she began working as a food blogger and became busy with her job. She did not meet many people, and some of her friends preferred to stay at home. Thus, she did not have many opportunities to find a suitable partner. Furthermore, because her parents divorced and remarried, she was particularly cautious about dating and marriage. That night, Li Ling stayed at Lu Yun's place, and the two of them shared a bed. It was slightly hot in the summer, but neither of them minded the heat. Each of them held a fan to create a breeze. The soap used for bathing left a faint, pleasant scent that lingered in the air, enhancing the ambience. The two of them fell asleep early, yet they could still hear a couple arguing outside the courtyard. "Cousin, do you really like Chun Jiqiang that much?" Li Ling asked. Lu Yun remained silent for a moment. While reading a novel, she had thought that the female supporting character truly loved Chun Jiqiang. After all, a beautiful Zhonghua, though her family situation wasn't particularly good, it at least didn't hold her back. Had no need to marry him if she didn't genuinely like him. Perhaps she had some feelings but felt unwilling. In the end, as she watched Hee Chang'an get imprisoned, she was filled with regret. Regardless of whether she could regain her memories, she wouldn't marry Chun Jiqiang. As for Hee Chang'an, she would certainly never allow him to go to jail for her again. "I don't like him anymore," Lu Yun replied. After saying this, she turned over and prepared to sleep. Li Ling stammered for a moment. "And no longer like him? Why, didn't you say you'd marry no one but him? Marriage isn't just a matter between two people. I've come to realize that Lu Yun hesitated, organizing her words. She didn't deny her past feelings but said, "I did like him very much before. I liked him so much that I could say I would marry no one else. But I feel that we're not compatible. His family doesn't like me either. Didn't you say that if I married into the Chun family, they would only make things difficult for me? Li Ling smiled, looking pleased. It's good you don't like him anymore. The person you marry in the future will definitely be better than Chan Jiqiang. As the night deepened, the courtyard gradually quieted down. Lu Yun and Li Ling lay in bed together. At first, they played and joked around, but soon Li Ling fell asleep. Lu Yun, lying beside her, felt that her sense of belonging to this place had grown a little stronger. Oh. After working for 5 days, Lu Yun felt exhausted, even though she could slack off during work hours. For someone like her who was used to flexible work hours before her time travel, this was still too tiring. She wished she could spend the entire weekend lying at home doing nothing. There was no comparison. Lu Yun had previously found attending events as a food blogger cumbersome, but now she felt that being a food blogger suited her much better than sitting in an office. As the sun set and the outside air became less hot, Lu Yun took some money and rode the bus to a bookstore. Not far away, a man saw Lu Yun enter the bookstore. After noting the location, he hurried off, not caring about the heat. Once he started running, sweat poured down his face. The bookstore at this time certainly wasn't as large as the ones Lu Yun had visited before, especially in a small county town during the 1980s. It was quite small, but Lu Yun managed to find some books, though not many. She bought all the cookbooks available. After checking out, she exited the bookstore, carrying a tote bag. Li Ling spotted Lu Yun and waved her arms vigorously. Cousin! Lu Yun looked over and saw Li Ling standing next to a man who looked reasonably good. She guessed he was Li Ling's blind date. Lu Yun took a closer look at him. He wasn't particularly tall or handsome, but his features were decent. He seemed reliable and hardworking, not the kind of person who would stand by and let Li Ling be bullied after marriage. However, he wasn't as exaggeratedly praised by Li Ling's mother. Li Ling quickly shoved 2 movie tickets into Lu Yun's hands. Cousin, my boyfriend's dad sprained his ankle, so I have to accompany him back. Here are the movie tickets for you. If we don't use them, we'll just throw them away, and that would be such a waste. Without time to explain further, Li Ling grabbed her boyfriend's hand and hurriedly rushed toward the bus station. After watching them board the bus, Lu Yun finally looked down at the 2 movie tickets Li Ling had given her. It was for a romantic film starting at 5:10 p.m. On her wrist was a simple, somewhat worn-out watch. After all, she needed one for work, and it wasn't convenient to be without it. It was now 5:03 p.m., with only 7 minutes left until the movie started. As Lu Yun arrived outside the cinema, she wondered if anyone would buy her tickets. Oh. By 5:08 p.m. she still hadn't sold them. She couldn't tell whether this movie simply wasn't popular, or if everyone interested had already gone inside. Unbeknownst to her, perhaps due to the small size of the county or fate between her and He Chang'an, she unexpectedly spotted him outside the cinema. When He Chang'an approached, he noticed the 2 movie tickets Lu Yun was holding. He had never been to a cinema before, but he knew that young couples love to go to movies for dates and to buy sodas and popcorn. He had also tried to buy tickets once, hoping to invite Lu Yun, but she had walked past him without even glancing at the tickets. Pressing his lips together, He Chang'an hadn't said a word when Lu Yun handed the tickets to him. I got these 2 tickets from my little cousin, but I couldn't sell them. Let's go in together and avoid wasting them. After Lu Yun finished speaking, she turned around and walked ahead. As she walked ahead, Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh internally. After all, He Chang'an was the male supporting character she had unresolved feelings for. She really couldn't bear to see him looking sad. While reading the novel, Lu Yun had often wanted to comfort him. Now she realized she had become the female supporting character he couldn't reach. He Chang'an felt like he was dreaming. By the time he came to his senses, Lu Yun had already walked quite far ahead. He hurriedly ran to buy soda and the largest size of popcorn. The cashier watched the man rushing off with his soda and popcorn and quickly called out, "Comrade, don't forget your change. Don't run off without it." After watching He Chang'an catch up to Lu Yun, the cashier couldn't help but reminisce about the early days of her own relationship, feeling nostalgic. However, her partner hadn't rushed off like this man. Looking at his flustered expression, one might think he was afraid his wife would fly away. Before her time travel, Lu Yun had only gone to the cinema during the Spring Festival. She rarely visited otherwise. However, she felt curious about this 1980s cinema. Upon entering, her curiosity quickly faded as she found it rather dull. The movie had already started playing when she entered. Unlike modern cinemas where audiences could choose various seating options, this one had long benches with seat numbers affixed to them. The inside of the cinema was also darker than modern theaters. As Lu Yun walked ahead, she noticed the seats on the movie ticket and turned around to call He Chang'an. However, the space was a bit cramped, and He Chang'an was following closely behind, causing her to almost tumble into his embrace. Standing there, Lu Yun could hear the strong, rapid beating of Hee Chang'un's heart, and the air around them seemed to grow a bit warmer. Lu Yun quickly regained her composure and said, "The seats are just ahead." Hee Chang'un responded with a soft, When Lu Yun wasn't looking, he reached up to touch his ear, feeling it was a bit hot. Oh. Since this was the movie Li Ling had chosen for her date, it was undoubtedly a romantic film. Before entering, Lu Yun had glanced at the ticket, and at first, she was engrossed in the movie. The orange-flavored soda was refreshing, and the popcorn was quite good. However, as the film progressed, there were just too many kissing scenes for her liking. The cinema was filled with an atmosphere of intimacy, and Lu Yun even spotted a couple kissing nearby, which made her feel quite restless in her seat. After exiting the cinema and taking a breath of fresh air, she felt a bit more comfortable. Still holding her unfinished soda, Lu Yun finished drinking it outside the cinema and felt a bit stuffed. She handed the empty bottle to Hee Chang'un, asking him to return it. Hee Chang'un appeared somewhat unapproachable, but he followed Lu Yun's instructions without question, no protests or objections. His appearance matched the preferences of many young girls, and during that short time, several girls stole glances at him. However, once Hee Chang'un stood next to Lu Yun, they all lost interest. Standing together, Lu Yun and Hee Chang'un looked like a perfect pair. They complemented each other remarkably well. Hee Chang'un glanced at a nearby restaurant before looking at Lu Yun and saying, "I'll walk you home." They would still need to take the bus, which was crowded during this time. Lu Yun felt a bit anxious, as riding the bus in the summer heat could be quite uncomfortable. However, she didn't want to walk home either. By now, the Lu family would probably be getting ready for dinner. Once on the bus, Hee Chang'un quickly found a seat for Lu Yun and stood beside her, ensuring there was no one crowding her space. When Lu Yun looked up, she saw the tall man standing firmly, holding the bag of books she had bought, his brow furrowed in concentration. She thought he looked even better than the descriptions in the novel. "I can hold the bag," Lu Yun offered. Hee Chang'un shook his head, pleased to hear Lu Yun initiate a conversation. "No need, it's not heavy." Oh. That evening, the Lu family had vegetable noodles served in large bowls. The 4 members of the Lu family were employed in stable jobs and had their own home in the county, living quite comfortably. "Where have you been? If you don't hurry up, the noodles will get mushy. Come in and eat," Zhang Meili called out. Standing in the courtyard, Lu Yun turned on the tap to wash her hands. She really wanted to take a shower before dinner, but clearly, if she took too long, Zhang Meili would get angry. I'm coming," Lu Yun called back. Carrying the bag of books, Lu Yun walked into the house, and her family watched her intently. Although she continued to work in the cotton textile factory, she had no intention of remaining there forever. In the novel, while it mentioned that the cotton textile factory didn't go bankrupt, it also noted that the factory's performance was lackluster. Lu Yun's salary there was decreasing, and it seemed she was just going through the motions. The text even hinted that the factory might face closure in the future, so Lu Yun had already started to consider her options. "I've recently developed an interest in cooking, so I bought some cookbooks to read," she said. Zhang Meili and Lu Dong exchanged glances but remained silent. Lu Dong was focused on his meal, nearly leaning into his bowl of noodles. Zhang Meili's cooking was quite good, and the vegetable noodles were made with fresh, vibrant greens. However, Lu Yun had already filled up on soda and popcorn before returning home and found she couldn't eat much. Before she even started, she gave Zhang Meili more than half of her bowl, and sat down to sip on the broth before attempting to eat the noodles. On the way back, Lu Yun felt stuffed, her stomach beginning to ache. That night, Zhang Meili couldn't sleep, turning to her husband Lu Dong and said, "Our family is doing well, and Ayun has always been a beautiful daughter since she was born. We've spoiled her, but why does she want to learn to cook? This must be something Chan Jiqiang's mother said, or maybe it was that troublemaking aunt of his." She continued, "Just look at Li Ling. I heard she went out with her boyfriend today, and his family is very pleased with her. They're even planning to get married during the National Day holiday. If it weren't for Chan Jiqiang, Lu Yun would also be at the right age to find someone. Why can't I pick someone for her from a simpler family? A man who knows how to treat his wife well?" Lu Dong replied, "Chen Jiqiang is on a business trip out of town, right? He should be coming back soon." Zhang Meili's tone grew even sharper. "Yes, he's coming back in a few days." Oh. Li Ling often came running to Lu Yun's place. Early in the morning, before Lu Yun had fully woken up, Li Ling showed up, carrying a large bundle, the contents of which were a mystery. "Cousin, guess who I ran into on my way here?" Without waiting for Lu Yun to respond, she continued, "I ran into Hee Chang'un. I don't know why, but he was especially nice to me when he saw me. He even apologized for that blind date thing." After finishing her sentence, she placed the large bundle beside her. "This is what he asked me to bring you, and he said I should help you set it up." Lu Yun couldn't help but recall what her friend had said. The male supporting character was truly pitiable. He really liked the female supporting character in the story, but he hadn't felt any favoritism in return. He loved her with all of his heart. This was something he wanted to receive but never received. All he wants was to give everything to the female supporting character. So it was no surprise that Hee Chang'an would send her various gifts. The first time she met him, she mistakenly gave the dress called Snow White to Li Ling. The gift was meant for Lu Yun to wear, but she ended up giving it away, leading him to believe that Lu Yun truly disliked him. But what he was genuinely upset about wasn't just that Lu Yun had given the gift to Li Ling, it was because the Snow White dress was something he knew Lu Yun desired. As she opened the bundle, Lu Yun discovered that it contained a mosquito net, adorned with pink lace. Even from her perspective as a modern person, this mosquito net was trendy and beautiful. Li Ling was excited. I saw this in the provincial city before. There were only a few in the store and I couldn't grab one. When I asked about the price, I realized I definitely wouldn't buy it. It was too expensive. How did he think of getting you a mosquito net? Lu Yun touched the remnants of the mosquito bites on her cheek, remaining silent. Hee Chang'an had thought the mosquito repellent scent was overwhelming, and since Lu Yun had mentioned she didn't like the smell of floral sprays, she assumed that was the end of it. Unexpectedly, Hee Chang'an had gone out and bought her a mosquito net. Meanwhile, Li Ling was already starting to set up the mosquito net nearby. Oh. After a joyful weekend, Lu Yun was back to her office routine, spending her time fishing at work. She found it rather dull to do so alone, but when her co-workers joined in, it became enjoyable. Their conversations about daily life felt like a delightful way to pass the time. Suddenly, the chatter shifted, and everyone turned to look at Lu Yun, chuckling lightly. Chen Jiqiang is coming back to the factory this afternoon. Did you notice? Our Zhonghua is looking especially dressed up today. Dazzlingly pretty. Oh. In truth, Lu Yun hadn't dressed up at all. She simply looked striking with minimal effort. A quick wash and a simple hairdo made her appear as though she had put in a lot of thought into her appearance. Facing the teasing from her colleagues, she awkwardly replied, I was a bit confused before. I'm feeling quite embarrassed about it. As her co-workers listened to Lu Yun, they seemed to pick up on the juicy gossip. Chapter 4. When Lu Yun was reading the novel, she had a strong dislike for the male lead, Chen Jiqiang. In the midst of a battle between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, whenever Chen Jiqiang made an effort to assist the female supporting character, life would not have turned chaotic for her. If the female supporting character felt Chen Jiqiang's care and concern, perhaps she would have cooperated with him to ease the tensions with her mother-in-law. After all, once married, it wouldn't be reasonable for all matters to be left to the female supporting character to resolve on her own. It wasn't that the female supporting character was entirely blameless. Even if Lu Yun found herself in the role of the female supporting character, she would not have thought so. She was certain that she would never marry a man like Chen Jiqiang. Chen Jiqiang returned to the cotton textile factory, but it didn't affect Lu Yun at all. She continued to enjoy her leisurely activities, such as goofing off and heading to the cafeteria for meals. Throughout the entire day, she did not encounter Chen Jiqiang at the cotton textile factory. The cotton textile factory was not a small operation, and Lu Yun and Chen Jiqiang did not perform the same tasks. Unless there was a deliberate effort to meet, it was unlikely they would run into each other even once a month, let alone within 10 days or half a month. Before her time travel, Lu Yun had lived in a community where her familiar neighbors resided in the same building. She would only happen to meet them a few times a year, which was likely due to her preference for staying home. Oh. Today, Sister Sun appeared to be in a fantastic mood. Previously, she had been in good spirits towards the end of the workday, but now, even before the day was over, her mood remained high. The others in the office were the same, all excited because the cotton textile factory was due to pay salaries tomorrow. Listening to their conversation, Lu Yun quietly noted the date. It was no longer like before her time travel when she could barely be considered successful in her career. To avoid relying on the Lu family's meager savings, she had to depend on the monthly salary from the cotton textile factory. Sister Sun said, I really envy those of you who aren't married yet. You earn money and can afford to buy skirts and cosmetics. For those of us who are married, our husbands aren't exactly affluent, so we have to budget our monthly earnings carefully. My child will be starting kindergarten soon. After saying that, she asked, Lu Yun, are you going to the provincial capital this weekend? If you do, could you bring me back a few things? Lu Yun quickly waved her hand, saying, I can't go this month. If you're not in a hurry, let me know what you want, and I'll bring it back for you next month. Sister Sun replied, That works. For Lu Yun, the past few days had not been entirely unproductive. Aside from working and slacking off, she had also been eating well. She had learned from the chatter around the office that whenever she received her salary, She loved to buy skirts and cosmetics to beautify herself, all for the sake of Chan Jiqiang. Lu Yun's wardrobe was overflowing, to the point where she sometimes questioned whether she had time-traveled back to the 1980s. However, since most of her money had gone towards clothes, she was not left with much. In modern terms, she could barely be considered part of the living paycheck-to-paycheck crowd. But now Lu Yun couldn't afford such a lifestyle. She needed to buy skirts and cosmetics while still saving some money. Zhang Hao and He Chang'an had grown up together. When Zhang Hao got a girlfriend who also worked at the cotton textile factory, he went to pick her up after work and overheard her talking about Chan Jiqiang's return. Zhang Hao's girlfriend was aware of He Chang'an's relationship with Lu Yun. With a hint of jealousy, Zhang Hao's girlfriend said, "The Zhanghua is doing well. Over here your brother he is pursuing one, while over there she still has her eyes on our director Chan. You don't know. She came to work today all dressed up and flashy. If our director doesn't catch her interest, she can always return to your brother he, and still come out ahead." Zhang Hao's tone turned sharp. "If you can't say anything nice, just don't say anything." He parked his bicycle aside and ordered, "Get off." As Zhang Hao rode his bicycle with increasing speed, he finally slowed down as he reached the alley where He Chang'an lived. After knocking on the door and entering, Zhang Hao announced, "Brother He, I know why Lu Yun has been paying attention to you lately. Chen Jiqiang was away for a long time, but now, he is back from his business trip." After finishing his sentence, Zhang Hao glanced at He Chang'an. "My new girlfriend, who also works at the cotton textile factory, mentioned that Chan Jiqiang is back from his business trip." He Chang'an, who was working in the yard, had a dark expression as he replied, "You're saying this is what she said?" Zhang Hao's confidence faltered. "I thought of it myself." He Chang'an shot him a glance. "There won't be a next time." Zhang Hao quickly admitted his mistake. "I was confused. How could Lu Yun be that kind of person?" "I was wrong, brother He. I just thought it was strange how she suddenly started paying attention to you. It felt almost like a dream." He Chang'an said nothing. Not only did Zhang Hao feel it was like a dream, but He Chang'an himself felt the same way. Lu Yun had accepted his gift, hadn't turned him down, and even watched a movie with him. He had never dared to imagine any of this happening, but he hadn't asked her about it either. On the morning of payday at the cotton textile factory, Lu Yun woke up earlier than usual. With a ceramic toothbrush cup in hand, she brushed her teeth in the yard. Even with foam in her mouth, she would greet anyone who said hello, exchanging smiles. Since they all lived in the same community, everyone was quite warm and friendly. Zhang Meili commented, "You're up early today." Lu Yun smiled back. "It's payday today." Zhang Meili looked worried. While she couldn't stop her daughter from buying skirts, she felt conflicted. Just as she turned to go back and continue making breakfast, Lu Yun called out to her. Lu Yun said, "I'll go buy some pork belly and cabbage to make pork and cabbage buns." Zhang Meili responded. This was quite unusual indeed. Zhang Meili had already prepared breakfast. The congee was homemade, the pickled vegetables were from earlier in the season, and she had bought a few deep-fried dough sticks from outside the alley. Lu Yun devoured a large bowl of congee and munched on a dough stick. Lu Yun said, "I'm heading to work now." Zhang Meili replied, "Wait a minute. Your eldest brother just took your bicycle to go buy something. He'll be back soon. You should wait for him to return the bicycle before you go to work." The Lu family owned 2 bicycles. One was for Zhang Meili and Lu Dong, who worked at the same factory, and the other was for Lu Yun. As for Lu Yun's eldest brother, his factory was nearby, so he didn't need a bicycle. As Zhang Meili put it, he could walk there in just a few minutes, so there was no point in using the bicycle. Lu Yun glanced at her watch. "I'll just take the bus. It won't be crowded today." When payday arrived at the cotton textile factory, Lu Yun was particularly eager in the queue. She received a total of 73 yuan, with crisp new bills neatly packed in an envelope. She counted the money several times, not minding how long the line was, feeling energized by the anticipation of her earnings. After work, Lu Yun stopped by the market to buy 4 jean of pork belly, and 2 large cabbages to make pork and cabbage buns. However, on her way back, she realized once again what it meant to be a delicate female supporting character, as these items were quite heavy for her to carry. It was during this moment that she was reminded that she was now the female supporting character in a period novel. Just then, He Chang'an happened to arrive at the perfect moment. He effortlessly lifted the items Lu Yun had bought as if they weighed nothing in his large hands. Faced with another chance encounter with He Chang'an, Lu Yun was already so composed that she could not be more so. He Chang'an asked, "Are you buying anything else?" Lu Yun replied, "No, this is enough." She genuinely struggled with the weight. The 2 cabbages were a bit heavy, and the pork belly weighed over 15 jean altogether. As He Chang'an carried the items and delivered them to the entrance of the alley, Lu Yun hadn't even spoken yet when He Chang'an pointed toward the Lu family's place. He Chang'an said, "I'll take these to your doorstep. When you go inside, just ask your eldest brother or your dad to bring them in." Lu Yun blinked as she recalled how Chan Jiqiang's aunt spoke about her in the novel. She had said in front of the female lead that Lu Yun was delicate, unable to carry even a small load, yet expecting everything to be handled by Jiqiang. She had scorned, saying it was ridiculous for Jiqiang to marry her just to be her free pack horse. Lu Yun found it hard to believe that she couldn't manage those things. As she watched He Chang'an walk ahead, she decided to follow him. When He Chang'an turned back to look at her, he appeared momentarily stunned. Lu Yun said, "Thank you. I'll bring you some buns later. I'm making pork and cabbage ones and they're quite delicious." He Chang'an cautiously asked, "The buns you made?" Lu Yun nodded. "Yes, I made them. I've been reading a lot of cookbooks lately, so I wanted to give it a try. Besides, I could make pork and cabbage buns even without looking it up." He Chang'an's smile was blinding. Observing his expression, Lu Yun quickly added, "I'll bring you 10. Unlike the male supporting character who was left feeling unfulfilled, Lu Yun did not want to see He Chang'an looking unhappy. Seeing him smile made her want to keep him in good spirits. Oh. For Lu Yun, making pork and cabbage buns was particularly easy, especially since she hadn't cooked in a while and felt a bit eager to get back into it. At that moment, the shared kitchen in the courtyard was still busy with everyone using it together. Since Lu Yun returned early, the kitchen was nearly empty. She washed the ingredients and prepared the dough, quickly getting to work. Before long, as people returned from work, the delicious aroma of the buns wafted through the courtyard, prompting comments from her neighbors. "Whose buns are those? It smells amazing. This aroma is incredible. Wow, these smell so delicious." To pack the 10 buns, Lu Yun used 4 containers. After securing them in a mesh bag, she informed her family and headed out. The buns didn't need to be eaten right away. She could have them later. Although she wanted to let He Chang'an know she was bringing him some, she felt a bit shy about making him wait while she finished her dinner first. Zhang Meili asked, "Where are you going? It's getting a little dark outside. If you're delivering buns, shouldn't you have your eldest brother help you?" Lu Yun replied, "No need, I'll ride my bicycle over. I'll be back quickly." When she spotted He Chang'an not far from the entrance of the alley, she walked over and asked, "What are you doing here?" After speaking, she noticed the mosquito bites on the back of his hand and glanced around at the lush greenery nearby. Unable to help herself, she smiled, then shoved the mesh bag containing the containers into He Chang'an's hands and turned to head back. He Chang'an, holding the bag, was preoccupied with the memory of Lu Yun's smile directed at him. He quickly caught up with her, wishing he could shout out loud but knowing he needed to keep his voice down due to the people around. He said softly, "You look really beautiful when you smile, Lu Yun." After a while she replied, "You should head back quickly. Don't just stand there and get bitten by mosquitoes." Chapter 5. He Chang'an hung the net bag containing the buns on the handlebars of his bicycle, gripping it tightly with one hand. He rode slowly, and finally when he was about to reach the alley where he lived, he began to speed up, looking high-spirited, with an undisguised smile on his face. After parking his bicycle in the yard, he placed the net bag on the stone table inside and turned on the faucet to wash his hands. Only then did he sit down and begin to take out the buns one by one. The fluffy, plump buns looked more appetizing than any He Chang'an had eaten before. After grabbing one, he took a big bite. Zhang Hao knocked on the door and entered, saying, "Brother He, I brought you some food." He Chang'an lived in a standalone courtyard, and Zhang Hao often liked to come over. There was a spare room and sometimes he would stay there to rest. He frequently brought food to He Chang'an as well. The aroma of the buns was irresistible, prompting Zhang Hao to lean closer. Before he could even touch them, He Chang'an moved the lunchbox aside. "You eat yours, these are from Lu Yun." "Oh." Zhang Hao counted them. There were exactly 10 buns. "Does brother He plan to eat until he was stuffed?" With a playful grin, Zhang Hao said, "I wish you to 100 years of harmony together. Just give me one." Using his charm, Zhang Hao successfully managed to get a pork and cabbage bun that Lu Yun had made from He Chang'an. As he took a bite, Zhang Hao seemed incredulous, finishing one bun in just 2 or 3 bites. These were delicious beyond belief. Zhang Hao exclaimed, "Brother He, I see that your persistence has paid off. Look at sister-in-law. She even brought you buns and she made them herself." He Chang'an wanted to mention that none of his girlfriends had ever brought him buns, but then he realized he was being foolish. He hadn't thought things through and quickly decided not to continue. It was indeed not Zhang Hao's fault. He simply recalled that Chan Jiqiang was away on a business trip, which led him to assume that Lu Yun was treating He Chang'an well because of that. After speaking without thinking, he felt something was off. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, Hee Chungin washed the lunchboxes in the yard. His long fingers a bit rough as he meticulously scrubbed each one. Finally, he dried them all with a cloth, putting them away carefully. Oh. Meanwhile, in the Lu family, Lu Yun lay beneath a pink lace mosquito net, fanning herself with a hand fan. Zhang Meili sat beside her, mending clothes under the light. In the course of their conversation, one of her questions would surely be about the buns Lu Yun had made and who they were for. Zhang Meili said, "The buns you made today are truly delicious. They're even better than the ones I had when I was younger at the state-owned restaurant in the provincial capital. I can't get enough of them. By the way, I saw you took 4 lunchboxes out today. Who did you give the buns to?" She lowered her head to continue her work. "This mosquito net is quite pretty." After a while, Zhang Meili added, "By the way, I heard that Chan Jiqiang from your cotton textile factory has returned from his business trip?" Lu Yun remained silent. She couldn't help but smile at Zhang Meili's enthusiasm, and when she looked up, she saw Zhang Dong pacing outside. Though she worried they wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. Lu Yun said, "Don't ask, they're not for Chan Jiqiang. You should head back to sleep." Oh. The next day, Hee Chungin returned the lunchboxes to Lu Yun. Even though Lu Yun saw the shiny lunchboxes and instinctively touched them, she thought Hee Chungin had lost the old ones and bought her new ones in return. However, upon noticing the scratches on the lunchboxes, Lu Yun quickly dismissed that idea. She even wondered how she had washed them for so long without achieving that level of cleanliness. Maybe it was because her strength was a bit lacking. Lu Yun felt a little troubled. Her reduced strength made cooking quite a challenge, as there were many things she couldn't handle well. She clutched the lunchboxes and walked forward. It wasn't just a matter of strength. In novels, the female supporting characters were often depicted as delicate, insisting on eating fine white rice, or they wouldn't be able to eat at all. They required quality fabrics for their clothes. Otherwise, they would feel itchy and break out in rashes. Moreover, Lu Yun's voice had a certain softness to it. When she spoke normally, it had a gentle quality, not a deliberately sweet tone, but rather a soft and clean sound that resonated with a certain brightness before her transmigration. Hee Chungin quickly caught up with her, taking several large strides. "Are you unhappy?" Lu Yun shook her head. "No." Hee Chungin pressed his lips together, remaining silent. He could tell Lu Yun was upset and continued following her. They walked for what felt like a long time until suddenly, Hee Chungin stepped in front of her. He held out a small golden fish made of glass thread. The fish was yellow, shimmering in the sunlight, but a closer look revealed that it had been crafted many years ago. Hee Chungin had no idea how he came to carry such an item, but it was indeed beautiful. He held the string attached to it and softly said, "Little fish, swim over to her and tell her to be happy." Lu Yun paused for a moment, staring at Hee Chungin before continuing to walk ahead. He followed her closely, and they walked side by side along the lively street. Eventually, Hee Chungin pressed the fish to Lu Yun's hands, hoping to cheer her up. Oh. As the days passed, Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. The weather had become a bit cooler, unlike the previous days when Lu Yun sometimes woke up in the heat while sleeping. At the cotton textile factory, where she held a secure job, they distributed benefits, including mooncakes and apples. However, the only mooncake flavor available was the mixed nut variety, which was normal for this time of year. Not many flavors were offered during the festival. Most people typically consumed the mixed nut and red bean paste fillings, both of which Lu Yun enjoyed. The essence of the Mid-Autumn Festival lay in the feeling of reunion. The Lu family consisted of 4 employees, and the factory provided Mid-Autumn Festival benefits. While the total number of mooncakes wasn't excessively high, it was still quite a decent amount. Since mooncakes didn't taste good after being stored for too long, Lu's father bought some additional items and sent a portion of the mooncakes to their relatives in the countryside. He also gave some to Lu Yun to take to Li Ling's home. Although Zhang Meili seemed reluctant, she didn't say much. She looked at Lu Yun with a knowing expression, suggesting, "In the future, when looking for a partner, you can't just consider the person. You also need to understand their family background." Lu Dong, feeling guilty, quickly accompanied Lu Yun's older brother, Lu Xiangyan, to work. Lu Yun caught on to some of the implications and felt a bit uneasy herself. The original text mentioned how the female supporting character had gone to great lengths to marry Chan Jiqiang, even causing some upheaval in the Lu family. Though it didn't specify how the female supporting character managed to get the Lu family's consent, it was clear from Zhang Meili's words that it must have been quite chaotic. Even now, Zhang Meili likely looked at her with disfavor. Carrying the mooncakes, Lu Yun hurried to find Li Ling to deliver the treats. Oh. Lu Yun noticed that the festive atmosphere during the Mid-Autumn Festival in the 1980s was particularly vibrant. Everyone was busy discussing what to eat for the festival. When she arrived at Li Ling's home, the family was passionately debating what filling to use for the dumplings. Li Ling exclaimed with surprise, "Cousin, you're here. Come in and don't listen to their arguing. If you ask me, we should just make 2 types of dumpling filling, one for each kind, and then make some spare ribs." As she spoke, Li Ling nearly drooled at the thought of spare ribs, as she couldn't remember the last time she had eaten them. Li Ling's mother, seeing the mooncakes Lu Yun had brought, smiled and said, "I also prepared some mooncakes for you. I was planning to send them over tomorrow, along with some bananas." After saying this, she continued, "You two should hurry inside and play, it's too hot outside. I'll wash some fruit for you." Li Ling linked arms with Lu Yun and pulled her inside. She asked, "Cousin, are you going to be the host for the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala at your factory again? If you are, I won't watch our factory's gala. I'll go to yours just like last time." Lu Yun had heard the people in the office mention the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival Gala a few days ago, but she hadn't realized that she was the host of the last gala. Before her transmigration, she had been a host at school events, and her only feeling after the whole experience had been exhaustion. After that, she didn't take on hosting duties again. At most, she would get on stage to sing a song, which she considered participating. Now, upon hearing Li Ling's words, her only thought was that this time, she definitely wouldn't be hosting. At most, she would just sing a song. Li Ling leaned closer to Lu Yun and whispered, "Last year you hosted the gala at the cotton textile factory, and a lot of people went to see you. I know several from other factories who skipped their own galas to watch you." It was a pity that later on, Lu Yun's high-profile pursuit of Chan Jicheng had made those admirers lose interest. Otherwise, she might have had quite a few suitors now. After all, Lu Yun was known as the Zhonghua of the cotton textile factory, and she was genuinely beautiful. Li Ling's mother, who had just come over with some fruit, chimed in, "That's true. Quite a few from our factory went to watch you host. When I saw them, I thought they weren't even that good-looking. If they pursued you, you shouldn't agree." Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh, while Li Ling looked on in exasperation. "Mom, your hearing is too good. We're going back inside now," Li Ling said, balancing the fruit with one hand while linking her arm with Lu Yun's with the other. Li Ling's room wasn't large, and she envied Lu Yun for having a place with a bathroom. She had to go to a public bathhouse to shower. However, her room had particularly large windows that let in plenty of sunlight. The two of them chatted about their respective boyfriends who were discussing marriage, the latest popular dresses, and various wedding matters, talking non-stop until it was dark. When Lu Yun finally decided to leave, the food at the Li family was ready, and they insisted on keeping Lu Yun for dinner. It was well known that Lu Yun was quite delicate. At Li Ling's home, they served plain congee and made steamed buns from refined flour. On her way back, Li Ling's younger brother accompanied Lu Yun all the way to the gate of her alley, carrying the mooncakes and bananas she had received from the Li family. When Zhang Meili saw them, she greeted them warmly, and Lu Yun hurried inside to take a shower. Feeling refreshed, Lu Yun came out to find Zhang Meili still asking Li Yong questions, who appeared to be attentively listening, giving off an air of innocence. Lu Yun thought to herself, "Oh. The next morning, Lu Yun arrived at the cotton textile factory to start her workday. Before she even entered the office, she heard chatter inside about the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Sister Sun, spotting Lu Yun, laughed and said, "You're hosting the gala again this time, right?" Lu Yun quickly replied, "My little cousin is getting married, and I'm busy helping out since we're close, so I won't be hosting this time. Besides, there are plenty of capable people in our factory who want to take a turn at hosting. I did it once last year, so let them have a chance to practice this time. Don't you think so?" She really didn't want to take on the hosting role again. It was too tiring. As for seeking the spotlight, Lu Yun had no interest. After all, any slight interaction between her and Chan Jicheng would likely become the topic of gossip at the cotton textile factory. Just then, the deputy director happened to be outside and overheard. He walked in with a smile, saying, "Look at that. Lu Yun's reasoning is spot on. Since you don't want to host, how about singing a song at the gala instead?" Lu Yun smiled back, "Sure." Singing was certainly much easier than hosting. After the initial discussions about the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala wrapped up, the office conversation shifted to other topics, as everyone was relatively unbusy that day. Lu Yun sat down at her desk and organized her workspace before starting to relax a bit. Chapter 6. Lu Yun was not very familiar with songs from the 80s, and did not have a precious recording device like a tape recorder. However, Lu Xiang'an owned one and cherished it greatly. After Lu Yun mentioned it to him, he handed her a somewhat large and slightly heavy black tape recorder. In Lu Yun's memory, she had used such devices when she was a child to learn English. However, back then the tape recorders were already smaller, unlike this one that could easily be taken to the square to play dance music for public gatherings. Since Lu Yun had crossed over, she had not encountered many electronic devices. This tape recorder was the first one she had handled. Cradling it in her arms, she found it quite interesting for a moment. However, avoiding electronic products, especially mobile phones, had some benefits for Lu Yun. For instance, it helped her break the habit of playing on her phone every night before bed. After she eliminated this habit, she no longer stayed up late. Now she went to sleep around 9 o'clock each night. Having a regular sleep schedule was something she had never dared to imagine before, perhaps only having experienced it during her school days. In the yard, Lu Yun fiddled with the tape recorder for a while without any sound coming out. Lu Xiang'an approached her and taught her the functions of various buttons. After Lu Yun inserted a tape and pressed the play button again, music gradually filled the air. You ask me how deep my love for you is, how much I love you. The song playing was, The Moon Represents My Heart. Lu Yun could even sing a few lines of it. Immediately, she decided this would be the song she would perform at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala at the Cotton Textile Factory. Lu Yun lay on the table in the yard, with the tape recorder beside her playing, The Moon Represents My Heart. She hummed softly along with the music, her voice light and gentle. Oh. Zhang Hao's girlfriend had not seen Zhang Hao since they had quarreled over Lu Yun. She was reluctant to break up with Zhang Hao, especially since he was good-looking and had many girls who admired him. She had worked hard to win him over. She specifically inquired about Lu Yun and in the afternoon went to find Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao looked a bit aloof. What is it? His girlfriend Li Lan smiled and said, Aren't you helping your brother he chased Lu Yun? Lu Yun will be singing at our factory's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, performing The Moon Represents My Heart. I specifically came to tell you this. She nudged Zhang Hao's arm and added, About what happened last time, don't be angry. It was my fault. I won't say anything next time. He Chang'an came out and noticed the two of them, furrowing his brow but saying nothing. Li Lan, afraid of him, moved closer to Zhang Hao and waited until He Chang'an walked away before she patted her chest. Feeling relieved. Li Lan had seen He Chang'an fight before. He was fierce and intimidating, making her legs tremble. Zhang Hao glanced at her, said nothing, and followed He Chang'an. Zhang Hao took He Chang'an to the bus station. It was referred to as a bus station, but in reality it was just a well-known stop. Unlike the actual bus station in the provincial city, there weren't many people traveling to the provincial city at that time, and the stop was rather empty. Among the few there was a couple. The woman was worried as she sent her husband off. He handed her some crumpled money, which she refused, insisting that even if they were poor at home, he should still take care of himself. She continuously reminded him of various things. He Chang'an watched for a while before looking away. His gaze lowered as he lost himself in thought. This trip to the provincial city was related to the renovation team. He had managed to earn quite a bit through various businesses, making more than those who worked in the factory for a salary. Recently, he found a new job involving renovations in the provincial city. If the deal went through, he would earn a considerable amount. The renovation team had already given him a heads up, but he would need to stay in the provincial city for several days this time. Zhang Hao felt conflicted about whether to mention Lu Yun. If he did, He Chang'an would undoubtedly rush back, causing some delays. He calculated that if He Chang'an returned it would be like creating a disturbance, and he probably wouldn't be able to handle everything. He felt sympathy for He Chang'an and ultimately chose not to say anything. The bus to the provincial city approached, and the ticket seller opened the door, calling out, "Bus to the provincial city. Hurry up and board." The people waiting outside hurriedly climbed aboard. Finally, the ticket seller noticed He Chang'an still standing in place and glanced at the bus, which still had a few empty seats. He quickly asked, "Are you going to the provincial city? We are about to depart." He Chang'an asked, "When is the next bus?" The ticket seller said, "The next bus is the last one for today, about an hour later." He Chang'an smiled a little. "I won't take it. I'll wait for the next bus." After saying that, he looked at Zhang Hao. "I'm going to find Lu Yun, you head back." He Chang'an hopped on his bicycle to look for Lu Yun, and Zhang Hao quickly ran to catch up, jogging alongside the bicycle. Zhang Hao said, "Li Lan mentioned that Lu Yun will be singing The Moon Represents My Heart at the Cotton Textile Factory's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. If you can finish up, make sure to come back." He Chang'an glanced at him. "I know. Didn't she host the event last year? She'll probably participate again this year." As he spoke, his expression darkened. Coming back would indeed be troublesome since he had a lot to deal with in the provincial city this time. After saying this, he left Zhang Hao behind. Zhang Hao stood there speechless. Oh. When Lu Yun saw He Chang'an, she had just finished work at the cotton textile factory and was heading home. He Chang'an stood not far from the alley, holding an ice cream. Lu Yun suddenly realized that aside from helping her carry things last time, Hee-chungin rarely appeared in the alley. She wondered if she had said something to him before. Lu Yun pursed her lips as she thought of this. She was about to walk over when Hee-chungin approached her. Hee-chungin wanted to hand the ice cream to Lu Yun but noticed that it was soft due to the heat. Before Lu Yun could say anything, he said, "Wait for me, I'll go buy another one." Hee-chungin moved quickly and soon returned with a new ice cream. He peeled back the wrapper and handed it to Lu Yun while keeping the almost melted one for himself. "Eat it quickly, it'll melt again soon." "I'm heading back," he urged. Lu Yun looked at the weather. It was quite hot today, though better than the previous days. She asked, "You came all the way here just to bring me an ice cream?" Hee-chungin, who had already mounted his bicycle to head back, abruptly halted, standing steady in place. He turned around, gripping the handlebars tightly as sweat began to form on his palms. "I need to go to the provincial city for a bit, but I'll be back before the Mid-Autumn Festival." He added, "If you need anything, go find Zhang Hao first. I'll bring you something when I return." Oh. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala at the cotton textile factory was held the day before the actual festival. After all, people were busy celebrating with their families during the festival, leaving little time to attend a factory event. Li Ling rushed over early in the morning. "Cousin, look what I brought you." Li Ling handed Lu Yun a dress that looked like a wedding gown popular in the 80s. It was made of pink satin and had a layer of pink tulle on top, giving it a slightly glamorous appearance. The dress shimmered softly in the sunlight. Li Ling explained, "A few days ago my boyfriend and I went to the provincial city. We were looking for clothes to wear for our wedding. Originally we were choosing a red dress, but we found out that they have rental wedding gowns in the provincial city. They looked stunning. I was so dazzled when I walked in, it was overwhelming. They were a bit expensive though, 6 yuan a day plus a deposit. They said the gown was quite valuable. I had to wear it for a day, and it would take 2 or 3 days to return it to the provincial city. After some hesitation I negotiated with them. They'll deliver the gown to me the day before my wedding, and I'll wear it for a day, then have someone return it the next day." She fondled the dress she brought for Lu Yun. "I saw they had more beautiful dresses in the shop. I thought it would look great on you when you sing, so I decided to rent it as well. I rented it for 2 days, 1 day today and another tomorrow for the return. They said this isn't exactly a wedding gown but a cocktail dress." With Li Ling's radiant smile, Lu Yun looked at the vintage dress, something she had only seen online. She expressed her fondness for it, but thought she needed to prepare a more substantial wedding gift for Li Ling. Lu Yun pondered for a moment and asked, "Who paid for it?" Li Ling replied, "My boyfriend paid for the wedding gown. I didn't let him pay for your dress. I paid for it myself. But since I rented the wedding gown, they didn't ask for a deposit." Oh. The Lu family was busy. Zhang Meili had her own factory matters to attend to, and Lu Dong was helping her. As for Lu Xiang'an, he was acting mysteriously, claiming he had something important to do. When he left the house, he was carrying a large bag, so none of them could go to the cotton textile factory to watch Lu Yun sing. Lu Yun felt indifferent. It wasn't like the artistic performances she used to participate in at school. As she watched the Lu family discuss her previous experience as a host, she thought to herself how nice it would be if she could regain her old memories. That evening, Lu Yun didn't dare to take too much food in the cafeteria. The dress Li Ling had rented was a bit snug. It had a fitted waist design that clung to her body. Although Lu Yun wasn't overweight, eating too much wouldn't look good. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala at the cotton textile factory was quite impressive. It was said that nearby factories were also organizing similar events, and everyone was determined not to fall behind. They even set aside a special dressing room. However, calling it a dressing room was a bit generous. It was merely an empty room divided by gender where people could change clothes. Lu Yun sat on a chair in the center, surrounded by people. Her dress was rare, and some of them had never seen anything like it before. Sister Sun touched the fabric. "Last year, I saw people wearing skirts like this on the Spring Festival Gala at a neighbor's house. They looked amazing." Lu Yun applied a layer of powder, used a match to shape her eyebrows, then put on some lipstick, using it as blush as well. The colors complemented her outfit. Everyone gathered around, and someone suggested that Lu Yun's blush would look even better if it were more pronounced. Lu Yun just smiled and remained silent, waiting until it was almost her turn to perform when everyone finally stepped back. The atmosphere at the cotton textile factory's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala was lively. People were in high spirits, especially with the day off the next day. When Lu Yun stepped out, she didn't know who started the applause, but soon thunderous claps echoed throughout the venue, almost drowning out the music. Standing on the makeshift stage, Lu Yun felt a bit nervous. She hadn't expected to be this popular. Chun Jiqiang was busy handling the gala's affairs and hadn't been watching from below. When he finally had a moment to sip some water, he heard the applause. Standing outside the crowd, he looked towards the stage and was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Lu Yun. However, since he was a bit far away, he couldn't see her very clearly. She appeared somewhat blurry. Instinctively, he stepped forward a few paces. People nearby, aware of Chan Jichung's connection to Lu Yun, looked at him with envy, and those close to him couldn't help but comment. "She's absolutely stunning. Chun Jichung, I really envy you," someone said. "If anyone could marry Lu Yun, they'd just want to hide under the covers and laugh," another chimed in. Sister Sun sat in the audience, covering her mouth as she laughed, clapping enthusiastically. "She looks just like a movie star," she exclaimed. Li Ling had come with Sister Sun, and since Lu Yun had asked Sister Sun to bring Li Ling along, the two of them were familiar with each other. Li Ling nodded in agreement as she listened to Sister Sun praise Lu Yun, fully endorsing her comments. He Chang'an pushed his way through the crowd, looking somewhat disheveled with dirt on his clothes. From a distance he gazed at Lu Yun. Their eyes met in the air, and He Chang'an smiled at Lu Yun, then extended his hand to clap, his smile growing brighter. As the music's prelude began to play, Lu Yun felt considerably more at ease. Holding the microphone, she knew the sound quality wasn't the best, but her voice flowed gently like water. "You ask me how deep my love for you is, how much I love you. My feelings are true, my love is true. The moon represents my heart." He Chang'an's eyes remained fixed on Lu Yun on stage, softly singing along with her. His voice was so low that it was barely audible. Oh. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Lu Yun finished singing and gave a slight bow as the applause rang out. He Chang'an stepped forward a few paces and then noticed Chan Jichung standing in the front row. Chan Jichung wore a clean shirt and glasses, exuding a somewhat scholarly aura. He looked down at his soiled clothes, and his steps halted momentarily. Glancing at the crowd where Li Ling was squeezing her way out, He Chang'an walked over. "Could you do me a favor?" he asked. Li Ling paused for a moment then inquired, "What favor?" Oh. Lu Yun had little interest in the Mid-Autumn Festival gala. Instead of crowding outside with everyone to watch the festivities, she preferred to return home, take a shower and rest. After the performance ended, she went backstage to change into her own clothes, folding her gown neatly before putting it away. Just as she was about to leave, she ran into the deputy director of their office. The deputy director's expression was animated. "You've brought glory to our office. What a performance." It was a standing ovation. "You just came off the stage and the applause is still echoing. I saw several people from other departments come over, eyes wide with admiration. Just wait and see, you're going to win the grand prize. An electric kettle and a towel, I bet." Finally exiting, Lu Yun spotted Li Ling waiting for her outside, holding several mesh bags that were almost too heavy to carry. She approached and asked, "What's going on here?" Li Ling replied, "I just ran into He Chang'an. He asked me to bring you these things and he went back on his own. Cousin, you're not going to throw away what he gave you again or tell him to get lost, are you? Honestly, I think He Chang'an is quite decent. Although he doesn't have a stable job and isn't exactly responsible, he has good taste and treats you well." She had intended to mention Chan Jichung but ultimately held her tongue and said nothing. While on stage, Lu Yun spotted He Chang'an, who was staring at her intently. She gazed at his position for a considerable time, noticing he seemed to have rushed back. However, with the distance between them, she couldn't see him very clearly. Lu Yun asked, "Did he say anything else?" Li Ling replied, "He said these things were heavy and asked me to help you carry them back. He even thanked me." Thanked me. As she said this, she repeated the phrase, then looked at Lu Yun. "Cousin, don't worry. Even if he hadn't said anything, I would have helped you carry the stuff back. It's not heavy at all, not heavy at all." She exaggerated. "Also, he even said sorry for troubling me." Oh. When Lu Yun returned home, the Lu family had not yet come back, and the house was dark with no lights turned on. She unlocked the door with her key, took a shower, and changed into a set of pure cotton pajamas before heading back to her room. As soon as she entered, she noticed the things He Chang'an had asked Li Ling to bring her. She walked over, opened the mesh bags, and was pleasantly surprised to find that He Chang'an had actually bought salted egg yolk mooncakes from the provincial city. She broke off a piece to taste, and it was rich and delicious, the best salted egg yolk mooncake Lu Yun had ever eaten. She savored the mooncake while continuing to explore the other items. There was snow-white dress made of pure cotton fabric, a dress with a ribbon, and a checkered handkerchief. None of these seemed like items a man could choose. They were exceptionally thoughtful. After finishing the salted egg yolk mooncake, Lu Yun pulled out a cookie tin. When she opened it, she found her remaining salary for the month. She hadn't bought any dresses in the provincial city, and aside from purchasing books, her biggest expense was buying food for the Lu family. The leftover salary was enough to buy a mid-autumn gift for Hee Chang'an, but it couldn't compare to the things he had bought for her. Lu Xiang'an came back and stood outside Lu Yun's open window, looking at her. "What are you doing?" he asked. Lu Yun quickly closed the cookie tin. "Nothing much." Seeing Lu Xiang'an peering into her room, his gaze landing on the mesh bags and the dress, Lu Yun quickly stood up, smiling. "You didn't go to the cotton textile factory to hear me sing today. Where did you go? You look like you've been drinking honey." Lu Xiang'an smiled and then yawned. "I'm tired. I'm going to sleep." Oh. Meanwhile, after Hee Chang'an returned home, he took a shower and changed out of his soiled clothes. When he came out, he was holding the dirty clothes, ready to wash them, and found Zhang Hao waiting for him in the yard. Unable to hold back, Zhang Hao asked, "You rushed back from so far away, why didn't you go see Lu Yun?" Hee Chang'an tossed his clothes into the wash basin. The deal went through. After saying that, he turned on the faucet and didn't continue the conversation. Zhang Hao could tell Hee Chang'an sounded happy, but looking at him in silence, he didn't feel that Hee Chang'an was genuinely joyful about it. So he could only awkwardly keep quiet. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Chan Jiqiang was quite something to have won Lu Yun's affection. Oh. On the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, Lu Yun slept in until the sun was high in the sky. When she got up and went to the yard to wash her face and brush her teeth, Zhang Meili and Lu Dong were already busy in the kitchen, along with the other residents of the courtyard. The delicious aroma of food filled the yard, as everyone had bought a lot of ingredients for the holiday. For lunch, Lu Yun knew there would be ribs, prompting her to hasten her toothbrushing. "I'll make the ribs later," she said. The neighboring residents heard Lu Yun and laughed, teasing Zhang Meili and Lu Dong. However, some comments were less than flattering. "Your daughter's personality is getting better and better. She's quite capable now. Full-time job, making over 70 yuan a month, and she still looks good. When she gets married, don't forget to invite us to the wedding banquet." "Exactly. If she does get married, it should be to Chan Jiqiang from the cotton textile factory, right? Ha ha ha." Zhang Meili tossed the vegetable she had taken out into the basin, and Lu Dong's expression was also not pleasant. Everyone in their courtyard knew about the high-profile pursuit Lu Yun was receiving from Chan Jiqiang at the cotton textile factory. The speaker, Aunt Li, felt that Lu Yun was a good catch and had wanted to introduce someone to her. After Lu Yun had rejected the offer, Aunt Li had become displeased and was now intentionally making digs at Lu Yun, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Lu Yun had heard Lu Xiang'an mention this several times. She recalled that whenever she greeted Aunt Li, the woman always looked down on her. Later, Lu Xiang'an had privately spoken a lot about this matter, mentioning that Aunt Li had introduced a country cousin's son to Lu Yun. Such a match was deemed unworthy by the Lu family, and Aunt Li had even shamelessly suggested a door-in marriage arrangement. With a gentle smile, Lu Yun replied softly, "Even if I were to marry Chan Jiqiang or Zhou Jiqiang or even Li Jiqiang, I wouldn't be marrying your nephew. You know my standards are high. Aunt Li, we live in the same courtyard, so let's keep it civil and not make things awkward. Don't you agree?" After finishing her mouthwash, she rinsed out the cup, washed her hands, dried them with a towel, and slowly rolled up her sleeves, moving over to help with the ribs. Zhang Meili's expression improved a little. "That's right. Your nephew, no, forget your nephew. Just look at your son. What is he even like?" Seeing the Lu family members, Aunt Li turned in anger and walked away. Oh. At noon, Lu Yun prepared braised ribs. Although she had intended to make sweet and sour ribs, Lu Dong didn't like sweeter dishes, so braised ribs were the best choice. Additionally, Zhang Meili made soft-fried pork, stir-fried cabbage and vinegar, and cold spinach. By the end of the meal, the family of 4 had cleaned their plates. Lu Xiang'an exclaimed, "Yun's braised ribs are absolutely amazing. They're so delicious." After saying that, he gave Lu Yun a thumbs up. In the afternoon, as Lu Yun prepared to head out with her remaining salary for the month, Zhang Meili stopped her. The state-owned department store was holding a sale for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Zhang Meili wanted Lu Yun, Lu Dong, and Lu Xiang'an to accompany her to buy some family items. Lu Dong and Lu Xiang'an had no objections, so Lu Yun had no choice but to go along as well. After all, they were buying gifts for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and going to the state-owned store would be convenient. The department store was crowded in the afternoon, filled with people. Prices were considerably lower than usual, and Zhang Meili had some store vouchers. She led the family inside where they all followed her around. She first helped Lu Dong pick out clothes, then chose a scarf for Lu Yun, and after a while she ran off to show Lu Xiang'an some shoes. Seizing the opportunity while they were busy, Lu Yun purchased a beautifully packaged box of mooncakes. The price was a bit steep, inflated, but the gift box looked nicer. Additionally, she spotted some novelty candies in the store and bought a few. After leaving the department store, Lu Yun accompanied the Lu family to a restaurant. After a satisfying meal, they stepped outside, and the sky had already darkened, making it the perfect time to enjoy the moon. As Lu Yun carried her purchases, she noticed the bus approaching the station and quickly said, "I still have some things to take care of. I'll head back later and won't be going with you all." Lu Xiang'an handed his things to Lu Dong. Right. I have some things to do too. I'll head back later." The two siblings ran off in different directions, leaving Zhang Meili and Lu Dong standing there with their bags. Zhang Meili looked at them, unsure of whom to call first, and finally shook her head in resignation. Zhang Meili said, "All right, let's head back for now." Oh. Lu Yun knew He Chang'an's address in the county seat. A while ago, while cleaning her room, she had found the items He Chang'an had given her, and inside was a note with his address written on it. During her time here, Lu Yun had memorized the bus routes in the county seat, so she knew how to take the bus to find He Chang'an, or she could ride her bicycle since she was familiar with the route. When she was outside He Chang'an's courtyard, Lu Yun noticed the gate was closed. She wasn't sure if he was home. She gently knocked on the door and called out, "He Chang'an." After waiting a few minutes without any response, Lu Yun looked around, standing outside as she waited. As dusk gradually fell and Lu Yun began to feel a bit fatigued in her calves, fortunately He Chang'an finally returned. He was momentarily taken aback when he saw Lu Yun, but then he quickly strode forward, eventually breaking into a run as he approached her. Under the moonlight, Lu Yun smiled as she handed him the items. He Chang'an, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 8. He Chang'an held the mooncake that Lu Yun had sent him, extending his hand to wipe it on his clothes. He carefully opened the packaging and took out a piece of mooncake, biting into it. In just a few bites he nearly finished off half the mooncake. He exclaimed happily, "Delicious." Before Lu Yun could respond, He Chang'an quickly finished the remaining mooncake right in front of her, even eating the crumbs that had fallen onto his hands. Lu Yun opened her mouth to speak, "Then I'll just head back first." He Chang'an glanced around, realizing that Lu Yun must have taken the bus or walked over. He quickly rushed to the door saying, "It's getting dark, I'll walk you back." Once they entered the courtyard, He Chang'an placed the things Lu Yun had given him inside the house. Then he stepped outside. While preparing to push his bicycle, he suddenly remembered something. He took down a white shirt that he had hung up to dry that morning, folded it a few times, and placed it on the back seat of the bicycle before pushing it out. He Chang'an said, "You can sit here. I'll push it." Lu Yun looked at his shirt saying, "There's no need for that." He Chang'an reached back to adjust the shirt that was laid on the back. "It's softer this way." After a pause he added, "It's clean, I washed it this morning." Lu Yun watched him for a moment before replying, "You should ride the bicycle. If I go back late, my parents might start to worry." He Chang'an tightly gripped the handlebars saying, "All right, you get on." Lu Yun sat on the back seat of his bicycle, holding onto her skirt with both hands. He Chang'an didn't ride particularly fast, but he wasn't slow either. This was Lu Yun's first time sitting on someone else's bicycle. As the evening breeze blew, she could even smell the faint scent of soap from He Chang'an's freshly washed shirt. Lu Yun quickly relaxed, and her little legs began to sway gently. He Chang'an looked up at the full moon in the night sky. "Look at the moon. It's really beautiful tonight." Lu Yun glanced up and smiled. "Yes, it's especially beautiful." Suddenly, He Chang'an sped up his cycling, and his smile brightened even more. In that moment they felt like they were celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival and enjoying the moonlight together. "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Lu Yun," He Chang'an said. Oh. After returning home, Lu Yun was scolded by Zhang Meili. Meanwhile, Lu Dong sat to the side, giving Lu Yun a sympathetic look. As Lu Yun listened to Zhang Meili's nagging, she heard the sound of a door opening outside, and her spirits lifted instantly. Sure enough, it was Lu Xiang'an who walked in, returning even later than Lu Yun. Seizing the moment while Zhang Meili was busy reprimanding Lu Xiang'an, Lu Yun swiftly grabbed her toiletries and dashed off to take a shower, even washing up quicker than usual. When she came out, she coincidentally ran into Lu Xiang'an. Unable to contain her laughter, she quickened her pace back to her room and shut the door. As soon as she entered, she spotted Lu Xiang'an leaning on the windowsill. "Who did you go to see just now?" Lu Xiang'an asked. Lu Yun walked over, quickly shutting the window and drawing the curtains. After a moment's thought, she opened the curtains again and pushed the window back. "I didn't even ask you." Lu Xiang'an lowered his voice. "Well, I went to see my girlfriend. You, on the other hand, went to see your boyfriend. Who is it? Someone else, or is it Chan Jiqiang again?" As he said this, he wore a somewhat serious expression. In the next moment, Lu Yun had shut him out of the window again. Zhang Meili came out carrying a table. "What are you all doing? Hurry up and come out. It's time to enjoy the moon. We still haven't eaten mooncakes together." Lu Xiang'an stepped forward saying, "I'll help." On this mid-autumn night, the courtyard buzzed with activity. Lu Yun sat at the table, feeling her half-dry hair, taking a bite of mooncake, and then grabbing an apple, which was sweet and crisp. As she gazed at the moon, thoughts of Chang'an crossed her mind, tinged with a hint of regret. In the novel she read, the male supporting character and the female supporting character often played specific roles. The female supporting character was there to be face-slapped by the female lead, while the male supporting character stood behind her, indulging her. The stories were typically told from the perspective of the female lead, often filled with memories. Therefore, Lu Yun didn't know much about Chang'an. She suddenly recalled that when Chang'an returned home, the courtyard lights weren't on. He lived there alone. Was he spending the Mid-Autumn Festival by himself? Why hadn't he gone home? Zhang Meili passed her some pomegranates. Their family only had this one, a gift from someone else. They hadn't dared to eat it the day before and had saved it for the festival. Seeing Lu Yun still holding the apple without taking a bite, Zhang Meili asked, "What are you thinking about?" Nothing, Lu Yun replied. Zhang Meili sighed helplessly. Raising children had always been a concern. She had thought that once they grew up, she wouldn't have to worry so much. Yet here she was still worrying about them. After dealing with the children, she had to think about their careers. After that, it was their marriage. And once the marriage was settled, she would be concerned about their happiness and even about helping to care for grandchildren. "Do you know why I chose your dad back then?" Zhang Meili asked. "Why?" Lu Yun inquired. "He protected me in front of his family. At the time, I didn't want to get married, especially with all those relatives of his." Zhang Meili shook her head at the memory. "But your dad was willing to stand by me. He was willing to separate from his family and live on our own. Of course, those years were tough." She looked at Lu Yun. "Let me tell you in detail about the hardships I went through." Zhang Meili spoke for over half an hour, recounting how Lu Dong's relatives bullied her, how Lu Dong's capable sister-in-law looked down on her, the favoritism of her in-laws, and how they had started out quite poor. As Lu Yun listened to her stories, she felt increasingly engaged, though Lu Dong eventually intervened, stopping Zhang Meili from continuing. On the way back, Lu Dong sighed. "When you married me, you really had to endure a lot." Zhang Meili rolled her eyes. "I can't let Yun know about these hardships. I'm so worried about her marriage. Today I ran into Chen Jiqiang's aunt. She acted all high and mighty, just like your sister-in-law, if not worse, looking down on everyone. Just because Chen Jiqiang went to university and is a director at a factory, their family is in much better shape than ours. What's so impressive about that? It's as if everyone wants to climb up to be with her nephew." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. If someone wants to marry Yun, there would be a long line. It's not just that Chen Jiqiang's family doesn't want this marriage. I don't want him as my son-in-law either. If she's going to marry, she should marry someone from a good family. That way, life will be a lot easier. Hearing their conversation, Lu Yun quietly took a few steps back without saying a word. Oh. That night, Lu Yun found it hard to sleep. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to settle down, and recalled Zhang Meili's words. Before her time travel, Lu Yun had never been in a relationship, but she felt Zhang Meili was right. Before her journey, Lu Yun's teammates had asked what kind of boyfriend she wanted. Her answers had varied, someone taller, good-looking, with a stable job, etc. But the most important thing was that he should be protective of her, that he should favor her. As she pondered, Lu Yun didn't even realize when she finally fell asleep. Oh. During the mid-autumn holiday, aside from the first day of the festival, Lu Yun spent the rest of her time lounging at home, even going a day without washing her face. She only brushed her teeth during meals, turning into the quintessential lazy person. Although there weren't any electronic devices, Lu Yun could still read the books she had bought, take afternoon naps, or help with cooking. Whenever she cooked, someone would ask her how she did it, eager to learn. Lu Yun generously shared simple tips, such as advising Aunt Wang on how to cook tofu. She suggested boiling the tofu in hot water before stewing it. For some of her dishes, she also explained that salt should be added later in the cooking process. On the day she returned to work, Lu Yun got up early and quickly glanced at her watch. She rushed out of her room exclaiming, "Why didn't you wake me up? Zhang Meili brought breakfast in. We did call you, but when we saw how sleepy you were, we thought we'd let you sleep a little longer. Hurry up, wash up, and eat breakfast before heading to work." When Lu Yun arrived at the cotton textile factory, she was about 10 minutes late. She could only hope that this tardiness wouldn't affect her salary for the month, especially since she planned to visit the provincial capital next month. It wasn't for a new dress. She just wanted to browse the shopping mall and buy some things for the Lu family. This month, because she had bought a mid-autumn gift for Chang'an, she needed to tighten her belt a bit financially. As Lu Yun entered, she ran into the deputy director of her office, who was accompanied by a man. He looked clean and warm but also somewhat distant. Lu Yun recognized him. During her interactions with the system while helping the next traveler, she had memorized Chan Jiqiang's appearance. The system had even advised her not to get too carried away with the novels and attempt to pursue the male lead. But Lu Yun wouldn't have done that anyway. She didn't like the male lead, and besides, she was the original character in the story who married the male lead, eventually becoming the female lead's counterpart, not merely a character in a novel. The deputy director of Lu Yun's office walked over with a smile. Lu Yun, back to work, huh? Hurry up and head to your office. After saying this, he glanced between Lu Yun and Chan Jiqiang, chuckling softly. Hearing this, Lu Yun felt her mood brighten. If the deputy director said it like that, her tardiness of 10 minutes likely wouldn't affect her salary for the month. Thank you, deputy director. I'll head back to the office now, Lu Yun replied, then walked directly past Chan Jiqiang. Chan Jiqiang stood in place, not quite catching what the deputy director had been saying to Lu Yun. After a moment, he turned slightly to look at her, just as Lu Yun was jogging away, her skirt and hair gently swaying in the breeze. Once he saw her enter the office, he turned back and said, "Well, I'll get back to work then." The deputy director smiled. "All right, you go ahead and busy yourself. I have some things to attend to as well." Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Chan Jiqiang did not affect Lu Yun's mood. After returning to the office, she tidied up her desk and began to busy herself with work. Sister Sun, sitting next to Lu Yun, inquired, "Your salary wasn't deducted, was it?" Lu Yun shook her head. "I ran into our office's deputy director when I just got here. He didn't say anything." Sister Sun smiled. "If he had said anything, that would be strange. When I came in today, I saw him meet with the factory director, and he was praised by the director. You really brought honor to our office during the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala." After saying that, the two began to chat about their daily lives. Although Lu Yun was not married, Sister Sun enjoyed talking to her. Sometimes, Lu Yun could even offer comfort from perspectives Sister Sun had never considered. Sister Sun felt that Lu Yun, being a young girl, had a certain clarity, and their relationship had improved compared to before. As they discussed the tightness of daily life, Sister Sun told Lu Yun, "It's strange, during weddings, there are both bride prices and dowries, and both partners are earning salaries together. But once married, it becomes about being poor. There are so many things to add to the family. After finally getting back on their feet, having children makes life even tighter. There's a saying that goes something like, being poor for 3 years after marriage, and then being poor for another 3 years after having kids." She patted Lu Yun's hand. "While you're still unmarried, save up a bit so that life will be easier in the future." Sister Zhang, sitting across from them, nodded. "That's exactly right." Oh. In the quiet of the night, as Chan Jiqiang read, he could not help but recall Lu Yun singing at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala at the cotton textile factory. When she smiled gently, her eyes resembled crescent moons. This was the umpteenth time he had thought of this in recent days. However, he quickly remembered how cold Lu Yun had been towards him today. He knocked on the door, and Chan Jiqiang's aunt entered. After getting married and then divorced, Chan Jiqiang's aunt had been living with his family. She wore a clean, polka-dotted white shirt and blue trousers, her hair neatly tied up, making her appear very polished, though her looks were quite ordinary. Chan Shui said, "A few days ago, I ran into Lu Yun's parents. That couple looked uneducated. Their simple words made everything sound complicated. Just thinking about them and then about Lu Yun, who has a pretty face, makes my head spin. In the future, when you see her at the cotton textile factory, you should keep your distance. I see this girl is relying on her looks, trying to climb the social ladder. Nowadays, who isn't concerned about matching backgrounds when it comes to marriage? Don't let her pretty face deceive you. Your former uncle, after we divorced, was charmed by his new wife's looks. Just look at the life he's living now." After saying that, she placed the warmed milk on Chan Jiqiang's desk. "What do you think? You also want to find a college student, right? But even those from the countryside won't do." Chan Jiqiang opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and managed to reply, "Lu Yun is pretty good." Chan Shui was so irritated by Chan Jiqiang that she took the cup of hot milk she had poured for him and left. Oh. After working diligently for half a month, Lu Yun finally reached the payday in October at the cotton textile factory. She received 73 yuan, and combined with the leftover from last month, she had a total of 78 yuan. Lu Yun planned to set aside 18 yuan for traveling to the provincial capital and for daily bus fare, leaving 70 yuan, 30 for buying a wedding gift for Li Ling, another 30 for the Lu family, and 10 yuan for her regular expenses this month. It wasn't that Lu Yun was careless with her money. She just wanted to make sure Li Ling's wedding gift was special, given their close relationship and the previous dress incident. As for the Lu family, before her time travel, she had focused solely on her appearance and hadn't bought anything for them while working. Oh. On the day Lu Yun traveled to the provincial capital, she made a special trip to Li Ling's home to see if there was anything Li Ling needed, wanting to surprise her. However, upon arriving at Li Ling's house, she found them busy preparing the wedding bedding. Li Ling's mother was seated with a needle and thread, working diligently, while others were helping out. Li Ling's mother looked exceptionally joyful and greeted Lu Yun much more warmly than usual. After chatting with Li Ling in her room for over half an hour, Lu Yun didn't notice anything Li Ling needed. Li Ling quietly told Lu Yun that she had saved up quite a bit of money over the years of working, and in preparation for her wedding, she had taken out a portion to buy her own dowry to make it more impressive. Lu Yun felt somewhat inadequate. This month, she would likely still be living paycheck to paycheck and needed to find a way to make some extra money. However, at this moment, she recalled Sister Sun's words in the office about Li Ling's wedding gift, which sparked a new idea. It seemed that simply giving cash wasn't quite right. Li Ling hesitated for a moment and asked, "Cousin, I feel like He Chang'an is half a matchmaker for me and my fiancé. I want to invite him to the wedding banquet without asking for a gift. Is that okay?" Worried that Lu Yun might disapprove of her inviting He Chang'an, Li Ling had been contemplating this for several days. Lu Yun nodded. Inviting him for drinks? Why not? Oh. After Lu Yun took her leave from Li Ling suddenly remembered something and slapped her thigh. How could I forget? Just then Li Ling's father entered. What's the matter? Hurry up. Today is the weekend, and we need to go deliver the invitations. Li Ling replied, I want to invite my cousin's friend to the wedding banquet, but I forgot to ask my cousin to help me deliver the invitation. No worries. I was planning to make a special trip to my cousin's place anyway. I'll just go see her next time. Then she remembered something and quickly added, I don't want him to give me a gift. I just want him to come to the banquet. Li Ling's father, amused and exasperated at the same time, said, You're grown up now and you don't want a gift, but you still need your cousin to run an errand for you? I'll go with you to deliver it. Don't trouble your cousin. Let me see where it is. Once he grabbed the invitation, he exclaimed, Perfect. We're heading to that alley today anyway, so we can go there first. Although Li Ling felt a bit intimidated by He Chang'an, she thought about how polite he had been during their recent encounters and hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. After taking the invitation meant for He Chang'an, she went out to deliver it first. He Chang'an heard a knock on the door and initially thought it was Zhang Hao coming over. He quickly put on a shirt and opened the door, only to find Lu Yun's little cousin Li Ling. Instantly, He Chang'an's expression turned serious. What happened to your cousin? He Chang'an asked. Li Ling waved her hands and recounted the events of the day. After she finished, He Chang'an, holding the invitation, asked, Is your cousin going to the provincial capital? Li Ling paused for a moment and replied, My cousin is going to the provincial capital today. She said she wanted to check out the state-run shopping mall. She's probably at the bus station by now. He Chang'an rushed back inside, quickly changed his clothes, and hurriedly brushed his teeth and washed his face. In his rush, he still had toothpaste foam in his mouth. After locking the door behind him, he dashed out of the alley. Oh. After leaving the Li family's house, Lu Yun took a bus to the bus station. Once there, she waited for her bus. She wasn't impatient at all. In fact, she bought herself a bottle of water. When she saw the bus to the provincial capital approaching, she quickly put the water into her military green crossbody bag that she had brought specifically for the day. Once on the bus, Lu Yun realized that, since this was not the bus's starting point, the vehicle was nearly full when it reached their stop. The only seats left were in the back, where people were squeezed together, leaving only 2 middle seats available. When He Chang'an boarded the bus, he wiped the sweat from his brow. He looked at the back seats and spotted Lu Yun standing there. He reached into his pocket and pulled out some cash, around 20 yuan, enough for several round trips to the provincial capital. His gaze fell on a couple sitting in the middle row. He approached them, handed over the money, and asked if he could take a seat in the back. The couple quickly accepted the money, eager to move before He Chang'an changed his mind. As Lu Yun hesitated over which seat to choose, a couple with cheerful expressions settled into the 2 seats she was considering. Before she could say anything, she heard He Chang'an call out to her, pointing to the 2 empty seats beside him. Lu Yun took the window seat, and He Chang'an sat next to her. They had barely settled in when the bus started moving, and it felt a bit bumpy, the noise quite loud. Noticing a slight odor inside the bus, Lu Yun cracked open the window. She asked, What happened to the people who were sitting here? As the wind blew in, He Chang'an caught the faint scent of Lu Yun's perfume. He sat stiffly, feeling a mix of tension and the joyful urge to lean a little closer to her. They must have gotten off, he replied. Lu Yun felt puzzled, but it wasn't impossible. She remembered times she had to get off a bus or train at the last minute, even after it had started moving. As she looked at He Chang'an, She noticed the fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Instinctively, she wanted to offer him a tissue, but all she had was a handkerchief. She took it out and handed it to him. Once he Chang'an accepted the handkerchief, she turned her gaze back to the window, feeling a sense of curiosity about the provincial capital since this was her first trip there since her arrival. He Chang'an held the handkerchief, his long yet slightly rough fingers tightening around it as he intended to use it to wipe away his sweat. In the end, he lifted his arm and used his sleeve instead, wiping off most of the sweat before carefully using the handkerchief to dab his forehead. "Thank you. Once I wash this, I'll return it to you," he said. Before Lu Yun could respond, he asked, "I'm going to the state-run shopping mall to buy some things. What are you going to the provincial capital for?" "I'm also going to the state-run shopping mall," Lu Yun replied. "Then let's go together. I can help you carry your things, and we can come back together," He Chang'an suggested. Lu Yun nodded. "Okay." He Chang'an felt as if he was dreaming. He touched the pocket where he kept Lu Yun's handkerchief and sat straight in his seat. Oh. Schedule of updates. 1 chapter every Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. Oh. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. The journey from the county town to the provincial capital took about 3 hours. At first, Lu Yun felt excited because he had never traveled far or taken a bus since arriving in this world. He watched the scenery outside with curiosity. However, as time passed, the bumpy ride started to make him feel nauseous, although he did not show it. He simply leaned back against the seat. During the ride, Lu Yun glanced several times at He Chang'an, who was sitting next to him. He had no visible reaction to Lu Yun's discomfort. It was probably because He Chang'an's imposing presence intimidated others around them, making them hesitant to glance their way. When the bus stopped at another station, He Chang'an stood up and said, "I'll get off for a moment. I'll be back soon." Lu Yun nodded and replied, "Okay." He Chang'an walked over to the ticket seller, and after speaking with them, he got off the bus. Lu Yun watched as He Chang'an hurried in a specific direction. After a short while, he returned. At that point, the other passengers had not yet finished boarding, and He Chang'an lined up behind them. It seemed that he sensed Lu Yun's gaze, for he looked over and smiled at him. Just then, someone tried to take the seat next to Lu Yun. He quickly placed his olive green bag on the seat and looked up, saying, "This seat is taken." As he spoke, He Chang'an had already reboarded the bus and walked over in a few large strides. "Excuse me," He Chang'an said. He watched as Lu Yun stowed away his crossbody bag before sitting down. Then He Chang'an handed Lu Yun a package of hawthorn cake. Lu Yun realized that He Chang'an had just gotten off the bus to buy the snack, and he probably noticed that Lu Yun looked a bit queasy earlier. Looking at the bright red hawthorn cake, Lu Yun smiled with his head lowered. He Chang'an said, "We're almost 2/3 of the way there. We'll be at the provincial capital soon." After speaking, he neatly folded the plastic bag that had contained the hawthorn cake and tucked it away, as if thinking ahead in case Lu Yun needed to use it if he got sick during the ride. His attentiveness was both gentle and considerate. The hawthorn cakes that He Chang'an bought were sour and sweet, and they really worked. After Lu Yun ate a few pieces, she actually felt much better. She didn't feel like vomiting anymore. When they finally entered the provincial capital, the bus would still make stops at a few points in the city before stopping at the main bus station. Coincidentally, one of the stops was right in front of the state-owned department store, which was convenient for Lu Yun. She wouldn't need to get off and transfer to another bus. As the bus moved through the provincial capital, the scenery gradually became more vibrant compared to what they had seen along the way. It was noticeably more prosperous than the county town, by quite a few degrees. Lu Yun became even more absorbed in gazing out the window. He Chang'an had been quietly watching Lu Yun the whole time. When he followed her gaze out of the bus window, he saw that the streets were filled with pedestrians, and there were especially many people riding bicycles in the provincial capital. Suddenly, He Chang'an spotted a small red car. He stared at it for a long time, pressing his lips tightly together. He knew that the car was a Xiaoli brand model. It cost 60 or 70,000 yuan, a luxury few could afford. A few days ago, he'd heard from someone he was doing renovations for that his wife had once ridden in one of those cars. Even people who usually felt carsick in other vehicles would feel perfectly comfortable in this one, and even appeared to have a healthy glow after the ride. The bus conductor called out, "State-owned department store stop. State-owned department store. This bus will make a return trip around 4 in the afternoon. Those who need to go back can wait here at this stop." There were a lot of people getting off at the department store stop. As soon as the conductor announced it, many passengers stood up. When Lu Yun saw that He Chang'an was about to stand as well, she instinctively tugged at his sleeve. He froze in place, his hand slowly clenching at his side. She hadn't even pulled with much strength, yet he sat back down. Lu Yun said, "Let's not squeeze out with them. Let's wait a bit." Once they're all off, we'll go down. In the past, whenever Lu Yun took any kind of transportation, she had this habit. Instead of squeezing in with the crowd to get off, she preferred to wait for everyone else to leave, and then leisurely make her way out, of course, only when there was no rush. After waiting on the bus for a little while, Lu Yun saw that the crowd had lessened. She then called Hee Chang'an, and together they got off. Once off the bus, they found themselves standing right in front of the state-owned department store. It was the weekend, and there was quite a crowd around the state-owned department store. The store here in the provincial capital was indeed much better than anything in their county, likely with a lot more variety as well. Lu Yun asked, "What do you want to buy?" After a moment, Hee Chang'an replied, "A razor." Oh. Lu Yun liked shopping, though not in an overly enthusiastic way. She often felt tired quickly, so her shopping trips were usually quick and purposeful. Before coming to the provincial capital, she had already planned what she wanted to buy. A dress for Zhang Meili, shoes for Lu Dong, since he hadn't found anything suitable on his last shopping trip in the county, and a trendy cassette tape for Lu Xiang'an. As for Li Ling, Lu Yun originally intended to check what wedding essentials Li Ling still needed and buy something for her. But now she decided she would simply gift her 30 yuan in cash. Once inside the mall, Lu Yun spotted red envelopes for sale. They weren't the decorative kind found later on, just simple red envelopes, a bit smaller than letter envelopes. Nowadays, many people would just wrap money in red paper, and that worked fine. Lu Yun checked the price, found it inexpensive, and bought one. She tossed it straight into her bag and continued shopping. A breezy blue floral dress, a pair of genuine leather black shoes, and the latest cassette tape. After Lu Yun had bought everything on her list, it was just about noon. Hee Chang'an followed closely behind her, carrying the bags. Then, Lu Yun accompanied him to buy the razor. Shopping was straightforward for Hee Chang'an. He looked at one and immediately bought it. There was no need to haggle here, so it was hassle-free. This state-owned department store was located in one of the busiest areas of the provincial capital. Apart from the store, there were all sorts of eateries around. After finishing their shopping, Hee Chang'an led Lu Yun to a restaurant for lunch. Once they sat down in the restaurant, Lu Yun realized that Hee Chang'an was carrying much more than she had expected. Many of the items weren't things she had bought, which meant Hee Chang'an had been buying things for her as well. Meanwhile, the only thing he had bought for himself was the small razor. For a moment, silence hung between them. Lu Yun was the first to speak. "I feel like having some braised pork." Hee Chang'an brightened. "All right, braised pork it is." For lunch, Hee Chang'an ordered not only braised pork, but also stir-fried pork with Beijing sauce, and a platter of marinated appetizers. For the main course, they had 2 large bowls of rice, along with 2 separate bowls of tomato and egg soup. Lu Yun was indeed quite hungry, but even so, the amount of food seemed a bit much. However, to avoid wasting anything, she finished all the soup and rice in front of her before putting down her chopsticks. Hee Chang'an ate at a slower pace. Once Lu Yun had finished, he cleared away the remaining dishes himself. Lu Yun thought about going to pay the bill, but under Hee Chang'an's watchful gaze, sharp yet softened with a hint of a smile, she eventually stayed put. Oh. At precisely 4:10 in the afternoon, the bus heading back to the county town stopped outside the provincial state-owned department store. This time the bus was much emptier. Lu Yun took her original seat from the ride-in, feeling a certain attachment to it. She thought to herself that if she ever returned to the provincial capital and this seat was free, she would probably choose it again. There was still half a pack of hawthorn left, which Lu Yun ate on the bus. By the time evening rolled around 5 or 6 o'clock, Hee Chang'an unexpectedly brought out some boiled eggs and buns. However, the smell in the bus was strong, and since many others had also brought food to eat, Lu Yun found she had no appetite for it. Hee Chang'an didn't eat either. His mind seemed preoccupied with that little red Xiaoli sedan he'd seen earlier. He thought to himself that he would have to get one someday. When they arrived back at the county town, it was nearly dark, but luckily, they could still catch the bus that would take them home. Hee Chang'an walked with Lu Yun until they reached the alley outside her place. Lu Yun paused, glancing at the bags he was carrying and the way he stood, stopping just at the edge of the alley. After a moment, she said, "Why don't you walk me all the way in?" Hee Chang'an seemed to have endless strength. Despite carrying numerous bags and having walked around the state-owned department store with her earlier, he didn't look tired at all. Unlike Lu Yun, who now felt an ache in her calves, each step she took was sore and heavy. She couldn't wait to get back, take a hot bath and go straight to bed. When Hee Chang'an walked inside, his steps were slow. He watched the shadows of himself and Lu Yun on the ground, deliberately slowing his pace even more to stay a few steps behind her. As he gazed at their 2 shadows which seemed to overlap as they walked, a strange fullness swelled in his chest, an emotion he couldn't quite describe. Hee Chang'an spoke up. "Your little cousin sent me an invitation inviting me to her wedding." Lu Yun nodded, understanding. She mentioned it. She says you're like half a matchmaker to her, so of course she has to invite you. Hee Chang'an continued walking with her until they reached her doorstep. Then he asked, so am I allowed to go? Lu Yun turned to look at him, slightly tilting her head. Why wouldn't you be? Then, as if something had just occurred to her, she added, I told her to seek you at the friend's table. If you'd feel more comfortable, you can bring a friend with you. It's perfectly fine. Also, she said you don't need to bring a gift. Listening to Lu Yun's gentle, soft-spoken words, Hee Chang'an found himself wishing she would keep talking to him like this. But Lu Yun glanced up at the darkening sky and said, you should head home too. Thank you for today. Hee Chang'an nodded. All right, I'll head back. Though he said that, he only left after he watched her enter the courtyard gate. Once he exited the alleyway where Lu Yun lived, Hee Chang'an felt an unusual lightness in his steps. A rush of excitement and joy bubbled up inside him, an energy he couldn't contain, and he felt a sudden urge to shout out loud with happiness. Oh oh oh. When Zhang Meili saw Lu Yun, she fussed. Child, why are you only getting home now? Did you have dinner? We saved some food for you. Look at you, go take a bath and then get to bed. It's a good thing tomorrow's your day off. Otherwise, I'd probably have to go make excuses to get you leave from work since you'd never make it up in time. Lu Yun looped her arm through Zhang Meili's and said, I went out to buy gifts for everyone. I got something for you, Dad and eldest brother. As soon as the Lu family heard there were gifts, they all gathered around. Lu Yun took out each item she had bought, showing them one by one. Zhang Meili muttered about why Lu Yun had bothered to buy these things, but she took the dress and went into the house to try it on. It was the perfect size and it was in a style that was currently popular. Zhang Meili liked it, but because it was a gift from Lu Yun, she felt a special fondness for it. She stepped back out into the courtyard and did a little twirl, showing it off. Zhang Meili asked, well, how do I look in this dress? Lu Dong was stomping around the courtyard in his new shoes. I don't know why, but these feel way more comfortable than my old ones. Lu Xiangyan nodded. It's true. This cassette tape even looks better than the ones I've bought myself. Blushing, Lu Yun teased back. Well, next time I won't get you anything. Then she grabbed her wash basin and things and headed off for a bath. Oh. Schedule of updates. 1 chapter every Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. Oh. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Outside the window, the cicadas chirped rhythmically. Lu Yun sat inside, her hair half dry. Since she couldn't sleep with wet hair, she pushed open the window, hoping the evening breeze would dry it faster. Although it had been a long time since she'd used a hairdryer, opting instead to let her hair dry naturally after washing, Lu Yun had gradually started to enjoy the simpler lifestyle and look forward to the future. During these quiet moments, Lu Yun couldn't help but think about the storylines in novels. Most often, her mind would wander to scenes involving Hee Chang'an. Regrettably, there wasn't much content about him in the book, though she had already replayed those scenes countless times in her mind. Each time she looked at him, she couldn't bear the thought of letting him feel sadness. If Lu Yun's best friend were with her now, Lu Yun would probably be up all night chatting with her. Yawning, Lu Yun was overcome with drowsiness. She reasoned that sleeping once in a while with slightly damp hair wouldn't be the end of the world. Thinking this, she didn't know exactly when she had drifted off, lying down on the bed, with the blanket loosely draped over her stomach, just gripping one corner of it. Meanwhile, after returning home, Hee Chang'an changed his clothes and pulled Lu Yun's handkerchief out of his pocket. Standing next to the faucet in the courtyard, he prepared to wash it, but paused when he noticed that he only had a half-used bar of soap left. He went to the nearby shop, where he asked for a fresh bar of soap and a bag of laundry detergent. Standing in front of the porcelain basins, he mulled over his choice. Only 2 options remained. One decorated with mandarin ducks and another with the double happiness symbol. After a while, Hee Chang'an bent down, picked one, and went to the counter to pay. Back at home, Hee Chang'an placed the new basin in the sink and unwrapped the soap. He then stood there, carefully and attentively hand-washing Lu Yun's handkerchief, not even using a washboard. He had been living on his own for a while now and had learned to manage cooking and laundry. However, he rarely cooked at home, and since he was seldom around, his place didn't get messy easily, requiring cleaning only every few days. Once clean, Hee Chang'an hung Lu Yun's handkerchief on the clothesline in the courtyard, securing it with a wooden clip to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. After finishing all this, Hee Chang'an still didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. This feeling was reminiscent of when he had first met Lu Yun, yet even more intense. An exhilarating passion that coursed through him, finding no outlet and with no one to share it with. Hee Chang'an sat in the courtyard, watching Lu Yun's handkerchief sway gently in the breeze. In the lower left corner of the fabric was a delicate pink lotus blossom. After sleeping for a few hours, Hee Chang'an awoke before dawn, went outside, and brought Lu Yun's handkerchief back in. From an old drawer, he found a well-worn iron, and carefully pressed the handkerchief, smoothing out every wrinkle. Finally, He folded it neatly and put it away. Oh. The next day, while Lu Yun was on her way to work, she ran into Hee Chang'an, who had come to return her handkerchief. When he handed it to her, she suddenly remembered the whole incident. Hee Chang'an said, "I washed it with new soap, it's all clean now." Looking at the handkerchief, which looked almost as if it had just been bought, Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Her laughter made Hee Chang'an smile as well, and the two stood there, under the lush green trees by the roadside. Their laughter caught the attention of a few people passing by on their way to work at the cotton textile factory. Putting the handkerchief away in front of Hee Chang'an, Lu Yun said, "Well, I'd better get to work." Just then Chan Jiqiang rode up on his bicycle. At first glance, he noticed Lu Yun standing with Hee Chang'an. Instinctively, he slowed his pace and frowned slightly as he watched them. Sensing Chan Jiqiang's gaze, Hee Chang'an quickly called Lu Yun back just as she was about to walk away. She turned around to look at him, and Hee Chang'an waited until Chan Jiqiang had entered the cotton textile factory on his bicycle before speaking again. He asked, "Did you have breakfast this morning?" Lu Yun replied, "Yes, I did. My mom made mung bean porridge this morning, and the radishes she pickled a while back are finally ready. They go perfectly with rice. I also had some crispy fried dough sticks that my dad bought from a breakfast stand just outside the alley. But I think their tofu pudding is the best. They season it well so it's not just salty. There's a really savory taste to it." Talking about food seemed to make Lu Yun more talkative. Listening intently, Hee Chang'an said, "The soy milk outside my alley is really good. I'll bring some for you tomorrow." He looked at her expectantly and asked, "Would that be all right?" Lu Yun paused for a moment before responding. "Sure," she added. "I quite like drinking soy milk." Oh. When Lu Yun finally entered the cotton textile factory, she realized she was late. She was eligible for a perfect attendance bonus, so she hurriedly parked her bicycle, her movements flustered as she locked it up and prepared to dash to the office. All she could hope was that luck would be on her side today, and that she wouldn't get caught. Lu Yun couldn't help but recall how in the past, whenever someone on her team was late, she would give them a light scolding but never deducted their pay. She just hoped she wouldn't lose her own pay over this. It wasn't easy being a working person after all. As she turned, Lu Yun noticed Chan Jiqiang standing about a meter away, watching her. She glanced at him briefly, then continued running toward her office, leaving Chan Jiqiang standing there by himself. Later, while working that morning, Lu Yun waited for a moment when the office was nearly empty, leaving only herself and Sister Sunday. In a quiet voice she asked, "Being late to the office doesn't have anything to do with Chan Jiqiang, does it?" Sister Sun looked at her, slightly curious, and replied, "Oh, it's been almost a month or two since you last mentioned Chan Jiqiang. If you hadn't brought him up today, I might have forgotten all about it." Lu Yun nodded. Who hasn't made a few silly mistakes when they were younger? It's just that I was late this morning, and he happened to be there when I came in. Sister Sun was surprised by Lu Yun's comment. She had seen firsthand how Lu Yun once seemed determined to marry no one but Chan Jiqiang. Sister Sun had even privately talked to her about it a few times. She had once asked Lu Yun what she liked so much about Chan Jiqiang. Given that he wasn't the only college graduate in the factory, Lu Yun had explained that one day on her way to work, her bicycle chain had slipped, and Chan Jiqiang happened to be passing by. Without saying a word, he rolled up his sleeves and fixed the chain for her, getting his shirt sleeves dirty without complaint. From that moment on, Lu Yun felt that Chan Jiqiang was different from everyone else and found herself liking him. After a pause, Sister Sun said, "That's right. Who hasn't done something silly when they were young? Besides about you being late, you two aren't even in the same office, so Chan Jiqiang has no say here. And anyway, if he has nothing better to do, he wouldn't bother troubling you." Sister Sun then noticed that she might have said too much, so she checked Lu Yun's expression. Seeing that Lu Yun wasn't upset, she breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yun felt reassured. It looked like she'd be able to keep her attendance bonus for the month. Life as a working person was tough after all. Then Sister Sun asked, "The other day I ran into your little cousin. She mentioned she was getting married. Has the date been set yet? She's a lovely young lady. If I'm free, I'd love to come to the wedding." Lu Yun replied, "Yes, it's set for the 28th day of the lunar month. We picked an auspicious date, one set to be good for weddings. If you're able to come, we'll just set up a table together." Oh. When Hee Chang'an returned to his neighborhood, the breakfast stand had already packed up for the day. The stand's soy milk was popular in the area and had sold out early. After a short discussion with the owner, Hee Chang'an paid them extra, finally persuading them to make a fresh batch of soy milk just for him. When Zhang Hao ran into Hee Chang'an, he was handed an insulated container. "Can you do me a favor and deliver this to Lu Yun?" Hee Chang'an asked. He was too busy and didn't have time to make another trip to the cotton textile factory himself. Zhang Hao looked at the container. "What's this?" Hee Chang'an replied, Soy milk. Originally, he'd planned to bring it to her the next morning, but she had mentioned she liked drinking soy milk. Checking his watch, he Chang'an added, "Hurry up, before the cotton textile factory canteen opens for lunch." Zhang Hao agreed. "All right, I'll ask Li Lan to take it over to her." He Chang'an quickly interjected, "Just find someone to deliver it, but don't ask Li Lan." He Chang'an didn't care much for Li Lan. He knew Lu Yun's feelings too. Although she hadn't said anything outright, he sensed that she wasn't fond of Li Lan either. If Li Lan were the one delivering something to Lu Yun, she probably wouldn't want it at all. Zhang Hao, worried that He Chang'an might try to find the time to go to the cotton textile factory himself, quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, brother He. I won't ask Li Lan. I'll find someone else to help deliver it. You go on with your work." Oh. At lunchtime, Lu Yun went to the cotton textile factory canteen with Sister Sunday. Neither of them had brought lunch from home, so they each got in line for a meal. Lu Yun was pleasantly surprised to see that the canteen was serving stewed cabbage with pork and vermicelli, a dish she really enjoyed. She asked the canteen auntie to give her a generous portion. Finding a spot to sit, Lu Yun wiped her chopsticks, but before she could start eating, a young woman with two simple braids, wearing a white blouse with small blue flowers and long pants, walked over shyly. She set down an insulated container beside Lu Yun, looking a bit embarrassed. The young woman, Li Xiaohong, said, "Someone asked me to bring this to you. He said you'd know who it's from once you saw what's inside." Lu Yun politely replied, "Thank you." Li Xiaohong quickly waved her hands. "No need to thank me. He paid me for it." When Lu Yun unscrewed the lid of the container, she saw steaming soy milk inside and immediately knew who had sent it. He Chang'an. He had said he'd bring her soy milk the next day, but here it was delivered at noon. She wondered where he could have gotten fresh soy milk at this hour. Under the lid was a small stainless steel bowl, matching the container. She poured herself a bowl of soy milk, took a sip and found it still quite hot, with a rich and slightly sweet taste. Sitting at the table, Lu Yun sipped the soy milk in small gulps, recalling how she had casually mentioned to He Chang'an that she liked soy milk. She had just meant to let him know she appreciated the thought if he brought her breakfast soy milk sometime. She hadn't expected him to go out of his way to deliver it at noon. The large container held plenty, so Lu Yun poured a bowl for Sister Sun and drank the rest herself, leaving her so full that she barely touched her meal. In the end, feeling too stuffed to finish, she gave some of her lunch to Sister Sun as well. Leaving the canteen, she couldn't help but feel a little overfull. Chapter 12. In the days leading up to Li Ling's wedding, she sought out Lu Yun. During this time, she had managed to lose over 10 pounds to fit into her wedding dress, making her appearance even more refined than before. As Lu Yun came out from the cotton textile factory, Li Ling waved her arms energetically. "Cousin." Lu Yun approached her. "What brings you here today?" Li Ling replied, "You have no idea how exhausting it has been dealing with all the relatives from my fiancé's family lately. After getting married, it's just going to get even more complicated." The two of them walked forward together. Li Ling showed Lu Yun a pair of earrings, claiming she had just bought them. She explained that she had purchased 2 pairs, each a different color. One pair was for her to wear during the toast, and the other was meant for Lu Yun to wear on the day of the wedding. Listening to her, Lu Yun nodded as she examined the earrings in her hand. Noticing He Chang'an in the distance, Li Ling suddenly stopped in her tracks. "Well, cousin, I should head back now. Make sure to come early on my wedding day. I'm really nervous." With that, she began to run ahead, shouting, "Don't forget. You must come early." Lu Yun watched Li Ling's retreating figure, feeling a moment of nostalgia. She had been in this time period for 2 or 3 months now. When she had first arrived, Li Ling had approached her asking for a dress to wear on a blind date. Now, in the blink of an eye, Li Ling was getting married. "I understand. I will definitely arrive early. I'll come even before dawn, just in case you have trouble waking up," Lu Yun assured her. Li Ling responded, "Don't worry, I'll wake up early too." He Chang'an, overhearing their conversation, lowered his gaze, seemingly lost in thought. After taking a few steps forward, he looked at Lu Yun and said, "I need to go to the provincial city for a while." Lu Yun nodded. He had mentioned to her before about going to the provincial city, and had told her to contact Zhang Hao if she needed anything. He Chang'an's fingers hanging at his side slightly curled. He continued, "The reason I'm going to the provincial city this time is that I took on a renovation job there. I've assembled a renovation team and need to take them to get familiar with the place. I want to observe how they work. There are a few people whose personalities I haven't quite figured out yet, and I'm a bit worried. If their work hadn't been satisfactory, I wouldn't have hired them." He glanced at Lu Yun and added, "I'll be back on Li Ling's wedding day." Hearing He Chang'an's words, Lu Yun was not surprised. After all, He Chang'an, the male supporting character, was on the verge of surpassing the male lead and could potentially leave him far behind. However, the original text did not detail how Hee Changin became wealthy. Lu Yun only knew that in the story after her character, the female supporting character, divorced Chan Jiqiang, Hee Changin suddenly became rich. Once Lu Yun nodded to indicate she understood, Hee Changin looked pleased. Then I'm off to the bus station. Okay, Lu Yun replied. Most of the members of the renovation team Hee Changin led were locals from their area. When he arrived at the bus station, they had already been waiting there. Zhang Hao was also working with Hee Changin and was among the crowd. When he spotted Hee Changin, he waved his arm and ran over. Hey brother He, there are a few people we aren't familiar with. Don't smile too much, just keep a serious face, Zhang Hao advised. Hee Changin rarely smiled, but Zhang Hao understood why he would do so. It was all because of Lu Yun. Whenever she paid him any attention, Hee Changin couldn't help but break into a joyful smile upon seeing her. Hee Changin glanced at Zhang Hao, who quickly stepped aside, softly patting his chest. You really look too intimidating with that serious face. As the bus to the provincial city arrived, Hee Changin noticed that the seat he had occupied during his previous trip with Lu Yun was empty. He stared at it for a moment before taking the window seat where Lu Yun had sat last time. Oh. On the 28th day of the 8th lunar month, it was an auspicious day for weddings. Early in the morning, Lu Yun was awakened by Zhang Meili's voice. Lu Yun peeked outside. It was still dark. After sitting up in bed and gathering her thoughts for a moment, she hurriedly got out and headed to the yard to wash up. In the yard, the lights were already on so she could see clearly. To avoid disturbing the other families, Lu Yun moved quietly and deliberately. As a bridesmaid, she was well aware that unless she had a grudge against the bride, stealing the spotlight from her was completely out of the question. Lu Yun retrieved a set of work uniform shirts and a blue skirt that she had rummaged through yesterday. The clothes weren't new. They were old pieces she hadn't worn in a while. After changing, she took a red flower and a red strip of fabric that had the words bridesmaid written in gold letters. Standing in front of the mirror, Lu Yun adjusted the flower on the left side of her chest and glanced at her reflection before hurrying out. Zhang Meili called out, Did I go over the bridesmaid duties with you yesterday? Just go through the motions. Don't get too close to the crowd and risk getting pushed down. Wait, I'm not finished. What are you doing? Lu Yun dashed back inside, exclaiming, I forgot the red envelope. Zhang Meili watched as Lu Yun came out with an elegant red envelope and couldn't help but ask, How much did you put in there? 30 yuan. I'm counting it as my separate gift so it doesn't need to be noted on the gift list, Lu Yun replied. Since Zhang Meili was giving a gift for her sister's daughter, she contributed generously, handing over 10 yuan. Normally, a gift would only be a few yuan, so Lu Yun's 30 yuan was almost equivalent to half a month's salary for Zhang Meili. However, after thinking it over, she decided not to say anything. After all, when Lu Yun got married, Li Ling would surely reciprocate, and it was all about the sentiment. Make sure you keep it safe. When you give the envelope later, don't mix it up, Zhang Meili reminded her. Got it, Lu Yun replied. As Lu Yun dashed out, Zhang Meili called after her. Hey, you haven't eaten breakfast yet. After saying this, she yawned. It was indeed too early to be up. Oh. Li Ling's wedding was not being held at a hotel but rather at the Han family's place. The Han family had a large courtyard, and they had hired chefs from a restaurant to cater the food. The chef was an experienced master who had previously worked at the state-owned restaurant, known for his delicious dishes. Li Ling had even told Lu Yun that she specifically requested them to add a dish of fried meatballs to the banquet, knowing how much Lu Yun loved them. As Lu Yun stepped out of the alley, she ran into Hee Changin. He was standing there with a flashlight in hand, dressed in a brand new white shirt, looking meticulous. When he saw Lu Yun, he instinctively shone the flashlight in her direction, and then walked over a few steps. Lu Yun was going to be a bridesmaid, and since she had promised Li Ling to arrive early, she had gotten up to leave. As she approached, Hee Changin handed her a lunchbox. When Lu Yun opened it, she found 2 buns inside. 1 meat bun and 1 vegetable bun, Hee Changin explained. Afterward, he asked, Should I ride you over? Seeing the cushion on the back of Hee Changin's bicycle, Lu Yun moved to sit down. However, Hee Changin was quicker than her, firmly gripping the bicycle's handlebars to steady it. He watched as Lu Yun settled onto the bicycle. When she was about to start riding, a cold breeze blew in. The weather had become much cooler, especially in the early morning and evening. Since she was dressed lightly, she felt a bit chilly. Riding would only make it colder. He paused for a moment, then pushed the bicycle forward instead. Hee Changin said, Take your time eating. Once you finish, we'll be there. As Hee Changin pushed the bicycle forward, he suddenly heard Lu Yun ask, Did you have breakfast? His smile grew wider as he replied, I did. He wanted to ask if she was concerned about him, but the words never came out. Even so, he felt a little excited. Oh. When Lu Yun arrived at Li Ling's house, it was bustling with activity. The courtyard was already lively, and the lights in Li Ling's room were on. As Lu Yun stepped inside, she noticed that it wasn't hot, yet Li Ling was still wiping sweat from her forehead. Upon seeing Lu Yun, she hurriedly grasped her hand and spoke of her nervousness. Li Ling exclaimed, "You know, just a few days ago I was so happy, but today I feel a bit sad. I'm getting married, and I won't be living here anymore. I've lived here for over 20 years. What if I'm not used to living at the Han families? You think my parents will miss me when I'm not at home?" As she spoke, she even wiped away a few tears. Li Ling's mother, standing outside and listening to her daughter, couldn't help but wipe her own tears as well. Ultimately, she didn't say much and quietly turned to leave. Lu Yun felt a pang of sadness for her friend. She embraced Li Ling and gently patted her back. "It's a joyous day. You can always come back. It's not like you can't. If you're not used to it, you can bring your husband back to stay often. Who says that once you get married, you have to live at your in-laws?" Li Ling managed to smile through her tears. "You're right. Anyway, I've already agreed with Han Jiangang that once we save up enough money, we'll move out on our own." Lu Yun handed the red envelope she had prepared to Li Ling. "You keep this. Sister Sun from my office told me that once you're married, there are plenty of places to spend money." Li Ling didn't hesitate to accept it, pushing it back and forth with Lu Yun in a playful manner before finally taking it. She then hugged Lu Yun again. She genuinely appreciated her friend's kindness. At that moment, there were no makeup artists available, so Lu Yun helped Li Ling arrange her wedding dress and assisted her with her makeup. As they were finishing up, Li Ling's other bridesmaids arrived, and Li Ling introduced them. Lu Yun smiled brightly as she looked at everyone. When Han Jiangang arrived to pick up the bride in the morning, the Li family became even livelier. After that, they headed to the Han family's place for the wedding banquet. In the Han family's courtyard, more than 10 tables were set up. The hired chefs cooked dishes right there in the yard, and after finishing, everyone busily served the food. At that point, not all the dishes had been served yet, but the guests were already filling the seats and eagerly waiting. The courtyard was filled with chatter, lively and noisy, with some people teasing Han Jiangang about marrying a beautiful bride, which made him blush. Lu Yun looked around the courtyard but did not see He Chang'an or Zhang Hao. Zhang Meili, as a relatively close relative, was there helping out. She spotted Lu Yun and walked over, pointing to a table. "You can sit over there. That's your second uncle's son, and next to him is his new wife. You didn't go to their wedding last time. They are also holding their newborn baby, and over there." Seeing all those familiar faces, Lu Yun quickly waved her hand. "I have a friend who will be coming over soon, so I'll wait outside for a bit." Finally escaping from the crowded courtyard, Lu Yun sighed in relief. She really didn't want to deal with all that socializing. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Zhang Hao knew that He Chang'an was going to Li Ling and Han Jiangang's wedding banquet, so he specifically went to find He Chang'an to wait for him. However, when he arrived at He Chang'an's place, he waited for over half an hour without seeing He Chang'an finish changing his clothes. When He Chang'an finally came out, Zhang Hao was slightly stunned. The aura He Chang'an exuded was something he had not seen in the big bosses in the provincial capital, yet He Chang'an was frowning tightly. He Chang'an asked, "Does this outfit work?" Zhang Hao responded. Zhang Hao added, "Brother, if you wear this, people will think you're going to pick up the bride." It was indeed inappropriate to wear something too formal to someone else's wedding. He Chang'an went back to change into another outfit, but it was still quite formal. The Lu family members were all present today, and it was essentially their first meeting, so they needed to leave a good impression. Oh. Lu Yun waited outside the Han family for about 10 minutes. Just as the banquet was about to start, she finally saw He Chang'an and Zhang Hao hurrying over. He Chang'an was wearing a clean white shirt and black dress pants, with a black metallic buckle belt around his waist. He looked even more like a groom than the actual groom, Han Jiangang, who was still busy in the courtyard. After arriving in this place, Lu Yun had rarely seen such formal attire. With his tall and upright figure and sharp features, when Lu Yun watched him walk towards her, it felt as if the noise from the courtyard behind her was isolated from her surroundings. He Chang'an stopped in front of Lu Yun and explained earnestly, "I had some things to take care of earlier, which is why I'm late." Lu Yun replied, "The banquet hasn't started yet, let's go in." At this moment, Zhang Meili and the others had probably finished their tasks. Lu Yun didn't want to sit alone at a table with unfamiliar relatives. She wasn't exactly impatient about these matters, but sometimes extreme tension made her uncomfortable, especially since today was Li Ling's wedding day. She, being single, was bound to face various inquiries about marriage. He Chang'an called out to her. "Lu Yun." Lu Yun replied, "Hmm." He Chang'an looked at her. His eyes filled with a hint of amusement, but his voice was somewhat tense. Do you think I can wear this outfit inside? As Lu Yun turned around, their gazes met, and after a moment she said, it looks good, really good. Oh. Today, Lu Yun was serving as a bridesmaid, while Lu Xiang'an was helping out at the Han family. Originally, he didn't need to be busy, but he and Lu Yun shared the same temperament. Neither of them enjoyed dealing with unfamiliar relatives. Sitting there and listening to them talk made him feel restless, so he found himself some work and began to help out in the Han family courtyard. At the banquet, there were plenty of tasks one could help with if they were willing. Lu Xiang'an was unaware that in just this short time, he had already received countless compliments. He smiled at everyone he encountered, said little, and simply worked. When Lu Xiang'an decided to step outside for some fresh air, he happened to run into He Chang'an, who had just come in with Lu Yun. He glanced at the two of them, pausing his gaze on He Chang'an for a moment before nodding and looking at Lu Yun. He said, hurry up and go in, it's time to eat. You've been busy all morning. You love fried meatballs, right? I snuck a taste while helping out and they're delicious. Don't forget to save a seat for me. Let's sit together. Lu Yun nodded. Okay. Zhang Hao spoke first, asking, who is he? Lu Yun replied, this is my brother. He Chang'an glanced at Lu Xiang'an, stepped aside to let him pass, and once Lu Xiang'an went out, Lu Yun and He Chang'an entered. Lu Yun went to sit at a table with the Lu family relatives, while He Chang'an and Zhang Hao went to the table set up for Zhang Hao's family. Zhang Hao and He Chang'an had grown up together, and the Zhang family had watched He Chang'an grow up, so they were familiar with each other. Sitting at the same table, there was no awkwardness, and they were able to chat quite a bit. On the side of the Lu family relatives, Lu Yun had just finished listening to a compliment from one of her cousins when she unconsciously glanced towards the courtyard, where the guests were drinking and enjoying the wedding. When she saw He Chang'an, she noticed that he sat there with his back straight, showing no sign of relaxation. She wondered if he perhaps disliked this kind of occasion. Lu Xiang'an came over and noticed that Lu Yun hadn't saved a seat for him. After some effort, he managed to grab a chair and squeeze in next to her. He called to Zhang Meili, who had just sat down, and pointed to a spot not far away. He whispered, Mom, look over there. Zhang Meili replied, what? Lu Yun followed his gaze and realized that Lu Xiang'an was pointing at He Chang'an's spot. She kicked Lu Xiang'an lightly under the table, but he remained comfortably seated. Zhang Meili asked, who are you asking me to look at? Lu Xiang'an said, look at that guy in the white shirt, he looks really sharp, doesn't he? Quite handsome, right? Zhang Meili quickly spotted He Chang'an, but she hadn't understood who Lu Xiang'an wanted her to look at. Now that she heard him speak, she nodded in agreement. However, since many people were at the banquet today, she didn't know all of them. There were quite a few relatives from the Han family and friends of the Li family. She didn't inquire further but stole a few glances at Lu Xiang'an, thinking to herself that the guy truly looked good. On the side, Lu Dong, overhearing their conversation, looked towards He Chang'an's position and exclaimed, this kid really looks impressive. Lu Yun picked up her chopsticks and handed Lu Xiang'an a piece of spare rib. Eat your food. If you don't eat soon, others will finish everything. Lu Xiang'an whispered back, he looks good, really good. As soon as he finished speaking, he received another kick from Lu Yun, this time with a bit more force. He quickly stifled a laugh and fell silent. Lu Yun was right. If they didn't eat soon, the others would finish their meals. Once the food was gone, people would even start to pack up the leftovers from the banquet, hardly leaving anything to waste. At this point, while their table hadn't finished eating, some guests were already saying they needed to pack food for their kids who hadn't had lunch, with plastic bags at the ready. Coincidentally, the dish they were packing up was the fried meatballs. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Yun recalled Li Ling saying that this dish had been specially added for her. If she didn't try it, it would waste Li Ling's thoughtfulness. So she reached for her chopsticks and ate a few. Indeed, they tasted great, crispy, rich in flavor and delicious. Zhang Hao had been discreetly glancing over at Lu Yun. When he saw her eat a fried meatball, he followed suit and grabbed one for himself. Surprisingly, it was delicious. He thought to himself that Lu Yun had a good appetite. The fried meatballs were quite the highlight of the meal, and they tasted fantastic. As he was enjoying his food, He Chang'an leaned over and whispered a few words to him. Zhang Hao paused for a moment, then quickly nodded in response. When Li Ling came out to toast, she made her way over to Lu Yun's table. Both Lu Yun and Zhang Meili suggested that she and Han Jiangang just take a small sip, as there were other tables to visit. Li Ling smiled at Lu Yun and playfully touched her earrings. Noticing her gesture, Lu Yun followed suit and touched her own earrings. Both pairs had been bought by Li Ling. They were the same style but different colors. After toasting at Lu Yun's table, Li Ling and Han Jiangang went over to He Chang'an's table. They were both quite earnest, especially Han Jiangang, who sincerely finished a glass of wine with He Chang'an. Despite some misunderstandings, Han Jiangang was genuinely grateful to He Chang'an, and He Chang'an reciprocated by drinking a glass as well. As the banquet came to a close, everyone was busy packing up food and mingling. Lu Yun went to check on Li Ling. Li Ling, who had been busy since morning and hadn't eaten anything, was now in the house enjoying her meal. She was eating quickly due to her eagerness, and when she saw Lu Yun, she struggled to speak. After swallowing a large bite, she gave Lu Yun a helpless look. Li Ling sighed. Getting married is really exhausting. She hugged Lu Yun. I've been busy since this morning, and it was only now that I finally got to eat something. I even had some wine, though some of it was watered down. Some of it was real wine. I still feel a little woozy, but cousin, I'm not drunk. Lu Yun patted her back. All right, hurry up and eat. Lu Yun glanced around the room where Li Ling was staying. This was her first time here. The house wasn't new, but some of the furniture was new, bought by Li Ling as part of her wedding gifts. There were several blankets piled on the cabinet, and the walls were adorned with red wedding characters, creating a strong newlywed atmosphere. As Lu Yun was leaving, she ran into Han Jiangang again. Upon seeing Lu Yun, he smiled and called out, "Cousin." Lu Yun responded cheerfully, calling him brother-in-law. Han Jiangang walked Lu Yun to the outer area of the Han family courtyard before heading back inside. He Chang'an also didn't leave. He was waiting for Lu Yun. When he saw her come out, he walked over and pulled out a transparent white plastic bag. Inside were the fried meatballs that Lu Yun had just eaten at the table. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. She hadn't expected He Chang'an to go as far as packing food from the banquet. However, knowing that he had done it for her made her stand still and gaze at him. He Chang'an explained, "These are clean, no one has touched them. When I went to find the chef, he had already left. I asked the Han family where the chef who cooked today works, and then He meant to say he would take her out to eat, but his lips moved and he continued instead, "I went to pack them up to bring to you." His gaze was gentle at the same time intense. Lu Yun stood there for a moment, holding the fried meatballs that He Chang'an had packed for her. Then she took one out of the bag and ate it in front of him. Lu Yun said, "At our table, someone mentioned packing food for their kids who hadn't had lunch yet. I didn't dare eat too many. Li Ling told me these meatballs were added specifically because I like them." After saying that, she handed one to He Chang'an. He Chang'an smiled, reached out to take it, and then heard Lu Yun look up and ask, "Is it good?" He Chang'an replied, "It's good." Lu Yun continued eating while also nudging the plastic bag closer to He Chang'an, so he could have some too. As He Chang'an bit into the salty fried meatball, he found it delicious and slightly sweet. Oh. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. When Lu Yun returned home, Ahe met Lu Xiang'an. She ignored him completely and taking a detour. She grabbed a porcelain basin, threw in a towel and soap, and then holding the basin went to the bathroom to wash up. When she came out, Lu Xiang'an was still waiting for her. He followed Lu Yun into her room, and it was obvious what he wanted to talk about. It was concerning He Chang'an, whom he had seen at the banquet. Lu Xiang'an said, "The person you went in with at the banquet today is your boyfriend." Lu Yun turned to look at him. "You?" Lu Xiang'an replied seriously. "What's his name? Where does he live? I'll help you find out more." Just by looking at him, he must be way better looking than Chen Jiqiang. But has he had a girlfriend before? How many people are in his family? Is he nice? As your brother, I should know these things. I want to help you vet him so that I can feel at ease. Without waiting for Lu Yun to respond, he continued, "Don't you dare say you're not dating him and that you're just friends. Do I look like a fool to you?" Lu Xiang'an was eventually pushed out of Lu Yun's room, and she not only shut the door but also locked it. Lu Xiang'an stood outside the door and laughed. "What's there to be embarrassed about? You're over 20. Dating is perfectly normal." Lu Yun couldn't sleep even if she wanted to. She lay in her pink mosquito net, tugging at one corner and shaking it back and forth. Ever since she had come into this world, she had treated He Chang'an as the male supporting character from a novel, someone who had left her with unfulfilled feelings. She wanted to make him happy and couldn't bear to see him sad. But now this novel had become her real world, and she was the female supporting character that the male supporting character regarded as his white moonlight. Oh. Zhang Meili and Lu Dong talked in bed until midnight. They had been watching the changes in their daughter closely. Recently, Lu Yun had hardly mentioned Chen Jiqiang at home. She usually returned home early from work, which signified that her feelings for Chen Jiqiang had faded. Zhang Meili wanted to take advantage of this momentum, but Lu Dong thought it was better to wait a while before discussing it. The two of them deliberated for quite a long time but still hadn't reached a conclusion. After a while, Zhang Meili got up to use the bathroom. Upon exiting, she noticed that Lu Yun's room light was still on. So she decided to knock on the door and went inside. Zhang Meili smiled and said, "Today your cousin told me about a friend of his. He's in a great situation and hasn't had a girlfriend yet. He's an only child, and both his parents work at a candy factory. His dad treats his mom well, and this kid takes after his father. He'll definitely be good to his future wife. Why don't we take a look? If it works out, that would be great. If not, it's no big deal." Seeing Lu Yun remain silent but not contradicting her, she continued, "So tell me, what kind of person do you want? You tell me and I'll help you look. If I find someone suitable, I'll let you know." Lu Yun turned over, clutching the blanket as if to sleep. However, Zhang Meili thought it was a rare opportunity and wouldn't let it go. She nudged Lu Yun, urging her to respond. "Just tell me what you're looking for." Some of Lu Yun's conditions weren't exactly realistic, so she simply closed her eyes and muttered, "Someone good-looking, taller, protective of me, partial to me, likes me, listens to me, whatever I say goes." She abruptly stopped and even sat up in bed. Zhang Meili poked her on the head with her finger. "You know, dreaming is easy. Do you think there are many men who meet those conditions? If they do, you'd really have to search high and low." In Lu Yun's mind, He Chang'an's image surfaced, as if he met every one of her requirements. It wouldn't even require searching high and low. Zhang Meili said, "All right, get some sleep." Even though Lu Yun hadn't agreed to a blind date, Zhang Meili felt happy when she left the room because she knew Lu Yun had completely severed her feelings for Chan Jiqiang. When Lu Yun had liked Chan Jiqiang, Zhang Meili had suggested arranging a blind date for her, but it had led to an argument. If Lu Yun still had even a slight affection for Chan Jiqiang, she wouldn't have this attitude. Lu Yun looked at the glass fish made from silk thread on her bedside table, stretched her arm out to grasp it tightly, and lifted it to examine it under the light. Ever since she transmigrated, or perhaps since her return, He Chang'an had never truly been the male supporting character from a novel. His actions were not merely the sparse descriptions found in the book. He was a person who existed in her life. Oh. The next day at noon, when Lu Yun was at work, Li Xiaohong called her out. Since Li Xiaohong had helped Lu Yun deliver soy milk, she often ran errands for He Chang'an, bringing Lu Yun various items, sometimes food, and other times necessities. Li Xiaohong had gone from being reserved at first to becoming familiar with Lu Yun. Nowadays, whenever she saw Lu Yun at the cotton textile factory, she would take the initiative to greet her. Li Xiaohong said, "He said he would wait for you at the old spot outside the cotton textile factory." When Lu Yun arrived at the location where He Chang'an had said he would wait, she indeed found him standing there, holding a lunchbox close to his chest. As Lu Yun approached, He Chang'an quickly handed her the lunchbox. He Chang'an said, "Inside are the fried meatballs you had at your banquet." Lu Yun looked at him for a while before speaking. "He Chang'an, when my salary comes next month, I'll treat you to a meal. Let's go to your house, okay?" Before He Chang'an could respond, she added, "It's settled then." Even after Lu Yun entered the cotton textile factory, He Chang'an stood in place for a moment longer. Soon he took several long strides to catch up, walking beside Lu Yun with bright eyes. He asked, "What day next month?" Lu Yun replied, "After the National Day holiday. Wait for me here after I get off work." Oh. After Li Ling got married, the National Day holiday arrived quickly. Throughout the holiday, Lu Yun stayed at home, idling away her time. In Zhang Meili's words, Lu Yun might as well have spent the holiday in bed. This led to her feeling somewhat sluggish and listless when work resumed at the cotton textile factory. This mood persisted until Lu Yun received her salary for the new month. This month, there were no significant expenses to account for. Lu Yun planned to keep 10 yuan for her daily living expenses, set aside 10 yuan to buy some pork ribs and trotters to improve the family's diet, spend 5 yuan to treat He Chang'an to a meal, and save the rest. With this plan, by the end of the year, she would be able to save a considerable amount of her salary. When Lu Yun felt an unfriendly gaze upon her, she looked into the distance and saw a well-dressed, competent-looking woman staring at her. The woman smiled slightly when she noticed Lu Yun looking back, then turned and walked away. Upon arriving at the office, Lu Yun sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. Several people subconsciously glanced in her direction. She sat down next to Sister Sun, and before Sister Sun could ask, she proactively brought up the topic. Sister Sun said, "We have a new college graduate who joined us last month at the cotton textile factory." This was not surprising at all to Lu Yun. The cotton textile factory was quite large, and it would be a long time before it faced closure. The factory frequently hired new employees, so it was quite normal for someone like a college graduate to join. There were even some university students working there, as many of the technical staff held university degrees. Since Lu Yun was not someone who worked closely with the new graduate or knew her, it was understandable that she hadn't heard about her. Lu Yun watched Sister Sun, waiting for her to continue. Sister Sun went on, "She has her eyes on Chan Jiqiang. The two of them work in the same office, and recently they've been getting pretty close. During the National Day holiday, someone saw them together at the park, boating on the lake. Sister Zhang chimed in, nodding her head. I know someone who saw them boating. They said their hands even brushed against each other. Lu Yun had previously explained her situation only to Sister Sun, and now, noticing that everyone in the office was curious about the news, she felt a surge of appreciation for Sister Sunday. It was clear Sister Sun was not one to gossip about others' private matters. Lu Yun said, well, I wish them a lifetime of happiness. In the novels, the female supporting character could marry Chan Jiqiang because she stood out among the other female supporting characters. Chan Jiqiang's aunt often remarked that it would have been better for him to marry someone else instead of the female lead. When the female lead first came to the city from the countryside, she had agreed, partly to humiliate the female supporting character. Now that Lu Yun was not marrying Chan Jiqiang, and since the events of the novel hadn't begun yet, it was certain that Chan Jiqiang wouldn't have a chance to meet the female lead. Even if he did, it was unlikely that the female lead would end up marrying him. Thus, the one who would marry Chan Jiqiang might become the next female supporting character. Lu Yun only thought about what she could do within her means. Oh. News traveled fast in the cotton textile factory, and the affair between Chan Jiqiang and Li Chuanxia became a hot topic. Furthermore, Lu Yun's casual remark wishing them a lifetime of happiness became a source of amusement for everyone. After all, in this era, there was no internet to eat watermelon, a slang term for gossiping, and with Zhanghua, the most beautiful woman in the factory, along with the university student supervisor, and now the newly arrived college graduate Li Chuanxia, it was more than enough material for a grand gossip. It's true that Lu Yun hasn't gone to find Chan Jiqiang in these past few months, one colleague remarked. Right? Now that you mention it, I remember that Lu Yun used to come to see Chan Jiqiang almost every few days and often ran into our office. She even brought him fruit once and I got to eat some, another added. Well, it makes sense. Lu Yun is the factory flower after all. She's so beautiful. Chan Jiqiang just ignores her and wears a cold face every day. Why should Lu Yun keep chasing after him? Lately, many people have been asking about Lu Yun, and if she's looking for a partner, I'll just line up to be the first, said another. What are you dreaming about? You think you could date Lu Yun? Even if you started lining up at your front door, it still wouldn't be your turn, someone laughed. Do you think Chan Jiqiang and Li Chuanxia are really a thing? I heard they even touched hands. I've seen Li Chuanxia. She's not as good looking as Lu Yun. She's just got a higher education level since she's a college graduate, another chimed in. At that moment, Chan Jiqiang walked into the office from outside. Are you also idle? He asked. The office fell silent almost immediately, everyone lowering their heads and hurriedly searching for documents on their desks. The atmosphere grew tense. During this time, Chan Jiqiang found himself thinking not just about Lu Yun's singing, but also about her expression when she had come to deliver fruit on the day he was leaving for a business trip. She had smiled and asked when he would be back, but he hadn't answered her, only responding that he would follow the factory's arrangements. Later, he had a dream about that day. He wanted to respond to Lu Yun but woke up just as he was about to speak. Oh. At the end of the workday, Lu Yun decided to leave the office a bit earlier. As she neared the entrance of the cotton textile factory, she ran into Chan Jiqiang. She stepped aside to let him pass, but he continued to follow her until they were both outside, where he called out to her. Chan Jiqiang said, Li Chuanxia is the sister of a friend of mine, and she just started working at the cotton textile factory, so I'm helping to look out for her. During the National Day holiday, we went boating together because her brother invited me. She wasn't sitting steady on the boat, so I helped her. I didn't know someone had seen us, which is why the rumor started that we were boating together and even touched hands. He paused, then added, I have nothing to do with her. As they stepped outside together, they noticed several people watching them. Upon hearing Chan Jiqiang's explanation, Lu Yun's first reaction was to wonder if the plot had truly taken a turn. She had no intention of being the original partner, the counterpart in Chan Jiqiang's life. Since she had crossed over into this world, she had not spoken a single word to him. Yet here he was trying to clarify his relationship with Li Chuanxia. This made Lu Yun furrow her brows in confusion. Chan Jiqiang continued. Really, there's nothing going on. Noticing Lu Yun's displeasure, he assumed she was truly angry about Li Chuanxia. He asked, Are you free this weekend? Let's go to the park together. Lu Yun felt it was essential to clear the air. After all, she was certain she will never marry Chan Jiqiang. Chan Jiqiang, I'm really sorry about what happened before. I must have caused you quite a bit of trouble. I was just being stubborn and one-sided. Now I understand and I won't continue to cling to you, she stated firmly. She continued, I apologize for the trouble I caused you during that time. I wish you and your future wife a lifetime of happiness. Chan Jicheong looked stunned. He had never expected to receive such a response. Lu Yun, I didn't think about being in a relationship before, so I may have been a bit cold to you. The situation with Li Chuanxia is really a misunderstanding. I'm not lying to you. Lu Yun replied. It doesn't matter. I just don't like you anymore. In truth, Lu Yun wanted to express that she had been confused in the past. However, facing the sacrifices made by the female supporting character in the original story, she didn't want to attribute all the endings of that character to merely her past foolishness, saying she no longer liked Chen Jicheong. Although Lu Yun didn't retain her original memories, she could see from the novel that the female supporting character probably stopped liking Chan Jicheong long ago. She simply didn't want to accept it. Eventually, when He Chang'an ended up in prison, that was when she felt regret and completely let go. Seeing He Chang'an standing not far away, Lu Yun realized she didn't know how long he had been waiting there. Just as Chan Jicheong was about to say something else, Lu Yun ran over to He Chang'an's side. He Chang'an smiled at her, lowering his gaze to help her adjust the seat cushion on the back of his bicycle. After Lu Yun sat down, he cast a lingering glance back at Chan Jicheong. She didn't miss He Chang'an's subtle actions and looked over as well, but she quickly withdrew her gaze. Once He Chang'an was settled on the bicycle, Lu Yun reached out to wrap her arms around his waist and asked, He Chang'an, would you like to be my boyfriend? Oh. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. He Chang'an was no longer just a male supporting character described in words. He truly existed in her life, and Lu Yun realized all of these in Li Ling's wedding. Since she couldn't bear the thought of He Chang'an's final outcome, and as Zhang Meili suggested she go on blind dates, Lu Yun felt that no one could compare to He Chang'an. She thought it might be better to give it a try with him. However, Lu Yun herself did not expect to say it so soon. When He Chang'an came looking for her, he happened to run into her and Chan Jicheong as they were leaving the cotton textile factory. She doesn't want to upset He Chang'an, so she hugged him and asked if he wanted to date her. He Chang'an could hardly believe he was hearing those words. He braced himself, causing his bicycle to stop, and his body trembled slightly. He even had the illusion that he might be imagining it. Yet, despite his disbelief, He Chang'an's instinctive response of "What are you talking about?" was swallowed back down, ultimately transforming into a simple "okay." It felt as if an endless energy coursed through He Chang'an as he took Lu Yun to Zhou's restaurant. He hadn't calmed the excitement in his heart yet, and in the dusk light, he stood outside the restaurant, unable to contain the smile in his eyes as he looked at Lu Yun. When they sat down to order, Lu Yun and He Chang'an chose deep-fried meatballs, fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried cabbage and garlic eggplant, along with 2 servings of rice for their main dish. As the restaurant brought out the steaming, enticing dishes, Lu Yun couldn't help but think that eating freshly prepared food in a restaurant was far better. In her previous life, whenever Lu Yun dined out, she would often order extra takeout because she was too lazy to cook at home. Although the takeout wasn't as delicious as eating at the restaurant, it didn't bother her. After all, why go to the trouble of changing clothes just to go out when she could simply have it delivered? As she tasted a piece of the crispy fried meatball, she asked, Can you cook? He Chang'an sat up straight and replied, Yes, I can do laundry and cook. I can handle anything from now on. If you want me to do something, I can learn how to do it. Lu Yun hadn't expected He Chang'an to be capable in this way. And for a moment, she couldn't help but reflect on what the female supporting character's life might have missed out on. Lu Yun even started to regret that she hadn't read the content after the male and female supporting characters exited the story. If she had, maybe she could have found some clues about their final outcome. Although they were together now, Lu Yun still hoped that in the narrative, they would also end up together. Otherwise, what would become of He Chang'an, who would come out of prison in the future? Oh. On the way back, He Chang'an accompanied Lu Yun home. When Lu Yun reached the gate of the courtyard and turned back to look, He Chang'an was still standing there. She lowered her head and smiled before pushing the door open and going inside. At that moment, the courtyard was quite lively. Aunt Li was talking about her nephew from the countryside. She sat on a stool with a handful of sunflower seeds, chatting away while cracking the seeds. When it comes to marriage, one can't be too picky. If one is too picky, people might think they're some sort of fairy, able to find any man they want. My nephew's family is willing to offer a betrothal gift of 36 legs, a Shanghai brand watch and 300 yuan. My nephew can cook too, and he can help with meals regularly. As Lu Yun walked by, she noticed Aunt Li looking at her, so she nodded. Yes, the betrothal gift should be big. If the gift is too little, how can anyone get married? We can't have people living as bachelors for a lifetime. She poked directly at Aunt Li's sore spot, causing her to tremble with anger. No matter how angry she became, Lu Yun didn't care. She directly walked straight past her. Hearing the door close, Aunt Li spat quietly, but she only dared to mutter, just because she's a bit pretty, she really thinks she's a fairy. She thinks she can marry whoever she wants. If that were the case, why doesn't Chun Ji-chung marry her? I want to see what kind of partner she can find in the future. There's a decent-looking girl in our village who, relying on her looks, ended up being choosy about marriage. What happened in the end? She chose the worst one. Let her be picky. She looks so soft and weak, but her mouth is so sharp. Meanwhile, my nephew will be a bachelor for life. Lu Yun came out of the bathroom drying her hair with a towel. She liked cleanliness and almost always took a shower when she got home, although sometimes she washed her hair daily and other times every other day. While her hair dried in the room, Lu Yun took out the work she hadn't finished in the office that day. A thick stack of documents was placed on the table. She wrote slowly, not being able to write in cursive, so her handwriting was neat and delicate. Lu Xiang'an lived in the house across from Lu Yun. Every time he came to visit her, he had the habit of knocking on her window. One night, around 10 o'clock, Lu Yun heard the familiar sound and put down her work, thinking it was Lu Xiang'an. As she opened the window, she said, "Can you please knock on the door next time? Just so you know, when winter comes, I won't be opening the window. It gets so cold when the wind blows in." While she was speaking, her words suddenly halted as she noticed the man standing outside her window. "Hey, Hee-chung'an, how did you get in?" Lu Yun asked. Hee-chung'an stood outside in the same clothes as earlier. He fixed his gaze on Lu Yun and spoke in a very low voice. "I climbed over the wall, Lu Yun. Are we really dating?" After he had seen Lu Yun home, Hee-chung'an didn't go back. He was worried that the next time he met her, she might say she regretted dating him or directly tell him they should break up. While they had been eating together, he had felt fine, but now that Lu Yun was home, his heart was in turmoil. Unconsciously, he had climbed over the wall and seeing that Lu Yun's light was still on, he had come to knock on her window. Now that Lu Yun stood in front of him, he was even more afraid that she would be upset or that he was intruding. Lu Yun nodded at him. "Yes, we're dating. You should go back and get some sleep." Finally, Hee-chung'an smiled. "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. I'll go back and sleep now." Lu Yun was concerned that he wouldn't be able to sleep well after going home, and would come looking for her early in the morning. She said, "You're not allowed to come over tomorrow morning." Hee-chung'an nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you. If you don't want me to come, I won't." Lu Yun added, "And you can't sneak over either. Just go home and sleep more." Hee-chung'an nodded again. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Oh. Another new day began. Sister Sun laughed heartily in the office. "Look, don't you think Lu Yun looks even prettier than a few days ago? Her complexion is great. I wonder what she did with her hair. It looks like she just casually tied it up, but it's clearly different from how we do it." As Sister Sun mentioned hairstyles, she touched her own hair. "You know, everyone in our factory has been getting perms lately. I'm thinking of cutting my hair a bit shorter and then getting a perm, just to my shoulders. What do you all think? Does anyone want to get a perm with me?" I asked my husband to come along, but he acted like it was the same as asking him to go shopping with me. He just didn't want to go. Everyone in the office laughed. Sister Sun was looking at Lu Yun, who absent-mindedly touched her own bun. In the hot summer weather, when Lu Yun had just arrived, she used to wear 2 braids but occasionally let her hair down. Now, she was used to tying her hair in a high ponytail or bun. With colder weather approaching, getting a perm didn't sound bad at all. However, as Lu Yun ran her fingers through her silky hair, she felt a bit hesitant. Her hair was in good condition, and she didn't know how long it would take to restore it after a perm. But soon an idea struck her, and her mood brightened. Lu Yun remembered that in the novel, the female supporting character had her hair permed, and when the female lead first saw her, she remarked on how smooth the supporting character's hair was. After that, the supporting character bought conditioner and started to dress up, becoming prettier than before. Who would have thought that the original text could still be useful like this? Lu Yun thought that since there were no fancy perms like French curls or corn curls available at the moment, a simple curly hairstyle would do. Even if she didn't let her hair down, a casual high ponytail still looked good. Since arriving in this world, she hadn't visited a hair salon or changed her hairstyle at all. Once the curls loosened over time, she could return to her straight, long black hair. But for now, if her hair grew a little longer, she would need to get a haircut anyway. Hee-chung'an did not seek out Lu Yun while she was at work, as she had requested. However, when she finished for the day and stepped outside, she saw him in his usual spot. As Lu Yun approached, she noticed that there were some red veins in his eyes, but they still sparkled brightly. He probably hadn't slept much since returning home yesterday, yet he looked energetic, completely devoid of any signs of fatigue. Lu Yun wasn't sure how long Hee-chung'an could maintain this state. She pointed to the gate of the cotton textile factory and said, "Next time you come, just wait for me at the entrance." Hee-chung'an always waited at a distance, whether outside the cotton textile factory or in the alley where Lu Yun lived. She figured it was because she had told him before not to wait outside her home or workplace. Now that she was inviting him to wait there, he likely believed they were really in a relationship. As he chung and looked toward the entrance of the cotton textile factory, he noticed several couples together, enjoying their time as couples, and he couldn't help but feel happy. He chung and asked, "Do you have any free time this weekend?" Lu Yun replied, "I want to get a perm this weekend." He chung and cautiously asked, "Can I accompany you?" Lu Yun informed him, "Getting a perm takes a long time. If the salon is busy, we could end up waiting for several hours." He chung and responded, "I'm willing to wait with you." Hearing his words, Lu Yun smiled and said, "All right then, see you this weekend." Chapter 16. Chapter 16. That evening, when Lu Yun returned home and sat down for dinner with her family, she mentioned her desire to perm her hair. After they finished eating, Lu Dong handed Lu Yun 10 yuan to use for the perm. Lu Yun, who received a salary every month, held the 10 yuan tightly in her palm, feeling a mix of emotions she couldn't quite express. Lu Dong said, "I've noticed quite a few young girls in our factory getting perms lately. I even suggested your mom get one, but she said she wouldn't dare to do that. However, if you get your hair permed, she might just consider going to the salon herself." Zhang Meili, sitting nearby, rolled her eyes in disbelief but still maintained an amiable demeanor that made Lu Yun laugh. Afterward, Zhang Meili took the empty dishes and headed to the sink to wash them. As she scrubbed, she chatted away, while Lu Dong offered to help but was promptly shooed away by Zhang Meili. "I think that style from Hong Kong is really popular right now. Your hair is thick, so a big curly perm would look great. Just buy a red dress and wear some high heels, and in this alley, who could look better than you?" Zhang Meili suggested. "That does sound quite fashionable," Lu Dong replied. Imagining the scene that Zhang Meili described, Lu Yun quickly waved her hands. She felt she wouldn't be able to pull off that look, especially not the high heels. She was used to wearing flat shoes and could barely manage to wear heels even a few times. She was content with her height, which she had measured earlier at about 168 centimeters, feeling it suited her just fine. Once she was back in her room, Lu Yun took down her hair and looked in the mirror to estimate how long it would be if she decided to perm it. Her hair was long, almost reaching her waist, so cutting it and then perming it seemed reasonable. Lu Yun took a comb and began brushing her hair while admiring her face reflected in the mirror. She truly looked like the gentle and delicate character from the novels she had read. Oh. When Lu Yun met Sister Sun, she took the opportunity to ask her where are the best places to get a perm in the county. Sister Sun shared several recommendations and warned Lu Yun about a few salons to avoid, as they charged exorbitant prices and didn't do a good job with hairstyles. She recounted a story about someone who had their hair ruined, leading to a confrontation with the salon, which eventually resulted in a refund along with some additional compensation. Sister Sun asked, "Are you going this weekend?" "I'm going too. Shall we go together?" Lu Yun smiled and replied, "I've already made plans with someone else." Sister Sun wasn't offended and said, "That's fine. Let's plan to go out together next time. Ever since I had the baby, I find I have so little free time." With that, she shook her head and didn't continue the conversation, and Lu Yun didn't press her for more details. Oh. On the weekend, the sky was clear and bright. When Lu Yun left her home, she deliberately chose a long-sleeved white polka dot dress. She felt it looked good, and in a few days she would probably have to switch to wearing a sweater or something warmer. Otherwise, she would be cold. After arriving at the salon that Lu Yun had mentioned, she and He Chang'an found it quite busy inside. They had to wait in line, and the salon thoughtfully provided a booklet of hairstyle pictures for customers to browse through. Lu Yun was pleasantly surprised to find such a thing available. She settled into a chair by the window and began flipping through the slightly vintage hairstyle images, eventually setting the booklet aside after a while. Lu Yun said, "I just want bigger curls, not too many though." He Chang'an looked around the salon. This wasn't his first visit, but the hairstyles for men were quite simple. In fact, there weren't many men getting perms. Most simply came in for hair washing and cutting, which could be done quickly in a matter of minutes. Whenever he came here in the past, he hadn't really paid attention to anything else. He watched as one of the hairstylists worked on a woman's hair. The stylist first washed her hair, then cut it. Afterward, he applied some sort of product to her hair before using colorful, plastic tubes to curl it. Once all her hair was curled, he took her to a machine that had a transparent plastic cover on the front, which was emitting steam. The stylist explained that it was called a steam perming machine, and theirs was the latest model. Finally, it was Lu Yun's turn. He Chang'an had been watching as her hair was almost finished curling. He leaned over and said, "I'm going out for a moment just to the other side. I'll be back quickly." Lu Yun nodded, smiling at the stylist as she worked on her hair, and replied, "Okay." He Chang'an continued to watch her and said, "I'll be back soon." Oh oh oh. When Hee Chang'an returned, Lu Yun was just about to start the steaming process. He came over and opened the plastic bottle of soda he had brought, carefully twisting the cap back on before placing it beside Lu Yun. He also handed her a piece of milk cake. As the steam began to rise, Lu Yun quickly realized how hot it was. But this was a good thing. Only the better salons in the county had such machines, which allowed for quicker perms. Smaller salons tucked away in corners and alleys still used heating caps that were placed directly on the head and plugged in to heat up. Additionally, there was another method involving hot tongs for curling hair, which Lu Yun wasn't brave enough to try. She took a few bites of the milk cake, but it was too hot inside, and her ice cream was nearly melting. Unable to finish it, she shifted her hand holding the cake slightly to the side. Hee Chang'an noticed her movement and reached over to take it from her. "Are you still going to eat it?" he asked. Lu Yun hesitated before saying, "No, I won't. It's too hot here, and if I eat it, the ice cream will melt and won't taste good." As Hee Chang'an quickly devoured the remainder of her ice cream, Lu Yun bit her lip and then lowered her head with a smile. "You don't mind that it's what I left behind?" she teased. Hee Chang'an responded, "From now on, whatever you can't finish, I'll eat." Oh oh oh. After getting her hair permed and leaving the salon, it was already afternoon. They had spent over 2 hours getting her hair done, and the thick black curls added a unique flair to Lu Yun's appearance. However, as the wind blew, she noticed that her hair carried a scent, even though it had been washed after the perm. Lu Yun said, "When I get home, I'll have to wash my hair again." After saying this, she looked up at Hee Chang'an and asked, "Does it look good?" Hee Chang'an had done nothing all day except accompany Lu Yun, but he felt more satisfied than ever. When Lu Yun asked him how she looked, he took a moment to observe her more closely before replying, "You look great." Oh oh oh. Lu Yun and Hee Chang'an headed to the state-run shopping mall. She wanted to buy some hair ties and was also on the lookout for pretty hair clips. On the other side, Sister Sun had some free time that day as well and went to get her hair permed, opting for a short haircut instead. Afterward, she took her husband and child to the mall to buy shoes for their son. With each change of season, they needed to purchase quite a few things. When Sister Sun spotted Lu Yun walking with a man in the distance, she hesitated to recognize her. She peered for a while, and although it was a bit far, she was certain it was Lu Yun. Sister Sun's husband asked her, "What are you looking at?" Sister Sun replied, "It's a colleague from my office. I just can't see the man next to her clearly. I'm not sure if he's a relative or what." Though she said this, she didn't go over to ask. She figured she could wait until they were back at work, and Lu Yun would surely tell her then. She turned away and continued browsing the mall. Oh oh oh. At the mall, Lu Yun came across the trendy big intestine hair ties that were just starting to gain popularity. This particular style of hair tie would later fall out of favor, but eventually come back into style again for reasons unknown. Besides these, there were also claw clips and golden or silver butterfly hair clips. When Lu Yun touched one of the butterfly clips, the 2 wings flapped, which she found amusing, though she didn't buy it. While she thought it would be fun to play with, she wasn't sure how to make it look good when she's wearing it. In total, Lu Yun purchased 2 big intestine hair ties made of satin fabric, one in blue and one in black. She also picked up 2 silk scarves, which many people tied around their necks, typically found in places that sold hair accessories. Lu Yun promised Zhang Meili that she would return early to show her the new perm. After finishing her shopping, she was ready to head home when she noticed Hee Chang'an lagging behind. When she turned around, she saw him buying the butterfly clip she had just played with for a while. Seeing him, Lu Yun didn't call out to stop him. When Hee Chang'an handed her the pair of butterfly clips, she accepted them in front of him and said, "They're pretty." As Lu Yun stepped outside the state-run shopping mall, she was surprised to run into Sister Sunday. She walked up and called out, "Sister Sun." Sister Sun hadn't expected to see Lu Yun on her way home. She commented, "Your perm looks great. What do you think of mine? Is it a bit too short?" Lu Yun shook her head and replied, "It looks good. You look more polished. And although there's no scientific basis for it, I always feel like my hair grows faster after I've had it cut." After saying this, she glanced at the little boy with Sister Sun and asked, "Is this your son?" Sister Sun nodded. "Yes. Since kindergarten is on break and the weather has turned cold, I brought him out to buy a pair of shoes. Kids' feet grow so quickly. The shoes we bought last year don't fit anymore." As she spoke, she gently pushed her son forward. "Say hi to your sister." Lu Yun watched as Sister Sun's son, who was hardly taller than her calves, called her sister. Sister Sun then turned to look at Hee Chang'an and asked, "Who's this?" Turning slightly, Lu Yun noticed Hee Chang'an was looking at her as well. They stood close together, but Hee Chang'an was taller, so Lu Yun's shoulder was at his arm level. She gave a slight nudge, gently bumping into Hee Chang'an. "He's asking who you are," Lu Yun said. From the moment Lu Yun decided to date him, Hee Chang'an had been in a state of excitement and high spirits. At that moment, however, he finally felt a sense of stability. He turned to Sister Sun and said, "Hello. I'm her boyfriend, Hee Chang'an." Oh. Big intestine hair tie. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Sister Sun covered her mouth and smiled. She had previously worried that if Lu Yun found someone less capable than Chan Jicheng in the future, she would be laughed at. Although she did not know what Hee Chang'an did for a living, his calm demeanor suggested he was someone competent, and he was also quite handsome. According to Sister Sun's own aesthetic, she preferred men like Hee Chang'an. Sister Sun said, "You two standing together look so well matched. It's simply a match made in heaven." Because of Sister Sun's words, the originally polite Hee Chang'an glanced at her again, unable to resist the upward curve of his lips, his eyes shining with undeniable joy. Sister Sun's son called Lu Yun sister. And now he also addressed Hee Chang'an as brother. Sister Sun gently patted her son's head and said, "We should head back now. His kindergarten teacher left some homework that still isn't finished. I need to go home and supervise him. Say goodbye to brother and sister." Sister Sun's son chimed in, "Goodbye, brother and sister." The boy resembled Sister Sun, with slightly thick double eyelids and full lips, and he was dressed neatly. Lu Yun felt a bit fond of him and earnestly said goodbye in return. Seeing this, Sister Sun's attitude toward Lu Yun softened a little. Being older than Lu Yun and having met many people, she could tell who was being sincere and who was not. Sister Sun and her husband each held one of their sons' hands as they walked together under the long shadows cast by the setting sun. Hee Chang'an watched their figures for a while. He looked down at his hand holding Lu Yun's. His fingers merely moved slightly, and they didn't even touch Lu Yun's hand, yet he felt elated. Oh. When Lu Yun returned home, many people noticed her permed hair. She heard quite a few compliments about her beauty, and Lu Yun responded with her usual gentle demeanor. Zhang Meili looked at Lu Yun's curly hair, as Lu Yun demonstrated by tying it up with a rubber band right in front of her. Whether in a high ponytail or a bun, she looked great. Zhang Meili immediately made up her mind. She would get a perm next weekend. Lu Dong teased, "What? You're not worried about looking silly?" Zhang Meili said, "When I married you, I endured so much hardship. Now that I want to get a perm, you say I'll look silly." As she spoke, she began to think about how she would style her hair. Lu Dong replied, "Go ahead and get it. We'll get it done right away." Lu Yun disliked the lingering smell of her freshly permed hair, and went to the bathroom to wash it several times before finally returning to her room. Oh. The next day, Lu Yun was a bit busy. With the change of seasons, she had to take out the clothes stored in her wardrobe, wash them, and dry them before they could be worn. Although Zhang Meili had helped Lu Yun with the laundry, Lu Yun didn't just sit idly by. She helped hang the clothes. After finishing, she clipped them with pegs and waited for them to dry. The autumn wind dried the clothes especially quickly. In the afternoon, Lu Dong accompanied Zhang Meili to get her hair permed, while Lu Yun tidied up her room, cleaning every nook and cranny. By the time she was done, she lay on the bed, exhausted and unwilling to move. This cleaning spree was her way of indirectly wanting to tidy up her living space. Oh. Hee Chang'an had taken on a renovation project in the provincial capital. He had no problem supervising the workers, so he left the site under Zhang Hao's watch. Today, Zhang Hao had finally managed to return for a visit, albeit because of some business. As luck would have it, he ran into Hee Chang'an as he was coming out. Zhang Hao said, "Brother, the floor tiles we recommended earlier are no longer wanted by the homeowners. They want to change them. If they do, we won't get our commission." Zhang Hao genuinely admired Hee Chang'an. They had grown up together, and he couldn't understand how their paths had diverged so greatly. He had thought that Hee Chang'an would be satisfied with the money from the renovation project, but instead, Hee Chang'an had reached out to numerous contacts at the furniture market. He recommended products to homeowners, and as long as they made a purchase, he earned a commission. However, Hee Chang'an was not unscrupulous. The price he sold the tiles to homeowners was already the lowest available in the market. Homeowners wouldn't find that price at the furniture market. Zhang Hao couldn't fathom how Hee Chang'an managed to do it. Hee Chang'an asked, "Did they say why they wanted to change?" Zhang Hao replied, "They said they wanted darker floor tiles, but they didn't like the ones you recommended." He continued, "They mentioned that if they switched to dark tiles, the overall look of the renovation would definitely not be as good as with light-colored ones. I told them once, but they didn't listen. Later, I was worried they might take offense, so I didn't dare to mention it again." Hee Chang'an said, "Next weekend, when their daughter is on holiday from kindergarten, go visit them and take them to the furniture market. On your way out, try to take a detour to the curtain store I took you to before. Before that, make a trip to that curtain store and have them change the curtains hanging outside to the lightest pink." Zhang Hao didn't understand, so Hee Chang'an explained, "The homeowner has a daughter who loves pink. Light pink curtains would look nice with light-colored floor tiles. During the weekend, the couple usually takes care of their daughter themselves. If it works out, great. If not, then so be it. Zhang Hao laughed. I'll go back and do exactly as you said. He Chang'an then asked, do you know where Li Xiaohong lives? Zhang Hao was more familiar with Li Xiaohong. Initially, he had asked her to help deliver things to He Chang'an at the cotton textile factory. He actually knew where Li Xiaohong lived, and after he shared the address he inquired, what do you need her for? He Chang'an replied, just a little something. After walking quite a distance, He Chang'an turned back and said, I'm dating Lu Yun. Zhang Hao stood there in shock. You're dating Lu Yun? He Chang'an smiled lightly. Yeah, it's been 6 days. Zhang Hao was incredibly excited. No one knew better than him how much He Chang'an liked Lu Yun. He asked, so when I see her next I should call her sister-in-law, right? Help me find out when she's free. I want to treat you both to a meal. After saying that he quickly added, if she doesn't want to, that's fine. Just ask her what she wants to eat, and I'll take care of it. Oh. When Li Xiaohong came to see Lu Yun was a bit surprised. She called Li Xiaohong inside and poured her a glass of water, but Li Xiaohong felt a bit shy and didn't drink. She handed a note to Lu Yun, which was given to her by He Chang'an. Lu Yun glanced at the note, and the words, I miss you followed by He Chang'an's name was written on it. His handwriting was sharp and bold, much like his personality. Seeing those words, Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Yun said, thanks for delivering this. Li Xiaohong asked, do you want me to help you send him a note in return? Lu Yun replied, no need. Just drink your water. I'll get you some fruit. Both Lu Yun and Li Xiaohong worked at the cotton textile factory, so they were able to chat for a while. Once they found common ground, the conversation flowed easily. Li Xiaohong sat with Lu Yun for about half an hour before she left, feeling completely at ease. Since Li Xiaohong came from the countryside and lived with her relatives, she usually worked as a temporary worker at the factory or helped out at her relative's home. She was quite introverted and seldom communicated with others for that long. As she left, Li Xiaohong said, next time he asks me to deliver something, I won't take any money. You're such a nice person. That evening, Lu Yun unfolded the note He Chang'an had written. After reading it, she folded the note back up and placed it with the fishbowl he had previously given her. Oh. Meanwhile, He Chang'an was tossing and turning in bed. On the desk beside him lay several crumpled notes he had written and discarded. As he sat up, he casually picked up one of the notes and looked at his own handwriting. After a while, he gathered all the notes he had written and placed them in a drawer. He felt uneasy about not receiving a reply from Lu Yun. Did that mean she was unhappy? It had only been yesterday when he accompanied Lu Yun to get her hair permed and later strolled through the state-owned shops in the county town. Now he pushed open the window and stood by it, gazing at the crescent moon in the night sky. Oh. On Monday, Lu Yun woke up and tied her hair back with a scarf, creating a bow at the back. She also put on a cream-colored sweater coat. As she prepared to leave, she initially intended to ride her bicycle, but when she reached for the handlebars, she released them and walked out instead. Seeing that Lu Yun wasn't using her bicycle, Lu Xiaohong quickly pushed it toward her. If you're not going to ride it, let me use it. Otherwise, I'll have to go buy one myself. After Lu Yun nodded in agreement, he touched the bicycle thoughtfully. When he looked up, he noticed the light yellow scarf tied into a bow in her hair. It looked quite novel, and he couldn't help but look a little longer. The scarf was long, and the bow at the back flowed like ribbons. It was beautiful. He had never seen any other girl style her hair like Lu Yun. Zhang Meili watched the two siblings. They hadn't eaten the breakfast she had just prepared, nor did they call her, so she simply shook her head. They're growing up. Even though they hadn't mentioned anything to their family, Zhang Meili could see the changes. After all, she had been through it herself. Moreover, the two kids didn't seem to be hiding anything from their family. They just hadn't thought about formally introducing them. Zhang Meili felt a bit anxious. After all, dating and marriage were significant matters, especially for Lu Yun, who was beautiful but didn't appear particularly bright. Oh. When they reached the alley, Lu Yun indeed spotted He Chang'an waiting for her. Upon seeing her, He Chang'an couldn't help but ask, "Did you receive the note I gave you yesterday?" Lu Yun replied, "I did, but it got wet, so I couldn't see what was written on it." "What did your note say?" Hearing Lu Yun's playful tone, He Chang'an looked into her eyes without flinching and told her. It said, "I miss you." And then I signed it with my name, He Chang'an. After saying this, he declared right in front of Lu Yun, "Lu Yun, I miss you." Chapter 18. Chapter 18. He Chang'an rode his bicycle to the cotton textile factory. As he approached the factory gate, the speed of his bicycle noticeably slowed down. He felt Lu Yun's hands, which were wrapped around his waist, tighten a little. He looked down to see her fair fingers gripping his shirt tightly and continued to move forward. This time, Hee Chung-in almost rode directly into the cotton textile factory. Lu Yun dismounted and said, "I'm going to work." A warmth surged in Hee Chung-in's heart as he grasped Lu Yun's wrist and gazed at her. They stared at each other for an indeterminate amount of time, until Lu Yun smiled at him. As she took a few steps forward to enter the factory, Hee Chung-in finally released his grip. Hee Chung-in quickly said, "I'll pick you up after work." "Got it," Lu Yun replied. Many people nearby were observing Lu Yun and Hee Chung-in. Once Lu Yun entered the cotton textile factory and Hee Chung-in rode away, they began to whisper among themselves about the two of them. Although most of them did not know Lu Yun personally, they recognized her. Her beauty was unforgettable after just one glance. "Isn't that our Zhonghua?" someone said, using the term that referred to the most beautiful person in the factory. "Who brought her to work? I heard she has a younger brother. Could that be him?" Another person wondered. "No, I've seen her brother before. They look like a couple, they're so close," someone else replied. "What is that in Zhonghua's hair? It looks really pretty," another person said. Oh. When the people in the office began to ask Lu Yun about her relationship, she was not at all surprised. Hee Chung-in had dropped her off at the gate of the cotton textile factory, allowing others to see them. It would have been odd for everyone to not guess anything. She had also planned for Hee Chung-in to take her to the factory gate. Faced with everyone's inquiries, Lu Yun nodded in acknowledgement. The others were extremely enthusiastic about gossip and had many questions, especially about what Hee Chung-in did. If it were just novels, Lu Yun truly did not know what Hee Chung-in was doing now. However, he had mentioned once during a trip to the provincial capital that he had contracted some renovation work. Lu Yun had not disclosed this. Instead, she simply said she was doing some business. Some people in Lu Yun's office felt that doing business was less stable than their jobs, especially since Lu Yun did not specify what kind of business she was engaged in. They had no idea whether Hee Chung-in was making any money, but they refrained from saying anything in front of her. Lu Yun thought that in their minds, they might compare Hee Chung-in to Chan Jiqiang, and think that Hee Chung-in's business was inferior to Chan Jiqiang's position as the director of the cotton textile factory. What they did not know was that Chan Jiqiang would soon resign to start his own business as well. If it weren't for the male lead halo and the female supporting character, Chan Jiqiang would likely be the one falling short compared to Hee Chung-in. Sister Sun, however, praised Hee Chung-in in the office. When she and Lu Yun went to the cafeteria for lunch, she told Lu Yun, "If my man had any capability, I'd have him quit and start a business too. Unfortunately, he's just a simpleton. I'm just happy that he can keep his iron rice bowl." Lu Yun understood Sister Sun's meaning. She said, "What they think doesn't matter to me. I think he's great. If he weren't, I wouldn't be with him." Before she had crossed over, Lu Yun had thought that if she couldn't find someone suitable, being single for a lifetime wouldn't be a big deal. After all, she was living comfortably, and her food blogger career was thriving. Sister Sun covered her mouth, laughing. "Well, just looking at appearances, he's definitely better than Chen Jiqiang. He treats you well too." The two of them proceeded to the cafeteria to get their meals as they usually did. Today, the food at the cotton textile factory cafeteria was quite good. Lu Yun ordered stir-fried 3 fresh ingredients and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and then she got a bowl of rice and a bowl of soup from the cafeteria. After finding a table and sitting down, Lu Yun habitually wiped her chopsticks. Sister Sun raised her eyebrows at Lu Yun mischievously. Lu Yun turned to look in Sister Sun's direction and recalled that she had encountered the woman sitting at the table in the cotton textile factory before, after receiving her salary during the National Day holiday on October 1st. The cotton textile factory was bustling with people, and Lu Yun could not remember every face she encountered. However, she recognized this particular woman because she appeared competent and had a distinctive look. Lu Yun asked, "What's wrong?" Sister Sun replied, "That's Li Chuanxia. Just look at how she's smiling. It's obvious she's heard about your relationship, and thinks she has a better chance of winning over Chan Jiqiang now." Hearing the name Li Chuanxia made Lu Yun glance at her a few more times. There was no denying that the male lead in novels had a certain allure, while the female supporting character seemed to compete for the position of the primary partner, as if to highlight that the female lead was the one the male lead actively wanted to marry. Lu Yun thought that she needed to remind Li Chuanxia of this at some point. If Li Chuanxia still wanted to marry him, there was not much Lu Yun could do about it. After all, matters of the heart were not easy to predict. At that moment, Lu Yun recalled the system that had appeared when she first crossed over. It wasn't a typical golden finger system. Rather, it helped her quickly adapt to life here and provided information about the character relationships. She wondered if her lack of memory about this place was due to the system's influence, as it might have believed that if she didn't remember the male lead and understood the plot, she wouldn't continue to act as the female supporting character. Perhaps it was meant to help her become more self-aware. She was puzzled about why the system wanted to assist her. Not wanting to dwell on it further, after all, she felt it was pointless to overthink something she might not fully understand. She decided to focus on her meal instead. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes paired perfectly with the rice, and the stir-fried 3 fresh ingredients were also good, especially the soft and tender eggplant, which had a delightful flavor. Li Chuanxia had been feeling pleased until she overheard the conversations of the people eating in the cafeteria. In a fit of anger, she slammed her chopsticks onto the table. Look at our Zhanghua. She's so beautiful. Her partner is quite handsome too. Where do you think she got that yellow bow in her hair? Why don't we go over and ask her? She's really pretty, one of the girls suggested. Li Chuanxia focused on Lu Yun's creamy white sweater and the bow in her hair, thinking to herself that these people were just lacking in experience. There was nothing particularly special about it. After all, it was just a bow clip. After finishing her meal and rinsing her lunchbox, several people approached Lu Yun. They stood not far from her, hesitant to approach. Lu Yun was washing her lunchbox at the sink right by the window, where the sunlight streamed in, illuminating her delicate and fair fingers, making it seem like they were glowing. It made people feel that her hands shouldn't be doing such work. After Lu Yun finished cleaning her lunchbox and put it away, she noticed several people were watching her. She asked, "Is there something you need?" The girl who had been pushed forward shyly asked, "Where did you buy the bow in your hair?" Lu Yun touched the bow at the back of her head and replied, "I bought it at the state-owned department store in our county. It's not really a bow. It's just a silk scarf that I tied into a bow myself. If you have a scarf, you can just tie it at the back of your hair." Soon, a crowd gathered around Lu Yun as they chatted and laughed with her, enveloping her in their attention. Meanwhile, Li Chuanxia, who had been closely observing Lu Yun, felt increasingly unhappy. Li Chuanxia hadn't eaten much for lunch and had specifically packed a meal for Chan Jiqiang. She went to find him, but today, due to equipment issues in the factory, he had been busy in the workshop. When she finally saw Chan Jiqiang, she smiled and ran over, but he frowned slightly without saying anything. Li Chuanxia said, "I knew you'd be too busy to eat, so I brought you lunch. It's your favorite. My brother told me you like these." Hearing Li Chuanxia mention her brother, Chan Jiqiang reached for the lunchbox and said, "Next time you don't need to bring me lunch. I can go to the cafeteria myself." Li Chuanxia didn't argue. She simply nodded and continued, "I ran into Lu Yun while I was eating in the cafeteria. You know, the one your auntie said has been chasing after you. She wore a scarf tied into a bow today, and quite a few people asked about it. At this point," she continued, "I also heard she's in a relationship. This morning her boyfriend dropped her off at the cotton textile factory. They seemed really close, which is good. Now that she's in a relationship, she won't cling to you anymore, so your auntie won't have to worry. Before, your auntie mentioned how determined Lu Yun seemed in pursuing you, but it looks like it's not such a big deal after all." Chan Jiqiang raised his voice slightly. "What did you say?" Li Chuanxia replied, "Are you asking about your auntie or her relationship?" Chan Jiqiang remained silent. He glanced at the time and realized it was almost time to start work, so he simply told Li Chuanxia, "You should go to work now." Oh. Recently, the cotton textile factory had been busy due to the change of seasons, with many orders and various tasks piling up. After a long day, Lu Yun was about to finish her shift when she heard Sister Sun chuckle. Sister Sun gestured for Lu Yun to look downstairs. When Lu Yun walked to the window, she saw He Chang'an waiting for her at the entrance of the cotton textile factory. She glanced back at Sister Sun, who didn't say anything to the others in the office but urged Lu Yun to hurry and finish for the day. Upon reaching He Chang'an, Lu Yun asked, "How long have you been waiting?" He Chang'an shook his head. "I just arrived. You came out right as I got here." Lu Yun didn't quite believe him but chose not to press further. As they were heading back, she noticed that He Chang'an had brought something with him in a woven bag. Seeing her looking at the bag, He Chang'an quickly reached out to help her open it, revealing its contents. He explained, "This is dried radish from the countryside. I'm starting to stock up on winter vegetables. Zhang Hao told me this batch is especially good, so he sent me quite a bit. I'll bring your portion over tomorrow, and you can take this one to Sister Sun in your office." Since they were all getting off work, Sister Sun approached them at that moment. Lu Yun called out to her and pointed to the dried radish He Chang'an had brought, explaining what it was. As she spoke, He Chang'an didn't let Lu Yun touch the woven bag of radish. Instead, he lifted it and handed it to Sister Sun. Sister Sun laughed. "This isn't just for me. It's really a match made in heaven for you too, isn't it?" Hearing Sister Sun's remark, He Chang'an didn't refute it, which could be taken as tacit agreement. He said, "She mentioned that you have a good relationship, and that you often look out for her in the office, so I appreciate that." Sister Sun quickly waved her hand. "What do you mean by trouble? Don't worry, if she ever needs anything, I'll definitely help her. Sister Sun had always had a favorable impression of Hee Chang'an, but watching how he treated Lu Yun made her think even more highly of him. In her eyes, Hee Chang'an was a much better match than Chan Jiqiang, and Lu Yun seemed far more suited to be with him. The dried radish Hee Chang'an brought was also of excellent quality, and there was so much of it that Sister Sun felt a bit embarrassed to take it all. Hee Chang'an said, "These are just a small gesture, don't be polite. Think of it as something for your son. After all, he called both me and Lu Yun brother and sister last time." Sister Sun looked at Hee Chang'an with increased admiration. "Alright, I'll accept it then. You two should come over sometime for a meal. My son mentioned how good-looking both of you are." Once Sister Sun happily took the dried radish back with her, Lu Yun turned to Hee Chang'an. Even though Sister Sun did take care of her at work from time to time, she didn't remember ever saying those things to Hee Chang'an. Hee Chang'an patted the cushion on the back of the bicycle and explained, "This way she'll take even better care of you in the office." As Lu Yun sat down, she said, "You just want Sister Sun to repeat that line about us being a match made in heaven." Hee Chang'an smiled, his eyes sparkling. "Isn't there some truth to what she said?" Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Hee Chang'an had been picking up and dropping off Lu Yun from work for several days in a row. Each day, even before the closing time of the cotton textile factory, Hee Chang'an's bicycle would be parked outside the factory gates. This routine had solidified rumors that the two of them were indeed in a relationship. Though there was still some gossip regarding Lu Yun's past involvement with Chan Jiqiang, Lu Yun found it all rather insignificant. At least it wasn't the talk of the town anymore. Besides, rumors had since shifted focus to Chan Jiqiang and Li Chuanxia. The gossip about them had divided into multiple versions, each one more outlandish than the last, to the point that even Lu Yun found them absurd when she overheard them. However, apart from a few colleagues she knew well in the office, no one dared to bring up these matters in front of Lu Yun. The few who did know were quite discreet and considerate. Friday finally rolled around, and Lu Yun noticed the weather was brighter than before. The clear blue sky and white clouds lifted her spirits, and she found herself working more efficiently than usual. After a few busy days, Lu Yun was looking forward to sleeping in and staying at home over the weekend. She wasn't the only one with this plan. Sister Sun shared a similar desire. Sister Sun said, "I just hope my son gives me a break. Little boys are such live wires, always begging me to take him out to play on the weekends. How can I spoil him every time he asks?" As the workday drew to a close, Lu Yun's steps felt lighter. Upon heading outside, she noticed that Hee Chang'an had come on a different bicycle than usual. It was a blue bicycle, brand new and gleaming, and much more stylish than the one she had seen him with before. Hee Chang'an explained, "The bicycle you've been using is a bit heavy. This one's lighter to ride. I'll be heading to the provincial capital tomorrow, and I'll likely be staying there for a few days. You can use this bicycle while I'm gone." After he spoke, he handed Lu Yun a pair of blue knitted gloves and a hat. The weather was getting colder, and he figured the gloves and hat would keep her warm while riding. The gloves he gave her were fairly thick, but calling the hat thick would be an understatement. It was extremely warm and even covered her ears. Lu Yun thought this hat would keep her cozy even in heavy snowfall. Right in front of Hee Chang'an, she put on the hat. She wasn't sure how she looked, so she tilted her head at him and asked, "How does it look?" Hee Chang'an's expression softened, a tenderness in his gaze that Lu Yun couldn't meet for long. She looked down, unable to stop herself from shyly avoiding his eyes. Hee Chang'an smiled and replied, "You'd look good in anything." On their way home, he didn't give Lu Yun a ride on his bicycle. Instead, he suggested she ride at her own pace while he followed closely behind, saying he was concerned she might not be accustomed to the new bicycle. Initially, Lu Yun thought he was being overly cautious, but as soon as she started riding, she realized he might be right. The bicycle was so light that it felt a bit unfamiliar, though it did ride much more smoothly. When they were almost home, Hee Chang'an called out to Lu Yun and, gripping his jacket with a slightly tense expression, he looked at her intently. "When I come back from the provincial capital, we'll still be together, right?" Lu Yun's smile grew brighter. With a burst of energy, she sped up, leaving Hee Chang'an behind as she called back, "Yes." Hee Chang'an walked a few steps, then started jogging after her. "Ride a bit slower." "I know," Lu Yun replied. A song Tian Mimi played from a nearby record store. Hee Chang'an stood there, watching Lu Yun's figure disappear down the street. When she turned a corner and headed into an alley, he couldn't resist running after her once more. Only stopping once he saw her walk her bicycle into her courtyard. As Lu Yun wheeled the bicycle into the Sihiyuan courtyard, she overheard the neighbors chatting and laughing. They seemed to be talking about Aunt Li's nephew, who, they were pleased to announce, was no longer a bachelor. However, he hadn't married a city girl but a woman from the countryside. Aunt Li commented, My nephew thought about it and decided to marry a country girl. He said he liked her, she's capable, what's not to like? And he takes good care of his wife. Even got her a bicycle, though it's second-hand. But he says he'll get her a new one someday. Lu Yun's new bicycle immediately caught the attention of the others in the courtyard. They eyed it with curiosity, clearly aware that it was no cheap purchase. Without addressing their inquisitive expressions, Lu Yun simply locked the bicycle in front of her home and headed inside. Aunt Li looked annoyed, so irritated by Lu Yun's aloofness that she said nothing more, instead getting up and heading back to her house. The others couldn't help but laugh quietly at the scene. When Lu Yun wheeled her bicycle home, she expected her family to comment on it. Surprisingly, Zhang Meili and Lu Dong only commented briefly, saying it was nice and then left it at that. Lu Xiangyan even took the bicycle for a quick test ride around the courtyard. Somehow this moment struck Lu Yun as odd, bringing back memories of the life she'd left behind, of her parents divorcing and each remarrying, and of the days that followed as they built separate lives. Perhaps after experiencing so much warmth since she traveled to this time, Lu Yun found herself genuinely enjoying her current life. Lu Yun hugged Zhang Meili's arm and teased, "Aren't you curious about who gave me this bicycle?" Zhang Meili replied calmly, "I figured you'd tell me when you wanted to. You may be my daughter and Xiangyan my son and we live together, but there's a word for it. What is it? Privacy." Beside her, Lu Dong nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's right. Privacy." Zhang Meili sighed. "Although I'll admit, I am rather curious." And with that, she fell into thought, worried about the character of Lu Yun's partner, whether he was a good person if he had a decent temperament, and how easy it would be to get along with his family. Oh. Early on Saturday, He Chang'an headed to the bus station for his trip to the provincial capital. He didn't bring much with him, knowing he had all he needed there. While waiting at the station, he saw several wives bidding farewell to husbands heading off to earn a living. Scenes like these were common at the bus station, but this time as he watched, He Chang'an couldn't help but smile slightly. A young man nearby, outgoing by nature, caught He Chang'an's gaze and said, "She's worried about me. But really, I'm just going to the provincial capital. I'll be back in a few days. Besides, who knows if I'll even find work there. Still, we've got to earn a living, right?" Though he talked about the need for money, there was a look of contentment on his face as he glanced back at his wife. Oh. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, He Chang'an went to check the progress on a renovation project he was overseeing. When he got there, he noticed Zhang Hao working alongside the crew. Curious, he asked why Zhang Hao was there and learned that someone had quit unexpectedly. Unable to find a replacement on short notice, Zhang Hao had decided to step in himself. Fortunately, the tasks were straightforward, moving materials and painting, things he knew how to do. Without saying much, He Chang'an rolled up his sleeves and joined in to help with the work. The renovation had reached a stage where the building structure was beginning to take shape. The property had a large terrace, and as He Chang'an walked past it, he lingered for a moment. The terrace offered a stunning view of the bustling provincial capital, with glimpses of the sea in the distance. Down on the road below, a few cars occasionally passed by, the most common colors being red and black. As Zhang Hao worked, he couldn't help but smile. Once this place is done, and if you can negotiate with the other homeowners in this community, we might secure a few more renovation jobs here. By year's end, we could be looking at a decent profit. After a pause, he added, "You don't cook often, but you should still stock up on winter vegetables. I can have my family help buy some for you. It's cheaper when we buy it in bulk." He Chang'an's gaze shifted thoughtfully. "Tell me, if we got multiple units in this complex to renovate, do you think we'd be able to handle it?" Zhang Hao stammered. "More units? We could, right?" He Chang'an chuckled. "Yes, more units. If I secure the contracts, you'll go back to the county in a few days to recruit more workers. If we can't find suitable people there, go wait at the bus station. Plenty of people come to the provincial capital for work, and they'll all pass through the county to get here." Zhang Hao was momentarily speechless. Renovating multiple units would mean a substantial income. Many clients in the capital preferred local firms, and some of these companies were fully registered with proper business licenses. People trusted them, which made it easier to secure projects. Could they really compete and take on a large volume of work? Though he had his doubts, when he looked at He Chang'an, something about his confidence made Zhang Hao feel it might not be impossible. Not all of the current workers on site were fully trustworthy either, so Zhang Hao didn't ask more and continued working. Oh. By late November, the Lu family had also started stockpiling winter vegetables. Lu Yun watched as Zhang Meili and Lu Dong brought home bags of supplies almost daily. Among the items, there was an abundance of cabbage, most of which Zhang Meili turned into pickled sauerkraut. This decision left Lu Xiangyan, who wasn't fond of sauerkraut, visibly troubled. In winter, most of their meals consisted of pickled cabbage, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, with few fresh greens available. Still, Lu Yun was content with it, not being a picky eater, though she wasn't particularly fond of ginger. After a scolding from Zhang Meili, Lu Xiang'an was informed, "We're having sauerkraut tonight." That evening it was Lu Yun's turn to cook. As she washed her hands, she felt the icy sting of the water and realized the cold had truly set in. She decided to layer up the next day with her thermal underclothes without needing anyone to remind her. With her slender figure, Lu Yun wore her thermals without looking bulky or feeling restricted in movement. For dinner, Lu Yun prepared sauerkraut stew with glass noodles and thin slices of pork belly. Zhang Meili added a side of scrambled eggs and spicy fried potatoes. The family of 4 had now moved their meals from the courtyard into the warmth of the house. By the end of the meal, Lu Xiang'an had devoured 2 big bowls of rice along with Lu Yun's sauerkraut stew with noodles. "This is delicious. The sauerkraut tastes amazing," he exclaimed with genuine delight. When Lu Yun went outside afterward, she ran into Li Xiaohong, who had come to see her. Li Xiaohong was dressed rather thinly, and her face was red from the cold wind. Lu Yun wanted to ask why she wasn't wearing a thicker coat, but she swallowed the question. Panting slightly, Li Xiaohong, barely pausing to catch her breath, said, "He Chang'an called you." At that time, not to mention mobile phones, even having a landline was a rare luxury. A telephone installation fee alone cost 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, plus a monthly maintenance fee and per-minute call charges. And calls were charged at both ends. Each minute cost around 1 yuan. Lu Yun's annual salary, even with bonuses, was just over 1,000 yuan, meaning she'd have to save for 3 years without spending a cent just to afford a phone. Since arriving in this time, Lu Yun had never actually seen a phone but had overheard Sister Sun mention one recently in the office. Apparently, Sister Sun had taken a call from her hometown and had been on the line long enough for the call to cost over 4 yuan. Lu Yun asked, "Where is it?" Li Xiaohong said, "It's at the little shop down the alley from us." Although Lu Yun and Li Xiaohong didn't live on the same alley, they weren't far apart. As Lu Yun was about to head out to take the call, Li Xiaohong called her back. "He asked me to tell you not to rush," Li Xiaohong continued. "He said he's not in a hurry, so don't run. Oh, and the shop owner knows him, so don't pay for the call." Li Xiaohong looked at Lu Yun with a bit of envy. When she first heard that someone was calling Lu Yun, she hadn't even finished her meal before dashing over. After all, with call rates at 1 yuan per minute, she thought this call must be important. She'd quickly run over to find Lu Yun. Not that Li Xiaohong felt like she lost out in any way. She told Lu Yun that if He Chang'an ever needed her help to pass along things in the future, she'd do it without charge. She'd even mentioned this to He Chang'an, who had nodded and politely thanked her, saying, "Much appreciated." But later, he often asked Zhang how to drop off useful supplies for her, such as rice and flour. So Li Xiaohong became even more willing to help whenever she could. This time, she had even run over to find Lu Yun without hesitation. Zhiyuan Courtyard. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Lu Yun walked slowly, a bit spoiled by nature, and by the time she reached the small shop in the alley, the shopkeeper, out of a bit of sympathy, handed her the receiver. Lu Yun glanced at it. A red rotary phone with white plastic buttons displaying the numbers, the receiver and phone cord both in the same shade of red. This type of phone had been quite common during her childhood. The shopkeeper commented, "This has already cost a few bucks." On the other end of the line, He Chang'an quickly responded, "It's fine, it's not expensive. I earned quite a bit this time in the provincial city." Lu Yun, unsure if it was the static or He Chang'an's soft voice, felt a slight tickling in her ear. She adjusted the position of the receiver, unsure of what to say. He Chang'an held the receiver close to his ear and said, "The moon here in the provincial city is especially beautiful tonight. Is it beautiful over there as well?" Lu Yun found the question a little silly, but she looked up at the night sky anyway. A crescent moon hung in the sky amidst countless twinkling stars. She replied, "It's beautiful, and there are so many stars tonight too." He Chang'an also looked up at the night sky on his end. "I just wanted to say good night to you." Lu Yun responded, "He Chang'an." When He Chang'an heard her say his name, he instinctively stood a little straighter, gripping the receiver tightly, waiting for Lu Yun to speak to him. Lu Yun said, "Good night, He Chang'an." When the call ended, Lu Yun noticed Li Xiaohong standing nearby, staring at her with wide eyes. She glanced at Li Xiaohong's somewhat thin clothing and decided to bring her along as they headed back together. Li Xiaohong stayed close to Lu Yun, observing her friend as she walked while occasionally gazing at the night sky. They were close enough friends that she couldn't hold back her curiosity. Li Xiaohong asked, "You made a call that cost a few bucks just to say, 'The moon is beautiful, the stars are beautiful,' and to say good night?" Li Xiaohong had come from the countryside and had finally managed to land a temporary job at the cotton textile factory. He was usually busy, and while she hadn't dated anyone yet, that didn't mean she hadn't seen others in relationships. So she really couldn't understand why Lu Yun and Hee Chungin would spend money on a call just to talk about stars, the moon, and to say goodnight. Lu Yun explained, "It wasn't just about saying goodnight. It was his way of telling me he missed me, and my way of letting him know I understood." After returning home, Lu Yun took out a few jackets she no longer wore and gave them to Li Xiaohong. She didn't explain much, simply saying that she no longer liked that style. Li Xiaohong hugged the clothes tighter, her face turning red. In truth, she didn't have any thicker clothes for autumn. She had sent most of last month's earnings back home, so buying warmer clothes would have to wait until her next paycheck. Although the weather had turned colder, she usually stayed indoors and could manage without them for now. "Thank you," Li Xiaohong said. Lu Yun said, "No need to thank me. I don't wear these styles anymore, so it would be a waste to leave them here. Try them on and see if they fit." Lu Yun had a slim build, whereas Li Xiaohong was a bit too thin, so Lu Yun's clothes fit her loosely. Still, they made her look more put together, though she stood there, visibly self-conscious. "I can layer up under these and they'll fit just right and keep me warmer," Li Xiaohong said. Lu Yun nodded, glancing at the sky. "That sounds good. I'll ask my brother to give you a ride home." Li Xiaohong started to decline, but just then Lu Xiangin happened to walk by and overheard Lu Yun mentioning her brother. He knocked and came inside, glancing at Li Xiaohong's outfit with a bit of surprise but choosing not to comment. "A young lady shouldn't be walking back alone. I'll give you a ride home," Lu Xiangin offered. "Where do you live?" "It's not far," Lu Yun said. "Just down the alley up front." On the way back, Li Xiaohong bit her lip, casting several glances at Lu Yun. At last, she looked at her earnestly and said, "You and Hee Chungin are sure to stay together for a long, long time, and you'll be very happy together." Hearing this heartfelt blessing, Lu Yun smiled. "Now hurry on home." Oh. When Lu Xiangin returned, he blew on his hands and rubbed them together, feeling the chill and unable to stop himself from commenting, "Your friend, I just dropped her off, and as I was about to leave I heard someone in the yard calling her to help clean up the table. I bet she hasn't even had a meal yet. And you, someone so particular about fashion, how could you give away your own clothes like that?" Lu Yun replied, "She's staying with her relatives. Everyone has their own struggles. But with this cold weather, she really needed a thicker coat. She looks quite thin." Lu Yun herself was especially sensitive to the cold. If she hadn't been, she wouldn't be so diligent about wearing her thermals. She knew how uncomfortable it was to be freezing. Lu Xiangin nodded thoughtfully, then looked over at Lu Yun asking, "Did your boyfriend call you?" Lu Yun glanced back at him. "How did you know?" Lu Xiangin teased her. "I happened to pass by and I overheard the shopkeeper talking with someone saying, 'Young people dating these days are hard to understand, spending a few bucks on a call just to say nonsense.'" Lu Yun pushed him out the door. "It's enough that we understand each other. Now go home. And don't go calling your own girlfriend someday, and definitely don't eat sour cabbage noodles this winter. You can survive on the cold wind." She'd picked up that last line from Zhang Meili, who once teased Lu Xiangin with it. Lu Xiangin had claimed not to like sour cabbage, and when Zhang Meili was busy pickling some, she had thrown that phrase at him. Fine, I'll live on wind. But after drinking all that wind, can I still have some of the sour cabbage noodles you make?" He joked back. "Nope," Lu Yun replied with a smirk. Oh. Hee Chungin, meanwhile, had rented a small, inexpensive house in the provincial city. It was a single-story place, which he had secured because he often needed to travel there for work. Having a place of his own in the city made more sense than staying at a guest house each time, especially when splitting the cost with Zhang Hao. It was more affordable, felt like his own space, and allowed him to leave his things there without worry. Though the autumn night was chilly, Hee Chungin found himself unable to sleep, feeling inexplicably warm. Every few minutes, he glanced at the night sky, unable to stop himself from smiling. Zhang Hao came out from the bathroom after a shower, grumbling, "After working these past few days, it feels like I can never get fully clean. Renovation work really isn't easy." As he walked closer, he noticed Hee Chungin's expression and bent down, asking, "Bro, what's got you smiling like that?" Hee Chungin stood up. "Nothing. Just go to bed early." Zhang Hao stayed where he was, listening to the sound of Hee Chungin's door closing, baffled. After thinking about it for a bit, he mimicked Hee Chungin's smile and muttered to himself, "It's like he just saw Lu Yun or something." Shaking his head, he headed back to his room to sleep. Tomorrow was another day of hard work. Hee Chungin lay in bed, still unable to fall asleep, his thoughts racing. He kept imagining Lu Yun's expression when she'd said goodnight to him. Was she smiling with her eyes curved in a soft arc, smiling faintly, or maybe just casually saying goodnight? He tossed and turned, sleep evading him. Oh. Hee Chungin returned on Monday, 2 days after their phone call, and it had been nearly a week since he'd last seen Lu Yun, from his departure for the provincial city to now. After picking Lu Yun up at the cotton textile factory, he took her out for a meal. Lu Yun was about to go home and inform her family, but they ran into Li Xiaohong on the way. Upon learning their plans, Li Xiaohong eagerly volunteered, patting her chest and promising to go to the Lu family and pass along the message. He Chang'an had been watching Lu Yun all along, but when Li Xiaohong appeared, he noticed the clothes she was wearing and paused. It was Lu Yun's clothing. As he Chang'an pedaled with Lu Yun on the back of his bicycle, he didn't mind at all that he was riding a women's bicycle, even though it looked a bit comical for a tall man like him. He asked, "Why'd you give your clothes to Li Xiaohong?" Lu Yun swung her legs lightly. "They didn't fit me well, and they'd just be sitting there unused anyway." He Chang'an replied, "I'll buy you ones that look even better." This time He Chang'an took Lu Yun to the state-owned restaurant, known for its delicious fried eggplant. Once they arrived, He Chang'an ordered the fried eggplant, and then encouraged Lu Yun to choose whatever else she wanted. She decided on Beijing-style shredded pork, and a dry pot of potato slices. As Lu Yun sat down, He Chang'an noticed her reaching for a handkerchief to wipe her chopsticks and quickly intervened, taking the handkerchief from her. He wiped the chopsticks clean before handing them back to her, keeping the handkerchief for himself. "I'll wash it for you when we get back," he said. Lu Yun rested her chin on her hands and gazed at him, while He Chang'an's eyes stayed fixed on her, seemingly unwilling to blink. Lu Yun raised an eyebrow at him, and He Chang'an playfully mirrored her expression, which made him smile. Lu Yun thought he looked handsome when he raised his brow like that. After a moment she asked, "What did you do in the provincial city?" As soon as Lu Yun posed the question, He Chang'an felt an overwhelming urge to share every detail with her, from his encounters at the bus station with people looking for work in the city, to his conversations with Zhang Hao, where he uncovered a business opportunity. He explained that he had noticed many people buying winter vegetables together to save money, and some even sought out friends and colleagues to join in for cheaper prices. He thought of applying this model to his renovation work, where the more people involved, the cheaper the cost would be. He figured that while he might earn less per family, if he took on more projects, he would end up making more overall. Lu Yun listened to He Chang'an's explanation, and almost blurted out that it sounded like a group purchase. She thought that if He Chang'an could offer a significant discount, this business idea could really take off and earn him a good amount of money. After their meal, as they walked back, He Chang'an saw Lu Yun off at the entrance of the alley. When she turned to leave, he watched her walk away for a moment before he followed suit. "Lu Yun, good night," he called out. Lu Yun turned back, her expression charming and her smile radiant. "Good night." In that moment He Chang'an was reminded of the first time he had met Lu Yun, how she had that same inviting demeanor that made him want to protect her. His heart raced a little faster. He felt a surge of longing again, wishing he could hear Lu Yun say goodnight every single day. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. After Li Ling got married, her life became busier than before. Recently, she had taken some time off to accompany Han Jiangang back to his hometown, and when she returned, she brought a generous supply of sun-dried wood ear mushrooms for Lu Yun. She took advantage of the weekend when Lu Yun wasn't busy to deliver the items. Leaning over Lu Yun's desk, Li Ling said, "Life after marriage, if I were to say it's good, it really is good. My relationship with Han Jiangang is great. But it was not always smooth sailing, there are indeed some troubles. I finally understand why my aunt always says that when looking for a marriage partner, it's crucial to find someone from a good family. Otherwise, living together can be exhausting. You know Han Jiangang has an older brother, right? His brother seems to have gotten married a year before us. The woman he married always wants to stand out. If I outperform her in anything, she gets all huffy. If I can't match her, I can't stand her smugness." Lu Yun sat down next to her. She had heard about such matters a long time ago. As long as the sisters-in-law got along harmoniously, everything was fine. But if there were hidden tensions, it could indeed be infuriating, leading to some resentment and fights with their husbands when they returned home. A friend of Lu Yun's who had gotten married had cried several times over her sister-in-law's scheming nature. Lu Yun asked, "Didn't you say you wanted to buy a house and move out?" Li Ling replied, "Well, it's going to take some time. The housing prices in our county are just too high." Lu Yun thought to herself that the current prices were not high at all. They were practically a bargain. The real high prices would come later. If she had enough capital now to buy a few more properties, she could just relax and live off the rent in the future. However, if she voiced those thoughts, Li Ling probably wouldn't believe her. Plus, she couldn't express how cautious she was about her own matters. Otherwise, it might raise suspicions that would be difficult to explain. Lu Yun said, "If you're going to buy, try to stay within your budget and go for a larger one. Think about it, you're going to have kids in the future, right? They'll need their own room and they'll want some space to play at home, right? If it's a bit more expensive, so be it. Otherwise, if you buy a smaller one, you'll just end up needing to move again later, and that new house will require renovations, which is another expense." As she spoke, Lu Yun felt herself getting a bit excited about the idea. If the location was chosen well, they might even benefit from future redevelopment. Unfortunately, this was a fictional world, similar yet different from her previous one, like a parallel universe. Lu Yun couldn't pinpoint where redevelopment would surely occur, but she was confident that buying property was a smart move. Li Ling absorbed Lu Yun's words. On the way back, Li Ling suddenly recalled something and said, "The other day when I was coming home from work, I saw Chan Jiqiang inquiring about He Chang'an. It was quite unusual for Chan Jiqiang to be asking about He Chang'an." Lu Yun pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out why Chan Jiqiang would be interested in He Chang'an, especially since the two of them seemed to have no connections now. After contemplating without resolution, Lu Yun decided to let it go and face whatever came next. Oh. At the cotton textile factory where Lu Yun worked, they dealt with some defective fabrics, yet these fabrics were often sought after by others looking for bargains. Despite having some flaws, they were still attractive to wear, and with a bit of tailoring, they could be just as good as the new high-quality materials from the factory. Even if they didn't buy the flawed fabrics, the workers at the cotton textile factory could still acquire them at a lower price. On this particular day at work, as soon as Lu Yun arrived at the office, she was taken to a warehouse in the cotton textile factory by Sister Sun without having a chance to speak. Lu Yun was currently saving up money as capital, especially after hearing Li Ling express her desire to buy a house. Faced with these temptations, she managed to resist, but she still chose a bolt of thick blue cotton fabric for Zhang Meili and Lu Dong, hoping they would make a loose-fitting set of pajamas to wear at home. Lu Yun didn't take any defective products. After she paid, she turned around and noticed that the previously neglected blue fabric was nearly all picked over. Many people had taken a piece. Sister Sun glanced at Lu Yun and quickly stepped forward to grab a piece for herself, hugging it close. Sister Sun covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Now everyone at the cotton textile factory wants to learn from you." As Chan Jiqiang passed by, he glanced at Lu Yun again. In his memory, Lu Yun had still been wearing summer dresses, but now she had switched to a thick wool sweater and had braided her hair to hang down one side of her shoulder. He didn't know anything about hairstyles, but he felt that Lu Yun's braid looked better than anyone else's, especially since it was tied with a ribbon. When Lu Yun looked in his direction, Chan Jiqiang instinctively stood up straighter, but Lu Yun casually walked past him. Encountering Chan Jiqiang made Lu Yun curious, so she couldn't help but ask Sister Sun, "How are Li Chuanxia and Chan Jiqiang doing?" Lu Yun wasn't interested in whether Chan Jiqiang was getting married, but she was concerned that Li Chuanxia might end up as a background character in a novel, eventually becoming the female lead's contrast. If possible, she wanted to find a way to warn Li Chuanxia that Chan Jiqiang was not a suitable match. Sister Sun replied, "I heard that Li Chuanxia is chasing after Chan Jiqiang every day now." Oh. In the evening, when He Chang'an came to pick up Lu Yun after work, he had switched from the bicycle he usually rode. The rear seat of Lu Yun's bicycle was a bit small, so when she sat on it, it was definitely more comfortable on the larger bicycle. However, it was still better to ride the lighter bicycle. As He Chang'an pedaled with his long legs, not yet exerting much effort, Chan Jiqiang approached. Chan Jiqiang was holding a few books, and Lu Yun immediately spotted one titled How the Steel Was Tempered. He handed the book to Lu Yun saying, "You gave this to me before, and I finished reading it." Before he could finish, He Chang'an abruptly rode off on the bicycle. Lu Yun thought that He Chang'an was going to take her home, but instead he stopped outside a bookstore. Lu Yun was familiar with this bookstore, as she had bought several food-related books there before. He Chang'an couldn't shake the thought that Lu Yun had lent her books to Chan Jiqiang. He imagined Chan Jiqiang flipping through the pages daily, reading the words inside. After Chan Jiqiang returned the books to Lu Yun, she had stayed up late at night, going through the pages that he had previously read, feeling a surge of emotions, her heart in turmoil. She wished she could shatter the imagined scenes that troubled her. He Chang'an cautiously asked, "Is it okay if we buy new ones?" While he waited for Lu Yun's response, Lu Yun simply turned and walked into the bookstore. He Chang'an, seeing this, hurried after her and followed her inside. Lu Yun immediately spotted How the Steel Was Tempered, but she had no idea what other books Chan Jiqiang had taken. When she found How the Steel Was Tempered on a higher shelf, she remained silent, and He Chang'an quickly reached up to grab the book for her with ease. The bookstore was small, and the books were tucked away in a corner. Once He Chang'an got the book, their toes nearly touched. Instead of handing the book to Lu Yun, He Chang'an held onto it himself. "What else is there?" he asked. Lu Yun's fingers glided over the spines of the books on the shelf. "I can't remember," she replied. He Chang'an's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Not remembering is fine. Let's just get a few more," he said as he quickly gathered several other books in his arms. There weren't many people around, so Lu Yun's voice was particularly soft. "Were you angry just now?" He Chang'an shook his head. He wasn't angry. Even if he had been, it wouldn't have been at Lu Yun. He was just feeling jealous. He Chang'an fixed his gaze on Lu Yun and asked, "Were you angry just now?" He had brought Lu Yun to the bookstore without her permission and insisted that she buy more books. After saying that, they continued to browse the bookstore. He Chang'an followed behind her. "Let's buy more," he encouraged. Lu Yun did want to get a few more books. The bookstore had received several new cookbooks, many of which featured old-fashioned cooking methods or baking techniques that she had never seen before and found intriguing. She picked out a few, and He Chang'an would take them from her, carrying them together. Lu Yun enjoyed this feeling. With her hands behind her back, she smiled as she walked further. After checking out, the two of them stepped outside. As Lu Yun remembered what Li Ling had said about Chan Jiqiang asking about He Chang'an, she initially thought about telling He Chang'an. However, seeing his cheerful demeanor made her reconsider. Mentioning Chan Jiqiang at that moment would only bring him down. He Chang'an walked Lu Yun to the entrance of the alley. Once they arrived, Lu Yun pulled out the books she had purchased and selected a few to keep. She handed the rest to He Chang'an, who looked down to see that most of the books she left for him were related to renovation, along with a few about architecture, such as history of Chinese architecture. While Lu Yun was browsing the bookstore, He Chang'an kept watching her or helping her reach for books. At first he remembered a few titles of the books she had bought, but eventually his focus shifted entirely to Lu Yun, so he lost track of which books she actually got. "I'll read them all when we get back, not missing a single one," He Chang'an promised eagerly. When Lu Yun returned home, she was surprised to find Lu Xiang'an standing outside in the yard, peeking through a gap to see her and He Chang'an. Lu Yun opened the door and shot him a glare, causing Lu Xiang'an to step back hurriedly. "What did you say to him?" "He's grinning like he just struck it rich," Lu Xiang'an asked. "Mind your own business," Lu Yun replied dismissively. Once inside, Lu Yun casually flipped through each book before placing them on the shelf. She originally planned to help Zhang Meili with dinner, but after taking a few steps, she turned back, retrieved how the steel was tempered, and sat down at the table, opening the first page. Meanwhile, He Chang'an pedaled home quickly, and upon entering his yard, he carefully organized the books Lu Yun had chosen for him. He then took one out and sat down in the yard, opening to the first page as well. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. In early November, Zhang Hao returned from the provincial city. As soon as he got off the bus, he hurried to wait for the public transport. After waiting for a while without seeing a bus, he looked around and then ran all the way to He Chang'an's residence. When Zhang Hao knocked on the door, he wiped his face, and when the door finally opened, he could barely say a complete sentence. He had run so fast, and the cold air had left his throat sore, making it difficult for him to speak. After a long moment, he finally managed to say, "It worked, we did it. Now there are a total of 13 families. Now they would earn much more than they had anticipated." Zhang Hao had not expected things to go so smoothly. He thought that if they continued this way, how much money could they earn in the future? He shared his hopes for the future with He Chang'an, his eyes shining with optimism. Zhang Hao said, "You know, there are so many buildings in the provincial city. If we keep going, won't there be a day when we can buy a building and move in? All those buildings have heating, unlike us. We're still relying on stoves for warmth in the winter. With central heating, it's so warm that you can wear short sleeves inside." He Chang'an replied, "You should come in and rest for a while. I'll step out for a bit." Zhang Hao asked, "Where are you going?" He Chang'an smiled and said, "I'm going to find Lu Yun." Oh. While Zhang Meili was looking for clothes at home, she found a blue sweater that Lu Dong had bought for her several years ago. The sweater was too small to wear, so Zhang Meili called for Lu Yun to help her unwind the yarn. Lu Yun held the sweater and pulled at the yarn that had been taken apart, turning it into a ball of yarn. Lu Yun asked, "Now that this is unraveled, what are we going to knit it into?" Zhang Meili said, "I haven't decided yet. How about I knit you a blue scarf? But I want it to be thicker and longer. Unfortunately, there isn't enough yarn. It's your dad's fault. He bought a sweater without knowing what size I wear." She continued, "Look at this color. It's so beautiful. You can't even find a similar color when you buy one. There's always a color difference." While she was talking, Zhang Meili heard a neighbor calling her, saying that sweet potatoes were being sold again at the market over in the countryside. As soon as she heard that, she hurriedly threw the yarn to Lu Yun, called Lu Dong to join her, and dashed out to buy sweet potatoes. Recently, Lu Yun had been making caramelized sweet potato chips at home, and they were going through the sweet potatoes quickly. Lu Yun kept winding the yarn into a ball at home, and as she worked faster, she found it surprisingly enjoyable. Li Xiaohong came over to find Lu Yun. She was wearing a new cotton coat that wasn't particularly stylish but was very thick. Her face was also beaming with happiness, which made her look a bit more attractive. As soon as she approached, Lu Yun knew that He Chang'an had sent her. She quickly finished winding the yarn ball and used scissors to cut the yarn. Lu Yun asked, "Where is he?" Li Xiaohong replied, "He's just outside the alley." Since the two of them hadn't officially met each other's families, He Chang'an wouldn't come in to find Lu Yun. Lu Yun tied on a scarf and put on her gloves. As she was about to go out, she looked at the yarn ball she had just wound up. She reached out and picked it up, holding it with both hands. Only then did she leave the yard. When she saw He Chang'an before she could say anything, he handed her a sweet potato wrapped in paper. As he watched Lu Yun holding the yarn ball, he continued to help her hold it, while also warming the sweet potato in her hands. Lu Yun told him, "This is the yarn ball I just unraveled from the sweater. Isn't it fun?" As she spoke, she waved the yarn ball in front of He Chang'an. He Chang'an nodded and said, "It is fun, but why did you unravel the sweater? What do you want to knit?" Lu Yun explained, "It's from Ms. Zhang Meili. This sweater can't be worn, so I'm unraveling it to knit a scarf for her. I'm just helping her with the yarn." "I don't know how to knit a sweater," He Chang'an replied. "If you can't knit, then don't worry about it. But you know how to wind yarn, right?" He looked at the yarn in Lu Yun's hands and said earnestly, "See? Your yarn is wound rounder than others." Lu Yun let out a small laugh and then asked, "So what did you come to see me about?" He Chang'an said, "The thing I talked to you about last time has been finalized. We now have 13 families in total. I might be a bit busy lately because I need to take those homeowners to the building materials market." While he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Lu Yun and said, "In the future, I will make a lot of money, and it will all be for you." Before Lu Yun crossed over, her parents had made solemn vows when they got married. She had watched them be affectionate with each other, but later when they divorced it was a terrible scene. It was even hard to imagine how they had once loved each other so much. When He Chang'an talked about the future, Lu Yun couldn't help but wonder, would their future really be like this forever? Perhaps because of her parents' situation, Lu Yun hadn't thought much about her future with He Chang'an. After a while, Lu Yun finally asked, "Will you always give to me? Will you always like me?" He Chang'an, as if making a promise, said seriously, "Lu Yun, I will always like you and I will always give you the money I earn." After he finished speaking, He Chang'an pressed his lips tightly together and asked, "Is it because I'm not doing well or not doing things right?" Lu Yun took a bite of the sweet potato, feeling warmer. She smiled and shook her head, saying, "He Chang'an, I forgot to mention earlier that you did an amazing job in getting these businesses going." Hearing Lu Yun's praise, He Chang'an, despite the cold wind, felt warm inside. He didn't even notice the chill. Instead, he felt like he could run a lap around the block. Being complimented by Lu Yun made the whole endeavor feel more meaningful to him. Oh. When Lu Yun returned, Li Xiaohong was still waiting for her. Lu Yun walked over and asked if Li Xiaohong wanted to join her for some caramelized sweet potato chips, as she was planning to make them soon. Li Xiaohong replied, "I bought this coat at the market for 2 yuan. It's really thick and filled with cotton." She seemed a bit shy as she added, "I know you were worried I didn't have a jacket, so you gave me yours. Later, when I went back to the countryside, my parents told me to give the coat to my younger brother, saying that it would keep him warm at home. They weren't worried about whether I was cold or not, so when I got my paycheck this month, I didn't give all of it to them. I bought myself some clothes and even saved a few yuan." After listening to Li Xiaohong, Lu Yun felt even happier. Since Li Xiaohong had opened up to her, she decided to share her thoughts as well. "If I had my own house, life would probably be much more comfortable in the future. Even renting would be better. It was certainly better than living under someone else's roof." Li Xiaohong had done a lot for her relatives, but no matter how much she contributed, it was all seen as her obligation to help as a guest. Li Xiaohong didn't dare to think about having her own house, but just the thought of it excited her. She kept nodding at Lu Yun, saying, "Even if I can't buy a house for now, I can rent one and move out from my relative's home. I hope to work hard at the cotton textile factory and eventually become a formal employee." Lu Yun listened to Li Xiaohong and nodded after a long while. Oh. That evening, the Lu family returned with pork and cabbage buns from the cafeteria. Although it was the weekend, Lu Dong had to work overtime at the factory, and the cafeteria was still serving meals. The factory where Lu Dong worked was very close to the alley where they lived. In addition, there was white rice porridge and some pickled vegetables that had been prepared earlier. After eating a bun and finishing half a bowl of porridge, Lu Yun returned to her room. She leaned over the table, casually flipping through the book How the Steel Was Tempered. She had read it quite a few times and even made a bookmark for it, although she had read it before crossing over. When Lu Xiang'an entered the room, he brought Lu Yun an apple and asked, "Why did you eat so little tonight? Did you have a fight with your boyfriend?" Lu Yun tossed the apple back to him and said, "You're the one who probably had a fight with your girlfriend." Lu Xiang'an caught the apple and threw it back to Lu Yun, asking, "What's going on? You didn't eat much at all." Lu Yun recounted Li Xiaohong's situation to Lu Xiang'an, asking, she wants to transition from a temporary worker to a formal employee, which must be really hard. She might not even be able to become a formal worker, yet she looked so happy when she talked about it. Why is that? Lu Xiang'an replied, because she really hopes to become a formal employee. He looked at Lu Yun seriously and continued, besides, you can't just accept your current situation without trying to improve it just because you're afraid of not being able to succeed. And what about divorces? If you're so afraid of divorce, you shouldn't get married at all. Lu Yun took a bite of the apple and fell silent. Lu Xiang'an didn't press further and returned to his own room. After taking a day off, Zhang Hao was in high spirits the next day. Since Lu Yun and He Chang'an started dating, he hadn't seen Lu Yun yet. As both he and He Chang'an were heading to the provincial city, and unsure how long they would be gone, Zhang Hao decided to invite Lu Yun and He Chang'an out for a meal together. Zhang Hao said, I'll go ask her. What if she agrees? It's also my fault. I was so eager to return after the deal was finalized that I didn't bring anything back for her. He Chang'an, who initially planned to refuse, glanced at Zhang Hao when he mentioned sister-in-law and nodded, saying, let's go to the cotton textile factory together during lunch. Feeling a bit anxious, Zhang Hao worried that Lu Yun might dislike him. Before heading to the cotton textile factory, he even took a shower and changed into clean clothes. As they prepared for the outing, he couldn't help but wonder how Lu Yun would react. Would she be excited to see him? Would she think of him as just a friend? Or would there be something more? The anticipation mixed with anxiety kept him on edge as they made their way to meet her. Lu Yun came out of the cotton textile factory and spotted Zhang Hao and He Chang'an. After speaking with He Chang'an, she greeted Zhang Hao saying, long time no see. Zhang Hao was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lu Yun to say that to him. He glanced at He Chang'an and quickly replied, sister-in-law, I've been busy in the provincial city for a while. I finally made it back. Do you think you and brother he could have a meal with me? If you're busy, it's okay. I can pick out a gift for you when I return to the provincial city and have brother he bring it back for you. Lu Yun paused for a moment when Zhang Hao called her sister-in-law, but after she heard his invitation she nodded and said, wait for me to go back and speak with the people in the office. There was no need to ask He Chang'an. Since he had brought Zhang Hao along, it was clear that he had already inquired about his thoughts on the matter. Thank you, sister-in-law, Zhang Hao said gratefully. Chapter 23.15. Chapter 23.1. Before Lu Yun entered the book, if there's anyone she felt a liking toward in the novel besides He Chang'an, it would probably be Zhang Hao. Although Zhang Hao's attitude toward Lu Yun in the later stages of the novel could be described as unpleasant, he never actually did anything harmful to Lu Yun. He merely spoke up on behalf of He Chang'an and treated Lu Yun politely. Later, when he promised He Chang'an he would look after the supporting female character, he kept his word and took care of her well until He Chang'an was released from prison. As for Lu Yun's family, the novel's portrayal of them was like the portrayal of the supporting female character, quite unlikable to Lu Yun when she read it. At noon Zhang Hao took Lu Yun and He Chang'an to a large restaurant in the county. Since there were only 3 of them, they booked a private room. As soon as they entered, Zhang Hao quickly pulled out a chair for Lu Yun, then another for He Chang'an, before finally sitting down himself. When it was time to order, He Chang'an selected a few dishes that Lu Yun liked, then handed the menu to her. Lu Yun looked up, intending to ask Zhang Hao's preference, but Zhang Hao immediately said, sister-in-law, you go ahead and order. I'm not picky. I'll eat whatever you order. As Lu Yun chose the dishes, He Chang'an watched her from the side. After Lu Yun ordered a serving of sweet and sour pork, Zhang Hao immediately chimed in approval. Zhang Hao said, I love sweet and sour pork. It's delicious. When I'm in the provincial city and buy a lunchbox at noon, I sometimes get a serving of sweet and sour pork with white rice. I can finish 2 servings of rice with that. With the 3 of them in the private room, Lu Yun ultimately ordered 4 dishes, 1 soup and a dessert, enough to be filling but without excess. As they ate, Lu Yun listened to Zhang Hao and He Chang'an talk about their work in the provincial city. Zhang Hao spoke enthusiastically, while He Chang'an would occasionally explain in a low voice to Lu Yun anything she might not understand or wasn't familiar with. By the end of the meal, Lu Yun had a decent grasp of their work situation in the provincial city. Initially, they had sought out homeowners who were already undergoing renovations, asking them to recommend them to others in exchange for a referral fee, the amount of which varied. Eventually, they switched to a group buying model and managed to secure a total of 13 clients. Zhang Hao returned this time to talk to He Chang'an, and after this conversation he planned to recruit more people. He Chang'an would be leaving with Zhang Hao for the provincial city the next day. After their meal, He Chang'an walked Lu Yun back to the cotton mill. As they strolled, the bare branches of the roadside trees stretched out, stark and desolate. But to Lu Yun, each season held its own beauty. In winter, what she looked forward to most was the snow, though the first snowfall of the year had yet to come. Lu Yun said, "I wonder when it will snow. When it does, we can build snowmen, and the snowy scenery will be beautiful. I love how the snow settles on the branches." He Chang'an glanced up at the sky, thinking how wonderful it would be if it could snow right now. He Chang'an would be heading tomorrow to the provincial city. So when he finally left Lu Yun at the entrance of the cotton mill, he stood there, watching her. Even if they didn't say anything, He Chang'an could gaze at her for a long time. In the end they both smiled. Lu Yun said, "He Chang'an, one day, you'll become someone amazing and will live a happy life." She was certain it wouldn't end like the previous life had. He was always meant for a better life. He Chang'an was capable and smart. He earned money to live well, and after meeting Lu Yun, his goal became to earn enough to give her a good life. He never thought beyond that. He just knew he had to work hard, but hearing her say that, he suddenly felt that maybe only by achieving great things could he truly stand beside her. Lu Yun said, "All right, I'll head in now." He Chang'an pressed a slip of paper into her hand. "This has my address in the provincial city," he said. "I wrote down how to get there, where to get off the bus if you ever need to come. At the bottom, there's the address and workplace of a reliable friend of mine. If you need anything and he can't help you, ask him to find me in the city, or you can come find me yourself." He pointed to the back of the paper. "There's also a phone number for a small shop near where I'm staying. Sometimes it's hard to get through because it's busy, but try to remember all this." He Chang'an wasn't finished yet and continued, "If it's cold when you go out, use a thermos but don't fill it too full. Didn't I buy 4 thermos for you? Keep one at home, one in your office drawer, so even if you forget one you'll have 2 spares." He pressed his lips together then asked softly, "Am I talking too much?" Lu Yun shook her head. "Once you get to the provincial city, you should buy a thermos too." He Chang'an smiled. "All right." At this, even Lu Yun felt they were perhaps being a bit too sentimental. She said, "Well then I'll head back." He Chang'an waited. He watched until Lu Yun had entered the cotton mill, before turning to find Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was waiting nearby, as they had work to do recruiting people that afternoon. He Chang'an only nodded after Zhang Hao finished speaking. Zhang Hao asked, "Shall we go now?" He Chang'an replied, "I need to buy a radio first. You go ahead. I'll catch up with you." Zhang Hao hurried to follow him asking, "A radio? What do you need a radio for?" He Chang'an replied, "To listen to the weather forecast." Oh. November had come, and it was time for the cotton mill to distribute wages. With this month's earnings, Lu Yun had saved over 160 yuan. Enough to accomplish quite a few things. Holding the envelope with her salary, Lu Yun felt a wave of joy. After all, the best day of the month for any worker was payday, and it was especially satisfying to feel the cash in hand. Back in the office, she sat down next to Sister Sun, who was busy with the accounts. With winter upon them, the cotton mill's wages were being paid out, but expenses were also rising. Sister Sun couldn't help but sigh to Lu Yun about how children were really a drain on money. Sister Sun said, "Lately, he's become obsessed with marbles, even though he's clumsy at it. I've had to buy him new marbles several times this month, and that jump rope game, usually little girls play it but he loves it too. I watched him once and honestly he's pretty good at it." As Lu Yun listened to Sister Sun, she felt relieved that the office had finally quieted down after the recent busy spell. With fewer pressing tasks, the conversations flowed more freely. Lu Yun usually spoke less and preferred to listen, especially when Sister Zhang animatedly shared gossip. At times, Lu Yun found herself completely absorbed in their stories. There was a knock on the office door. When everyone looked up, they froze for a moment. Sister Sun subtly nudged Lu Yun under the table. Standing at the door was Chen Jiqiang. He asked, "Lu Yun, could you step outside? I need to talk to you." Lu Yun hadn't expected Chen Jiqiang to approach her voluntarily. She actually didn't want to go. Her attitude toward Chen Jiqiang was simple. Avoid unnecessary interactions. Lu Yun feared that the invisible force of the novel's plot might start interfering again. According to the original story, since Lu Yun, the supporting character, had stopped actively pursuing Chen Jiqiang, he shouldn't have had any reason to seek her out. Yet, despite Lu Yun's lack of interest since she entered the story, Chen Jiqiang had begun appearing in her life more frequently. Unfortunately, the office wasn't a suitable place to have a conversation, and since Chen Jiqiang was already here, Lu Yun had some questions of her own she wanted to ask him. Oh. In the hallway, Lu Yun waited for Chen Jiqiang to speak first. Today Lu Yun wore a high-neck white sweater. Since it was warm inside the office, she hadn't put on a coat and wore only a soft, cream-yellow sweater. Her hair was styled in 2 braids, tied with red wool yarn as makeshift hair ties. Chen Jiqiang hadn't really noticed Lu Yun's appearance before. He'd simply thought she was pretty. Now looking at her up close, he felt as if he could get lost just gazing into her eyes. Chan Ji-chung said. Hee-chungin has no stable job, his parents are divorced, and I heard he's doing some business in the provincial city now. People like him who have struggled their way up tend to be deep and calculative. He's not a suitable match for you. Lu Yun's cheeks flushed with anger. Chun Ji-chung, I know exactly what kind of person Hee-chungin is. I don't need you to tell me. Back in the office, everyone craned their necks to listen. As Lu Yun re-entered, knowing Chan Ji-chung was still outside, she deliberately raised her voice. I must have been blind before. Who is he to tell me that my boyfriend isn't good enough? What's wrong with Hee-chungin? He's good in every way. And what's this talk about no stable job? He makes way more than Chan Ji-chung ever could. Sister Sun chimed in. Exactly. Hee-chungin's a great guy. This was completely out of line on Chan Ji-chung's part. Oh. Chapter 23.2. Chapter 23.2. At the end of the workday, Lu Yun and Sister Sun headed home together. They decided not to ride their bikes and took the bus instead. Since they'd just gotten paid, they planned to stop by the market to pick up some groceries. Winter vegetables and fruits were expensive, but they couldn't eat cabbage and potatoes every day. Sometimes it was nice to treat themselves to something better, especially since Sister Sun had kids at home. Sister Sun wanted to buy some pig trotters to take home, and Lu Yun, who had originally planned to buy ribs, started craving braised pig trotters as she listened to Sister Sun talk about them. It had been a long time since she'd had any, so they decided to buy the trotters together. Lu Yun bought 4 of them. As she prepared to head back, Sister Sun looked up at the sky and remarked, "Looks like it might snow soon, doesn't it?" Lu Yun asked, "You think it'll snow?" Sister Sun nodded. "I think so. I'll buy some pork belly too. If it snows, I'd rather not come out to buy groceries, it's so cold. Last year when it snowed here, the snow was really deep." She added, "You should stock up a bit too." The pork vendor laughed, joining in. "I agree. Really does look like snow is coming. I even heard on the radio yesterday that they're forecasting snow for our area. And for the provincial city too." Hearing that it might snow in the provincial city, Lu Yun turned to Sister Sun and said, "Sister Sun, I was thinking of taking a day off tomorrow, but I still have some unfinished work. Could you help me out if I'm gone?" Sister Sun replied warmly, "Of course. Just let me know what needs to be done, and I'll handle it tomorrow. We're not that busy lately." Lu Yun wanted to thank her, but after a moment's thought, she bought an extra 2 pounds of pork belly and added it to their bill when she paid, covering Sister Sun's portion as well. It made her feel more at ease. Before, Lu Yun hadn't been very good with gestures of goodwill like this. But since Hee-chungin had sent Sister Sun some pickled radish, Sister Sun had noticeably started looking out for Lu Yun more in the office and often took her side in conversations. She even defended Hee-chungin, like today, joining Lu Yun and speaking up for him. Lu Yun then asked, "Sister Sun, do you know what time the earliest bus leaves from our town to the provincial city?" Sister Sun replied, "It leaves the provincial city around 6 in the morning, so it'd get here no earlier than 9. If you take the first bus headed toward the city, there won't be many passengers on board when it starts, so there'll be plenty of seats. You could go and come back in a day without any rush." Then she looked at Lu Yun and asked, "Are you going to see Hee-chungin?" Lu Yun didn't hesitate, answering openly, "Yes, I'm going to see Hee-chungin." Sister Sun couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Even when she just married her husband, their relationship had never been as warm as what Lu Yun shared with Hee-chungin. Oh. That evening Lu Yun made braised pig trotters and twice-cooked pork, and the delicious aroma filled the entire courtyard. To her surprise, she actually managed to make one of the neighborhood kids start crying with envy. Lu Yun had always thought that stories about making the neighbors' kids cry with the smell of food were just jokes from the internet, but here it was, happening in real life. Aunt Jo, the child's grandmother, came over feeling a bit embarrassed. "This kid, I just can't calm him down. Could you spare 1 pig trotter for us? I'll pay you whatever they cost at the market." Before Lu Yun could respond, Zhang Meili stepped out, speaking to Aunt Zhou's grandson for a moment to soothe him. Then she turned to Aunt Zhou saying, "We actually only made 4 trotters, so there really aren't any extras. Here's what we'll do. I'll give you mine and don't worry about the money. After all, we're all neighbors here in this courtyard." She signaled to Lu Yun to bring out a pig trotter. Later, as they went back inside, Lu Yun felt a slight pang of regret, but Zhang Meili laughed. "A little kindness goes a long way. If that Aunt Zhou hears anyone in the courtyard like Old Lady Li saying anything against you, you can bet she'll be on your side after this. Besides, selling a single trotter at market price would have been odd, right? Not the kind of thing that would sit well with people around here. But that poor kid did look pretty pitiful, crying from the smell alone." Lu Dong chimed in, "You can have my pig trotter, Meili." Zhang Meili laughed. "What are you talking about? We'll split it, half for you, half for me. Did you think I'd leave you without any? And of course Yoon and Seongin each get their own. As Lu Yun gnawed on her pig trotter during dinner, Aunt Jo came back over, bringing them a plate of braised fish, a rare treat. Zhang Meili and Aunt Jo exchanged warm words for a while, looking happy as they did, one graciously accepting the fish, the other smiling as she left. As Aunt Jo pushed the door open to leave, Lu Yun glanced out at the sky and asked, "Do you think it'll snow tomorrow?" Lu Dong replied, "The weather certainly looks like snow. Why don't you listen to the forecast on the radio in a bit?" Hearing him mention the radio, Lu Yun's gaze shifted to Lu Xiang'an. He was still absorbed in eating his pig trotter, hands covered in grease. At this moment, even if Lu Yun wanted the radio for herself, Lu Xiang'an would gladly give it to her, especially for a weather forecast. After obtaining the radio and returning to her room, Lu Yun finally managed to find the broadcasting station that Lu Xiang'an had mentioned. She leaned on the windowsill with the radio beside her, gazing out the window. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Lu Yun heard the radio report that the provincial city and her area were both expecting moderate snowfall. Turning off the radio, Lu Yun went outside to freshen up. Oh. For the past few days, He Chang'an and Zhang Hao had been taking the homeowners around the building materials market, often so busy that they barely had time to eat. In the evenings, they would still have to sit down and calculate the accounts. As they worked, the radio was always playing beside them. Recently, Zhang Hao had grown accustomed to He Chang'an listening to the radio once he returned. In fact, it was quite helpful, hearing the weather forecast and knowing in advance what the weather would be like the next day. When the radio announced that the county they were in would see moderate snowfall, He Chang'an's gaze shifted slightly. He Chang'an said, "Tomorrow happens to be a lighter day. Can you go to the hardware alone in the morning? I'll be back in the afternoon." Zhang Hao responded, "Sure, I can handle it on my own. We've already gone through everything at that store once, so tomorrow I just need to go over it again and make some final selections. Not much trouble. And for noon, I'll do as you suggested and bring the local specialties we delivered before and hand them over." At this, Zhang Hao felt a bit reluctant. "Those black mushrooms are pretty expensive, you know." He Chang'an laughed. "Look at you, so little ambition." After he spoke, he got up and headed back to his room. Zhang Hao laughed too, knowing that giving the homeowners gifts like the black mushrooms truly made them happy. Their attitudes had softened considerably since, making conversations more polite and agreeable. Still, he couldn't help feeling a little reluctant, but he certainly wouldn't do anything foolish to hold He Chang'an back. He Chang'an said, "Sending out those mushrooms is to make even more money." For a moment Zhang Hao looked blank. "Make money? Are you saying that giving them mushrooms can make us money?" Inside the room, He Chang'an carefully took out the red scarf he'd bought for Lu Yun. The scarf was thick and long, and he could already imagine how Lu Yun would look with it wrapped around her. He carefully put the scarf away, then finally went to sleep. Oh. Early the next morning, as expected, snowflakes were drifting down outside. The snowfall was light, barely covering the ground and trees with a thin layer. After getting dressed, Lu Yun grabbed some money and headed out. Once she was on the bus, Lu Yun suddenly remembered that she'd left her scarf at home. Thankfully, she was wearing a high-neck sweater today, so she figured she'd be fine without it. When she reached the bus station, Lu Yun stood at the stop, idly wondering when the station would be like those in the future, where people could wait inside without being exposed to the wind or rain. She had a thermos tucked into her clothes and was bundled up warmly, so even the occasional gust of wind didn't make her feel cold, though the thermos was cooling off rather quickly. As the bus approached, Lu Yun shifted her feet a little to stay warm. He Chang'an, who was on the bus, stood up from his seat. Ever since he and Lu Yun had gone to the provincial city together, he'd gotten into the habit of not rushing off the bus but instead waiting for others to exit first. This time, however, even before the bus reached the stop, he was already out of his seat, making his way to the door. The moment the bus stopped, He Chang'an was the first one out. Lu Yun stood there, a few snowflakes caught in her hair, and He Chang'an looked at her. With people exiting the bus behind him, he gently guided Lu Yun off to the side. The snowfall grew heavier, transforming into large fluffy flakes. He Chang'an quickly took out the red scarf he'd tucked away for her and wrapped it around her. He said, "Next time you go out, remember to wear a scarf." Lu Yun had expected him to say something like, "Why didn't you wear a scarf?" But even his concern was free of reproach. Growing up, Lu Yun had heard more than enough scolding. After her parents divorced, they did nothing but send child support payments each month. Yet every time she made a mistake, they would question her, asking why she hadn't done better. Lu Yun asked, "Why are you back?" He Chang'an replied, "I happen to have some things to take care of here. What about you? Are you heading to the provincial city? How about we wait for the next bus together? I can put off my errands until next time." Lu Yun said, I was just planning to go buy a scarf in the city, but since you've already gotten one for me, I don't need to go anymore." As snowflakes drifted down around them, both Lu Yun and Hee Chang'an laughed, standing there in the light snow. Hee Chang'an asked, "Not working today?" Lu Yun shook her head. "No, it's my day off." Hee Chang'an smiled. "Then how about coming over to my place? I can build you a snowman in the yard. How does that sound?" Unlike Hee Chang'an, who lived alone, Lu Yun still lived with her family. If Hee Chang'an were to visit her home to Lu Yun, it would mean they'd officially met each other's families. But visiting Hee Chang'an's place didn't carry the same weight, so she simply nodded. When Hee Chang'an had wrapped the scarf around her earlier, Lu Yun had noticed he wasn't wearing gloves. He was always concerned about her, reminding her to bring a thermos and buying her gloves, yet he hadn't brought anything for himself. After walking a few steps ahead, Lu Yun took her warm thermos and handed it to Hee Chang'an. Hee Chang'an insisted, "I'm not cold, you should keep it." Lu Yun replied, "I'm not cold either." That was a lie. She had been holding the thermos the entire time while waiting for the bus, and now that she had taken her hands out, she felt the chill. Still, she shoved the thermos toward Hee Chang'an. Concerned that he would refuse it, she looked at his slightly red hands and said, "Your hands are cold, how can you hold mine?" Hee Chang'an swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "Can I hold your hand?" Lu Yun responded, "Why not? But your hands can't be cold." As she spoke, she pressed the thermos into his hands and tucked her own into her pockets. She looked back at Hee Chang'an, who was still standing in place. "Hurry up. Aren't we going to your house?" Chapter 24.18. Chapter 24.1. Lu Yun and Hee Chang'an took the bus. As Lu Yun looked out the window, she noticed that the entire county was draped in white. Fluffy snowflakes drifted down from the sky, and people hurried along the streets, some beginning to stomp their feet to stay warm. Lu Yun had heard people mention that a long time ago the snowfall had been heavy, but over the years it had dwindled, with some winters hardly seeing any significant snow at all. Hee Chang'an continued to hold on to the thermos that Lu Yun had given him. His fingers, which had felt slightly stiff, were starting to warm up. When he glanced down at his hands, he noticed the rough calluses and instinctively moved his fingers, as if trying to hide them. He then subconsciously looked at Lu Yun's hands. Her hands were delicate and fair, long and slender, with neatly trimmed rounded nails that had a faint pink hue. Lu Yun tilted her head to gaze outside. "Hee Chang'an, it's so beautiful." Hee Chang'an followed her gaze and agreed. "Yeah, it's really beautiful." When the bus came to a stop at the station where they needed to get off, there were a lot of people on board, all pushing to exit. Hee Chang'an kept an eye on Lu Yun to ensure she wouldn't get jostled, and when it seemed she might be crowded, he reached out and held her hand in his. He said softly, "There are a lot of people." Lu Yun nodded. "I think so too. It's really crowded." After stepping off the bus, Lu Yun and Hee Chang'an walked hand in hand through the swirling snowflakes of winter. The snowfall gradually lightened as they walked slowly together. At first, Hee Chang'an held Lu Yun's hand, but then he guided both of their hands into his pocket for warmth. Suddenly, Lu Yun wished that this moment could last a little longer, that they could keep walking like this, hand in hand, forever. Unable to resist, Lu Yun thought back to when her parents used to take her to watch the snowfall outside their warm home in winter. She had felt so happy then. They had playfully asked her whom she liked more, her dad or her mom, and she had replied that she liked her mom, which had made her dad a bit jealous. Then one day, a woman with a child had knocked on their door. Her parents had divorced, but the snow that day had truly been beautiful. Lu Yun said, "Next time it snows, let's watch it together, and I'll roast some oranges for you." Hee Chang'an tightened his grip on her hand. "So we have a deal?" Lu Yun looked at him. "I never lie." Hee Chang'an smiled. "Of course you never lie." Oh. When Lu Yun arrived outside Hee Chang'an's yard, she felt a bit curious. The last time she came, she had only glanced inside and thought it looked clean. This time, even though Hee Chang'an had been away in the provincial city for a few days and the yard hadn't been swept, it still looked tidy. Although Hee Chang'an often went to the provincial city, he had bought quite a bit of briquette coal. Additionally, the winter vegetables had been purchased with Zhang Hao's help, so he had everything needed for the winter. After inviting Lu Yun inside, Hee Chang'an went to start the stove. Since Lu Yun was afraid of the cold, her family had always been among the first to light the stove in their courtyard during winter. Usually it was Lu Dong or Lu Xiangan who took care of this task. However, Hee Chang'an's way of working seemed different from theirs. Even though he was doing a somewhat dirty job, he stood there in a way that was quite pleasing to the eye, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist and long legs. Lu Yun sat there watching Hee Chang'an, lost in her thoughts. Hee Chang'an said, "It's a bit smoky. You should go wait inside." As he spoke, he opened the door to his room for Lu Yun. When they entered, He didn't forget to wipe down the chairs and table for her to sit. He hadn't been back in several days, so even if it had been clean, there was still some dust. Hee Chang'un's room was quite simple. Just a bed, a wardrobe, and a table. The quilt on the bed was neatly folded, unlike Lu Xiang'an's room, where the quilt was usually crumpled up and tossed on the bed, with books strewn casually across the table. Before long, the room began to warm up. Hee Chang'un agreed to build a snowman for Lu Yun. Although the snow outside wasn't particularly thick, they still went out. Lu Yun stayed inside, watching him as Hee Chang'un diligently crafted the snowman, occasionally glancing up to check on her before returning to his work. At some point, Lu Yun opened the window to get a better look at him. She wanted to go outside, but the cold made her reluctant to move, especially after just returning indoors, feeling a bit achy in her legs. In the past, she could easily handle playing in the snow, but now she felt too delicate. Because of this, she felt even more resentment toward Chan Jiqiang's family. It wasn't her fault for being sensitive. After all, why should she be expected to take on all the household responsibilities just because she was a woman? And if she didn't do it well, why should that be her fault? Lu Yun asked, "Have you ever built a snowman before?" Hee Chang'un replied, "I have when I was a child." He stepped forward and placed the snowman beside the window so that Lu Yun could see it better. Lu Yun took off her scarf and called out to him, "Hee Chang'un, come here." Hee Chang'un set down what he was holding and walked over. Seeing the red scarf he had brought for her, he assumed she wanted to put it on the snowman. He had seen others do that before, using carrots and scarves to decorate their creations. He reached out to take it, but then he heard Lu Yun ask him to come a bit closer. Hee Chang'un moved closer, and Lu Yun stood on her tiptoes to tie the scarf around his neck. It wasn't for the snowman, it was for him. Hee Chang'un bent down slightly, feeling a warmth in his heart that left him at a loss for words. He simply watched as Lu Yun secured the scarf around him before encouraging him to continue building the snowman. Hee Chang'un made a large snowman, but it turned out a bit lopsided. After Lu Yun rested indoors, it was soon time for Hee Chang'un to head back to the provincial city. When Lu Yun stepped outside, she touched the snowman that Hee Chang'un had built. Hee Chang'un stood in front of her and looked at the two, but no matter how he looked at it, he thought the snowman appeared rather ugly next to Lu Yun. Hee Chang'un said, "Next time I'll build you a nicer one." Oh. Hee Chang'un took Lu Yun back home before heading to the bus station. When Lu Yun arrived at the courtyard, she noticed some children were building a snowman. She glanced at their work and thought it looked nowhere near as good as the one Hee Chang'un had made. A young child asked Lu Yun, "Is my snowman pretty?" He looked quite proud of his creation. Lu Yun replied, "It's pretty, but I just saw an even better snowman." Oh. That evening, when Zhang Meili returned home, she brought back a lot of oranges. In winter, the available fruits were mostly apples, oranges, and bananas. She came in with Lu Dong following behind, carrying more fruit. Zhang Meili brushed the snow off her clothes. "I didn't intend to buy so many, but these oranges are both sweet and cheap. If it hadn't started snowing, the vendor wouldn't have sold them at this price. He wanted to get home early. Come on out and try them. They're delicious." Lu Yun took an orange, and when she bit into it, she found it was indeed sweet. She ate 2 in a row, and as she thought of something, she smiled. On her way back inside, she grabbed another orange. Zhang Meili said, "See, I told you they'd love them. They usually don't like oranges, but it's not that they dislike oranges. It's just that they don't like sour ones. I should have bought even more." When Zhang Meili took a few more oranges to Lu Yun's room, she found Lu Yun sitting at the table, holding an orange and inspecting it. She walked over, placed the oranges on the table and asked, "What's so special about that orange? Is it prettier than the others?" Lu Yun laughed. "I just remembered something." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as a snowball hit Lu Yun's window, startling her and almost making her drop the orange. She quickly pulled back the curtain, and as she opened the window, she saw the children from the courtyard engaged in a snowball fight. Among them was a child who had just been pushed forward by one of his friends, and Lu Yun recognized him as the grandson of Aunt Li. The child said, "He did it on purpose. He said you're worthless, that even if a snowball hits your window you can't outrun him. He said no one will want you, and even if someone does, you're ugly and useless." Zhang Meili murmured, "When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is also bent. A good child has been ruined by Aunt Li's teachings." Lu Yun felt her face flush with anger. Wasn't that basically them cursing her relationship with Hee Chang'un? Even if the child didn't understand, he shouldn't speak like that, especially not at this age. They were in elementary school already. When Lu Yun stepped outside, the children scattered in fright, some of them screaming, which attracted the attention of several people in the courtyard, including Aunt Li. The kids were in their prime running stage and Lu Yun knew she couldn't catch them, so she stayed quiet and crouched down in the courtyard, forming a snowball in her hands. She wasn't very strong, but she took a few steps forward and threw the snowball directly at the window of Aunt Lee's house. What's going on? I don't know. It seems like Aunt Lee's kid threw a snowball at Lu Yun's window. Aunt Lee exclaimed. What are you doing? Lu Yun stood there, her voice gentle yet powerful. Tell your grandson that if there's a next time, I'll have my brother meet him once and give him a beating. If he keeps causing trouble, he might as well drop out of elementary school. I'll go find his teacher to see which parent would want their child to play with him if he's leading other kids astray. Aunt Lee retorted. He's just starting elementary school. Why are you being so vicious? Lu Yun replied. If you can't teach him properly, why expect me to be lenient? On what grounds? She stepped up to Aunt Lee, adding, also I have a boyfriend who lives nearby in the alley. His name is He Chang'an. As Lu Yun walked back, her heart raced, and her cheeks were flushed from the cold. She spotted Lu Xiang'an and Lu Dong, who had come out due to the commotion, and nodded at them saying, yeah, I'm dating someone now. Lu Yun hadn't expected to have to tell her family about her relationship like this. However, she felt at ease inside because the Lu family had long known. It was just that Lu Yun hadn't mentioned it, and they hadn't asked. They understood that Lu Yun had her own ideas. Lu Dong took a while before saying, when you have time, bring him home for us to meet. No rush. It's up to you. Lu Yun replied, I understand. When she returned to the house, the courtyard was still noisy. Some were watching the commotion, while others were trying to mediate. Many parents had already taken their children home, not allowing them to play with Aunt Lee's grandson anymore. Lu Yun's words had frightened those parents. They worried that if their well-raised children were led astray by Aunt Lee's grandson, how would they be able to correct their behavior later? Oh. That night, as Lu Dong lay in bed, he felt a bit melancholy. I knew it wouldn't be easy for my sister's family to marry off their daughter. I heard that when Li Ling just got married, my sister missed her daughter so much that she couldn't eat for days. But I didn't think. I just said to let Lu Yun bring her boyfriend home for us to see. Now I can't sleep. After bringing him home, won't that lead to discussions about marriage? Is she going to get married soon? Zhang Meili gave him a nudge. All right, sleep now. What's so hard about marrying off a daughter? She has to start a family eventually. Her outburst today was for her boyfriend. Aunt Lee's grandson insulted both her and He Chang'an. If not, she wouldn't have gone out to throw snowballs at Aunt Lee's house. She clearly cares about He Chang'an. Just sleep. Lu Dong wondered what kind of person He Chang'an was and what his family background was like. Maybe we should ask Xiang'an to find out more? Since there wasn't any intention of bringing him home before, but now things are different, Lu Dong suggested. Zhang Meili agreed. Sure, let Xiang'an inquire a bit. Didn't you say he lives nearby in the alley, named He Chang'an? I think he's better than Chen Jiqiang at least. Though others believe that if Lu Yun could marry Chen Jiqiang, her life would surely be better. Zhang Meili didn't see it that way. Chen Jiqiang didn't like Lu Yun, and his family didn't like her either. Did that mean she would have to endure their disdain just to please them? Mentioning Chen Jiqiang reminded Lu Dong of something. I ran into Chen Jiqiang a few days ago. He greeted me politely and was very courteous. I meant to tell you when I got home, but then I forgot about it after we went together to buy sweet potatoes. Zhang Meili replied. What kind of politeness can he offer? At most it's just superficial politeness. He can't really be friendly with you, can he? Oh. Chapter 24.25. Chapter 24.2. After returning to the county, He Chang'an had been busy with Zhang Hao for quite a while. They signed a contract with another homeowner, and then spent time showing that homeowner other renovated houses. By the time they finally had a break, it was already dark, and they hadn't eaten anything. Zhang Hao said, We've really been swamped. Everyone has had less time to rest these past few days. He Chang'an replied, I'll tell them tomorrow that we'll be giving bonuses at the end of the year. There's a lot to do now and they need to stay sharp when working. I don't want them to slack off. I heard that the nearby community will be finished by early spring next year. We can't afford to drop the ball right now. For the next few days, we'll tackle the unfinished work together and hustle a bit more. Zhang Hao nodded. I understand, brother He, don't worry. As they passed a fruit stand, He Chang'an paused to look at the oranges, then walked over and bought a bagful. After paying, he carried the bag of oranges with a smile. Zhang Hao asked, Have you seen your girlfriend yet? He Chang'an's smile widened as he replied, Yes, I saw her. Oh. On the day Chen Jiqiang went on a business trip to the provincial capital, he rode in the company car from the cotton factory. As the car drove away from the factory, many people envied him, having never been in a small car before. Li Chuanxia, walking down the street, was asked about it and smiled with pride. Of course, I've been in one. Riding in a small car is way more comfortable than taking a bus or a regular car. When people heard that Li Chuanxia had been in a small car, many of them began to ask questions. wanting to know what it was like inside and how she had ridden in it. Just then Lu Yun encountered Li Chuanxia, who raised her voice slightly as she spoke. I rode in a car with Chan Jiqiang's dad. Chan Jiqiang's parents really like me. Even his aunt likes me. They probably prefer someone cultured who looks a bit more reserved. Sister Sun was irritated by Li Chuanxia's remarks, but Lu Yun remained unfazed. Li Chuanxia was merely trying to imply that Chan Jiqiang's parents adored her, and that her high education was a plus. If Lu Yun still had feelings for Chan Jiqiang, she might have felt hurt by those words. However, Lu Yun no longer had feelings for him. In fact, she found herself reflecting deeply on what Li Chuanxia had said. Lu Yun had always wanted to find a way to warn Li Chuanxia that Chan Jiqiang was not the right person to marry. However, she had never found the opportunity. Since Li Chuanxia liked Chan Jiqiang, she viewed Lu Yun with hostility, even believing that Lu Yun was being deliberately obstructive. Now that she heard Li Chuanxia say this, Lu Yun thought about how everyone's personality was different. If Li Chuanxia married Chan Jiqiang, she would eventually face divorce and be bullied by the Chan family. But if someone else married him, perhaps the circumstances they faced would differ from hers as the supporting female character. In an instant, Lu Yun felt a sense of clarity wash over her. The story began with Lu Yun, the supporting character, and her divorce from Chan Jiqiang. If she did not marry him, she would not end up divorced, and everything that happened afterward would not unfold exactly as it did in the novel. Sister Sun remarked, "It's just a car. What's so impressive about that?" Lu Yun nodded. Sister Sun is right. Lu Yun truly did not place much importance on having ridden in a small car. Before traveling in this world, she had obtained her driver's license and could drive. After her career began to improve, she even bought herself a car. Now, if Lu Yun were given a small car, she might think it's inferior to her previous one. After all, technology had advanced rapidly, and the small cars of Lu Yun's time were already outdated. Sister Sun continued. And what's so great about having a diploma from a technical college? If someone didn't know better, they might think she's a college graduate. She only said that on purpose when she saw you. Lu Yun, who had graduated from university, smiled and said, Yes. Sister Sun, you're too good to me. Let's have lunch together at the cafeteria today. It's my treat. It's just that I don't want to eat potatoes anymore. The cafeteria has been serving potatoes too often lately. Upon hearing this, Sister Sun quickly replied, Me too. I don't want to eat potatoes either. I wonder if the cafeteria can prepare something different. Let's skip the greens. They must cook some other dishes though. The soup has been better lately. There have been more eggs in it than before. Oh. When Chan Jiqiang reached a neighborhood in the provincial city, he hurriedly asked the driver to slow down. He looked out the window and spotted He Chang'an moving furniture, his brows furrowing tightly. He did not understand why Lu Yun was with He Chang'an. He simply looked at He Chang'an and felt that standing next to Lu Yun was beneath him. He Chang'an didn't even have a proper job. He claimed to be in business, yet here he was moving furniture. Chan Jiqiang stared for a long time. He couldn't even imagine what Lu Yun would look like after marrying He Chang'an. Perhaps Lu Yun would regret meeting someone like He Chang'an. The driver sitting nearby remarked, It's hard to find a decent job these days. Look at them. Director Chun is still so talented and capable. Oh. In the afternoon, when Lu Yun arrived at work, someone from the factory called looking for her. He initially thought it was He Chang'an reaching out, but when she picked up the phone, she heard Chan Jiqiang's voice. It's me, Chan Jiqiang, he said. Is there something you need? Lu Yun asked. After a moment of silence, Chan Jiqiang replied, Come to the provincial city. After we meet, if you still want to be with He Chang'an, I won't disturb you again. He knew that saying it this way would ensure Lu Yun would come. Lu Yun had already taken a leave of absence this month, and wouldn't be able to earn full attendance at the cotton mill. Taking another half-day off would only yield half a day's pay. But most importantly, Chan Jiqiang had mentioned He Chang'an. He said that if after they met, she still intended to be with He Chang'an, he wouldn't interfere. And Lu Yun didn't understand what he meant or why it involved He Chang'an. Where? She asked. After Chan Jiqiang told her the address, Lu Yun was surprised, as Zhang Hao had mentioned that the neighborhood they were renovating in the provincial city was indeed the address Chan Jiqiang had given. Chan Jiqiang thought for a moment and said, I have some things to take care of here, so I'll have the factory driver pick you up at the bus station and then come get me. We'll go together. After returning, Lu Yun took a leave of absence and asked Sister Sun to cover her unfinished work. However, Sister Sun had also taken a leave of absence a few days earlier to take care of her child, so Lu Yun ended up doing Sister Sun's work as well. Oh. When Lu Yun arrived in the provincial city, the factory driver came to pick her up. Once in the car, she wanted to glean some information from the driver, but the driver, possibly knowing Chan Jiqiang, kept his mouth shut and didn't say a word. It was also possible that he didn't know anything at all. After asking a few questions and getting no response, Lu Yun decided not to press further. Afterward, Lu Yun accompanied the driver to pick up Chan Jiqiang. Chan Jiqiang was dressed in a suit today since he was in the provincial city for a meeting. Once he got into the car, both he and Lu Yun sat in the back seat. They met in silence, and after Chan Jiqiang provided the address, the car moved smoothly along the road. Eventually, they arrived at the Seagull Garden community. When the car came to a stop, Chan Jiqiang initially intended to get out and show Lu Yun what He Chang'an was doing. However, upon seeing He Chang'an come out of the community and begin unloading furniture with some workers, he paused his movements. "Take a look for yourself," he said. He Chang'an was unloading furniture in the cold wind alongside several workers. His clothes were a bit dirty, smeared with white paint, and Lu Yun spotted Zhang Hao nearby, struggling with the heavy furniture and tiles, his expression indicating the effort was taking a toll on him. Lu Yun's voice was calm as she asked, "What do you mean by that?" Chan Jiqiang replied, "Lu Yun, he doesn't have a proper job. He claims to be in business, but is this business really just helping to unload furniture? Are you sure you want to be with someone like him? Are you sure you want to spend your future with him?" Inside the car it was warm, creating a stark contrast with the biting cold outside. As if they were in two different worlds. Lu Yun responded, "Don't bother me again. Also, He Chang'an is not inferior to you. He has never been worse than you. In fact, from my perspective, you are the one who can't compare to He Chang'an." She reached out and opened the car door, and the cold wind rushed in. "Chan Jiqiang, I don't know why you suddenly decided to do this, but a real man must keep his word. Don't make me look down on you / With that she got out of the car. The driver sighed. The girls these days really are confused. If they marry someone like that, how will they get by? Marriage isn't just about love, you know? For a moment, Chan Jiqiang began to doubt whether he had made a mistake, or if he was just being overconfident. In his view, Lu Yun liked him. Even if she was with He Chang'an, she would still have some feelings for him, possibly even acting out of spite. He thought that by bringing Lu Yun to see He Chang'an in such a pitiful state and telling her to break up with him to be with him instead, Lu Yun would at least consider his proposition, even if she didn't agree outright. He expected her to think about their future together after marriage, but she hadn't done any of that. Suddenly, Chan Jiqiang felt a heaviness in his heart. He hadn't anticipated Lu Yun would act this way. He thought she was merely being impulsive as he watched her step out of the car and run toward He Chang'an in the cold wind. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. He Chang'an helped someone move the sofa down from the car. When he looked up, he saw Lu Yun. He hadn't expected Lu Yun to come, and he felt a rush of surprise followed by a moment of stillness as he stood there. In recent days, He Chang'an had been swamped with renovations. He helped the workers with tasks like smoothing putty, cleaning up garbage, and moving furniture. Wherever there was work to be done, he followed to lend a hand. By the time he returned to wash up, he found himself spending half an hour longer than usual in the shower. It was easy to tell just how messy he had become. Lu Yun looked beautiful like a movie star. Even the strands of hair blown by the wind looked more attractive than others. Her eyes sparkled like they held a pool of spring water, and standing opposite her, He Chang'an felt an embarrassing sense of inferiority swell within him. Before long, He Chang'an pushed aside his feelings and asked, "Today isn't Thursday. Why did you come to the provincial city? Is there something going on?" Lu Yun stepped closer and gently brushed off his clothes. Her strength was weak, and she didn't manage to clean them perfectly, but she still managed to pat away the dirt from various spots. He Chang'an's back, which had felt tense, began to relax gradually because of Lu Yun's actions. In the cold wind, Lu Yun smiled at him and said, "He Chang'an, I missed you a bit, so I came over." Lu Yun had no intention of discussing Chan Jiqiang with He Chang'an. She was already feeling somewhat down about it, and she didn't want to burden He Chang'an with it either, considering how he might feel or react. The people working around He Chang'an came and went, and they couldn't help but glance at Lu Yun when they saw her. He Chang'an wanted to reach out and hold Lu Yun's hand, but in the end, he carefully wiped his hands on his pants before smiling and taking her hand. He felt a surge of joy and introduced her, saying, "This is my girlfriend, Lu Yun. Hello, sister-in-law. We've heard a lot about you from Zhang Hao." He didn't lie. He said brother he found a fairy as his girlfriend. Yeah. Zhang Hao also said sister-in-law has a wonderful personality. Brother you don't have to worry about things here. We can handle it. You should spend some time with your sister-in-law. Listening to what they said, Lu Yun felt a bit shy, even though she wasn't sure if their compliments were sincere. After all, they were working for He Chang'an and he paid their wages, so they would likely say nice things. Nevertheless, she stepped closer to He Chang'an because of their words, and he glanced at the workers, who quickly smiled and went back to their tasks. Did Zhang Hao really say that? Lu Yun asked. He Chang'an actually knew about this. Once he had overheard someone asking Zhang Hao if he had a girlfriend, and Zhang Hao had confirmed it before praising Lu Yun. He had stood there listening, and when Zhang Hao finally saw him he stopped talking. He nodded at Lu Yun. He Chang'an noticed that Lu Yun's cheeks were a bit flushed, and with a smile in his voice he said, "Celestial being, I missed you too." Lu Yun rested her head on his shoulder. "Don't listen to Zhang Hao's nonsense." He Chang'an gently stroked her hair. Okay. Oh. In the car, Chan Jiqiang sat looking out the window, unsure how much time had passed. He finally withdrew his gaze and told the driver, "Let's go back." The sight of Lu Yun and He Chang'an together reminded Chan Jiqiang of the times when Lu Yun used to seek him out at the fabric factory. He had wanted to keep some distance from her, and now she was indeed with He Chang'an, just as he had wished. Yet he felt regret. If he had agreed to be with Lu Yun back then, would he be the one standing beside her now? As He Chang'an watched Chan Jiqiang's car drive away, he noted the license plate and concealed his emotions. He had seen that car before. Once when he went to find Lu Yun, Chan Jiqiang had been about to go on a business trip and had driven that very car. Oh. Zhang Hao had just finished moving some items back, and was preparing to head downstairs to help again when he heard others mention that Lu Yun had arrived. He quickly grabbed someone's arm and asked, "What's my sister-in-law here for?" The person replied, "It doesn't seem like she has anything specific to do. She probably just came to see brother He." Zhang Hao's smile widened. Lu Yun coming to see He Chang'an was a good sign. It meant they had a good relationship. Brother He had finally come into his own. He hoped these two would marry soon and live happily together. Zhang Hao said, "I'll step out for a moment." As he left, he suddenly remembered something. Yesterday he had listened to the weather forecast on the radio with He Chang'an, which had warned of heavy rain tonight. Lu Yun probably didn't know about it, and he certainly didn't want her to go back in the pouring rain. Zhang Hao looked at the place where he was working and thought it would be fine to sleep on the floor there for the night. He had napped there before. Zhang Hao ran down the stairs and upon reaching the outside of the complex, walked up to Lu Yun to greet her. "Sister-in-law, you're here. The weather forecast says there's going to be a storm. We were in a hurry to move furniture because of that. Why don't you just stay here today? I can sleep on the floor, and brother He can clear out a room for you. He can sleep in my room." As Zhang Hao reminded her, Lu Yun recalled that while chatting with Sister Sun earlier, she had indeed been told about the heavy rain. As if on cue, the sky began to darken, signaling the impending rain. He Chang'an looked at Lu Yun and suggested, "Why don't you stay? If not with me, then at a hotel. It's already past 4. There were hotels in the provincial city. He Chang'an hadn't stayed in one before, but he was sure they would be better than where he lived. The place he rented was far away, and after a busy few days, he had just washed up and gone to sleep without doing any cleaning. He didn't want to impose on Lu Yun by making her stay there, and it didn't feel appropriate for her to stay in his place. Lu Yun listened to the rumble of thunder, and finally nodded after a moment. "Okay." He Chang'an asked Lu Yun to wait outside the complex, while he called Zhang Hao to join him in heading to the small convenience store just outside. When they arrived at the store, He Chang'an pulled the money from his pocket. He hadn't made much from working, and Zhang Hao handed him some cash, but He Chang'an still felt it wasn't enough. They usually got their drinking water from the convenience store, and since the owner's son had bought a house there, He Chang'an had worked on the renovations, making him acquainted with the store owner. He Chang'an pressed his lips together and approached the store owner, borrowing 70 yuan. As they left, he reminded Zhang Hao to hurry and bring the money, and pay the store later. "Perfect timing. We're running low on water. When you settle the bill, order 30 cases of water, 3 cases of soda for them to drink, and also grab a case of instant noodles to take back," He Chang'an instructed. They still had plenty of water. It wasn't as if they had run out yet. During the winter they didn't drink as much as in summer, but when Zhang Hao heard He Chang'an's request, he quickly nodded. "Got it, brother He." The store owner smiled and said, No rush. You all keep busy. Just bring the money whenever you can. I'll start setting aside your things so you won't run out later." Lu Yun pushed his hand gently, and the two of them walked forward. Before long, He Chang'an's umbrella tilted again toward Lu Yun, prompting her to squeeze closer to him, and they stood together under the umbrella. The rain began to pour harder, accompanied by wind and downpours. Fortunately, although Seagull Garden wasn't as bustling as the provincial city, there were hotels nearby. Once Lu Yun stepped into the hotel, she felt warmth envelop her. He Chang'an folded up the umbrella and wiped the rain off Lu Yun. "You wait for me here," he said. It was He Chang'an's first time here. After asking at the front desk, he requested a room that was relatively expensive. After paying, he glanced at the price of the most expensive suite but said nothing. He led Lu Yun to the room he had just booked. Inside there was a large bed, a big floor-to-ceiling window, and besides that there was a wardrobe, a TV, a refrigerator, and a bathroom stocked with various toiletries. Additionally, there was a phone. Hee Changin walked around the room, showing Lu Yun what to pay attention to. Outside, the rain continued to pour down, hitting the windows with a loud patter. Do you want to call home first? Do you know the number for your convenience store? Hee Changin asked. Lu Yun shook her head. She didn't know it. Wait a moment, I'll make a call to ask, Hee Changin replied. He called the convenience store near his place in the county to ask someone to help find out. As Lu Yun watched him from the side, she didn't even realize that there was a faint smile in her eyes. Lu Yun waited until Zhang Meili and Lu Dong finished work and were almost home before dialing the number. She held the phone to her ear, and after about a minute Lu Xiang'an answered. Lu Yun could even hear the sound of rain on the other end of the line. Lu Yun said, "Brother, I'm not going back today." Lu Xiang'an's voice rose a bit. "What did you say?" He glanced around at the people nearby and swallowed back the second part of his response about her not returning. "What's going on?" Lu Xiang'an asked. As Lu Yun spoke to Lu Xiang'an on the phone, she had thought of several reasons for why she wouldn't go back, rehearsing how to explain it in her mind multiple times. But looking at Hee Chang'an beside her, sharing an umbrella, with some rain dampening his shoulder, she found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. Why should she come up with an excuse? Creating a reason would imply that her and Hee Chang'an's actions might not be accepted by the Lu family, or that they would disapprove. Lu Yun didn't want him to think that. She and Hee Chang'an were officially a couple, and the Lu family knew about it. "I came to the provincial city to find Hee Chang'an, but it started raining heavily. Looks like a storm is coming, so I'm not going back. Hee Chang'an got a hotel room for me, and I'll be staying here tonight." Chapter 26. Chapter 26. After listening to Lu Yun's response, Lu Xiang'an told her to pay attention to safety and most important is to come back early. Lu Yun held the microphone and replied with a few murmurs, saying several times that she understood. Only then did the two hang up the phone, and when Lu Yun lifted her head, she saw Hee Chang'an was looking at her. Lu Yun said, "I told them I'm in a relationship." Since Lu Yun had already informed her family about being in a relationship, Hee Chang'an would certainly have to tell his family too. However, he was unsure whom to tell. Or rather, there was no need to inform his parents. As Hee Chang'an was contemplating how to respond to Lu Yun regarding this matter, Lu Yun did not dwell on these thoughts. She stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze at the rain outside. When Lu Yun had just entered, she hadn't noticed. It turned out that this hotel also had a view of the sea. Wasn't this a seaside hotel? Lu Yun spotted a boat on the water and excitedly called Hee Chang'an over to look. Hee Chang'an walked over and stood beside Lu Yun, accompanying her. The view outside was something Hee Chang'an nearly saw every day. In the Seagull Garden community, the properties in better locations generally had a clear view of that stretch of sea. Several of the places Hee Chang'an was responsible for renovating also had views of the sea. Hee Chang'an said, "Some houses in Seagull Garden can see the sea as well. If there are no modifications, most of those layouts have terraces." Lu Yun continued to gaze outside and nodded. "Terraces are nice. Those kinds of terraces can be used to plant flowers, and sitting outside in the summer to enjoy the cool breeze is really comfortable." Before her journey through time, Lu Yun had lived in a place that had a large terrace. Although maintaining the terrace was indeed quite a hassle, when it was useful, it was undoubtedly very pleasant. Many of the residents in Lu Yun's previous community disliked the hassle of cleaning, so they had enclosed their terraces. However, there was an advantage to this. After the terraces were enclosed, the interior space of the home seemed larger. Lu Yun added, "It's just that cleaning the terrace can be a bit troublesome." Hee Chang'an's voice was low as he replied, "It's not that troublesome." The sound of rain outside was loud, and Lu Yun couldn't quite catch what Hee Chang'an said afterward. Oh. During winter, the rain felt colder than usual, and the air was brisk. Zhang Meili and Lu Dong, each holding an umbrella, returned home. Upon entering the house and feeling the warmth inside, they finally felt a bit more comfortable. Zhang Meili asked, "Where's your sister? Has she come back?" Lu Xiang'an was roasting sweet potatoes on the stove when he heard Zhang Meili's question and didn't hide anything. Since Lu Yun had already mentioned it, there was no need for secrecy. In fact, Lu Xiang'an felt that he might soon have a brother-in-law. He repeated what Lu Yun had said to Zhang Meili. Zhang Meili knew that although Lu Yun appeared gentle and delicate, she had her own opinions. After a while she said, "When you have time tomorrow, go and find out more about Hee Chang'an. It's Hee Chang'an, right?" Lu Xiang'an replied, "Yes, he even attended Li Ling's wedding banquet. Do you remember? The one in the white shirt that I asked you to look at? That's Hee Chang'an." If it were someone else, Zhang Meili might not have remembered their face from a brief encounter. However, she distinctly recalled the person from Li Ling's wedding. At that time she had secretly thought that he and Ayun would be a good match, totally not expecting that they were actually together now. This made Zhang Meili smile a little more. Zhang Meili said, "Alright, hurry up and eat. It's raining today. Your dad and I went to the cafeteria to get food." Oh. The rain in the provincial city continued until around 6 in the afternoon before it finally stopped. He Chang'an took Lu Yun out to eat, but he still remembered to bring an umbrella, worried it might rain again on their way back, as Lu Yun had already gotten wet. He was still in the same clothes but had wiped his face with a towel and washed up in the hotel restroom. He looked more or less the same as before, though Lu Yun didn't pay much attention to it. The provincial city had a lot of food options, and Lu Yun wanted to eat pan-fried buns, which weren't available in their county. He Chang'an had been in the provincial city for a long time, especially around Seagull Garden, but he also knew that there weren't any pan-fried buns nearby. He recalled that there were pan-fried buns at the state-owned shopping mall. After glancing at his watch, He Chang'an felt they had enough time to go to the mall to eat pan-fried buns, so he took Lu Yun to wait for the bus. He Chang'an smiled and told Lu Yun, "I want to eat pan-fried buns too." Perhaps because it had just stopped raining, there weren't many people on the bus. When Lu Yun and He Chang'an boarded, there were plenty of empty seats. The two found a row of 2 seats together and sat down. This was Lu Yun's first time looking at the night scene of the provincial city. Although the provincial city was much more prosperous than her county, it didn't have many tall buildings, and there were very few private cars on the road, almost none at all. Most people walked, took the bus, or rode bicycles. Yet Lu Yun felt that the liveliness of this place was more vibrant than the future she envisioned. The bus had not yet reached the state-owned shopping mall when Lu Yun caught sight of the large letters spelling out KFC in the distance. She stared, surprised to see that KFC had already opened in 1988. She recalled that the last time she visited the state-owned mall, there hadn't been a KFC. He Chang'an noticed her interest and asked, "How about we eat at KFC?" Seeing Lu Yun's intrigued expression, he added, "I think it's really tasty." Lu Yun had loved KFC when she was in school, but with little pocket money, she couldn't indulge in what she called KFC freedom. Whenever she went, she would carefully calculate the prices or wait for promotions. Later, as she became a food blogger and started earning money, she could enjoy KFC without worrying about the cost, but she didn't eat it often, as she could also make fried chicken herself. Now seeing KFC, a place that had just opened and was ubiquitous in the future, she wanted to go, so she nodded in agreement to He Chang'an. Upon entering the KFC, Lu Yun noticed that there was actually a birthday celebration happening inside. After a quick glance, her attention shifted to the menu. She was surprised to find that, at this time, KFC didn't even have hamburgers. The menu offered only 4 items: fried chicken, shredded vegetable salad, chicken gravy mashed potatoes, and bread. The cheapest item, the chicken gravy mashed potatoes, cost 80 cents, but she realized that for that price elsewhere, she could order a portion of spare ribs. While she pondered this, He Chang'an said, "Let's get 2 of each." KFC was quick in serving, and after Lu Yun and He Chang'an found a place to sit, He Chang'an told Lu Yun to start eating while he stepped out for a moment. She didn't listen to his suggestion to eat first. Instead, she watched the birthday celebration unfold inside KFC. The birthday girl was a little girl, surrounded by many children who attended the party. They looked on enviously at the girl, and indeed, having a birthday celebration at KFC was quite a luxury at that time. When He Chang'an returned, he smiled at Lu Yun without saying a word. He reached into his bag and pulled out a box of water dumplings. Lu Yun was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected He Chang'an to buy her water dumplings. He Chang'an said, "One is filled with pork and the other with shrimp. Take a look and see which one you'd like." After waiting for a moment and seeing Lu Yun still didn't make a move, he suddenly watched as she took a handkerchief and started to wipe the rainwater off his face. Lu Yun said, "After we finish eating, you should go back quickly and take a shower when you get home." Outside, it had started to rain lightly again without her realizing it. He Chang'an nodded. "Okay, I'll do what you say." The KFC food was quite good at that time, especially since Lu Yun hadn't had it for a long while. However, she thought the chicken gravy mashed potatoes didn't taste as good as regular mashed potatoes. She preferred the original flavor or cheese mashed potatoes. Everything she didn't like ended up in He Chang'an's mouth, while the things she enjoyed, he didn't eat at all. The two had grown accustomed to sharing their meals this way. Lu Yun asked, "He Chang'an, what do you like to eat?" At this question, Lu Yun felt a little shy. She realized that she didn't actually know what He Chang'an liked or disliked. He had never mentioned it and seemed to enjoy everything. He Chang'an replied earnestly, "I can eat anything, I'm not picky." Lu Yun remembered Lu Xiang'an and said, "My brother isn't picky either. Recently, he's even started to like pickled vegetables, which he used to dislike." Hearing Lu Yun talk about her brother made He Chang'an smile a little. He followed up with her asking, "Why is that?" As they spoke they walked outside, and Hee Chungin would laugh at what Lu Yun said, just enjoying watching her smile. Oh. After Hee Chungin dropped Lu Yun back at the hotel, he returned to his own place in the provincial city. He took a shower and changed his clothes. When he came out, Zhang Hao was fiddling with the radio. When Zhang Hao stood in front of Hee Chungin glanced at him. Zhang Hao said, "Hey brother He, what are you thinking about? I just spoke to you a few times. Lately, some people are jealous of us and want to poach our staff. They've offered them high salaries to quit and even approached me. Luckily, you were smart before. When we brought people into work, they all signed contracts. I told them that if they quit, they'd have to pay us back money. That's what made them give up on the idea. But it's good this way. Now we can see clearly who we can rely on in the future and who we can't." Hee Chungin had seen this kind of tactic before, and he nodded. Hee Chungin said, "I'm worried about the thunder tonight. If she's scared, I should go check on Lu Yun at the hotel." Oh. He went back to get some money and arrived at the hotel where Lu Yun was staying. He planned to open a room next to hers. When he arrived at the door of Lu Yun's hotel room, he knocked and waited for Lu Yun to open the door. When he saw Lu Yun, he pointed to the room next door to talk, but he noticed that her face was somewhat pale, causing his heart to tighten. Hee Chungin asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Yun replied, "I think I just saw a mouse in here, and there's someone arguing downstairs. I'm a bit scared." Though Lu Yun had stayed in hotels before without feeling afraid, the sight of a mouse and the intense argument downstairs had unsettled her. Maybe it was her delicate demeanor that made her feel timider. She didn't want to stay here. Hee Chungin didn't mention that he had just opened a room next door. Instead he said, "I'll take you home." Lu Yun shook her head and tugged at his sleeve, her expression determined and bright. "Can we get a refund? I know you work hard for your money." She nodded firmly. "We have to get a refund." Hee Chungin was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes lit up with joy. He nodded saying, "All right, let's go get a refund and then I'll take you home." He took Lu Yun downstairs and asked her to wait in the hotel lobby on the first floor, while he dealt with the front desk about the issue. Usually, he was very patient when handling such matters, but this time he felt somewhat anxious and impatient. The front desk staff could see Hee Chungin's mood and didn't dare speak loudly, and quickly contacting the hotel manager. After a moment, Lu Yun looked up to see Hee Chungin pouring her a cup of hot water, squatting down to talk to her softly, his expression incredibly gentle. Hee Chungin reassured Lu Yun, "Don't worry. The money will be refunded. We'll resolve this quickly." Chapter 27:8. Chapter 27. Hee Chungin took over 20 minutes to resolve everything. Not only did they refund the entire amount for their stay, but the hotel manager personally came over to apologize to Lu Yun. In the end, they arranged a car to take Lu Yun and Hee Chungin back. Zhang Hao was just about to take a break when he heard some commotion outside in the yard. A young man, not afraid, walked directly over and was surprised to see Hee Chungin coming back with Lu Yun. He paused for a moment then quickly called out, "Sister-in-law." After that, without needing Hee Chungin's help, he began to tidy up the somewhat messy room. Zhang Hao said, "Sister-in-law, it's not usually like this around here. We've just been too busy lately and haven't had time to clean up. It looks a bit messy. Please sit down and I'll tidy up in no time." He worked efficiently, and while he was busy, he remembered to bring out the leftover oranges for Lu Yun to eat. Hee Chungin comforted Lu Yun and said, "I'll go tidy up my room. You'll stay in my room tonight and I'll sleep with Zhang Hao. The two rooms are just in front and behind each other, and the soundproofing isn't great here. If you need anything, just call me, and I'll hear you." Even though it was a strange place in the provincial city, a strange accommodation without a television or heating, Lu Yun felt at ease. Perhaps it was because this was Hee Chungin's place, or maybe it was simply because he was there. Lu Yun sat at the table, holding an uneaten orange, looking around at the signs of Hee Chungin's life in this space. Hee Chungin added some coal to ensure it was warm before he went inside to clean up. By the time Zhang Hao finished his tasks, Hee Chungin still hadn't come out. When Lu Yun gently pushed the door open and entered, Hee Chungin was changing the bed linens. A fresh scent of soap filled the room. Hee Chungin was always alert. When Lu Yun pushed the door open, he stopped his movements to look over. The room had been swept, and even the table had been wiped down. There was a slight chill in the air, likely because Hee Chungin had just opened the window for ventilation when he came in. Lu Yun said, "Let me help you change the duvet cover." Hee Chungin smiled and said, "It's still a bit cold in the room. I can manage on my own, just wait outside, it's warmer there. If you want anything, just tell Zhang Hao." He added, "These chores aren't troublesome." That night, Lu Yun thought she would be unable to sleep, but lying in Hee Chungin's bed, holding the thermos he had prepared for her, she soon fell into a drowsy slumber. After a long day, she was indeed quite tired. Hee Chang'an stood outside against the wall, gazing at the starry night sky. Perhaps it was because it had just rained, the stars seemed to twinkle more brightly than usual. Hearing no movement inside the room, he went to Zhang Hao's room, planning to squeeze in with him for the night. After pouring Hee Chang'an a cup of hot water, Zhang Hao asked, "What happened? I thought you were going to stay with my sister-in-law? How come you came back together?" Hee Chang'an recounted the events, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he said, "She said I work hard for my money, and I have to refund it." Oh. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Zhang Hao woke up and prepared to get out of bed. Hee Chang'an told him to keep the noise down in the yard before putting on a thick coat and heading out with some money. At the convenience store, Hee Chang'an bought a toothbrush, a cup, a new towel, a ceramic basin, and soap. The towel was pink, the basin was red, and the soap had a lemon scent. Then he bought some motion sickness pills, hawthorn, and candy from the store. Feeling that it wasn't enough, he also picked up some licorice soda. Worried that Lu Yun might get carsick and would need something to help her feel better during the ride. After leaving the convenience store, Hee Chang'an carried his purchases to buy breakfast. He got mung bean porridge and soup dumplings, along with some fried dough sticks and savory pancakes, and he didn't forget to grab some pickled vegetables to go with the meal. Lu Yun slept soundly, and when she woke up, she lay in bed drowsily, only realizing what had happened the day before when she opened her eyes. After getting up and dressing, she stepped outside. Zhang Hao finally dared to act normally, saying, "Sister-in-law, you're awake." Lu Yun nodded, recalling that it was Friday, likely due to the recent routine of working. However, she remembered that she had called home yesterday. They probably knew she wouldn't be going back and would help her take leave, or Sister Sun might have noticed her absence from work and would help too. Once she figured it out, Lu Yun felt reassured. Hee Chang'an had washed the ceramic basin before pouring cool water into it for Lu Yun. He then started adding hot water from the kettle on the stove, getting the temperature just right. He also filled the cup with water using the same method and squeezed some toothpaste onto Lu Yun's toothbrush. Standing by, Hee Chang'an used the warm water to wash Lu Yun's towel. "Tomorrow is the weekend, so there's no rush to go back, but your family must be anxious. After breakfast, I'll take you to the bus station. You should be able to reach the county town before noon." Seeing Lu Yun finish washing up, he quickly wrung out the towel. His strength was considerable, so the towel came out half dry and warm, making it perfect for drying her face. Lu Yun suddenly asked, "Hee Chang'an, don't you think I'm a hassle?" Hee Chang'an thought he must have said something wrong and replayed his earlier words in his mind. He earnestly explained, "I didn't mean to suggest you should go back right after breakfast. I'm just worried your family will be too worried." He was also worried that they might dislike him because of this, but he didn't voice that concern. He continued, "I can go with you to make a call back home, and in the afternoon I can accompany you to the bus station too. I've never thought you were a hassle, not at all." Lu Yun smiled lightly. "Hurry up and wash the towel. It's time for breakfast." Compared to Lu Yun's explanation, having Hee Chang'an wash the towel made him feel more at ease. Hee Chang'an replied, "Okay, I'll wash it now." With that, he placed the towel into the basin and began washing it. Oh. In the 1980s, it was common for people to bring their own breakfast items, such as soy milk in thermoses or steamed buns and fried dough sticks in lunchboxes. Plastic food containers had yet to become widespread, and very few people used them. Occasionally, one might see some foam takeout boxes. When Lu Yun was a child and went to fast food restaurants, the containers there were mostly the same style of foam boxes, though they eventually fell out of favor. Lu Yun thought that bringing her own container to buy food was quite good, clean and hygienic, and importantly, it was very eco-friendly. The only downside was that it was a bit of a hassle since she would have to wash the container after eating. She finished all the mung bean porridge that Hee Chang'an had bought, along with 5 soup dumplings and a few bites of pickled vegetables. Feeling somewhat full, she noticed that Zhang Hao and Hee Chang'an were eating more than she was. While Hee Chang'an ate quickly, he did so elegantly, but Zhang Hao was different. He felt a bit shy in front of Lu Yun and ate rather hastily. When Lu Yun saw Zhang Hao devouring his food quickly, he caught her gaze and immediately started eating more slowly. She laughed and said, "You should eat more." Zhang Hao quickly took a big bite and replied, "Got it, sister-in-law." After that, he smiled and added, "As long as you don't dislike me." Lu Yun hadn't expected that one day she would be able to get along like this with Zhang Hao. She had thought it would take considerable effort to win his genuine acceptance. However, Lu Yun also understood that Zhang Hao's attitude was largely because of Hee Chang'an. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt the need to act that way. Zhang Hao was part of Hee Chang'an's circle and was capable in his own right. Otherwise, Hee Chang'an wouldn't have felt comfortable letting Zhang Hao take care of Lu Yun. After finishing their meal, Hee Chang'an took Lu Yun to the bus station. Initially, he had intended for them to take the bus together, but it was rush hour, and the buses were too crowded. Some people couldn't even manage to get on. So Hee Changin rode his bicycle with Lu Yun to the bus station, but fortunately it wasn't too far. When they arrived at the bus station, Hee Changin helped Lu Yun onto the bus before stepping down himself. As the bus was about to start, Hee Changin stood beneath the window, and the two exchanged silent glances until the sound of the engine starting broke the stillness. Lu Yun waved her arm at him. Sitting next to Lu Yun was an older woman, who couldn't help but reminisce as she observed Lu Yun and Hee Changin together. Oh. Upon returning to the county town, it was just in time for lunch. When Lu Yun arrived home, she found the whole Lu family there. Zhang Meili, Lu Dong, and even Lu Xiang'an, who usually ran off on weekends. Lu Yun had prepared herself for the conversation about having found a partner in the provincial city, but she still felt a bit nervous upon seeing them. Zhang Meili asked, "You're back?" Lu Yun stepped forward and linked her arm with Zhang Meili's. "Yes, I'm back. How about I make some sauerkraut and vermicelli for us to share?" Zhang Meili replied, "I thought you'd be back only in the evening." At that moment, Lu Yun felt that Hee Chang'in's image had grown even taller in her mind. She smiled broadly, saying good things about him. "I actually wanted to explore the provincial city a bit more, but Hee Chang'in insisted I return after breakfast. He said all of you would be worried." Lu Xiang'an told Hee Chang'in's background to his Zhang Meili early in the morning. While Zhang Meili was somewhat satisfied with Hee Chang'in, she was less pleased with his parents. Hee Chang'in's parents had divorced, and both remarried and had children again. His mother had a daughter who was always preoccupied with dating, and had already cycled through 3 or 4 partners. His father had a son who was even more reckless. He was good-looking but rather irresponsible. Several girls had threatened to go on hunger strikes after breaking up with him, but he remained indifferent, claiming that love should be free, and that if someone no longer liked another, they shouldn't feel obligated to stay together. Not to mention the numerous troublesome relatives. Although it was said that Hee Chang'in didn't keep in touch with them, blood was thicker than water. If they wanted to find Hee Chang'in, he really couldn't completely ignore them. It was heard that Hee Chang'in's parents had once had a good relationship, but no one knew why they divorced. Zhang Meili had married Lu Dong and endured the hardships that came from dealing with in-laws and relatives, so she didn't want her daughter to go through the same. Initially, she thought Lu Yun had found a good partner and was pleased, but it turned out to be otherwise. Zhang Meili told Lu Yun everything she knows about Hee Chang'in and awaited her response. Lu Yun replied, "Mom, I understand what you mean, but since I've already told the family, it means I intend to be with him. Besides, you've said yourself that they hardly keep in touch, right?" She urged Zhang Meili to sit down with her. "Think positively. If I really end up with Hee Chang'in, it means I won't have to live with the in-laws. At most, I would only see them occasionally." Zhang Meili replied, "Seeing them occasionally is still too much for you. There's no need to answer me right away. Tomorrow, your second aunt is bringing her daughter-in-law and grandson to town, and they'll be staying with us for a few days. If you're still determined to be with Hee Chang'in when you see your aunt tomorrow, I won't say anything more." When Lu Yun glanced at Lu Dong, she noticed he had a guilty expression, as if he had done something wrong. Lu Yun said, "Then we're on the same page." Zhang Meili urged Lu Yun to go back inside, but as Lu Yun was leaving, she called her back. "Where are you going?" "It's time for lunch." Zhang Meili added, "It can only offer comfort. At least it's better than Chan Jiqiang." At the mention of Chan Jiqiang, Lu Yun felt a bit down. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have gone to the provincial city this time. She had thought Chan Jiqiang had something important for her to see in the provincial city, but it turned out he just wanted her to see Hee Chang'in in a difficult situation. Feeling displeased, she said, "How can Chan Jiqiang compare to Hee Chang'in?" Zhang Meili said, Yes, who could compare to your partner?" Realizing that Zhang Meili was teasing her on purpose, Lu Yun nodded in agreement. "Mom, you're right. No one can compare to my partner." Zhang Meili was momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Xiang'an hurriedly finished his meal. He had been waiting at home for Lu Yun all morning, and now he needed to head out. Lu Yun quickly set her bowl down and followed him outside. "Brother, what's going on?" Lu Yun asked. Lu Xiang'an replied, "Isn't it because of you? When has Mom ever let Dad's relatives stay at our house? She just wants you to face some hardship. If you endure it and still want to be with Hee Chang'in, they might finally agree. Poor Dad, though. He probably doesn't dare speak loudly at home these days." He looked at Lu Yun and continued, "Don't blame Mom for being overbearing. It's really because of Hee Chang'in's family situation. They worry you'll suffer. If Hee Chang'in turns out to be foolish, you'll have plenty of problems ahead." Lu Yun had been listening, but when she heard Lu Xiang'an's last comment, she playfully hit him. "You're the one who's foolish." Lu Xiang'an mimicked Lu Yun's earlier tone. Yes, it's me who's foolish." He then added, "You haven't even married yet, and you're already defending him. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm heading out." Chapter 28. Chapter 28. On Saturday, Lu Yun stayed at home for the whole day. In the evening, she went to cook, and the fish-flavored shredded pork she made Lu Xiang'an eat 2 bowls of rice on her own. If it hadn't been for Lu Dong's quick actions at the end to scoop up the remaining rice, Lu Xiang'an might have eaten even more. Watching them, Lu Yun smiled as she ate. They were her family, and Lu Yun felt a warmth she had never felt before. Even though Wenhua no longer had memories of her as a female supporting character, there were times when Lu Yun felt it was a pity. Yet, she also felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, she had already gained so much. When Zhang Meili brought fruit into Lu Yun's room, Lu Yun was not surprised at all. She intended to have a good talk with Zhang Meili, but she didn't say a word more, which made Lu Yun want to laugh. Lu Yun asked, "Mom, are you upset that I want to be with He Chang'an?" While speaking, Deja had already thought of countless reasons to persuade Zhang Meili. Zhang Meili rolled her eyes but looked somewhat gentle as she replied, "You think I married your dad for fun? If you don't think it's hard, I won't stop you." She sat down next to Lu Yun, patted her hand and spoke earnestly. "He Chang'an's family isn't any better than Chan Jiqiang's. When I was with your dad, your grandma told me that at worst I could go home in the future. I'll tell you this. If you've really made up your mind, even if it doesn't work out later, you can always go back home." It took Lu Yun a while before she replied, "He's different from Chan Jiqiang." In Zhang Meili's view, whether it was the same as Chan Jiqiang or different could not be summed up in a single sentence. It would have to reveal itself in the days to come. She did not mention this, but she even thought that Lu Yun was much more resolute than she had been at that time. When she decided to be with Lu Dong, she had hesitated several times before making up her mind. She even went on blind dates and ultimately, seeing Lu Dong's pitiful expression, she steeled herself and agreed. It was already winter, and the pink mosquito net that He Chang'an had given Lu Yun still hadn't been taken down, though it had been washed once and was quite clean. Lu Yun felt accustomed to sleeping under it. Lying in bed, she couldn't help but think of He Chang'an and her life since her reincarnation. She had crossed over in the summer, and now it was late November, almost December. Oh. That night He Chang'an couldn't sleep. After taking a shower and getting ready to rest, the bed was filled with a faint fragrance that lingered from Lu Yun. He thought about whether the Lu family had any good impression toward him and recalled how Lu Yun had said he worked hard for his money, urging him to return it, which made him chuckle. The next day, he woke up for the first time since arriving in the provincial city, nearly past 9 o'clock. Usually he woke around 6 to head to Seagull Garden. After getting ready, He Chang'an went to Seagull Garden. When Zhang Hao saw He Chang'an arrive, he hurried over and gestured for him to go to the terrace. He Chang'an understood that Zhang Hao wanted to discuss something, so he nodded. Soon the two stood together on the terrace. Zhang Hao said, "The day before yesterday, our renovation team's old Chun took leave to go home. When he returned, he told me someone was inquiring about you. He said he heard that some people were asking about you a while back." He dug a bit deeper, and while he didn't find out who was asking earlier, he did learn yesterday that it was someone named Lu Xiang'an. "I remember that my sister-in-law's eldest brother is named Lu Xiang'an. Do you think the Lu family is looking into you?" As he spoke, he felt somewhat uneasy. Zhang Hao knew quite a bit about Lu Yun. Moreover, Lu Yun's eldest brother had the same name ending with the character N, just like He Chang'an, so Zhang Hao wouldn't mistake it. He also knew that Lu Yun had already informed his family about his relationship with He Chang'an, and the Lu family certainly had reasons to inquire about He Chang'an's background and character. Previously, when Zhang Hao went on blind dates, the person he met wanted to know practically everything about him, even what he did at the age of 3. He Chang'an pressed his lips together and replied, "I understand." Oh. Early Sunday morning, Lu Xiang'an had already left, even clearing out his room. He changed the bedding to some he no longer needed and packed away important items before heading out. Watching Lu Xiang'an flee, Lu Yun found himself wanting to run as well. After all, who would want to face troublesome relatives? However, Lu Yun couldn't escape. After all, they had come this time because Zhang Meili wanted him to gain some experience. When Li Hong arrived with her daughter-in-law and grandson, she smiled as she handed over the items she had brought from the countryside to Zhang Meili. "When I was coming over, my mother-in-law said that you all have a hard time living in the city. Now she's following the province's rules, so she doesn't want as much support money from you each month. She said that when I come over, I mustn't just eat and live for free." Lu Yun stood by, watching as Zhang Meili opened the bundle, revealing some pickled vegetables from the countryside and some dried green beans. Being a professional food blogger, Lu Yun could tell at a glance that the dried green beans were old, not freshly sun-dried from this year, but leftover from the previous year. Zhang Meili looked at the 3 mouths waiting for food, smiled at Lu Yun without saying a word, but inside she was so angry she wanted to kick them out right then and there. The money she and Lu Dong sent home every month wasn't much, but it was considered a high amount in the countryside. Lu Dong rarely returned home, and Zhang Meili didn't want to put him in a difficult position. However, to Li Hong, this turned into them considering Zhang Meili's feelings. Zhang Meili received the money, but she got no appreciation for it. If she didn't prepare well, Li Hong could easily find fault. At that moment, Zhang Meili recalled an incident from long ago. She had gone with her second sister-in-law to a neighbor's house in the countryside, and she had bought bananas. When they reached the front door, her sister-in-law had taken the initiative to help carry them. Later, Zhang Meili discovered that the family had assumed the bananas were bought by Li Hong until the very end. This was something she couldn't even address. It had happened so long ago that if she tried to explain it now, it would make her seem petty. If Li Hong mentioned it again, she would forget about it, or it might seem like she only wanted to help Zhang Meili carry things. There was no way to resolve the situation. After that, Zhang Meili learned a lesson. When giving gifts, she would make sure to carry the things she bought herself. Li Hong knew that the one in charge of the Lu family was Zhang Meili, and her words were directed at her. Just as she was about to sit down, she heard Lu Yun speaking from the side. Lu Yun said, "Second aunt, these things look like good items." Li Hong beamed with a bright smile. "Of course. The dried green beans I sun-dried this year were all picked out for you. I didn't take any that didn't look appetizing." She felt even more satisfied looking at the delicate and seemingly weak Lu Yun. Lu Yun continued, "It wouldn't be right for us to take advantage of you. It wouldn't feel good to mention it. Plus, the house is a bit crowded. My eldest brother even moved out for you to stay here. How about this? I can have my dad take you to the market to sell these things, and then would it be okay for you to stay in a guest house?" She appeared gentle and lovely, her voice pleasant and her speech methodical, as if she were reasoning with them. "This way my eldest brother won't have to crowd at his friend's place, especially since the weather is getting cold." As she spoke, she revealed a worried expression for Lu Xiang'an. Li Hong was left speechless. Zhang Meili laughed and quickly packed up the items Li Hong had brought. "That's true. How could we take advantage of your second aunt? Why not just stay at the guest house? I've heard that the guest house has hot water available 24 hours a day, and even a TV. It would definitely be more comfortable than staying here." Li Hong immediately smiled in response. "You see, sister-in-law, how could I do that? I've come to the city, so how could I feel right not staying with you? Why would I go to a guest house?" Lu Yun directly asked, "Dad, how much do you think we could sell these things for?" Lu Dong indeed knew this and recognized that it was time for him to step up. He held up a hand to indicate a number. 2 yuan. These items were all old. Although there was a lot of it, when added together, it amounted to only 2 yuan. Staying at the guest house would cost at least 3 yuan per night, and the value of these items wasn't even enough to cover one night's stay. Lu Dong said, "That's not enough to stay at a guest house, second aunt. You're exaggerating a bit with those claims." Li Hong responded, "You see, you're really taking this seriously." After saying that, she quickly changed the subject to talk about her in-laws and Lu Dong's parents. Once Lu Yun returned to her room, Zhang Meili followed her in. Seeing Lu Yun silent, Zhang Meili understood what she wanted to say. After thinking for a long time about the plot of the novel and the bits and pieces of her life since crossing over and meeting He Chang'an, Lu Yun said, "I really dislike these situations, but I'm not afraid." Her expression became brighter. "I'll only feel more heartache for him, and I'll only want to treat him better. If I really didn't want to be with him, just thinking about his face might make it impossible for me to do those things. I even think, can I have the ability to shield him from the wind and rain?" This was also why, despite her parents' doubts about whether a marriage could truly last in love, she chose to be with He Chang'an, believing they had a future together. Zhang Meili replied, "All right, I understand." With Li Hong living with her daughter-in-law and grandson at the Lu family home, and with Zhang Meili no longer someone to be trifled with, she made a large bowl of the dried green beans Li Hong had brought over that evening. She also served a plate of the pickled vegetables, actively helping Li Hong with her food during dinner. Meanwhile, Lu Dong commented that Li Hong's favorite dish was dried green beans stewed with potatoes, encouraging her to eat more. Li Hong, hoping to save money during her stay, also knew it was best to keep the peace for now. As for Li Hong's daughter-in-law, she was aware that she needed to follow Li Hong's lead. Even though Li Hong's grandson had some mischievous tendencies, he was kept in check by his mother. When they returned to rest, Zhang Meili said to Lu Dong, "I think they could get married." After a moment of silence, she added, "I just don't know if He Chang'an treats her well. If I had known earlier, I should have set her up with a matchmaker and found her a decent, ordinary guy from a good family who likes her. Living a simple, happy life would have been so nice." Lu Dong replied, "I wonder when we will meet him." Zhang Meili responded, "I'll ask her about it. Speaking of which, tomorrow I'll go find Li Ling. Li Ling is close with Ayun. He must know something about He Chang'an. And if Li Ling doesn't know, then He Chang'an wouldn't have been able to attend the wedding banquet last time." Lu Dong nodded. Alright, let's ask Li Ling. Oh. On Monday morning, Lu Yun went to work as usual. When she arrived at the office, Sister Sun quickly approached her to chat. Lu Yun had taken leave on Thursday afternoon, and the Lu family had come to request another leave for her on Friday. Sister Sun hadn't seen Lu Yun for several days. During the weekend, Sister Sun had bought some really nice apples that were both crunchy and sweet. She planned to buy some more after work and asked Lu Yun if she wanted to join. Hearing Sister Sun mention that her son had eaten 2 of them, Lu Yun was convinced they must be delicious, especially since Sister Sun's son was only in kindergarten and managed to eat 2 at once. Just as they were chatting, Li Xiaohong came over. Li Xiaohong looked better than before, with a sparkle in her eyes. Seeing Li Xiaohong, Lu Yun remembered that He Chang'an would always ask Li Xiaohong to pass something for her. She said to Sister Sun, "I'll step out for a moment and be right back." With that, she stood up and headed out. Li Xiaohong said, "Your boyfriend is here. He's waiting for you outside the cotton textile factory. I ran into him just now, so I came to help him find you." Chapter 29. Chapter 29. When Lu Yun returned to her office to get her coat, Sister Sun asked her what was going on. Upon learning that He Chang'an had come back to see her, Sister Sun looked at Lu Yun with a smile that seemed to hint at the passage of decades. It would be fitting to describe her with a term that implied a certain intimacy after 20 or 30 years. Sister Sun said, "There's nothing much to do today. Why don't you take a day off? I can help finish up the little bit of work you have left." Lu Yun replied, "I don't even know when he will return to the provincial capital. Let's talk about it later, thank you, Sister Sunday." At that moment, taking a leave wasn't really necessary. It was almost noon. As long as Lu Yun returned before her afternoon shift, it was fine. She put on her coat and wrapped her scarf around her neck before heading out. Oh. Outside the cotton textile factory, she saw He Chang'an. Lu Yun stepped forward a few paces and smiled as she asked, "Why are you back? Aren't you busy today?" He Chang'an's tense heart finally relaxed at that moment. He had worried that Lu's family would not like him, that Lu Yun would want to break up, and that they would no longer be together. Seeing Lu Yun smile as she always did, he reached out and gently tousled her hair, his movements light and tender. After a while, He Chang'an finally spoke. "I realize I was thoughtless. Since your family knows we're together now, shouldn't we pay them a visit?" If He Chang'an hadn't asked, Lu Yun had also planned to wait until her second aunt's family had returned home before inviting him to the Lu family. Zhang Meili and the others were not at ease, and Lu Yun wanted them to meet He Chang'an. She believed that if they met him, they would also be satisfied, and then they wouldn't have to worry about her. So, upon hearing what He Chang'an said, she paused for just a moment before nodding in agreement. Lu Yun said, "Okay, I'll go back and tell them." He Chang'an smiled and said, "Ask them which weekend they're free. Once the time is set, just call this phone number to let him know, and he'll pass along my message." As he spoke, he placed a neatly folded note into Lu Yun's pocket. The number belonged to a small shop near his residence in the provincial capital, which he had given Lu Yun before. He was worried that Lu Yun might find it troublesome to search for it again, so he wrote it down once more. Lu Yun replied, "It should be fine this weekend." After a brief pause, she continued, "He Chang'an, my parents will definitely." He Chang'an assured her, "Don't worry, they will like me. You don't need to be anxious." Lu Yun nodded, saying, "Yes, they will like you." He Chang'an had things to attend to at noon, but when he came to find Lu Yun, he brought along some cut fruit and lunch. The two of them carried the items back to the cotton textile factory, with one of them standing outside. Lu Yun's smile faded slightly, and He Chang'an's expression grew a bit concerned. Each of them had their own thoughts weighing on their minds. Oh. Back in the office, Lu Yun quietly told Sister Sun that she planned to bring He Chang'an home to meet her parents, and asked about Sister Sun's own experience of introducing her partner to her family. Upon mentioning such matters, Sister Sun reminisced for a moment and then began to speak, as if she could go on for 3 days and nights. Lu Yun listened intently. Sister Sun recounted, "The day before I brought him home, I said a lot of good things about him, especially to my brother. I even mentioned that when my brother gets married, I would help out, but honestly, our family was already satisfied with him." Then she encouraged Lu Yun, saying, "You don't need to be nervous or worried. If I had a daughter and could find a son-in-law as good and handsome as He Chang'an, I would be secretly delighted. Don't you think?" Lu Yun lowered her gaze and replied, "Yes, they will definitely like him. How could they not? I'm just a bit anxious." Oh. It was still before noon, and Lu Yun asked Sister Sun to keep an eye on things for her, telling her that if anyone came looking, to say she was busy or find some excuse. Then she hurriedly rushed out of the office. During this period, Lu Yun had been saving money diligently in order to start a business. She ran home and took out some of her savings before heading to the nearby state-owned restaurant. where she ordered a full box of braised pork and another box of tomato and egg, which Lu Xiang'an particularly liked. She then set off to find Lu Xiang'an with her tote bag in hand. When Lu Xiang'an saw Lu Yun's hair in disarray, he playfully flicked her forehead and said, "What are you doing here? And carrying something too? Come on, what's up?" Lu Yun replied, "This box is braised pork and this one is tomato and egg." Lu Xiang'an teased her, "But you didn't bring rice. How am I supposed to eat without rice?" Seeing Lu Yun's expression darken, he quickly crossed his arms and added, "When asking for a favor you need to have the right attitude. It's just that you forgot to buy rice. Don't be angry." Lu Yun stomped her foot in frustration. "Lu Xiang'an." Several people turned to look at Lu Yun, and some even asked Lu Xiang'an who she was. He smiled and introduced her as his sister before leading Lu Yun to the cafeteria of his factory since it was too cold outside to have a proper conversation. Once they reached the cafeteria, Lu Xiang'an served up 2 portions of rice and added some fried meatballs that Lu Yun liked. Lu Yun had visited his workplace a few times when he first started, and each time, many people would come over to ask about her. This time in the cafeteria was no exception, and soon several people had approached them. From a glance around the cafeteria, Lu Yun stood out, looking strikingly different and beautiful. When Lu Xiang'an opened the box to see the generous serving of braised pork inside, he laughed. "So what's the deal?" Lu Yun took a breath and said, "I want to bring Chang'an home. Can you help me out by saying some good things about him, or smoothing things over?" As she spoke, she opened the other lunchbox. "Look, tomato and egg." Lu Xiang'an took a bite but didn't find it particularly tasty. Instead, he felt a pang of nostalgia as he remembered the days when his little sister would fall and cry at the slightest upset. Now she was bringing her partner home. He asked, "Do you like him more than Chen Jiqiang?" Lu Yun shook her head and said, "There's no comparison between Chen Jiqiang and him." Lu Xiang'an responded, "I get it. Don't worry. I won't eat your food for free." Lu Yun quickly pushed the lunchbox toward him, urging, "Eat more." As they ate, Lu Xiang'an chatted with Lu Yun, saying, "Someone like you deserves to be pursued with kindness. Whether it's Chan Jiqiang or He Chang'an, whoever marries you will be lucky. As for Chan Jiqiang, he'll just have to regret it." Unable to hold back a laugh, Lu Yun nodded in agreement. Oh. When Zhang Meili heard that someone named He Chang'an was looking for her, she was a bit surprised. She knew that He Chang'an was busy in the provincial capital, and hadn't expected him to return today. She initially thought about calling Lu Dong but decided against it and went to see He Chang'an herself. Previously, Zhang Meili only thought He Chang'an looked good, but upon meeting him, she found him to be composed and mature. The more she observed him, the more she felt it was a pity. If only their family were better off, and if Lu Yun and He Chang'an liked each other, she wouldn't mind foregoing a bride price in favor of a dowry to let Lu Yun marry him. He Chang'an's palms were sweating, but he maintained his composure as he introduced himself, saying, "Hello, Aunt. I'm He Chang'an." Zhang Meili nodded. "I know." He Chang'an continued, "I'm not sure if Aunt has time now, but I'd like to have a chat with you. If you're busy, that's fine. I can wait here." Zhang Meili asked, "Where to?" He Chang'an quickly replied, "I've booked a restaurant nearby called Fengji Restaurant." As he saw Zhang Meili start to walk ahead, he hurried to catch up and followed her closely, saying, "Aunt, please take your time." Fengji Restaurant wasn't the best place in the area, but it was the closest to where Zhang Meili and Lu Dong worked. Once they arrived in the private room, He Chang'an handed the menu to Zhang Meili. She didn't order anything, placing the menu aside and watching He Chang'an, who was still standing next to her. Zhang Meili said, "You sit first. We can order later." He Chang'an didn't sit down. Instead he said, "Aunt, my family situation is quite complicated, and there are some issues. But don't worry, I will never let Lu Yun suffer because of these matters. I may not have a formal job, but I've earned quite a bit, and all of it is for Lu Yun, especially if we get married in the future." When he mentioned marriage, he paused, swallowing hard, and then continued, "Once we're married, all the money will be managed by her. If I ever do something wrong or make her feel wronged, I will give her everything I have and leave with nothing." He looked directly at Zhang Meili and added, "I really like her. I can't stand to see her unhappy. I'd even pick the stars from the sky for her if she wanted them." Zhang Meili felt a bit moved. She's a bit spoiled and doesn't usually do much, but recently she seems to have developed an interest in food and can cook a few dishes occasionally. He Chang'an replied, "I can cook. I can do anything." Zhang Meili had already recognized Lu Yun's determination, and hearing He Chang'an express his feelings like this made it impossible for her to consider breaking them apart. She had been young once, and it was clear to her that He Chang'an genuinely cared for Lu Yun. After a while she said, "You can sit down." He Chang'an was overjoyed. "Aunt." Zhang Meili glanced at him and said, "If you have more to say, go ahead. If not, hurry up and sit down to eat." He Chang'an agreed and then recounted the events of the day, candidly sharing what he had heard from Zhang Hao about Lu Xiang and asking about him. He Chang'an said, I realize I was inconsiderate. That day, I should have returned with her and visited you the next day, instead of making you worry about her. These matters should have been my responsibility, and I shouldn't have let her face you alone. Also about today, could you not mention it to her? Listening to He Chang'an, Zhang Meili's initial 6 out of 10 satisfaction transformed into 7. However, she didn't blame him. He couldn't know that they would be inquiring about him. It was only when Zhang Meili nodded at He Chang'an that he finally took a seat. During the meal, Zhang Meili asked questions, and He Chang'an answered all of them. He even poured her hot water, treating her with a respect that Lu Xiang'an had never shown her. Zhang Meili thought to herself that if He Chang'an could continue like this, she would accept his family situation. If those people stirred up trouble, she would help Lu Yun and He Chang'an out. As they left the restaurant, Zhang Meili suddenly remembered something. She said, Yesterday Lu Yun told me she wants to shield you from the storm. She reached out and patted He Chang'an on the shoulder. You're a good kid. Go back now, I won't tell Lu Yun about today. When I return, I'll tell her I went to ask Li Ling to bring you back for a visit. He Chang'an repeated that phrase in his mind. She wants to shield you from the storm, countless times. Finally, he bent down to Zhang Meili and stood up with utmost seriousness saying, Thank you, Aunt. Oh. When the evening shift at the cotton textile factory ended, Lu Yun went to the market with Sister Sunday. She bought the apples that Sister Sun mentioned, the kind her son could eat 2 of in one sitting. The apples smelled sweet and fragrant. After purchasing the apples, Lu Yun remembered how much the Lu family loved her braised pig trotters, so she bought 4 trotters and some chicken wings. Still feeling like that wasn't enough, she looked around the market and bought a pack of peach crisp cookies. When she got home, Lu Yun went to find Zhang Meili. In the Lu family, Zhang Meili was the one in charge. As for her father, Lu Dong, he wouldn't have any objections as long as Zhang Meili agreed. Even if he had any, Zhang Meili could easily convince him otherwise. Mom, here are the peach crisps, and I also have pig trotters and chicken wings. I'm going to start braising them now, and I'll also make some braised eggs and braised pork belly. I remember we have some pork belly at home. I'll make braised meat rice, and then we can have the pig trotters and chicken wings. Zhang Meili looked at her in exasperation. Your second aunt is still here. Lu Yun covered her mouth, realizing she had forgotten all about that. Zhang Meili took the things Lu Yun bought and put them away. She placed the peach crisps in her own room and stepped out, momentarily at a loss for words for Lu Yun. Lu Yun had genuinely forgotten. Her mind was occupied with thoughts of He Chang'an. She smiled and said, It's fine. They'll be going back in a few days, right? Once they're gone, my brother will come back to stay, and we'll eat together. Braised meat rice is delicious. The braised sauce mixes with the rice, and you add some greens on top, plus the braised eggs. It's not greasy at all. Zhang Meili wasn't quite sure what braised meat rice was, but Lu Yun's description was making her mouth water. You sound like you've read that in a book, as if you've eaten it before. If you really want to make it, do it when you bring He Chang'an back. Lu Yun asked, What do you mean? Zhang Meili replied, I mean wait until you bring He Chang'an back to make it. I think next weekend would work perfectly. We'll all be free, and your second aunt will be gone too. If you're dating, you have to bring him back for us to meet, right? It's time to introduce him to the family. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Before heading home from work, Zhang Meili had indeed gone to find Li Ling, and the two had talked for over half an hour before she returned. From what Li Ling had shared, Zhang Meili felt an increased trust in He Chang'an, even to the point of compromising and accepting him as her future son-in-law. Since she had accepted him, it was clear that she was focusing on the positives, and she could think of many of He Chang'an's virtues. Zhang Meili said. Li Ling also spoke highly of He Chang'an. Alright, let's not linger here. We have things to do. After all, when it comes to marriage, can there really be perfection? The last sentence felt like a self-comfort. With Zhang Meili's affirmation, Lu Yun linked her arm with hers and said, Then it's settled for this Sunday? Zhang Meili replied, It's settled. As Lu Yun headed out, she added, Then I'll go make the call. Zhang Meili responded, Got it. Seeing Zhang Meili's attitude, Lu Yun smiled. This meant that she agreed to her being with He Chang'an. Oh. When they reached the small shop outside the alley, there was a queue of people making calls. Lu Yun stood at the back, waiting for over 10 minutes, her face becoming slightly flushed from the cold. Finally, it was her turn. She took out the slip of paper and dialed the number written on it. The first time she called, the line was busy. Lu Yun dialed again and finally got through. On the other end, a middle-aged man's voice answered. Who is this? Lu Yun said. I'm looking for He Chang'an. Could you please let him know? Before she could finish, she heard He Chang'an's voice on the other end. He Chang'an responded. It's me. Lu Yun replied, He Chang'an. Hearing Lu Yun call his name made He Chang'an unable to suppress a chuckle. He said, Yeah, it's me. I just came to the small shop to buy some things when I received your call. Upon hearing He Chang'an speak, the shopkeeper couldn't help but glance at the man waiting in the shop for over an hour, holding a bottle of soy sauce. Buying things was a pretext. The real reason was to wait for a phone call. The shopkeeper shook his head, thinking that today's young people and their way of dating were different. When he got married, he had only met his future wife once through an arranged meeting before they set a wedding date. Lu Yun gently tapped her toes against the ground, a smile forming on her lips as she continued. My mom said you should come to our house on Sunday. She even asked Li Ling about you. Li Ling spoke very highly of you, and I think once you come over, she will definitely like you and be satisfied with you. She looked up at the moon in the night sky, wondering if He Chang'an felt the same way as she did. She continued, As for my dad, he listens to my mom. My eldest brother is even more pleased with you. He Chang'an listened attentively to Lu Yun's every word, taking them all in seriously. He replied, Then after we get back, let's go buy a gift for Li Ling, okay? Lu Yun said, Sure. Just as they were about to hang up, He Chang'an called out to Lu Yun saying, Lu Yun, tell me I really am not dreaming, am I? Lu Yun replied, Well, pinch yourself. He Chang'an instinctively did as she suggested, and when he realized he felt some pain, he laughed and said, It hurts, I'm not dreaming. Oh. After finishing his call with Lu Yun, He Chang'an paid for his purchases and ended up running back home. He pushed open the door and found Zhang Hao, who was busy calculating some accounts. He Chang'an's voice was slightly raised as he announced, I'm going to the Lu family this Sunday. Zhang Hao also stood up excitedly. Really? He Chang'an confirmed. Really? Zhang Hao began to pace in excitement. Brother He, you two will definitely love each other deeply and have a harmonious marriage for 100 years. Oh. That night, before going to bed, Zhang Meili and Lu Dong counted the virtues of He Chang'an. What pleased her the most was Li Ling's remark that even if Lu Yun was a bit spoiled, if she married He Chang'an, he would certainly take good care of her. After discussing He Chang'an, she and Lu Dong began planning what to cook for Sunday. After all, the more important the occasion, the better the meal needed to be, and they also had to consider how much money would be appropriate to give He Chang'an for their first formal meeting. As the couple discussed these matters, they even forgot that Lu Yun's aunt, Li Hong, was staying with them. However, as bedtime approached, Zhang Meili felt a bit hungry and recalled Lu Yun mentioning braised pig's trotters and braised rice. If it weren't for their family being there, she would have made it that evening. Zhang Meili tried to push these thoughts aside. And there's the dowry. The next step is to discuss the wedding. I wonder if these two kids are anxious. They've been trying to save money lately. The more we can save for the dowry, the better. Lu Dong reassured her. Don't worry. Lu Yun put down her book. She had finished reading an entire volume of how the steel was tempered, but she still didn't feel sleepy. He Chang'an said he felt as if he were dreaming, and Lu Yun felt the same. Hesitantly, she reached out and pinched her arm, nearly crying from the pain. Meeting the parents signified that they would continue discussing the wedding, that she and He Chang'an would get married. Actually, before crossing over, Lu Yun had thought that being single for life wouldn't be a problem. She never expected that she was now close to marrying He Chang'an. Despite the myriad of emotions swirling within her, she found no inclination to back down. Lu Yun opened her mouth and said, He Chang'an. At some point, He Chang'an seemed to move further away from the male supporting character in novels and became more and more real to Lu Yun. After rubbing her cheeks, Lu Yun closed the book and went to bed. Oh. Li Hong returned with her daughter-in-law and grandson on Thursday. It was clear that their stay with the Lu family in the county city had not been very pleasant. Usually, their meals consisted of either green beans stewed with potatoes or coarse steamed buns and vegetables brought back by Zhang Meili from the cafeteria. They had originally planned to stay until Friday, but decided to leave on Thursday instead. As they were about to leave, Li Hong wanted to say something, but Zhang Meili spoke first. Zhang Meili said, I truly apologize for the lack of hospitality. That's why it's better to stay in a guest house when coming to the county city. After all, we still have to work to earn a living. We can't spend all day worrying about your meals. But the green beans you brought were quite good. I just finished them all. This statement left Li Hong momentarily speechless. She looked at Zhang Meili with a hint of daze, recalling how Zhang Meili had been when she first married into the Lu family. She had not been like this at all. Instead, she resembled Lu Yun now, with a gentle demeanor and a warm smile for everyone. Yet now Zhang Meili had become quite capable, able to hold her own and never fall behind. Looking at her grandson beside her, she couldn't help but sigh. Time was passing quickly, and she had little desire to chat further with Zhang Meili and the others. Lu Yun watched them leave the courtyard and asked, Why do I feel like she seems a bit disappointed, not unhappy? Zhang Meili replied, who knows? Come on. Get in here and write down the menu for He Chang'an's visit. Lu Yun responded with an acknowledgement. Inside the house, Zhang Meili held a piece of paper and began writing down the dishes. Her intention was that when He Chang'an came over, they would prepare 6 dishes and 1 soup for a total of 5 people. Sweet and sour pork, braised pork ribs, cold cabbage salad, stewed sauerkraut, along with a portion of braised meat and spicy potato shreds, with a fish soup simmered for the occasion. After all, this was to meet her future son-in-law, and she felt that these dishes were still somewhat lacking. Zhang Meili said, take a look, or do you know what he likes to eat? Lu Yun replied, he's not picky. After that, she asked, didn't you say I should make braised pig's trotters and braised rice? Zhang Meili looked at her in exasperation. He Chang'an is coming over, and you want me to let you cook? I almost forgot. Hurry and make the braised pig's trotters and braised rice. I'll think about this menu a bit more. She thought about possibly replacing the spicy potato shreds with another dish, and decided to see what fresh vegetables she could buy at the market early on Sunday morning, even if they turned out to be a bit pricey. As soon as Lu Xiang'an returned home, he caught a whiff of the braised pig's trotters. He quickly ran over to take a look, greeted Lu Yun, and then went off to tidy up his room. He needed to wash everything inside and wipe it clean. That evening, the Lu family enjoyed the braised pig's trotters and braised rice together. Compared to the braised pig's trotters they had eaten before, everyone preferred the braised rice that they hadn't tried previously. By the end of the meal, not a single grain of rice was left, and Lu Xiang'an's bowl looked like it had just been washed. Lu Xiang'an wiped his mouth and said, Mom, Dad, I think He Chang'an is a good guy. I went to find Li Ling and she praised him. You all know that Li Ling is straightforward and doesn't lie. He looks good, treats Lu Yun well, and he's quite nice. Zhang Meili smiled and scolded him. You really didn't waste the food Yun cooked. Hurry up and wash your bowl from today. Oh. On the day He Chang'an was set to arrive before dawn, the Lu family was already busy getting ready. Lu Yun was still asleep when she heard Zhang Meili talking outside, mentioning that her boyfriend was coming over. Zhang Meili chatted for a bit in the yard before heading out with Lu Dong to the market to buy vegetables. Lu Yun crawled out of bed. Zhang Meili had already washed and neatly folded a red sweater and jeans for Lu Yun, placing them in her wardrobe. Lu Yun changed into the outfit, combed her hair without tying it up, letting her long curls flow freely. After washing up and getting ready, she waited at home. Lu Xiang'an came over and asked, What are you doing here? Lu Yun replied, I'm waiting for He Chang'an to arrive. Is there anything you need me to do? After a while, Lu Xiang'an chuckled, but then recalled something and continued to ask, Is He Chang'an coming over by himself or are you going to find him, and then you both come together? Lu Yun shook her head saying, We didn't discuss that. Lu Xiang'an glanced at her and thought for a moment before saying, Once you're done tidying up, you should go find him and come back together. With that he left. For the first visit, could they really have He Chang'an come over by himself? It seemed that Zhang Meili and Lu Dong had carelessly forgotten about this detail, or perhaps they thought Lu Yun and He Chang'an both knew. Thankfully, Lu Xiang'an was at home and remembered this matter. Lu Yun didn't quite understand what Lu Xiang'an meant. She just assumed he was looking out for her and He Chang'an. She put on her coat and said to Lu Xiang'an, Brother, you really didn't waste any of the pig's trotters and braised rice. Lu Xiang'an replied, Next time make sure to cook more for me. After a while, Lu Xiang'an caught up with her again and said, When introducing your boyfriend to the family for the first time, you both should come back together. You need to introduce He Chang'an to us and tell us he's your boyfriend. Lu Yun pressed her lips together and finally said, I understand. Oh. When Lu Yun arrived at He Chang'an's courtyard, she saw the table outside piled high with packaged goods that were nearly overflowing. She walked over to take a look. There were fruits, malt milk powder, fabric, and not to mention the pork bones and lean meat. She wondered if He Chang'an would be able to carry it all later. He Chang'an was impeccably dressed, and Lu Yun noticed he had even used hair gel. She covered her mouth as he laughed, but He Chang'an stood there, his palms sweating from nervousness. He Chang'an said, I think I should go change into another outfit. As He Chang'an turned to head back inside, Lu Yun tugged at his shirt. A gentle pull was enough for him to stop. He looked at her, waiting for her to speak. Instead, Lu Yun tiptoed and gently kissed his cheek before standing back. In a soft voice, Lu Yun said, When I said I'd be with you, I meant it. When I said I'd take you to meet my family, I meant it. So I want you to be at ease, don't worry. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. He Chang'an was first taken aback. Then his gaze fixated on Lu Yun. As he lifted Lu Yun and spun around in the courtyard, Lu Yun laughed in his arms, her voice ringing like silver bells. Hey Chang'an, you need to stop, please stop. Lu Yun exclaimed. When He Chang'an finally stopped, still holding Lu Yun, he looked up at her. his eyes shining with astonishing brightness. "If you want me to, then I will. I'll be with you for a lifetime." Hearing those words about a lifetime, Lu Yun continued to look at him. Although she did not provide him with a verbal answer, she nodded in agreement. If Hee Chang'an truly intended to be with her for that long, she was willing. The darkness hidden in her eyes quickly concealed itself. She was the female supporting character Lu Yun from this period drama, as well as the Lu Yun who lived in the 21st century, one whose parents had divorced, growing up alone amid the winds and rains. Could it be that someone's love could truly remain unchanged for a lifetime? Just a nod was enough to make Hee Chang'an feel his blood boiling with excitement. He smiled widely, spinning around with Lu Yun a few more times. When he finally stopped, he still couldn't bear to put her down. It was only when Lu Yun glanced at him that he happily set her down. Oh. As Lu Yun and Hee Chang'an set off for the Lu family, Hee Chang'an pushed the bicycle. He had brought along many items. The front basket, handlebars, and the front seat were filled with things he had bought for the Lu family. Despite this, he still left room for Lu Yun, pushing the bike while taking her along to the Lu family. Even as the cold wind blew, Hee Chang'an felt no chill at all. He was more concerned about Lu Yun, reassuring her that the Lu family would definitely like him. Lu Xiang'an stood outside the alley waiting. When he saw the two approaching, he was stunned by the sheer amount of items Hee Chang'an was carrying. Just how much had he bought? Lu Yun waved her arm at him. "Brother." As Lu Xiang'an approached, he greeted Hee Chang'an and then helped carry some of the items. He teased Lu Yun. "Can't you walk by yourself?" While speaking, he discreetly glanced at Hee Chang'an's expression. Hee Chang'an maintained a polite demeanor yet smiled as he replied, "It's because I wouldn't let her." Lu Yun nodded. "Yeah, it's a bit chilly for my feet today." After speaking, she prepared to get down from the bike. Hee Chang'an set down the items he was carrying to assist Lu Yun, then picked them back up again. Seeing how awkwardly he was handling the items, Lu Xiang'an hadn't thought about how convenient it would have been to set them down to help Lu Yun get off the bike first. It seemed that what Li Ling had said was indeed true and not exaggerated at all. Not only had Zhang Meili taken Lu Dong to find Li Ling, but Lu Xiang'an had also gone to see her once. "Mom and Dad are back from the market with the groceries. We should hurry home," Lu Xiang'an said. With Lu Yun and Lu Xiang'an leading the way, they walked deeper into the alley. Those who lived in the same alley and recognized Lu Yun. When they saw the items they were carrying, they started asking if Lu Yun had brought her boyfriend back. "Lu Yun, is this your boyfriend?" "Yeah, my boyfriend. I heard you're dating someone. He looks pretty good. The two of you together? To be honest, you really do look like a couple." When they reached the courtyard, Lu Yun called out for Zhang Meili. Zhang Meili, busy with her work, wiped her hands and came over. She glanced at Hee Chang'an but didn't say anything. Lu Yun remembered what Lu Xiang'an had told her, so she took the initiative to introduce. "Mom, this is my boyfriend Hee Chang'an." Zhang Meili responded. "Look at you, why did you bring so many things?" After saying this, she looked at Lu Xiang'an, who was trailing behind carrying items. "Is this from you too?" Lu Yun nodded. "Yeah." Hee Chang'an respectfully said, "Hello, Aunt." He then turned to Lu Dong, who had just come out of the house. "Hello, Uncle." "All right, don't just stand outside. Hurry in and sit down," Zhang Meili instructed. There were quite a few onlookers in the courtyard. Earlier, when Zhang Meili was cooking, she had mentioned that Lu Yun would be bringing her boyfriend home, and everyone was curious to see what he looked like. Now that they saw him, they thought he seemed quite good, especially when they noticed the items he brought. They could see milk powder, pork ribs, and surprisingly, even watermelons for the winter. Normally, one wouldn't need to bring so much. Just a few snacks and some fruits would already be impressive. Aunt Zhou chuckled. Too bad for that old Li family. She went back to the countryside yesterday. If she were here, who knows how envious they'd be, and what they might say. Someone nearby asked, "Why did she go back to the countryside?" Aunt Zhou replied, "I heard that her nephew's new wife, who just married into the family, is going through a divorce." As they chatted about Aunt Li's nephew's gossip, Lu Yun wanted to listen in but, thinking about Hee Chang'an beside her, she followed them inside. When they reached the doorway, Hee Chang'an suddenly said, "I forgot. I didn't lock the bicycle." Lu Yun immediately broke into a smile. "I'll go check it out." Lu Xiang'an, who watched Hee Chang'an lock the bicycle, paused for a moment, then chose to say nothing and carried the items inside. He preferred to stay out of the couple's affairs. He knew that Hee Chang'an genuinely cared for Lu Yun, and that was enough for him. When Lu Yun went out to check on the bicycle, she walked back slowly, just in time to overhear Aunt Zhou and the others talking about Aunt Li's nephew. She happened to hear Aunt Zhou and the others talking about Aunt Li's nephew. As a result, she heard that being a widow would definitely lead to divorce. Seeing Lu Yun, several people were silent. Lu Yun also blushed and hurried back. Oh. Lu Yun wanted to help with the cooking, but Zhang Meili insisted she didn't need her help. Instead, she had Lu Xiang'an assist her. The elder Lu Dong was engaged in conversation with He Chang'an. Lu Yun was right. As long as Zhang Meili agreed, Lu Dong would surely go along with it. He and He Chang'an sat on the sofa, engaging in a question-and-answer exchange that kept the atmosphere lively. The main thing was that He Chang'an had many questions to ask, and he also talked about things from the provincial capital. Lu Dong and He Chang'an could easily chat for hours without it becoming dull. During lunch, the original plan was for 6 dishes and 1 soup, but Zhang Meili ended up preparing 8 dishes and 1 soup. Although one of the dishes was merely scrambled eggs with spinach and canned peaches, it was still a bit more lavish than what had been agreed upon. It was evident that Zhang Meili was more pleased with He Chang'an than before. Of course, it might also have been because He Chang'an had brought so much with him. Regardless of Zhang Meili's reasons, her satisfaction with He Chang'an was clear. At the table, Lu Yun sat next to He Chang'an, with Lu Xiang'an on the other side of him. When He Chang'an settled into his seat, he found the scene a bit startling. With his head lowered, he wore a gentle smile that was different from when he had first seen Lu Yun. During the meal, Lu Yun took a bite of the canned peaches, concerned that He Chang'an might feel shy about reaching for the dishes. She wanted to serve him some food, but discovered that He Chang'an had already placed a piece of her favorite braised pork ribs on her plate. However, unlike before, he sat up straight without leaning forward to look at her. Oh. After the meal, everyone was in high spirits, and Zhang Meili even served He Chang'an a bowl of fish soup. When Lu Yun helped to clear the table, Zhang Meili didn't stop her. He Chang'an offered to help as well but was called back by her. Once Lu Yun stepped out, Zhang Meili said, "Here, this means you two are pretty much set. But as for the wedding, let's discuss that later. Once your parents have sorted things out, you can talk to them about it. As for whether Ayun goes to meet your parents, and how that goes, I believe you'll handle it well." Since it was Lu Yun who brought He Chang'an to meet her parents, it indicated a commitment to settle down. The next step would be marriage, primarily depending on Lu Yun's wishes. However, when He Chang'an heard Zhang Meili's words, he was filled with excitement. He assured her, "And I will definitely not let her suffer." Zhang Meili responded, "All right then, make sure to come by for dinner on the weekends." Thinking about it, He Chang'an was quite a pitiable child. He was about the same age as Lu Xiang'an. After spending a considerable amount of time at the Lu family, it was finally time for He Chang'an to head home. The Lu family members accompanied him to the gate and then turned to Lu Yun. "Yun, go see him off outside the alley and come back." Lu Yun also had things she wanted to say to He Chang'an. She nodded and walked toward the bicycle, intending to speak but swallowed her words, remembering it was cold. After saying goodbye to the Lu family, she got on the bike and rode forward with He Chang'an. When Zhang Meili returned, the people in the courtyard were asking her about He Chang'an. With a smile she said, "He's quite good. He's a nice person. Honestly, I think he's much better than Chen Jiqiang. He really cares about our Ayun. Just look at all those things he brought today. I even saw watermelon. I wonder where he found it." Exactly, Lu Yun found a good boyfriend. He seems good for Lu Yun. True, he's even better looking than Chen Jiqiang. But what does he do? Hearing this, Zhang Meili chuckled before saying, "He's doing business in the provincial capital. He's busy every day. I heard he's made quite a bit recently. Those of us who earn a salary can hardly compete." After saying this, she went back inside. Lu Dong remarked, "Look at you, already starting to lean that way?" Zhang Meili replied, "If they're going to get married, they'll be our family, so of course we need to support them. Who knows what they might say if we don't speak up? What's wrong with doing business? What's wrong with a stable job? At the end of the day, it's all about making money." Lu Dong nodded in agreement. "You're right. I think he's great. It's obvious he's serious about our Ayun and treats her well." After they returned home, looking at the items He Chang'an had brought, Zhang Meili began to comment, "You see how much this kid brought? If they really end up together, get married and have kids, I don't know if they'll ever save anything. When Ayun comes back, we should tell her not to let him bring so much next time." Lu Xiang'an chimed in, "You're protecting your daughter and now you're worrying too? He really does seem like a future son-in-law. But he's genuinely good. The key point is that he treats Ayun well. Don't stress over other things. Just by looking at He Chang'an, I can tell he won't let those relatives of his control him. He's got to have the upper hand over them." At this point, Lu Dong felt a bit guilty again. He quickly decided to take care of the items He Chang'an had brought instead of letting Zhang Meili do it. He mentioned that the milk powder was waiting for Lu Yun to drink for breakfast, and he thought that was a good idea. Oh. After He Chang'an rode his bike to the entrance of the alley, he stopped for a moment before getting ready to ride back. Lu Yun found his behavior amusing but didn't stop him. Lu Yun said, Originally, we planned for you to come over today for 6 dishes and 1 soup, but my mom ended up making 8 dishes and 1 soup. That definitely means she's quite pleased with you. Hee Chungin, are you happy? Hee Chungin replied, happy, really happy. He quickly rode his bicycle back. When Lu Yun got off, she paused for a moment, then decided to take off her scarf and wrap it around Hee Chungin. She tied the scarf in a way that looked particularly nice. Lu Yun said, I'm heading back now. Hee Chungin called out to her, Ah Yun. When he said Ah Yun, there was a slight pause in his voice. It was naturally pleasant to listen to, causing a bit of a tingling sensation in her ears. At that moment, Lu Yun realized that ever since they got together, they had been addressing each other as Lu Yun and Hee Chungin. She turned to look at Hee Chungin, her eyes curving with a smile. Hee Chungin called her Ah Yun again, his voice low and slightly magnetic. Ah Yun. Lu Yun clasped her hands behind her back, tugging at the fingers of her right hand with her left. She laughed and mimicked the tone Hee Chungin had used the first time he called her Ah Yun, saying, Chungin. Hee Chungin replied, I'm here. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Listening to Hee Chungin's response, which consisted of just a few simple words, Lu Yun felt a sense of reassurance. She looked at Hee Chungin and called out to him again. The two seemed to revel in their exchanges. Suddenly, as Lu Yun called out, she laughed. Chungin, Hee Chungin? Hee Chungin leaned down and placed a kiss on Lu Yun's cheek. When he responded again, his voice was right next to her ear. Lu Yun felt her ears grow warm, and she reached up to touch them. When she looked up, she noticed that Hee Chungin's ears were red, just like hers. She stretched out her hand to touch Hee Chungin's ear. Hee Chungin remained still, maintaining his previous posture as he gazed at Lu Yun. Hee Chungin, your ears are red, Lu Yun remarked. Hee Chungin's voice quivered slightly as he replied, Yeah, I know. Lu Yun didn't look at Hee Chungin. Instead, she lowered her gaze to her toes. I'm going back now. You should hurry home too. After saying that, she turned to leave. Hee Chungin called out, I'll take you to work tomorrow. Lu Yun did not turn around, but she answered, Okay. Hee Chungin rode his bike home quickly. He wasn't sure whether his ears were still red from earlier, or if it was the cold wind that made them flush. He called out, Ah Yun, and his smile grew brighter. Oh. That evening, a thin layer of frost covered Lu Yun's window. Sitting inside, she couldn't see outside unless she opened the window. The night was particularly cold, but fortunately, Lu Dong had kept up with the trend and bought an electric blanket. With the electric blanket on the bed, it could keep her warm all night, though she would wake up feeling too dry the next morning. Zhang Meili and Lu Dong came over to set up an electric blanket for Lu Yun. As they were leaving, they reminded her not to keep the temperature too high, and to turn it off once it got warm enough. On second thought, Zhang Meili paused before leaving and added, If Hee Chungin is free this weekend, bring him back for a meal. He's always running off to the provincial capital, and who knows if he's prepared for winter. Has he even bought the things he needs? Lu Yun replied, He has, don't worry. Lu Yun secretly turned the electric blanket to the highest setting but, hearing Zhang Meili's words, quickly stood up, nodding at her while standing right by the blanket switch. Before stepping out, Zhang Meili warned once more, Don't sleep with it on high. Lu Yun understood this well. Her plan was to warm up the bed on high first, then turn it off once it was nice and cozy. So she nodded at Zhang Meili with a reassuring smile. That night, Lu Yun indeed felt warm and comfortable as she slept, but she forgot to turn off the electric blanket. Oh. The next morning she woke up to find her throat sore. It was dry and scratchy, clearly a result of overheating. She got up, grabbed her tea mug and drank a large cup of cold water. Even then her voice sounded a bit off. Fearing Zhang Meili's nagging, Lu Yun left for work without even eating breakfast. Hee Chungin was waiting for her. When she saw him, she simply smiled without saying a word. Hee Chungin grew concerned, guessing what might be wrong. Is your throat sore? He asked anxiously. Lu Yun nodded, her voice hoarse and slightly muffled as she answered. I left the electric blanket on the highest setting last night, and now my throat hurts. I even drank a whole mug of water. Hee Chungin took her to a breakfast stall by bike. He found her a place to sit and went to buy her a big bowl of soy milk. He bought only 1 stick of fried dough, cautious not to overdo it with other items. After placing the food in front of Lu Yun, he took a spoon, cleaned it, and handed it to her. Hee Chungin said, Wait here for me a bit. I'll be right back. Early in the morning, the breakfast stall was bustling with people. Lu Yun sat at a table sipping her soy milk in small sips, feeling much more comfortable, though she hadn't touched the fried dough stick. When she noticed someone about to sit across from her, she quickly said, Sorry, this spot's taken. He'll be right back. Only a few minutes later, Hee Chungin returned. He had bought some medicine for Lu Yun and also brought back a bottle of mineral water. Lu Yun was surprised by how fast he was, but Hee Chang'an mistook her reaction, thinking she didn't want to take the medicine. So he took out a white rabbit milk candy and gently coaxed her. "Take the medicine after you finish eating," he said softly. "Then you can have this, it's sweet, really sweet." When Lu Yun reached out for the candy, Hee Chang'an handed it to her right away. She unwrapped it and popped it in her mouth. It was fragrant, creamy, and pleasantly sweet. When she finished, she smiled at Hee Chang'an, and in response he pulled out another candy. This time a sticky sorghum treat, unwrapping it before handing it to her. Throughout the meal, Lu Yun only finished half her bowl of soy milk, half of the fried dough stick, and the 2 candies. Afterward, she took her medicine as instructed, then enjoyed another white rabbit candy. She ended up giving the rest of her breakfast to Hee Chang'an. Watching him drink the soy milk, Lu Yun worried he might not have enough to eat since she knew he had a bigger appetite than hers. She went and bought him a bowl of wontons, 2 more fried dough sticks, and a steamed bun, then sat beside him quietly watching him eat. Hee Chang'an ate everything she'd brought, the bowl of wontons, the fried dough sticks, and the steamed bun, all of it. When he finished, Lu Yun stood up and said, "All right, let's head to the cotton textile factory. Let's go." She got up and Hee Chang'an followed closely behind. He called to her gently, "Ah Yun." Without looking back, Lu Yun responded with a drawn-out "Oh oh oh." Once they arrived at the cotton textile factory, Sister Sun heard Lu Yun's raspy voice and chuckled, asking, "Did you leave the electric blanket on high last night? My son did the same thing. Yesterday, he secretly set it on high without listening to me, and this morning, he woke up with a hoarse voice and told me his throat hurt, so he didn't feel like eating breakfast." Sister Sun took one look at Lu Yun rubbing her head and immediately understood, chuckling to herself for a moment. Sister Sun said, "Oh, by the way, we got our paychecks today." Lu Yun replied, "Payday? I completely forgot. Did we get a raise? Even if it's a small one, it's still something to celebrate." With December's paycheck from the cotton textile factory, Lu Yun now had around 180 yuan, enough to start planning for a few things she'd been wanting. As she lay across her office desk, daydreaming about her plans, Sister Sun walked in with a thermos, pouring herself a cup of water and then one for Lu Yun. Sister Sun mentioned, "The cafeteria's serving buns with cabbage filling for lunch today. And I heard that for New Year's next month, the factory's hosting a celebration with dumplings and a party." At that, Sister Sun paused, suddenly recalling last year's New Year's celebration. Lu Yun had asked Chan Jiqiang to dance with her, only to be turned down. Sister Sun thought it might be awkward to bring it up, but little did she know, Lu Yun had completely forgotten about the incident. Changing the topic, Sister Sun smiled and said, "So, how about bringing Hee Chang'an to meet your family this weekend?" Lu Yun replied, "They're all very happy about him, even more than I expected. My mom even told me that if he's free over the weekend, I should bring him over for a meal. She's already worrying about him." Sister Sun laughed. "That's how it is. The more the mother-in-law sees her son-in-law, the more she likes him. We'd better hurry to the cafeteria, or all the free pickled vegetables will be gone." With that, she took out her lunchbox ready to go. As they headed toward the cafeteria, Lu Yun and Sister Sun kept chatting. Since they'd started talking about Hee Chang'an, Sister Sun added a few more thoughts. "I used to worry about you and Hee Chang'an meeting each other's families, but now that it's happening, I'm thrilled for you both. When you get married, you have to let me know. I'll be there at the wedding." Just as she said this, she spotted Chan Jiqiang walking toward them, and her face showed a hint of awkwardness. Since both Lu Yun and Chan Jiqiang worked at the cotton textile factory, running into each other was quite normal. When they crossed paths this time, Lu Yun pretended not to see him, linking arms with Sister Sun and continuing forward. In Lu Yun's view, if Chan Jiqiang had any sense of pride, he wouldn't make any further moves, especially after she'd called him out on his so-called manly promises that day. Chan Jiqiang, being someone who valued his pride, showed no particular expression upon overhearing that Lu Yun and Hee Chang'an had already met each other's families. He kept walking, uncertain for how long, until finally stopping and glancing back. Lu Yun was laughing with Sister Sun, but he couldn't help wondering if their laughter had anything to do with her and Hee Chang'an. A flicker of doubt crept into Chan Jiqiang's mind. Had he been wrong about his choice that day? Oh. In the cafeteria, Lu Yun wasn't especially interested in the buns and pickles, but thankfully, they were also serving plain rice porridge. She took a few sips, though she found it somewhat bland. To add some flavor, she nibbled on a bit of pickle. The pickles in the cafeteria were so salty that a single bite made her reach for several spoonfuls of porridge. It was as though salt had been used with reckless abandon. Sister Sun leaned in and said, "Is it just me, or does Chan Jiqiang look at you differently now? You two didn't even speak today, but he's a college graduate and usually a bit distant, you know? He tends to be indifferent to people, but this time when he looked at you there seemed to be something more, almost a kind of deep affection." With that, Sister Sun raised her eyebrows, picked up her tray, and moved to the table next to them, leaving Lu Yun slightly puzzled. Lu Yun called after her. Sister Sun. Sister Sun chuckled awkwardly. Deep affection, huh? But who could match the level of devotion your boyfriend shows? Just then Lu Yun looked up to see Hee Chang'an sitting down across from her, holding a lunchbox and a thermos. She blinked in surprise and asked, "Why didn't you go to the provincial capital?" Hee Chang'an pressed his lips together and said, "No rush." When he opened the thermos, a warm aroma of rock sugar pear soup drifted out. Inside his lunchbox were soft, glutinous pastries that didn't look like anything from a store. They had a handmade quality to them that suggested he'd made them himself. Despite his cooking skills being good, there was still a difference compared to professional chefs. Curious, Lu Yun leaned over the table, looking at Hee Chang'an. "Did you make these?" He nodded and ladled some soup for her. Watching him closely, she tilted her head and asked, "Are you upset?" Hee Chang'an must have overheard Sister Sun's comments earlier. Otherwise, Sister Sun wouldn't have suddenly moved to another table to eat, leaving Lu Yun feeling that this whole situation was a bit awkward. She didn't want Hee Chang'an to be upset over something so trivial. Thinking she was the one who was annoyed, Hee Chang'an quickly shook his head. "I'm not upset." Lu Yun nodded. "Of course not. Why would you be upset? It's not like I even talked to him. Besides, Sister Sun's right, he couldn't be more affectionate than you." She reached out, her fingers brushing against Hee Chang'an's eyelashes. His lashes trembled under her touch, but he sat still, letting her do as she pleased. Hee Chang'an's Adam's apple moved as he quietly asked, "Do you think they're nice?" "What?" Lu Yun asked, a bit lost. "My eyes," Hee Chang'an said after a moment, looking at her intently. Lu Yun burst into laughter, covering her mouth. "Yes, much nicer than his. Beautiful, really beautiful." Chapter 33. Chapter 33. In mid-December, Lu Yun learned from Sister Sun that Chan Jiqiang and Li Chuanxia were together. Li Chuanxia would bring Chan Jiqiang to her office and even waited for him at lunch so they could eat together in the cafeteria. The two seemed quite close and looked very much in love. The fact that Chan Jiqiang was now with Li Chuanxia held a deeper meaning for Lu Yun. It meant that her own life had taken a completely different path from the storyline of the novel. She could now look at this world from an objective perspective, and no longer had to view it as a mere story. Yet, she still wondered if Hee Chang'an's career would intersect with her life as it had in the original text. After all, while she could ensure she wouldn't end up marrying Chen Jiqiang, she had no control over what he did after he quit his job. Sister Sun leaned in and whispered to Lu Yun, "I also heard that Chan Jiqiang's aunt seems to really like Li Chuanxia. She even made a special trip to the factory to visit her, and took both her and Chan Jiqiang out for a meal." After a moment of thought, Sister Sun added, "But I don't think Li Chuanxia is as simple as she seems. Otherwise, how could she have gotten together with Chan Jiqiang so quickly?" Lu Yun found this curious and said, "Didn't they say she prefers college students?" Realizing she might have said something inappropriate, Lu Yun quickly covered her tracks. She wasn't sure if Chan Jiqiang's aunt had actually mentioned this to them, as her knowledge came from the original storyline. She hurried to add, "I remember it being that way, that only college students were seen as a good match for Chan Jiqiang." Sister Sun nodded in agreement. "Exactly. And Li Chuanxia brags all the time about her diploma, as if she's some kind of university graduate. Anyone who doesn't know better would think she's a college student." Then Sister Sun looked at Lu Yun and asked, "You only graduated high school and you're young. Why didn't you try to get into college back then?" Lu Yun actually knew the answer. In the novel, this part was written to contrast with the female lead. The female supporting character, as Lu Yun's role was titled, had tried to pass the university entrance exam several times but never succeeded. Chen Jiqiang's aunt had encouraged her to keep trying, but for some reason, she became more and more fragile after marriage. She found it uncomfortable to stay up late studying, and even got sleepy just looking at a math textbook. Meanwhile, the female lead, with the support of Chen Jiqiang's aunt, succeeded in passing her exams and getting into college. When the female lead started college, she and Chen Jiqiang's aunt happened to run into the female supporting character. Chen Jiqiang's aunt had said several hurtful things to the female supporting character in front of the female lead. Later, when Hee Chang'an found out about everything, he caused quite a bit of trouble for the Chen family. When Lu Yun first crossed over to this world, she had thought about going to college. But with the Lu family, all of whom would eventually lose their jobs, she needed to find a way to make some money before considering further education. Besides, she had already graduated from college in her original world. Going through the process again here was just a matter of convenience, and there was no rush. If she didn't pass the exams on her first try, she could just keep trying. Oh. After work that evening, Lu Yun hadn't yet left the cotton textile factory when she spotted Chan Jiqiang with Li Chuanxia. Li Chuanxia was clinging to Chan Jiqiang's arm, smiling with a satisfied, almost smug expression. None of the three made any move to speak first. Lu Yun genuinely didn't care. Chan Jiqiang, on the other hand, clenched his fist for a moment before letting it go. Li Chuanxia's eyes scanned Lu Yun's outfit, a thick blue work uniform paired with a red scarf. Her black hair, styled in large waves, was tied up into two braids with delicate bows made of ribbon. The look was strikingly attractive, and lately many women in the cotton textile factory had begun imitating Lu Yun's style. Seeing this, Li Chuanxia instinctively touched her own hair, thinking she should get a perm too. After Lu Yun had walked far enough away, Chan Jiqiang pulled his arm free from Li Chuanxia's grasp and said, "I'm going home." Li Chuanxia bit her lip, saying nothing, but her determined expression showed that she was unwilling to give up. She recalled the events that had led to her being with Chan Jiqiang. Oh. On the day Lu Yun and He Chang'an had lunch together in the cotton textile factory cafeteria, Chan Jiqiang had gone home and drank quite a bit, even crying at one point. Li Chuanxia had been at the Chan house at the time. When she went to find Chan Jiqiang, she had worn a red scarf and tied her hair in a bun, just like Lu Yun's style. In his drunken state, Chan Jiqiang had mistaken her for Lu Yun, and everything that happened afterward followed naturally from that. When the Chun family discovered what had happened, Li Chuanxia wasted no time stepping forward and declaring that she and Chan Jiqiang were dating. Chan Jiqiang's aunt had approached Li Chuanxia afterward, advising her that if she ever got pregnant, it wouldn't look respectable to marry under those circumstances. She even gave her some contraceptive pills. However, Li Chuanxia promptly threw the pills away. Chan Jiqiang's aunt truly thought she was naive, as if she didn't know her own mind. She was just her aunt after all. Not even her parents knew her fully after all. Li Chuanxia placed a hand on her belly, imagining the day when she'd get pregnant. That would secure her position in the Chan family for good. Marrying Chan Jiqiang would mean she was climbing the ladder. Besides, of all the men she knew, Chan Jiqiang was undoubtedly the best option. Once she was in the family, she planned to make that aunt of his face some real hardships. Thinking of all this, Li Chuanxia's mood brightened. Whether or not Chan Jiqiang still had feelings for Lu Yun didn't matter to her. What mattered was that he'd end up marrying her. Oh. Meanwhile, Sister Sun was going to the market to buy groceries again, and this time Lu Yun went along as well. Both of them bought some peach pastries, and then because Sister Sun's son loved instant noodles, she purchased a whole box. Lu Yun didn't buy a whole box but did pick up a few packets. It had been quite a while since she'd had instant noodles, and she was looking forward to having some with an egg and some greens added. On the way back, Lu Yun ran into Zhang Hao's father, Zhang Jianjun. Although she didn't recognize him, Zhang Hao's father recognized her immediately. With great enthusiasm, he approached Lu Yun and greeted her warmly. "You're Lu Yun, right? I caught a glimpse of you from afar once. Recently, Zhang Hao mentioned to me that you're dating He Chang'an." Lu Yun responded politely, "Hello, uncle." Zhang Jianjun praised Lu Yun warmly, adding, "It's truly wonderful that you and He Chang'an are together. When you two get married, you must invite your uncle here to the wedding banquet." He then chatted on, sharing updates about Zhang Hao and even a few details about He Chang'an. Lu Yun stood there, smiling gently and listening, chiming in with a few polite responses here and there, making sure Zhang Jianjun didn't feel awkward at all. As they were about to part, Zhang Jianjun asked, "Are they coming back next weekend? Zhang Hao mentioned he wasn't sure last time, and I haven't called him in a few days." Lu Yun nodded. "Yes, they're coming back this weekend." Zhang Jianjun replied, "Then I'll wait for him at the station. He always brings back so much stuff when he returns. I'll go help him carry it all, and he'll be pleasantly surprised to see me there." Listening to Zhang Jianjun, Lu Yun's gaze softened slightly. As she headed home, Zhang Jianjun watched her retreating figure with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He thought she was a truly lovely girl. Beautiful, polite, and gentle. Then his thoughts drifted to his son's girlfriend, Li Lan, and a look of helplessness crossed his face as he walked back. Oh. Once she got home, Lu Yun counted her money, just over 180 yuan. She then took out a pen and paper and began jotting down ideas. When she first crossed into this world, she had briefly considered starting a food business. Although she was experienced as a food blogger in her previous life, she knew she didn't have the stamina to cook every day and manage a stall on her own. She would definitely need to hire help, and the food would have to be simple enough for employees to handle. With this in mind, Lu Yun thought of the mala skewers that had been a popular street snack for a long time. As long as she prepared the soup base herself, the rest could easily be handled by hired workers at a street stall. The skewers would be straightforward, and she wouldn't have to oversee the stall personally. Now, forget the county. Mala skewers hadn't even started to trend in the provincial capital yet. As Lu Yun sat with her ideas, Zhang Meili came in, lifting the curtain and bringing her some grapes, a rare treat. Zhang Meili asked, Hee Chungin is coming over this weekend, right? Tell him not to bring so much stuff again like he did last time. We haven't even finished the malted milk powder he brought the first time, and last time he brought more. Just a few days ago, he even sent Zhang Hao over with a lot of pork belly and ribs. I haven't had to buy any groceries all week. Tell him to save his money a little. Lu Yun smiled and, linking her arm with Zhang Mei's, sat down on the bed with her. She said, I haven't been spending money wastefully lately. Zhang Mei, hearing this, remembered that Lu Yun hadn't bought much recently, so she hadn't needed to help Lu Yun financially. However, she did note that Hee Chungin seemed to be giving Lu Yun plenty of things, which made her happy. Well, hand over your money. When you get married, I'll give it all back to you. If I let you keep it, you'll just spend it. She and Lu Dong had been saving up a dowry for Lu Yun, and if Lu Yun could save a bit more herself, her dowry would be even more substantial. After that, they'd have to start thinking about Lu Xiangan's bride price. Lu Yun then said, I want to start a business. Zhang Mei raised an eyebrow. What business do you mean to start? Don't you already have your job at the cotton textile factory? Lu Yun replied, I want to earn some extra money. I have it all planned out. But before Lu Yun could finish, Zhang Mei got up, brushing off the idea with a casual wave. Fine, start a business if you're so capable. My daughter's ambitious. At that moment, Lu Dong and Lu Xiangan, who had come by to look for Lu Yun, laughed from outside. They didn't try to stop her. They just let her try her hand at whatever she wanted. Lu Xiangan joked with a smile. If you need help, let me know. But what business are you planning? Lu Yun leaned back in her chair and teased. Not telling you. Lu Xiangan chuckled. Alright, don't tell me. Just wait until Hee Chungin comes over. You can tell him. He adores you, so he'll approve of whatever you do. Lu Yun said. I'll just wait for him to come back and then tell him, okay? Suddenly, she thought of something and quickly called out to Zhang Mei. She pleaded with her mother. Mom, could you ask Dad to go to the station to wait for Hee Chungin this weekend? Zhang Mei nodded in agreement. I'll take care of it. That night, as Zhang Mei was getting ready for bed, she mentioned to Lu Dong. This weekend, since you don't have anything else to do, why don't you take a trip to the station to wait for Hee Chungin? Lu Dong teased. Are you becoming more and more satisfied with this son-in-law? Zhang Mei rolled her eyes at him. Lu Yun mentioned it, but I think it's a good idea. Alright, I got it, Lu Dong replied. In the past few days, many people in their courtyard had been expressing envy toward Zhang Mei, saying that Lu Yun had found a great partner, and that she would have a wonderful son-in-law in the future. Thinking of this made Zhang Mei smile. Yes, I'm quite satisfied, she said. Now let's get some sleep. Oh. Early on the weekend, Hee Chungin returned from the provincial capital, carrying bags and boxes full of things. This time he had come back with Zhang Hao. They had recently managed to find quite a few capable workers to do tasks like applying putty, painting, and breaking down walls. Things were finally less hectic than before. In addition, they had signed contracts with 4 homeowners in Seagull Garden, and were now looking for ways to sign on owners from other neighborhoods. After all, once they completed their work in Seagull Garden, they would need to keep going. When the bus arrived at the station, Hee Chungin got off and, spotting Lu Dong, froze for a moment before rushing over. Zhang Hao followed behind, calling out, Brother He. Hee Chungin replied, Uncle, what brings you here? Zhang Hao, quick on the uptake, chimed in. You must be Uncle Lu, right? Hello, Uncle Lu, I'm Zhang Hao. Lu Dong nodded and smiled at Zhang Hao before saying, I came to wait for Hee Chungin. Ara Yun asked me to come. After saying this, Lu Dong offered to help Hee Chungin carry his things, but Hee Chungin quickly stepped back, not wanting Lu Dong to carry anything. With a bright smile, Hee Chungin said, Uncle, I can handle it myself. Let's head back. At that moment, he felt neither tired nor cold. He just wanted to return to the Lu family quickly. Lu Dong pointed out, You can put the things on your bike. Okay. Hee Chungin replied enthusiastically. Zhang Hao watched them with a hint of envy. When Zhang Jianjun arrived, Zhang Hao greeted both Lu Yun and Lu Dong before following Zhang Jianjun back. After learning the details of the situation, Zhang Jianjun glanced back at Hee Chungin and Lu Dong. He noticed how cheerful Hee Chungin appeared as he stood beside Lu Dong, laughing and chatting with him. The two of them standing together made it seem, to an outsider, like they were father and son. Zhang Jianjun then looked at Zhang Hao and remarked, Hee Chungin has found a great partner. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. When Hee Chungin and Lu Dong returned home, Lu Dong went to help Zhang Mei with her work, and suggesting that Hee Chungin find Lu Yun. After all, it wasn't their first meeting, so there was no need for him to behave as he had before, having to stay by her side and chat constantly to be polite. Moreover, Lu Dong had been through his youth, and compared to talking to him, Hee Chungin would surely prefer to converse with Lu Yun. When he arrived in the kitchen, Lu Dong hadn't started working yet when Zhang Mei said, You bought so many things again, and this time there are grapes. I see a lot of grapes. Lu Dong replied. Didn't Ayun say last time that the grapes were sweet? I later went to buy grapes for her but couldn't find any sweet ones, and I completely forgot about it. Zhang Meili thought back to the previous week. After He Chang'an had come over, she had asked Lu Xiang'an to wash the fruits, which had been bought in advance. There were some particularly rare grapes that Zhang Meili hadn't been willing to let everyone eat. She had specifically waited for He Chang'an to come before letting Lu Xiang'an wash them, and it seemed that Lu Yun had eaten a few and mentioned that the grapes were sweet. Lu Dong commented. This child is quite considerate. No, he is considerate of Ayun, right? Nearby, someone else who was also busy in the kitchen listened to the conversation between the Lu couple, and felt somewhat envious. Previously they had mentioned how He Chang'an ran his own business, unlike them with their stable jobs, wondering how much money they could earn. Now seeing the items He Chang'an bought every time he visited, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. The Lu family had recently been drinking malted milk essence for breakfast. Oh. As for Lu Yun wanting to start a business, the Lu family regarded it as just her whims, allowing her to pursue it on her own. Lu Yun hadn't discussed this matter with anyone else for the time being, but after meeting He Chang'an, she shared her plans with him. As she spoke, her voice was soft and gentle and she spoke slowly. He Chang'an listened attentively, and once Lu Yun finished, he was looking at her with a smile in his eyes. Inside the room, the two of them sat facing each other in chairs. Lu Yun instinctively leaned her head on He Chang'an's shoulder, avoiding his gaze. She asked, He Chang'an, are you making fun of me? He Chang'an pressed Lu Yun's head gently against his shoulder. He had a good memory. Although he didn't recite her words verbatim, he essentially repeated what she had just said. He Chang'an asked, Is that right? Lu Yun responded with a soft Then she felt He Chang'an gently patting her back, as if to comfort her. He said, Our Ayun is really amazing. Sitting up straight, Lu Yun covered her mouth and laughed, revealing only her clear eyes, while still nodding at He Chang'an. When she finally released her hands, she said to He Chang'an, Once I make money, I'll buy you a gift. He Chang'an nodded. Alright, when our Ayun makes money, she'll buy me a gift, but it's okay if you don't. Oh. He Chang'an became Lu Yun's only supporter. Although Lu Yun felt confident about making spicy skewers since she was a food blogger, she had previously made a video about spicy skewers that had gone viral online. She had enjoyed them herself and found them delicious. Her team had loved them too. Some even suggested that if Lu Yun opened a spicy skewer shop, she would definitely make money. However, Lu Yun was a bit lazy and didn't want to open a shop. She was considering creating a spicy skewer seasoning pack instead. But before she could start her plan, she had ended up in another world. Otherwise, she knew she could have earned a lot from this venture. And she was also thinking about other products for the future. At lunch, Zhang Meili prepared 6 dishes and a soup. 2 of the dishes were made by Lu Yun that morning: braised pig's trotters and braised meat. The other 4 dishes included pickled cabbage with vermicelli, sweet and sour cabbage, soft fried meat, and spicy potato slices. The soup was especially made rib and corn soup for He Chang'an, and it tasted exceptionally delicious. For this reason, Lu Xiang'an remarked that when he brought a partner home in the future, she would also have to prepare the same way. While they were eating and talking, Zhang Meili brought up Lu Yun's business plans. He Chang'an tried to speak, but he felt Lu Yun gently kick him under the table. Before he could say anything, she picked up a piece of soft fried meat and placed it in his bowl. Lu Yun said, He's on my side. Zhang Meili laughed, thinking that it was not He Chang'an who was supporting Lu Yun, it was Lu Yun who was supporting He Chang'an. She didn't want He Chang'an to speak, especially since they were discussing how Lu Yun was pursuing her own endeavors. If He Chang'an spoke in favor of Lu Yun, it would only make her happy, but it wouldn't align with what they were thinking. However, if Lu Yun said it herself, it was a different matter. He Chang'an enjoyed the soft fried meat that Lu Yun had given him and nodded. I am on her side. Lu Xiang'an watched the two of them and felt a bit envious. After everyone finished lunch, Zhang Hao stopped by again bringing a lot of things. After greeting the Lu family, he left, and Lu Yun noticed he had brought quite a bit. Thinking of Zhang Hao reminded Lu Yun of his father, Zhang Jianjun. She shared with He Chang'an what had happened when she met Zhang Jianjun. To her surprise, He Chang'an found the story amusing, his expression softening to the point that it felt almost enchanting. He Chang'an asked, So, you had your dad wait for me at the station? Lu Yun didn't shy away, she nodded. But my dad really likes you. After you came over last week, he mentioned you several times. Oh. After finishing lunch, He Chang'an returned home but came back to find Lu Yun around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Unlike before, he didn't need Li Xiaohong's help to see Lu Yun. While sitting on the back seat of He Chang'an's bicycle, Lu Yun began talking about Li Xiaohong. Lu Yun said, A few days ago, Li Xiaohong's family came to look for her. It seems they wanted to ask her for money, but not only did Li Xiaohong refuse to give them anything, she told them she wouldn't give them anything in the future. Her family made a scene, but Li Xiaohong wasn't afraid. In the end, she moved out of her relative's house and rented her own place. She felt that this was a good development. At least Li Xiaohong was starting to have her own life. Li Xiaohong would make sure she had enough to eat and was warm enough to wear. And maybe in the future, she would even meet someone she liked. Lu Yun continued, saying that He Chang'an stayed with her until they reached his place. She stopped speaking for a moment, still wondering if Li Xiaohong would be able to secure a permanent position in her job. It would be great if she could. When Lu Yun followed He Chang'an inside, she noticed that he had already cleaned the yard and the house. After stepping in, she asked, "What are we here to do?" He Chang'an replied, "Aren't you going to make spicy skewers? I wasn't sure what you would need, so I bought every spice I could find on the market. I also got some ingredients for the skewers you mentioned so you can try them out and see how they taste. If you're not satisfied, you can think of how to adjust them." Lu Yun was momentarily surprised, then smiled. "Great. Once we're done, you can go find Zhang Hao and we'll eat together." He Chang'an nodded. "I'll do as you say." Hearing He Chang'an's response, Lu Yun smiled and nodded. "Yes, do as I say." He Chang'an affirmed. "Right, we listen to our Yun." Oh. Lu Yun checked the spices He Chang'an had bought, noting that they were suitable for making the soup base for spicy skewers. She decided to prepare the soup base, and He Chang'an helped her with some of the more labor-intensive tasks. Later, he assisted her in preparing the ingredients for the skewers, but when she wanted to help, he insisted she stay seated. Thus, Lu Yun could only sit across from He Chang'an and watch him work. He Chang'an looked handsome while he worked, but he would occasionally steal glances at Lu Yun. By the time they finished, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Lu Yun had successfully prepared the spicy skewer soup base, and its aroma was fragrant and spicy. However, as she took in the scent, she wondered if it might have turned out a bit too spicy, especially since it was her first time using the chili peppers He Chang'an had bought. She speculated that perhaps she had added too many. Lu Yun took a skewer of tofu skin and placed it in the pot. It cooked quickly, and when she was about to take it out to eat, He Chang'an reached out and held onto her tofu skin skewer. He Chang'an said, "I'll eat it." This reminded Lu Yun of when she had just started learning to cook. After she finished a dish, regardless of whether it tasted good or not, she would always take a bite first to check the flavor. At first, her cooking had been quite terrible, and she had endured many bad meals. Fortunately, her talent improved over time, and her dishes became tastier. She glanced at He Chang'an but didn't say anything. He Chang'an took a bite, and the flavor of the spicy skewer made him momentarily surprised. However, he found that it was indeed a bit too spicy. Nodding as he finished the remaining skewers, he noticed that his mouth had turned slightly red. He said, "It's delicious, but you can add less chili. If someone likes it spicier, they can make a separate batch of chili oil that's a bit hotter and add it themselves. This type of chili isn't cheap, but if the seasoning is good, everyone will enjoy it more." In the kitchen, Lu Yun searched for water for He Chang'an, but being unfamiliar with the layout, she couldn't find it right away. He Chang'an said, "We can add a bit of water later, that will reduce the spiciness. Should I go find Zhang Hao now?" Hearing He Chang'an remember her mention of wanting to find Zhang Hao, Lu Yun smiled. She stood on her tiptoes, grasped the fabric of He Chang'an's shirt, and pressed her lips against his. "Is it still spicy?" The kiss left He Chang'an momentarily stunned. He looked into Lu Yun's eyes, where he could see his own reflection. In her gaze, there was only him. In that instant, he forgot how to think and instinctively leaned in to kiss Lu Yun again. His kiss was filled with a hint of dominance and possessiveness, and Lu Yun found herself pressed against the wall before she even realized it. He Chang'an's eyes seemed to hold his desire and madness. After hearing Lu Yun's voice, he paused and asked hoarsely, "Can I kiss you?" Once Lu Yun smiled, he leaned in to kiss her again. Later, Lu Yun couldn't tell if it was just her imagination, but she thought she heard He Chang'an whispering her name softly in her ear. Ah Yun. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. When Zhang Hao arrived, it was almost dark. Before he even stepped into the yard, he caught a whiff of a delicious spicy aroma that made it impossible for him to move his feet. He had thought that Lu Yun was just experimenting in the kitchen. After all, many people wanted to venture into business these days, even those who had nothing to begin with, simply hoping to make a quick profit. However, doing business was not easy at all, and there were countless cases of people who tried for a few days only to quit midway, or those who hoped for a bit of fun but left without making any money. Zhang Hao suspected Lu Yun was just being whimsical. As soon as he pushed the door open, Zhang Hao called out, "Sister-in-law, I'm here. Brother, he said you asked him to call me over for dinner, saying it's spicy skewers. I also brought some soda." He Chang'an was generous with the coal, concerned that Lu Yun might feel cold. The room was warm, and when Lu Yun heard about the soda, she felt a sudden craving. She looked over to see the glass bottles, but the caps were tightly sealed. He chung and simply glanced at Lu Yun and quickly reached for an orange soda, opening it without a bottle opener. He didn't forget to wipe the rim before handing the soda to Lu Yun. Drink slowly, He chung-an advised. After a few sips, Lu Yun found she could not drink any more. He chung-an took the soda from her, placing it aside. Their movements were natural, as if they had done it countless times before. Zhang Hao watched them and smiled broadly. He felt happy that He chung-an and Lu Yun shared such a good relationship. This time the spicy skewers included vegetables, tofu skin, mushrooms and shrimp balls and fish balls made by He chung-an himself. There were also slices of pork belly, hot dogs, braised chicken feet and instant noodles which were essential. In addition, Lu Yun had prepared sesame sauce, chopped green onions, cilantro and chili oil. Zhang Hao had never seen anything like this before. He reached for a braised chicken foot, and as he tasted it, his eyes lit up. Sister-in-law, this is definitely going to be a hit. It's just too delicious. Sister-in-law, you're not only beautiful but also capable. If you start a business, you're sure to make a fortune. If you don't make money, who will? He ate eagerly, directly gnawing on the chicken foot. Sister-in-law, this is just amazing. I haven't even seen anything like it in the provincial capital. Hearing Zhang Hao's flurry of compliments, Lu Yun felt a bit shy. Things were already halfway there. Lu Yun could not help but stand to the side, smiling. At least now, even if she lost her job, she could still earn some money. The cotton textile factory where she worked could likely stay open for quite some time, but the future was uncertain for the rest of the Lu family, which was not mentioned in the original text. Moreover, given the current timing, if she earned more money, she could buy a house. Perhaps there would be redevelopment in the future. Even if not, owning several properties would still appreciate greatly in value. Lu Yun had not eaten spicy skewers in a long time. That evening she indulged, finishing an entire bottle of soda by herself. When Lu Yun returned home, He chung-an walked her back. As they strolled through the alley, Lu Yun found the night sky exceptionally beautiful, with the moon shining brightly. Lu Yun turned to face He chung-an while walking backward, hands clasped behind her back as she watched him. When He chung-an saw someone approaching, he reached out to pull her back. When Lu Yun stopped and looked at him, they both smiled. Oh. On Monday evening after work, Sister Sun was preparing to go to the market again. Lu Yun couldn't help but glance at her a bit longer. Sister Sun hadn't gone to the market every day before, and now she seemed to have a lot to say. As they walked out together, Sister Sun vented about her relationship with her mother-in-law. In Sister Sun's words, it was more exhausting than work itself. Her mother-in-law was difficult to get along with, and was always thinking of supporting her other son. She became increasingly unreasonable. She even remarked that Sister Sun's son was well-dressed, which made her other grandson seem pitiful, as if the uncle should take responsibility. Sister Sun complained, "We're living paycheck to paycheck." With New Year's approaching, she insists on going back to the countryside to celebrate. They say it's great because you don't have to buy anything, but when we go, can we really just take nothing? It's not worth it to stay at home and be comfortable. But do you know what my mother-in-law said? She actually suggested that we use the money we were saving for New Year's preparations to buy things for her younger son, so we could celebrate New Year's together. She shook her head. At this rate, it's really impossible to go on like this. For the past few days, I haven't eaten any of her cooking. I've been buying my own groceries and making fresh meals. I've noticed my son has grown taller lately. Lu Yun asked, "What will you do about it in the future?" Sister Sun replied, "What else can I do? This time I definitely need to demand an explanation from them. Life can't just go on like this in confusion." She sighed and continued, "Every family has its own difficulties. Our colleague, the one getting married soon, Xiao Sun, not Sister Sun, has been having unpleasant discussions with her family about the betrothal gifts. The groom is offering a low amount, and Xiao Sun's family doesn't agree, even though she likes her partner." Laughing, she turned to Lu Yun and said, "You definitely don't need to worry. From what I see, your partner would gladly give you as much as possible in betrothal gifts." As they talked, Sister Sun pulled Lu Yun aside, gesturing for her to look ahead. Lu Yun glanced up and saw Li Chuanxia and Auntie Chan Shui talking about something. Auntie Chan appeared so agitated that she seemed on the verge of losing her composure, while Li Chuanxia maintained her calm demeanor. Sister Sun remarked, "I told you that Li Chuanxia is no easy opponent." Lu Yun observed their expressions, feeling indifferent yet amused. If Auntie Chan knew that the female supporting character was set to marry Chan Jiqiang, and reflected on the things she had done, she might realize she was in the wrong while looking at Li Chuanxia standing across from her. Lu Yun withdrew her gaze and smiled at Sister Sunday. "What should we buy today?" Sister Sun thought for a moment. How about we buy some pork belly to stir fry? I was also thinking about ordering some fresh milk for my son. Just a portion for him each day should suffice. They say drinking milk helps with growing taller. Even if it doesn't make him taller, it's still good for him to drink more. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Regarding the encounter with Li Chuanxia and Auntie Chan, Lu Yun didn't think much of it. They were all working professionals, and their off-duty hours were similar, all coming to the same market. If everyone was shopping for groceries, it was indeed easy to run into each other. Take Zhang Meili and Lu Dong, for example. When they went out to buy groceries, even if it only took 10 minutes, they could easily stop to chat with acquaintances for 3 or 4 minutes, and that was on the shorter side. After all, they had lived in this county for many years and knew a lot of people. Lu Yun said, "Let's buy some chili peppers too. We have eggs at home. I'll make a bowl of farmhouse-style fragrant eggs when I get back." Sister Sun became curious. "What's farmhouse-style fragrant eggs? How do you make it?" Lu Yun explained. "It's just stir-frying the chili peppers with eggs and some meat. It's simple, and I'll tell you the details." Not far away, Auntie Chan Shui was trembling with anger as Li Chuanxia berated her, saying, "Alas, it would have been better to let Lu Yun be with Chan Jiqiang." Li Chuanxia stood there with her arms crossed. "Oh, then why don't you let Lu Yun and Chan Jiqiang be together? I've heard that Lu Yun is dating someone now, and they're getting along well. Don't think you can use your tricks on me like you did with Lu Yun. Besides, no matter how you spin it, you're just an auntie, not Chan Jiqiang's mother. And don't you dare bring me any more of those contraceptive pills. What's wrong with you? Do you want Chan Jiqiang to have no worries about the future? Want to dump me? Dream on. I'm telling you, I'm just after your Chen family because Chan Jiqiang looks good, and is a college student and a director. What are you going to do about it?" Oh. That night, Lu Yun couldn't sleep. Zhang Meili came in and asked, "What are you thinking about again?" Lu Yun was indeed deep in thought. She was pondering the issue of betrothal gifts. She shifted over a bit to make room for Zhang Meili to sit on the bed. Once Zhang Meili was settled, she began to inquire about the topic of betrothal gifts. Zhang Meili made Lu Yun laugh. Zhang Meili asked, "Who said what now?" Lu Yun relayed her conversation with Sister Sun to Zhang Meili, who echoed Sister Sun's sentiments. She patted Lu Yun on the shoulder. "If He Chang'an could marry you right now, he would definitely find a way to gather the betrothal gifts. When you get married, we won't take a single penny for the betrothal gifts. It will all be for you. The dowry will also be yours, and you can hold on to the money so we won't have to worry. As for the betrothal gifts, let He Chang'an decide. It's up to him. For the dowry, your dad and I have saved up 600 yuan for you. When the time comes, we'll also give you money to buy a pair of rings, one for you and one for He Chang'an." She continued, "As for your brother, he'll also get 600 yuan as his betrothal gift. The wedding is being organized by the groom's side, so we'll have to contribute to that as well. However, the red envelope money we receive from the wedding guests will add up. Your brother will collect his share, and any red envelopes we get from our relatives will go to you." Lu Yun laughed. "The way you're talking makes it sound like I'm already marrying He Chang'an. We haven't even discussed that yet." With that, she turned over on her side, still holding the little goldfish in her hand. Zhang Meili then mentioned, "And what about that person from your office? What's her name?" Lu Yun replied, "Xiao Sunday." Zhang Meili continued, "Right, that Xiao Sunday. If you have the chance, you should really talk to her. A man who won't even offer a betrothal gift can't genuinely like her. From what you've said, it seems like that guy knows how Xiao Sun feels about him, and is deliberately avoiding giving her a betrothal gift." Lu Xiang'an, who had been outside, overheard their conversation and came in to say, "If my partner's family asked for a betrothal gift and I didn't have enough, I would definitely find a way to come up with it. But if you're forcing me into a blind date and insisting that I marry someone I don't like, then I wouldn't want to pay any betrothal gift." Zhang Meili chased after Lu Xiang'an, saying, "What are you talking about? Being forced into a blind date to marry someone you don't like? You're the one who was enjoying a free love the most." Lu Xiang'an chuckled. "I'm heading back." Oh. Lu Yun wanted to start her spicy skewer business, and He Chang'an helped her with everything from customizing the special pots for the skewers to renting a shop. While finding the right pots was relatively straightforward, renting a shop proved to be more challenging. Whenever He Chang'an had the chance, he would return and make several trips. Finally, he found a suitable place for Lu Yun, located near a few factories. During lunchtime, many workers from the factories would go out to eat after getting tired of the cafeteria food, so that street had high foot traffic. When He Chang'an went to pick up Lu Yun after work, he took her to see the shop. The space wasn't large, about 20 square meters, and it had previously been used for selling noodles, so there were tables and chairs already inside. Walking ahead, He Chang'an pointed out, "This area here can accommodate your custom skewers. Once the weather gets warmer, we can also set up outside." That way we can free up some space inside for a long table. What do you think? As he spoke, he measured the space with his eyes, even considering how to accommodate more diners in the 20-square-meter shop. After listening to Hee-chungin, Lu Yun nodded and replied, "All right, this one will do." Hee-chungin asked, "Aren't you going to look at other places or think about it some more?" Lu Yun sat down on a chair, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at him. "But you said it was good. If you think it's good, then it must be good." Hee-chungin had the ability to make a business thrive, so if he thought the shop was good, then it surely was. While Lu Yun knew she should consider the foot traffic, counting how many people pass by each minute or hour, and identifying the peak times, she trusted Hee-chungin completely. Hee-chungin moved closer, cradling Lu Yun's face in his hands with a bright expression. "Do you trust me?" Lu Yun nodded. "Yes, I trust you." Just as she finished speaking, Hee-chungin quickly placed a kiss on her forehead. "I'll be back in a bit. Wait for me," Hee-chungin said. Lu Yun nodded and asked, "Are you going to help me negotiate the rent for the shop?" "Yeah, I'll talk about the rental," Hee-chungin replied. After Hee-chungin left, Lu Yun gazed at the shop. However, he returned in just a few minutes, bringing Lu Yun a soda and a steaming bowl of wontons from outside. He opened the soda for Lu Yun and prepared the wontons, placing a spoon into the bowl for her. "Finish your meal and then I'll head back," Hee-chungin said. Lu Yun teased him. "I can finish it in a minute." Hee-chungin chuckled and sat down across from her. He spooned a wonton, gently blowing on it before bringing it to Lu Yun's lips. "How about I stay and eat with you first, then go?" Lu Yun took a bite of the wonton that was at her lips and said, "Okay, then you eat too." After saying this, she reached out to grab the spoon from Hee-chungin's hand and lowered her head to eat the wontons from the takeout box. After a few bites, she looked up at Hee-chungin and noticed he was still smiling at her. "What are you staring at? Go grab another spoon," Lu Yun urged. Hee-chungin laughed and replied, "You just eat. I'll finish the rest." Lu Yun ate about half of the wontons and felt full, so she gave the rest to Hee-chungin. He didn't bother to grab another spoon. Instead, he used the one Lu Yun had just used to finish the remaining wontons. He ate quickly at first, but as he neared the end, his pace slowed down. Lu Yun gently kicked his foot, prompting him to continue eating the wontons. Hee-chungin said, "The shop is just next door. Once I finish this, I'll go back." Lu Yun teased him. "Hee-chungin, you're really clingy." Hee-chungin responded with a grin. "Yeah, I'm just clingy to our Yun." Chapter 36:8. Chapter 36. When Hee-chungin returned, he brought 2 handwritten contracts for Lu Yun. As she looked at the characters and signatures on the paper, she immediately recognized that the contracts were written by Hee-chungin. The content was clear and well-structured, with all the details included. After Lu Yun finished reading, Hee-chungin handed her a pen, encouraging her to sign. Holding the pen, Lu Yun wrote slowly, her handwriting delicate and neat, as if each stroke was made with care. Once she finished, she looked up at Hee-chungin and said, "Let's keep one copy. You can take this one to them." Hee-chungin nodded, replying, "Okay." Lu Yun had not expected that the shop she hadn't opened before her journey through time would actually be established after. With the rapid development of the times, she might complete what she had intended to do before, creating her own brand, making the base for spicy skewers, and preparing other dishes. Perhaps there would still be opportunities for her to continue being a food blogger. When Hee-chungin returned, he saw Lu Yun sitting there, sunlight spilling down around her. She smiled radiantly, her jade-like fingers resting beneath her lips, before covering her mouth as she laughed. He stood there, covered in snow and wind, hesitant to approach, fearing he might disturb her. Leaning against the wall, Hee-chungin's eyes were filled with a gentle smile. When Lu Yun glanced over, he said, "Boss Lu, I've delivered the contract." Referred to as Boss Lu, Lu Yun replied softly, "All right, Boss Lu understands. Come over, and Boss Lu will settle your payment." Since her arrival in this new world, Lu Yun had been frugal with her earnings. She had saved enough money to start a business, which was why she was now embarking on this venture. She had also checked the rent for the shop, which was surprisingly low, likely because Hee-chungin had connections. Upon hearing Lu Yun say she would settle the payment for him, Hee-chungin's expression became slightly subdued. Noticing he remained still, Lu Yun tilted her head curiously. "Hey, Hee-chungin." Her tone rose slightly as she called out to him, "Chungin." Hee-chungin lowered his gaze, responding, "Didn't you say you wanted me? Since you want me, why wouldn't you want my money?" Lu Yun recalled the earlier discussion she had with Zhang Meili about betrothal gifts, and remembered a conversation she had long ago with her friend. They had agreed that a man spending money on you doesn't necessarily mean he likes you, but if he doesn't spend money, it certainly indicates a lack of interest. Lu Yun nodded in agreement with this sentiment. After all, if he was unwilling to spend money, how genuine could his feelings really be? She hadn't anticipated that one day, a man would stand before her and say something like this. Let me rent the shop myself, and you keep the money for my betrothal gift, okay? Lu Yun proposed. Upon hearing the words betrothal gift, Hee Chang'in's fingers trembled slightly, and he drew them closer. He asked, then let's consider the shop rent as coming from the betrothal gift. As he said this, a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. Is that all right? Lu Yun found it hard to refuse Hee Chang'in in this moment. She remained silent for a moment before saying, stop standing there. Okay, I'm coming over, Hee Chang'in quickly responded. Hee Chang'in intended to redesign the shop and clean it thoroughly. During this time he had read many books about renovation. Although he had no formal training, he relied on his intelligence and a bit of artistic talent to sketch a very simple design plan. Lu Yun, on the other hand, knew nothing about these matters. She struggled even with writing. It had taken her considerable effort to make her handwriting somewhat presentable. I'll have someone give your shop a simple makeover. It won't be ready to open until after New Year's. If there's anything you don't like or if you want something specific, let me know, he said, handing Lu Yun the simple design sketch he had made. Seeing Lu Yun not take the drawing, he smiled and said, Yun trusts me. After finishing their work at the shop, it was already evening. Hee Chang'in took Lu Yun out for dinner on the street, and on their way back, Lu Yun bought a packet of mung bean cake. Sitting on the back of Hee Chang'in's bicycle, Lu Yun gently rocked back and forth, asking him, Hee Chang'in, how much is my betrothal gift? Does this mung bean cake need to come out of it as well? Hee Chang'in stopped the bicycle, and under the night sky, he looked at Lu Yun with great seriousness and said, the money I earn before the wedding will be your betrothal gift, and everything I earn after will also go to you. I won't hide any of it. Lu Yun seemed to have thought of something, softly saying, are you silly, Hee Chang'in? Oh. The Lu family was stunned when they learned that Lu Yun had rented the shop and would be opening after New Year's. They hadn't expected Lu Yun to move so quickly, nor did they anticipate that she would directly rent a shop instead of setting up a stall. Zhang Meili asked, what about when you're working? Who will take care of the shop? Lu Yun replied, I'll hire someone and pay them a monthly salary. As she was about to go to bed, Lu Yun couldn't help but call out to Zhang Meili. Mom, I asked Hee Chang'in how much my betrothal gift would be. Zhang Meili. She gave Lu Yun's arm a light tap, though not with much force. You silly girl, how can you just ask about the betrothal gift? I meant for you to tell Hee Chang'in that he can decide the amount himself. I know he won't shortchange you, but you shouldn't directly ask him how much it is. After saying this, she couldn't help but ask, so what did he say? Lu Yun replied, he said the money he earns before the wedding will be my betrothal gift, and everything he earns afterward will also go to me. She bit her lip while smiling, her eyes bright and clear. After all, once we're married we'll need to support a family, right? Zhang Meili said, yes, he has to support a family, but you're starting a business and earning a salary as well. Even though Hee Chang'in treats you well, don't let him feel like you're going to depend on him for everything. Did you hear me? Lu Yun nodded. Got it. Zhang Meili continued, no, I need to tell you this. A woman can't just rely on a man to get by. You have to earn your own money and have confidence. Do you understand? You need to have your own backbone. If he treats you poorly in the future, you shouldn't tolerate it. Hearing Zhang Meili's words, Lu Yun was surprised at how insightful her mother was. She wrapped her arms around Zhang Meili's and nodded. I know. I'll definitely make something of myself, and then I'll make sure you enjoy life. Zhang Meili advised. When you hire someone, find someone capable and with a good heart. Lu Yun said. Hee Chang'in mentioned that Zhang Hao has a cousin who's pretty good. I'll ask him if he can help me out. If he's reliable, then it should be fine. With Zhang Hao's connections, I won't have to worry about the shop. Upon mentioning Zhang Hao, Zhang Meili began to worry again. Does he have a girlfriend? We have some nice girls at our factory. If he's single, I could introduce him to someone. Lu Yun replied. I think he might already have a girlfriend. Zhang Meili nodded. Well, when he comes back next time, let's invite him over for dinner. He always just drops off things and leaves. It's starting to feel a bit awkward for me. After washing her hair and getting ready, Lu Yun hurried back to her room. The weather was cold, and her hair was taking a long time to dry. She carefully dried her hair while thinking that it would be great to have some conditioner. With her hair type, conditioner would likely improve its quality after washing. Oh. That day, when Lu Yun finished work and exited the cotton textile factory, she saw Li Ling waving at her. Cousin. Lu Yun had initially planned to head back with Sister Sun, but upon seeing Li Ling, she informed Sister Sun and then went over to her. As she approached, she helped Li Ling adjust her scarf, which had come undone. Li Ling, however, wrapped her own scarf around Lu Yun and asked, Cousin, why aren't you wearing a scarf today? Lu Yun explained, I washed it, but since it's snowing it didn't dry in time so I didn't bring it. But I'm wearing a turtleneck sweater today. Li Ling hugged Lu Yun affectionately and said, "Cousin, I've missed you." After that, she mentioned the reason for her visit. "I heard they're using some kind of conditioner called manhwa. It only costs 2 or 3 yuan a bottle, but it makes your hair feel amazing afterward." Lu Yun suddenly recalled the manhwa conditioner. She had been wanting to buy some. "Where can we get it?" Li Ling replied, "I know where. They just received a new shipment today. I came over to see if you wanted to go buy some manhwa conditioner with me." Sister Sun, who was listening nearby, touched her own hair, looking a bit hesitant. She knew about manhwa conditioner but was reluctant to spend the money. After thinking it over, she approached Lu Yun and asked if she could get a bottle as well. Once Lu Yun nodded in agreement, Sister Sun handed her the money, giving her a little extra. Sister Sun said, "I'm not sure how much it costs, so just give me back the change." Oh. When they went to buy the manhwa conditioner, Li Ling led Lu Yun there. As they walked, she said about Sister Sun, "Sister Sun is really nice. Ever since I got married, she gave me a red envelope, and when I asked her to help me buy something, she just gave you the money directly. Unlike some others, who only pay you after you've bought something for them or try to take advantage of you, I wouldn't help those kinds of people carry anything." Lu Yun asked, "What about Han Jiangang?" Although she asked that, Lu Yun still felt that Li Ling was doing well with Han Jiangang. Otherwise, Li Ling would probably show some signs of exhaustion after marriage. But Li Ling didn't seem to feel that way at all. Li Ling said, "Han Jiangang is great. I really didn't misjudge him. But dealing with the in-laws can be exhausting, especially with an eldest brother and sister-in-law around." After chatting for a while, Lu Yun shared her own business ventures with Li Ling. Li Ling was thrilled to hear about it, thinking it was wonderful that Lu Yun was starting a business. She expressed her desire to do something with Han Jiangang as well, but Han Jiangang was solely focused on his stable job and didn't want to venture into business. This made Li Ling wonder when they would be able to move into their new home. "Cousin, you need to work hard and earn more money. Show Han Jiangang what you can do. I just can't believe he wouldn't want to follow your example once he sees you making money," Li Ling encouraged. Lu Yun smiled and replied, "All right, once I open up, I'll invite you both over." "Great," Li Ling responded enthusiastically. Oh. When Lu Yun and Li Ling finally bought the manhwa conditioner, they had a bit of a challenge finding it. Lu Yun purchased 3 bottles for herself, 1 for Sister Sun, and Li Ling bought 1 as well. In addition, Lu Yun also bought 3 bottles of manhwa shampoo. As they were leaving, Lu Yun remembered to go back and get another bottle of shampoo, finally making their way out. Lu Yun felt she hadn't bought too much. She planned to share it with Zhang Meili at home. After finishing their shopping for conditioner, Lu Yun and Li Ling wandered around for a bit longer, browsing clothes and snacks. When Lu Yun spotted a bookstore, she tugged on Li Ling's arm, urging her to join her in looking around. Inside the bookstore, Lu Yun picked out several books related to home decoration. She also bought some culinary books, poetry collections, and the latest trending reads. Although she might have seen many of them before, she knew she wouldn't remember everything, so reviewing them would be beneficial. Li Ling, watching her, smiled and said, "These are for He Chang'an, aren't they?" Lu Yun nodded, chuckling. "Yes, they're for him. He'll probably be back the day after tomorrow." Unlike before, when He Chang'an struggled to find good enough workers and was always busy, he had now hired quite a few people. He was able to return home for 2 or 3 days each week. Previously, Lu Yun had heard Zhang Hao mention that He Chang'an was quite adept at business. He only hired skilled workers who were capable. When leading people to view the houses they had renovated, others were impressed and eager to hire He Chang'an for their own projects. Lu Yun thought He Chang'an was doing the right thing. After all, good quality attracted customers, and she believed that earning money from poor quality work wasn't right. As for her own food business, Lu Yun knew she needed to select high-quality ingredients and seasonings, as integrity and quality were fundamental principles. When she returned home, Lu Yun excitedly showed Zhang Meili the manhwa shampoo and conditioner she had bought. Zhang Meili thought they looked great, and Lu Yun immediately went to wash her hair with them. In comparison to the diverse range of shampoos and conditioners available in the future market, the options in their current local market were still quite limited. After washing her hair and using the conditioner, Lu Yun emerged with noticeably healthier-looking hair than before. However, by the time she was ready for bed, her hair was still only partially dry. "What are we having for dinner today?" Lu Yun asked. Zhang Meili replied, "Today we're having chive pockets, plain rice porridge and cold tossed cabbage." Then, noticing Lu Yun was just coming out of the bathroom, she quickly added, "Your dad will come help me. You just got your hair washed, so hurry back." Lu Yun smiled and said, "Okay, I'll head back now." While waiting for dinner, Lu Yun placed the new book she had bought for He Chang'an in the drawer, and set aside the one she wanted to read on the bookshelf. She casually took one out to look at, her expression becoming serious as she came across to the oak tree. A poem she had learned a long time ago. Oh. Hee Chang'an always called Lu Yun in advance before returning home. Sometimes it was Lu Yun who answered the phone, and other times it was Lu Dong. Lu Dong would also chat a bit with Hee Chang'an and inquire about him. Whenever Hee Chang'an came back, if Lu Dong was free, he would wait at the station for Hee Chang'an. Lu Xiang'an would jokingly act jealous, saying that if one didn't know better, they might think Hee Chang'an was Lu Dong's son. Lu Dong exclaimed, You're back. This time you say you have something to do, and you can stay for a few days before heading back." After saying this, Hee Chang'an went to find Lu Yun. He took the initiative to explain why he could stay for a few days. Whenever he looked at Lu Yun, his gaze was always gentle. He said, "I had given some wood ear mushrooms to the homeowner I did renovations for, and they thought they were great. They reached out to me to buy more. Since it's almost New Year's, many of the businesses are looking to buy more, so I'm back to take care of this. I want to package the mushrooms nicely and sell them to them." He added, "Boss Lu, your bridal money has increased again." Lu Yun suddenly thought of something and said, "Come in quickly." When Hee Chang'an entered the room, he found Lu Yun sitting there with a book. Her voice was clear and soft as she read To the Oak Tree. Each line she read brought a smile to Hee Chang'an's eyes. When she finished, she looked at Hee Chang'an, waiting for him to share his thoughts. Hee Chang'an, with his good memory, said, "I must be a cotton tree close to you, standing together with you as a symbol of the tree. Yun, I will work hard to be worthy of you." He reached out and gently tousled Lu Yun's long hair. "Hee Chang'an," Lu Yun said softly. Hee Chang'an leaned in and kissed her hair, whispering, "In my heart, you are the best." As he spoke, his Adam's apple moved. His gaze traveled from her hair to her eyes, then to the tip of her nose, and finally landed on her lips. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Every time Hee Chang'an returned, Zhang Meili would prepare a lot of food. Sometimes when she was busy, she would go out to buy some marinated dishes or food made from outside, while also cooking a few dishes herself, putting together a feast. This time when Hee Chang'an came back, Zhang Meili and Lu Dong just happened to be free. The two of them busied themselves in the kitchen for half a day, and the dishes they prepared made everyone who saw them cooking in the kitchen envious. There were boiled sliced pork, flavorful eggplant, crispy pork belly, as well as braised tofu and spicy stir-fried squid. The soup was winter melon soup, and they also had canned peaches and cold tossed cabbage. Each time Hee Chang'an visited, he always brought a lot of things, especially meat and fruits. Zhang Meili and Lu Dong had taken the opportunity to make a few extra dishes, but they also noticed that the items Hee Chang'an brought were always the kinds that Lu Yun liked to eat or things he thought they would enjoy. Once the meal was ready, Zhang Meili and Lu Dong called Lu Yun and Hee Chang'an to eat. Oh. Inside the room, Lu Yun handed Hee Chang'an the books and shampoo he had bought for him. Holding the things Lu Yun had given him, Hee Chang'an tightly embraced Lu Yun. Upon hearing Zhang Meili calling them to dinner, Lu Yun gently nudged Hee Chang'an. "Hey Chang'an, it's time to eat," Lu Yun said. Lu Yun, with her slender figure, was cradled in Hee Chang'an's arms. After a soft hum, he whispered, "Don't think I look silly when I smile, okay? Is that alright, Yun? You can be silly but you still look good. Is that okay?" Lu Yun replied. Hee Chang'an smiled and responded, Oh. During the meal, everything was the same as before. In fact, the Lu family had already bought a special chair for Hee Chang'an to sit on. While they sat together, Lu Dong and Zhang Meili asked Hee Chang'an when he would be returning to the provincial city. It was then that Hee Chang'an recounted to them what he had previously discussed with Lu Yun. Lu Dong said, "If there isn't too much to pack, just bring it over and we can help you. It won't be tiring. If you need to pack more later, just let us know." Hee Chang'an remembered what Zhang Hao had said when he returned. Zhang Hao mentioned that he could have his family help with the packing, and that they could finish it in a few busy days. He had not expected to hear Lu Dong offer to help in this way after coming back. He glanced at Lu Yun, who thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Zhang Meili chimed in, "I was thinking the same thing. It's hard to find suitable people to help right now, and it won't be tiring if we all work together. If we can't finish, I'll see if there's anyone in our courtyard who can help out." After saying this, she added, "We are all family, so don't be polite with us. After Yun marries you, you're making our relationship too formal." Hee Chang'an smiled and replied, "Thank you, Aunt. Zhang Hao's family can also help out, and if you assist as well, we'll definitely finish it, so there's no need to rush." As he spoke, he was already thinking about what gifts to buy for the Lu family members. He felt that the food he was eating was better than any meal he had ever had. Hee Chang'an stole a glance at Lu Xiang'an, who looked quite happy and was cheerfully eating his meal. "All right, then I'll finish work early to come back and help." Lu Yun picked up a piece of boiled pork for Hee Chang'an. "Eat up." Hee Chang'an replied, I'm eating. Aunt and uncle's cooking is especially delicious. It's the best I've ever had. When Zhang Meili heard He Chang'an's words, she thought he was deliberately complimenting her and Lu Dong to make them happy. Nonetheless, she felt pleased and smiled, saying, I can't cook as well as those chefs in restaurants. It's definitely better than them. He Chang'an said. Oh. On the way back, Lu Yun went out with He Chang'an. They had become familiar enough that He Chang'an didn't need to come over each time. Every time he left, the Lu family would go to see him off. Sometimes, He Chang'an would return alone, while other times, Lu Yun would accompany him to the entrance of the alley. He Chang'an would watch Lu Yun head back, and if Lu Yun escorted him to the alley, he would make sure to walk her back afterward. Lu Yun remembered what Zhang Meili had said about needing to understand her reasons for being with He Chang'an. She could fully grasp why He Chang'an claimed that Zhang Meili and Lu Dong's cooking was the best. She had thought the same way when she was younger. However, as she grew older, she no longer found those dishes appealing. They were not prepared with the same love as the meals Lu Yun wished her divorced parents would make for her. She didn't want to share meals with them. Even her own desire to learn to cook stemmed from this realization. She wanted to make food for herself, knowing that at least when others had their meals, she could also enjoy the food she prepared for herself. But now the act of cooking seemed to carry a different significance. He Chang'an, Lu Yun called. He Chang'an looked at Lu Yun as she continued. Although I don't often cook, I can make meals for you in the future. I can cook delicious food, okay? He Chang'an felt a slight tremor in his heart at her words, and he looked at Lu Yun softly calling her, Ah Yun. That night, memories long sealed away seemed to resurface. Lu Yun reflected on the past, thinking about how she had always believed that if her parents remained in love and hadn't divorced, it would have been so much better if they had stayed together, just as before. She had once felt pity for herself, but now her heart ached for He Chang'an. He was just as unfortunate as she was, perhaps even more so. If it weren't for her crossing into a book, his fate would have led him to prison for her sake. That night, Lu Yun took a long time to fall asleep. Oh. The next morning when Lu Yun got up, she found breakfast prepared by Lu Dong. Today it wasn't the usual malted milk and porridge or the fried dough sticks bought from outside. He had already set the breakfast on the table, waiting for Lu Yun to come out and eat. When Lu Yun arrived, both Lu Dong and Zhang Meili were there. Lu Yun smiled and said, I heard that when parents treat their son-in-law well, he will in turn treat their daughter even better. Zhang Meili replied, You child, hurry up and eat. First, I didn't like He Chang'an, but look at how well he treats you. Even if I don't like his family, he is considerate and capable. Lu Yun sat down and said, That's true. As New Year's Day approached, the cotton textile factory distributed benefits, which were quite generous, including oil, flour, and some apples. If it had been before, Lu Yun would have thought about having Lu Dong or Lu Xiang'an come to pick up the items, but in the past few days, He Chang'an had been picking her up and dropping her off from work every day. So it was convenient for He Chang'an to help her carry the items back. Oh. In the afternoon, the deputy director of the office came to find Lu Yun and asked what program she was preparing for the cotton textile factory's New Year's party. Lu Yun quickly declined. She had been really busy lately. The ingredients for the spicy skewers were plentiful, and after work, Lu Yun would go to select good ingredients, negotiate prices, and arrange for them to deliver the vegetables to her spicy skewers shop every day. Additionally, she had to deal with various seasonings and decide on the recipes. Sometimes she would also visit the shop that was currently being renovated. The deputy director noticed that Lu Yun seemed to have lost a few pounds but did not press her further. He asked the other people in the office about their plans for the party, but they all seemed disinterested, only wanting to watch the cotton textile factory's New Year celebration. As the deputy director left, he found it strange how none of the office staff seemed to have any enthusiasm. The atmosphere in the office was quite harmonious. At the end of the workday, Lu Yun glanced at the seemingly listless Xiao Sun, who was probably still worried about her boyfriend's dowry issue. After a pause, Lu Yun said to Sister Sun, My boyfriend keeps buying me things. Now, every time he comes to my house he brings a lot of stuff back with him. Even when I tell him not to buy things, he insists that he likes me and wants to spend money on me, acting as if he's the one making sense. After saying this, she didn't continue speaking and instead went to put on the red scarf that He Chang'an had bought for her. Xiao Sun glanced up at Lu Yun but remained silent. Once Lu Yun had been gone for quite a while, Sister Zhou from the office looked at Xiao Sun and said, Lu Yun is just being kind, telling you this for your own good. Isn't your family also against that boyfriend of yours? I don't think you two are suited for each other. You don't want to regret it after getting married, right? But that's just my opinion. If you think differently, just ignore what I said. In the end, it's your life, so think for yourself. After saying her opinion, she also left the office for the day. Oh. When Lu Yun arrived outside the cotton textile factory, she saw He Chang'an waiting for her after work. Before she could say anything to He Chang'an, She noticed Li Ling riding over. Li Ling had no idea that Lu Yun and He Chang'an were together. She parked her bike and called out, cousin-in-law. After saying this, Li Ling felt a bit at a loss for words. Before coming over, she had told Han Jiangang that she was going to find Lu Yun. When Han Jiangang asked her about He Chang'an, she had mentioned that he was her future cousin-in-law, but she hadn't expected to see He Chang'an and call him that so directly. Li Ling smiled at He Chang'an and quickly turned to Lu Yun, asking, cousin, are you going to participate in the cotton textile factory's New Year's party this time? If you are, I'll come over. Lu Yun replied, I won't participate. I've been a bit busy lately. Li Ling had come over to ask Lu Yun about the event and to suggest going shopping together, but since He Chang'an was there, she decided not to invite Lu Yun to go out. She said, then I won't go to the factory to watch the New Year's party. Just let me know when your shop opens. After saying that, she turned to leave but was stopped by He Chang'an. He Chang'an took out some money and handed it to Li Ling. This is your cousin-in-law renaming fee. Here you go. Li Ling. Let's wait until you two get married to talk about that, she said before hopping back on her bike and riding away. Lu Yun stood to the side and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. On New Year's Day, Lu Yun felt happy because after the celebration, there would be the New Year's holiday, followed by the weekend. After all, only those who worked knew how precious holidays were, especially those without overtime. When she arrived at the office, there wasn't much work to do. During the break, Lu Yun quietly went out to take a look at the store's renovations. The workers were hired by He Chang'an, and they not only worked diligently but also paid great attention to detail. The store had been freshly painted, the lights had been replaced, and the overall style was particularly clean and simple, with a touch of elegance that made it stand out on the street. When the renovation workers saw Lu Yun, they hurried over to ask if she was satisfied with their work. The renovations in the store were set to be completed that day, and He Chang'an suggested that Lu Yun let the place air out for a few days before opening. Lu Yun agreed, as there were still some lingering odors in the store. Although the spicy aroma of the dishes could mask the unpleasant smell, she didn't want to take any chances. She knew it wouldn't be right to open for business, let alone allow people to eat there under those conditions. After touring the store, Lu Yun returned to the office. She had no complaints about the renovations. The people He Chang'an hired were reliable, and besides, they would continue to work with him in the future. As soon as Lu Yun stepped into the office, she noticed Sister Zhou's exaggerated and somewhat incredulous expression. Whenever Sister Zhou looked like that, it usually meant she had some gossip. Sister Sun leaned over to whisper to Lu Yun, Chen Jiqiang is getting married to Li Chuanxia. Some people even say they've already registered their marriage. Li Chuanxia is quite capable, isn't she? Back when Lu Yun had feelings for Chen Jiqiang, Sister Sun thought he was a bit aloof and proud. She never considered that he simply did not like Lu Yun. In fact, she had often wondered what kind of person could match Chen Jiqiang. Yet here he was, about to marry Li Chuanxia. It wasn't that Sister Sun thought Li Chuanxia was bad, but compared to Lu Yun, Li Chuanxia's only noteworthy credential was her college diploma. Sister Sun could only remark that different strokes for different folks. Oh. In the afternoon, Li Chuanxia was beaming as she went around the cotton textile factory delivering invitations. During lunch in the cafeteria, Lu Yun and Sister Sun arrived to find people laughing and talking about the news. Do you think she'll send an invitation to Lu Yun? If she does, that would be quite amusing. If she really does, do you think our Zhanghua would go? Our Zhanghua is all lovey-dovey with her partner. If Li Chuanxia had any sense, she wouldn't want to create trouble for herself. Some people were eager for the drama, but by the time the evening celebration was about to start, there had been no news about Li Chuanxia sending an invitation to Lu Yun. Lu Yun understood that even if Li Chuanxia wanted to stir things up, now wouldn't be the time. Or rather, if Li Chuanxia were smart, she wouldn't seek out trouble at all. After all, in Li Chuanxia's eyes, she was the ultimate victor. Oh. In winter it got dark early. By the time the celebration began, the outside world had already turned black. Lu Yun was more inclined to head home than to watch the cotton textile factory's festivities. Li Chuanxia still wore a happy expression as she chatted with those around her. When the time to speak with Chen Jiqiang, who had come to the celebration with her, she noticed his gaze fixed on Lu Yun's spot ahead, unmoving. Rather than feeling upset, she reached out and placed Chen Jiqiang's hand on her abdomen. Li Chuanxia didn't say a word, but both of them understood each other through their gazes. At the celebration, someone was singing, "The moon represents my heart." The singer's soft and gentle style was different from Lu Yun's, yet it prompted Chen Jiqiang to stand up and leave the cotton textile factory's celebration venue. Li Chuanxia exclaimed, "What are you doing? Didn't you say you'd dance with me later?" She stood up, wanting to chase after him, but after taking a deep breath, She restrained herself and sat back down, even managing to smile. Li Chuanxia commented. He thinks it's too stuffy and wants to go outside for some fresh air. After saying that, she stood up and went over to discuss something with Sister Sunday. Once Lu Yun and Sister Sun nodded, Sister Sun got up, and Li Chuanxia sat down next to Lu Yun. Li Chuanxia said, I thought it wouldn't be easy to marry Chan Jiqiang. Thankfully, you're with He Chang'an. I won't send you a wedding invitation, but if you get married and invite us, I'd actually be thrilled. Lu Yun looked at Li Chuanxia, who was about to become Chan Jiqiang's wife. After a while she asked, Are you sure you want to marry Chen Jiqiang? The Chen family is quite complicated. His aunt can be troublesome, and he has a sister who isn't easy to deal with either, not to mention his parents who are quite hard to please. Hearing Lu Yun speak so sincerely made Li Chuanxia pause for a moment. She replied earnestly, The Chen family is well off too. She glanced at Lu Yun, whose expression was complex. Lu Yun's beauty was so striking that even another woman couldn't help but want to look away. She continued, Now that I've spoken with you, I feel more at ease. Lu Yun asked, Aren't you afraid that if you marry into that family, life will be chaotic, and you'll be constantly at odds with the Chens? Li Chuanxia looked at Lu Yun in surprise, as if she hadn't expected that Lu Yun might have lost interest in Chan Jiqiang for such reasons. This made her feel more secure, and she even said, I'm not like you, but you're lucky you didn't marry Chan Jiqiang. Neither of them continued speaking. They weren't the type to share their innermost thoughts. Li Chuanxia had come over to find some reassurance, and now that she had it, she didn't want to discuss her feelings with Lu Yun any further. Not only did Li Chuanxia feel reassured, but Lu Yun also felt a sense of relief regarding Li Chuanxia's upcoming marriage to Chan Jiqiang. Perhaps it was a subconscious desire to remind Li Chuanxia of the complexities ahead. After staying at the celebration for a while, Lu Yun decided it was time to leave. Just as the dancing began and the music started playing, she made her way through the corner of the room, intending to exit without disturbing anyone. Sister Sun grabbed Lu Yun's sleeve and said, Did you bring a flashlight? It's dark outside. Lu Yun replied, I did. I'm heading back now. Sister Sun offered, How about I walk you back? No need, Lu Yun said. I'll check to see if anyone else is heading in the same direction. If not, I'll wait a bit. You stay here and enjoy yourself. Once outside, Lu Yun spotted He Chang'an. She wasn't sure how long he had been waiting, but he must have been concerned she wouldn't find him, as the flashlight in his hand was still turned on. Lu Yun turned on her flashlight, waved it a little, and tilted her head with a smile. She was heading back early because the Lu family still had some wood ear mushrooms that hadn't been packed yet. She had initially planned to stay and help, but since everyone else had it under control, she had agreed with He Chang'an that he would pick her up after the cotton textile factory celebration. However, Lu Yun found the celebration to be rather uninteresting and preferred to return early to see if she could lend a hand, perhaps by sticking on labels for the specialties or passing around some tape. Lu Yun didn't walk over. Instead, He Chang'an got off his bicycle and approached her. What brought you here? Lu Yun asked. He Chang'an replied, It's dark, and I was worried you might want to come back early but wouldn't feel safe going alone. After saying this, he took hold of Lu Yun's hand and said, Let's head back. Zhang Hao just dropped off some fruit, including the grapes you like. As they walked forward together, Lu Yun asked, How much of the wood ear mushrooms have been packed? He Chang'an answered, It's all packed. Packed already? Lu Yun echoed, surprised. Yep, all done, he confirmed. Oh. On the way back, He Chang'an rode ahead while Lu Yun followed, one arm wrapped around his waist, and the other holding the flashlight to illuminate the path in front of them. As she observed the numerous scratches on He Chang'an's hands from gripping the handlebars, her eyes suddenly felt a bit sore, and she leaned against his back. When He Chang'an felt her lean against him, he stiffened slightly and Lu Yun said, He Chang'an, I'm really glad you came. I'm so scared of the dark. Earlier Sister Sun wanted to walk me back, but she seemed to be enjoying the celebration so much that I didn't want to bother her. I was hoping to see if anyone else could go back with me. She added, I'm so relieved you showed up, you're like my hero. He Chang'an restrained his impulse and didn't stop the bicycle, continuing to ride steadily forward. As Lu Yun watched him ride into the courtyard of his home, she remained silent, thinking that He Chang'an must be going to grab something. She followed him inside, and just as she stepped in, He Chang'an reached back to close the door, effectively enclosing Lu Yun in his arms against the door. He leaned down and softly coaxed her. Could you say what you just said one more time? Lu Yun felt her cheeks flush. She didn't respond, and He Chang'an leaned in closer, whispering Ah Yun in her ear, continuing to coax her to repeat herself. Holding on to him, Lu Yun, despite feeling her face burn, spoke very earnestly and clearly. I'm really glad you came, you're like my hero. Oh. Although everyone celebrated the Lunar New Year, New Year's Day was still an important holiday. With the turn of the year, it was now 1989. Lu Yun found it hard to articulate her feelings. Without realizing it, she had moved from 1988 to 1989, but mostly she felt a sense of satisfaction. Unable to sleep, Lu Yun tossed and turned in bed. Just then Zhang Meili came over exclaiming, "Ah Yun, meeting He Chang'an is such a blessing for you." Zhang Meili had gradually come to appreciate He Chang'an, feeling that he was indeed hard to find, not just for his looks, but for the way he treated Lu Yun. Zhang Meili continued, "When he was packing the wood ear mushrooms today, he was so fast. He didn't even stop for water. I thought he was in a hurry, but who knew he was just going to cotton textile factory to find you." After saying this, she patted Lu Yun's shoulder and said, "All right, you should get some sleep. Tomorrow morning go see him. He's coming over to celebrate New Year's with us." Chapter 39. Chapter 39. On New Year's Day, Lu Yun woke up early in the morning. Still drowsy, she got out of bed and immediately heard the popping sounds of firecrackers outside. Today, school was on holiday, and there were many children outside playing with firecrackers. Even in the courtyard there were kids playing, and Lu Yun could hear someone calling for them to come out and join. Wearing her cotton shoes, Lu Yun splashed some water on her face to wake herself up. She hadn't even changed her clothes when she was called by Zhang Meili and Lu Dong, reminding her not to forget to go find He Chang'an to celebrate the new year together. Aside from the first time He Chang'an came to their house or when Lu Dong went to the station to wait for him, He Chang'an usually came by himself. Just a few days ago, when the Lu family helped package black fungus, He Chang'an had made several trips back and forth in one day. But today was New Year's Day. Lu Yun had a slow and leisurely way of doing things. She yawned and went back to her room to change her clothes. After greeting everyone, she went outside. When Lu Yun arrived at He Chang'an's house, he was in the middle of packing things up. He had bought a lot of stuff, both big and small packages, including some fruit and gifts for the Lu family. Zhang Meili's gift was a thick winter coat, and Lu Dong's gift was the same as Zhang Meili's, but in a different color. He Chang'an obviously hadn't thought much about it. He just felt that the cotton inside was good and warm. However, Lu Yun couldn't help but think of matching outfits and laughed quietly as she continued to look at the gift for Lu Xiang'an, which was an electric shaver. She picked it up to examine it and unconsciously glanced at He Chang'an. For Lu Yun, who had never been in a relationship, she had mostly seen such male grooming items on television. She found herself wondering what He Chang'an looked like when he had stubble. He Chang'an said, "Ah Yun, Happy New Year." As a beautifully wrapped gift box was placed in front of Lu Yun, she looked at He Chang'an before seriously unwrapping the package in front of him. Inside she found a pager. For Lu Yun, a pager was something she had only heard about. It had become popular for a while, but soon the mobile phone which could make direct calls appeared on the market, followed by compact mobile phones and eventually the smartphones that came later. At that time, the price of a pager was not cheap. Although Lu Yun didn't know the exact price, she figured that this pager must have cost at least 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. In addition, there were monthly fees to pay, similar to the phone bills that would later come with mobile phones. Lu Yun wanted to ask He Chang'an why he had bought a pager since it was so expensive, especially considering that the mobile phones would soon become popular. However, under He Chang'an's bright, expectant gaze, she held the pager and stood on her tiptoes to kiss his cheek. Lu Yun asked, "Now that we have a pager, it'll be much easier for us to stay in touch. What about your pager? What's your pager number?" He Chang'an's fingers, which were hanging at his side, moved slightly. "I haven't bought mine yet. Once I go back to the provincial city, there's a renovation that the homeowner needs to check. After that I'll go buy it. I know your pager number, and I'll contact you once I get mine," he explained. "When I return to the provincial city, I can buy one." He noticed that Lu Yun was standing still and added, "Because it's New Year's Day, the workers who were helping also need to go home to celebrate, so I settled their wages for them early at the end of the month. Later, I went back to the countryside to collect black fungus and ordered packing boxes at the factory. I plan to continue selling the black fungus in the provincial city during the new year. I ordered more packaging, and since the price is lower, I figured I should stock up, so the money I have available right now is a bit limited." Lu Yun never wanted He Chang'an to feel disappointed in their interactions. Though she felt a twinge of concern for him, she knew that if she had prepared the pager as a gift for him and he responded with a long lecture about practicality, her anticipation of giving the gift would be crushed. She called out to him, her eyes sparkling, "He Chang'an, you're so good to me." He Chang'an smiled. Standing next to Lu Yun, he patiently taught her how to use the pager. He was especially gentle, repeating himself even when Lu Yun made mistakes in operating it. In just a minute or two, Lu Yun was able to operate the pager skillfully. He Chang'an praised her, saying, "Our Yun is really smart." Oh. For New Year's Day, Zhang Meili and Lu Dong had started writing the menu a few days earlier. They wanted to prepare dishes that everyone would enjoy. When they asked He Chang'an, it seemed he didn't have any particular favorites. He truly wasn't picky about food. Later, when Zhang Meili asked him what he wanted to eat, he mentioned a few dishes that Lu Yun liked: braised spare ribs, stir-fried pork, and stir-fried mixed vegetables. At first, Zhang Meili didn't think much of it, but when she realized it later, she couldn't help but laugh. By noon on New Year's Day, they prepared a total of 8 dishes and 1 soup, more than half of which were Lu Yun's favorites. Before the meal, He Chang'an took out the gifts he had bought for the Lu family and presented them to everyone. Zhang Meili remarked, "Why are you buying more things? This child, once you get married, you'll understand the importance of saving." Although she said that, she was still happy to receive the thick coat He Chang'an had bought for her. Lu Dong, comparing his own clothes, asked everyone, "How does it look?" Lu Yun nodded and said, "Looks good." After everyone had unwrapped their gifts, Lu Yun waved the pager in front of them. She glanced at He Chang'an and announced, "This is a gift from He Chang'an." Lu Xiang'an excitedly walked over and said, "Is this a pager?" He held it up to look at it and laughed at Lu Yun. "You can't even use a tape recorder. Can you figure out how to use a pager?" Lu Yun replied, "He Chang'an can. Right." He Chang'an smiled and said, "Yes, I can." Lu Yun's pager was indeed a rare item. After everyone gathered around to take a look, they finally sat down to eat. During the meal, Zhang Meili reminded He Chang'an to save money, and Lu Yun thought she was being a bit nagging. However, He Chang'an listened seriously, and his demeanor made Zhang Meili increasingly fond of him. At that moment, Zhang Meili recalled a saying, "The more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him." Turned out to be quite true. While eating, Lu Yun had only eaten half a bowl of rice before she felt full. She had eaten quite a bit of the stir-fried pork, and when she had leftover rice, He Chang'an didn't pour it into his own bowl but took Lu Yun's leftover dinner and finished it instead. Lu Yun also served him a few more dishes. After finishing the meal and clearing the table, He Chang'an stood up and expertly began to clean up without waiting for Zhang Meili to say anything. When Lu Yun was about to leave, Zhang Meili grabbed her. "Next time, make sure to finish eating on your own," Zhang Meili said. Lu Yun gestured. "You filled my bowl to the brim. I barely touched the food next to me, and besides, he didn't mind me." "Oh, you," Zhang Meili replied, shaking her head. Lu Yun had something to do. "I'll head back first. After He Chang'an finishes up, tell him to come to my room." Once Lu Yun returned to her room, she began rummaging through her drawer to find something. She heard a knock at the door, and after a few more moments of searching, she stood up to open it. Standing outside was He Chang'an. Lu Yun stepped to the side to make room for him to enter. "You got here quickly," Lu Yun said. He Chang'an ruffled Lu Yun's hair and replied, "I heard her. She doesn't mind you at all. You can eat as much as you want." Although Zhang Meili's voice was not loud, the room didn't have good sound insulation. Just as He Chang'an returned, planning to continue cleaning up, he caught the tail end of what Zhang Meili had said. He went to the sink for a moment and then slowly walked back. With her hands behind her back, Lu Yun stretched out her voice. "You don't mind me, do you?" He Chang'an smiled, cupping Lu Yun's face in his hands and looking into her eyes. "No, I don't mind. How could I possibly mind you?" Lu Yun said. "Put your hand out." He Chang'an obediently extended his hand, and Lu Yun placed a red envelope in his palm. She said, "He Chang'an, Happy New Year. This is my New Year's red envelope for you from 1989. Lu Yun hadn't expected that He Chang'an would buy gifts for the new year. She had thought about giving him a gift herself, specifically a New Year's gift. Today, however, He Chang'an had given everyone a present, but no one had given him anything in return. It was too late to buy a gift for him now, and she figured that a red envelope would be the most suitable option. "Are you happy?" Lu Yun asked. "I'm happy, especially happy," He Chang'an replied. As he hugged Lu Yun, she stepped back slightly. He then pulled her close and said again, "Happy." In the courtyard, there had been some initial doubts about Lu Yun marrying He Chang'an instead of pursuing Chan Jichang properly, but now everyone was enviously looking at their relationship. Just look at that son-in-law of the Lu family. Exactly, he treats Lu Yun so well. Look at this new year. He bought so many gifts for the Lu family. The Lu family members are also good to He Chang'an. Last time they helped a lot with those black fungus. On New Year's Day, He Chang'an stayed at the Lu family until evening before finally heading home. Oh. That night, Lu Yun lay in bed with the pager in her hands, still wondering how long she would have to wait before she could start sending messages. However, once the brother became popular, it would be much more convenient to stay in touch. Thinking about her phone, Lu Yun felt that she needed to work hard on her shop. When she started making money, she wanted to buy a phone for herself and then gift one to He Chang'an. But the mobile phonese was really expensive. When it first became popular, it cost several thousand yuan. Still, since He Chang'an was going into business, he would definitely need a phone, and Lu Yun knew she would need one too. Oh. Meanwhile, He Chang'an returned home, smiling as he held the red envelope Lu Yun had given him. Inside the envelope, Lu Yun had put 60 yuan. He didn't take the money out but instead opened the envelope. Then, He Chang'an took out some paper and a pen and wrote a note to put inside the envelope. The note read, January 1st, 1989, the first red envelope Yun gave me. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. During the New Year's holiday, Lu Yun had hardly gone out, unlike Lu Xiang'an, who had been out and about except for New Year's Day. Zhang Meili and Lu Dong were also quite busy. On the day they returned to work, Lu Yun looked at her pager, feeling uncertain about what to do. He Chang'an had gone to the provincial capital. If he had bought a pager, he would contact Lu Yun, who would definitely bring his pager along. Lu Yun had heard from Lu Xiang'an that those who had pagers nowadays often clipped them onto their jeans. However, Lu Yun was not willing to do that. Although the pager was a communication tool similar to the mobile phones of the future, mobile phones had long been popular in the future, whereas pagers were quite rare now, and Lu Yun couldn't just put it anywhere. Before heading to work, Lu Yun put on a sweater jacket inside her thick cotton coat, placing the pager in the pocket of the sweater jacket. Fortunately, Lu Yun was slender, so it did not make her look bulky. When she arrived at the office, Lu Yun did not rush to work. Her job was relatively leisurely, allowing her to receive a salary every month. If she were particularly tired, Lu Yun might have considered resigning, but she certainly hadn't thought about that right after her arrival in this time. Sister Sun noticed Lu Yun's bright demeanor and said to her, During New Year's my mother-in-law softened her stance. I don't know what she was thinking, whether she wanted to live harmoniously with us or if she realized that if she wanted to continue living in the city, she would have to follow us. At least now she isn't as biased as before. In front of me, she hardly dared to speak out. She continued, In any case, life has been much more comfortable than before. Seeing what was in Lu Yun's sweater pocket, Sister Sun asked, unable to tell what it was. Lu Yun touched her pocket, smiled and whispered, It's a pager that He Chang'an gave me. Sister Sun asked, A pager? Everyone in the office turned to look at Lu Yun, and she once again experienced the feeling of being the center of attention. Previously, some had thought that He Chang'an did not have a proper job, but now no one could say a word. Those who had steady jobs had not even gotten around to using pagers. The cost of a pager was a couple of thousand, and the monthly rental fee for the pager was higher than their monthly salaries. Sister Zhou sighed. Your boyfriend really likes you. Otherwise, why would he buy you a pager? He's quite capable. Lu Yun replied. He didn't buy it for himself. He got it for me first, saying he'd buy one for himself once he starts earning money. She continued. He hasn't made much, but he's willing to spend money on me. Having said that, Lu Yun felt she hadn't said anything wrong, so she chose not to elaborate further. Xiao Sun stood nearby watching them without speaking, then turned and left the room, appearing somewhat upset. At that moment, everyone's attention shifted to Xiao Sun, and Lu Yun quietly tucked the pager into her clothing pocket. Sister Sun asked, What's going on with her and her boyfriend? Sister Zhou leaned in closer to Sister Sun, nearly sitting on the desk and said, They're still discussing the bride price. I don't know if she's waking up to reality. Her boyfriend's family can't be said to be unable to come up with the money. They're just a bit tight, but they're unwilling to spend. She shouldn't be foolish. If she ends up pregnant, it could be a disaster. Her boyfriend's family might not want to pay a single cent for the bride price and just take her home instead. After all, they're not in a hurry. It's Xiao Sun and her family who are. Sister Zhou knew all this because she lived close to Xiao Sun. Oh. After a day's work, Lu Yun left the office, taking the store keys with her. She invited Zhang Meili and Lu Dong to accompany her to her store, which was still under renovation. It was their first visit to Lu Yun's store, and since Zhang Meili and Lu Dong knew it was set up by someone He Chang'an had found, they felt reassured. They had all been busy with the New Year celebrations. After exploring Lu Yun's store, Zhang Meili and Lu Dong could not stop praising He Chang'an, and Lu Yun smiled as she followed behind them. Zhang Meili asked, When is the grand opening? Lu Yun replied, When I just went inside there was still a bit of a smell. We should wait a few more days. The previous landlord knows He Chang'an, and he agreed to help ventilate the place every day. Once it's aired out, he'll lock the store up for us. Later that evening, Lu Yun, Zhang Meili and Lu Dong ate out. On their way back, Lu Yun suddenly remembered Lu Xiang'an. When he saw their astonished expressions, Zhang Meili quickly sent Lu Dong to make a bowl of noodles for Lu Xiang'an, reminding him to add an egg. Zhang Meili said, It's not our fault. You've been busy dating, and we don't know if you'll be back for dinner. Lu Yun chuckled and hurried off to take a shower. When she finished and came out, Lu Xiang'an was already enjoying his noodles with the added egg. Lu Yun exchanged a few words with him and intended to ask when he would bring his girlfriend home when her pager beeped. Lu Yun pulled out her pager and looked at the message, momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected any text. It read, "It's cold. No need to reply. Miss you." Having just washed her hair, Lu Yun dried it a bit, but her towel was damp and unusable. Then she remembered that Lu Xiang'an had bought some new towels. After grabbing a towel from him, she wrapped her hair up, but it wasn't enough. She used her half-dry towel as well and put on her thick coat before heading out. Lu Xiang'an stood up, still holding his bowl of noodles, and said, "What are you doing? It's cold outside and you just washed your hair." Lu Yun reassured him, "It's nothing. I'll be back soon." When Lu Yun arrived at the convenience store, no one was there to take the phone call. Since she frequently came to this store, the owner quickly let her inside when he saw her. Because of the cold, it wasn't like before when she had to make calls outside. Now she could make calls directly inside the store. However, Lu Yun felt somewhat uncomfortable with this change because sometimes the owner's family was also in the store at night. After dialing the number, Lu Yun stood there waiting. Almost immediately, the call was answered. Neither of them spoke at first, but soon He Chang'an's voice came through with a smile, calling out, "Ah Yun." Lu Yun replied, "Yes, it's me." He Chang'an said, "Didn't you say it was cold outside and that I shouldn't expect you to come out to call me?" Lu Yun countered, "But I called you and you answered." Yes, He Chang'an did think it was too cold and didn't want Lu Yun to venture out just to call him. However, he also thought about what would happen if Lu Yun tried to reach him and he didn't pick up. Is Ah Yun really did call him? He Chang'an shared what was happening in the provincial capital, saying, "All the black fungus has been sold out, and many people are asking me for more orders. As for the renovations, I haven't found a new community yet. There's one I'm negotiating with, but they've priced it too low, and I'm still figuring out what to do. By the way, there's a new shop open near the state-owned mall in the provincial capital. It's called McDonald's and it seems similar to KFC. You haven't been to the provincial capital in a while. Do you want to come here for a meal? If you don't want to come, it's fine. I can bring you something when I come back in a few days." Lu Yun responded, "I don't want to go." He Chang'an's voice remained gentle. "Okay, I'll buy you something. What else do you want? You want snow cream, right? I'll bring that back for you too. And Ah Yun, I miss you." Lu Yun glanced at the convenience store owner's family, her cheeks turning red. Good night." She wanted to hang up the phone, but hearing the sound of wind on the other end, she hesitated and said, "He Chang'an, I miss you too." After a few days of airing out, the smell in Lu Yun's store had cleared, and she was ready to open for business. He Chang'an returned at that time, claiming he had brought snow cream and McDonald's for Lu Yun, but in reality he also brought her some beautiful clothes. When he saw Lu Yun, He Chang'an showed her his pager and recited the pager number. Even though Lu Yun was a bit slow on the uptake, she quickly realized that the number he remembered was her own. She looked at He Chang'an, who paused for a moment before he understood. He Chang'an had been thinking about Lu Yun's pager number. "How many?" Lu Yun asked. With a smile on his lips, He Chang'an gave her a number and had her repeat it back to him. They spent a while in the room, with Lu Yun memorizing her pager number. When Lu Yun ate the McDonald's, it had become somewhat cold, but she still took a few bites, leaving the rest for He Chang'an to finish. He Chang'an hugged Lu Yun and gave her a kiss, saying, "Next time we'll go to the provincial capital for a meal." Lu Yun had eaten a lot at KFC before, but not as much at McDonald's. He Chang'an thought for a moment and realized that it was probably because the McDonald's he brought back from the provincial capital wasn't as good. Eating at a McDonald's in the provincial capital would surely be better. He Chang'an had other matters to attend to, as Zhang Hao's cousin had come by. They had previously agreed that Zhang Hao's cousin would help Lu Yun in her store. Although He Chang'an was satisfied with him, he still needed to meet him to help Lu Yun handle this matter properly. He Chang'an stayed at Lu Yun's place for quite a while, only intending to look for Zhang Hao after Lu Yun asked him about the situation. Oh. When he arrived at Zhang Hao's house, He Chang'an frowned upon seeing Zhang Hao's cousin Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was simple-hearted and capable, but not particularly clever. He stood there, momentarily unable to take his eyes off Zhang Hao when he saw He Chang'an. Zhang Hao pulled He Chang'an aside and quietly asked, "Hey brother He, what's up? My cousin is okay, right? Didn't you say he was just right for the job?" He Chang'an replied, "What's with his appearance?" Zhang Hao glanced back, and only then did he realize the difference. He noted that not only had Zhang Yuan improved his looks a bit, but he also now had a scholarly air about him, complete with glasses. It wasn't quite on the level of Chen Jiqiang, but there was definitely a resemblance. Suppressing a laugh, Zhang Hao joked, "Brother He, you're such a petty man when it comes to sister-in-law. You're getting jealous over something like this." He Chang'an nodded. Zhang Hao continued, "The way you're dressed isn't suitable for working in the store. Just wear something clean enough." Zhang Yuan chuckled, thinking that He Chang'an didn't want him to work in the store anymore. He quickly nodded in agreement, explaining, I just wanted to look nice to meet you, brother He, so I dressed up a bit. I feel a bit too formal like this anyway. Zhang Yuan reassured him. Brother He, don't worry. I'll handle all the work in the store and won't let sister-in-law do anything. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. On the 12th day of the 12th lunar month, a day deemed auspicious for opening a business, Lu Yun's Luji spicy skewers shop was set to launch. To celebrate the opening, not only Lu Yun but also other members of the Lu family, along with Li Ling and Han Jiangang, took the day off. The store had been completely tidied up the day before, but early that morning, the Lu family was still bustling about. Zhang Meili was critiquing the clothes Lu Dong was wearing, insisting he change into the thick cotton coat that He Chang'an had bought him for New Year's. Eventually, she changed into her own warm coat as well. Lu Xiang'an, wanting to sleep in, was roused by Zhang Meili's incessant nagging, while Lu Yun proactively got up and took a shower. As the family of four headed out, Lu Dong made sure to grab the firecrackers he had bought for Lu Yun's opening, cheerfully proclaiming, this signifies that with the sound of firecrackers, wealth will come pouring in. Hearing the words wealth will come pouring in, Lu Yun's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she smiled. He Chang'an had long been waiting inside the shop with Zhang Yuan. The shop was all set up and ready for business, and He Chang'an had even helped out a bit, though his hands were still damp from washing. Noticing that there was no hot water available in the shop, Lu Yun walked over and lightly touched He Chang'an's hand. He Chang'an quickly withdrew his hand. With a gentle tone, He Chang'an said, it's a bit cold. Why aren't you using hot water? Lu Yun asked. He Chang'an explained, it's not heated yet. I was in a hurry to wash my hands. I'll remember not to use cold water in winter next time. The two stood facing each other and Lu Yun lightly huffed. Who cares about you? He Chang'an slightly bent down to look into Lu Yun's eyes and asked, Ayun doesn't care about me? If Ayun doesn't care, should I go wash my hands again? After saying this, he glanced around and quickly kissed the tips of Lu Yun's eyelashes before whispering in her ear, our Ayun cares about me. Lu Yun turned her gaze elsewhere, muttering, you really know how to flatter. After that, she went to check on the spicy skewers that were already cooking in the pot. Inside the shop there were 2 pots for cooking spicy skewers, but for now only one was in use. The other was kept on standby for busier days or for the summer when they could set up an outdoor stall. This way customers could choose to eat inside or outside depending on their preference. The meatballs in the pot were all homemade, and making them was simple. The key was using plenty of good ingredients, which ensured they would taste delicious. Lu Yun picked up a skewer of fish balls, which were tender and bouncy, far surpassing the semi-finished products that would later become popular in the market. After eating one fish ball, Lu Yun handed the spicy skewer to He Chang'an, who had been following her closely like a tail. He Chang'an bent down to eat one. When Lu Yun had another, He Chang'an took the initiative to have another himself, and together they shared a skewer of fish balls. Li Ling and Han Jiangang arrived, and when Lu Yun approached, Li Ling handed her a red envelope. Cousin, congratulations on your opening, Li Ling said. Lu Yun accepted it without hesitation. Today Zhang Meili, Lu Dong, and Lu Xiang'an had all given her red envelopes as well. It was a joyful occasion for the new business, and considering the customary exchange of gifts, it would have been inappropriate not to accept them. Not knowing where to put the red envelope, she saw He Chang'an, who was following her closely, and handed the envelope over to him. He Chang'an took a step forward, standing beside Lu Yun, and helped her hold the envelope. Li Ling looked on with a hint of envy. The location of this shop is great. I've eaten here before. I'm really tired of cafeteria food. Plus, as soon as I approached, I could already smell the aroma of your spicy skewers. After saying this, she turned to Han Jiangang and asked if he could smell it too. Han Jiangang, still looking around Lu Yun's shop, made Li Ling laugh. She hoped to inspire a little ambition in him. Next to arrive was Zhang Hao, who brought his father Zhang Jianjun along. Zhang Jianjun handed Lu Yun a red envelope to congratulate her on the opening of her new shop, and as per her usual practice, Lu Yun passed the envelope to He Chang'an. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, Lu Yun said. As they entered, Zhang Jianjun walked beside Zhang Hao and muttered, why does this feel like a wedding? Zhang Hao burst into laughter, saying, Uncle, my dad says it feels like a wedding. He Chang'an held the red envelope and remarked, just practicing. Having attended Li Ling's wedding, Lu Yun was familiar with some of the traditions, such as the bride needing to buy a bag before the wedding to collect red envelopes. She earnestly explained this process to He Chang'an, which made him laugh even more. He Chang'an quietly asked her, what kind do you like? It has to be red, right? When I go to the provincial city, I'll take a look first and we can buy it together. Lu Yun tilted her head and looked at him, smiling. Sure, I'll listen to you. As the shop prepared for its official opening, everyone stepped outside. Lu Dong and Lu Xiang'an stood conveniently nearby. while Lu Yun stood on the steps, watching them. When the crackling sounds of firecrackers filled the air, Lu Yun beamed with joy and stole a glance at Hee Chang'an, who stood beside her. When the firecracker noise subsided, Hee Chang'an slipped a thick red envelope into Lu Yun's pocket, saying, "Wishing our Yun great success in her endeavors." Lu Yun gazed at him thoughtfully and replied, "Hee Chang'an, even if life is plain and simple, I hope we can always be together, happy and joyful." Hee Chang'an remained silent for a long moment. When Lu Yun called him again, he took her hand, suppressing his emotions as he answered, "Okay." Oh. On its first day, Lu Yun's spicy skewers shop was incredibly busy. Many customers had never tried spicy skewers before, and Lu Yun's prices were reasonable. They could even add a serving of boiled instant noodles or regular noodles to their meal, which ensured they left feeling full. By noon, customers began sharing tables due to the crowd. Some people initially intended to eat just a few, but once they started, they couldn't stop because the food was simply too delicious, especially given the generous portions. Sister Sun and the office staff arrived only after work. At this time, the shop was packed with many who had eaten there at noon returning, some bringing friends along. Seeing the bustling shop, Sister Sun and her companions were taken aback. Lu Yun approached them, feeling a bit shy, and said, "I mentioned yesterday that I'd invite you all over to eat, but I didn't expect so many people. It's a bit overwhelming, so you might have to wait a little." The office staff presented Lu Yun with red envelopes. Although the amounts weren't large, it was the thought that counted. Sister Sun replied, "No rush, no rush. You've been busy all day, you must be tired. How about we help out?" Listening to Sister Sun, Lu Yun glanced at Hee Chang'an, feeling a bit shy. Today, she seemed to be more of a good luck charm in the shop. Hee Chang'an had stayed behind to help, while Lu Yun hardly did anything at all. When Hee Chang'an saw Sister Sun and the others arrive, he noticed an empty seat and went over to greet them, inviting them to sit down and saving a spot for Lu Yun. As Lu Yun watched Hee Chang'an, he ruffled her hair and said, "Let's eat first. It's already past 5. I'll go out later and buy you some other things." Although the spicy skewers were delicious, Lu Yun had eaten them for lunch and again in the afternoon. Eating them for dinner would mean she had consumed spicy skewers all day long. When Hee Chang'an went out, he not only bought things for Lu Yun but also picked up some food for the people in her office. Their table was filled with a sumptuous spread. Sister Sun said, "I'm getting hungry just looking at it." At that moment, Lu Yun realized that Xiao Sun from their office didn't seem to be there. She asked Sister Sun about it, and Sister Sun quickly pulled out another red envelope. "Oh, I almost forgot about Xiao Sunday. She said she had something to take care of today, and asked me to give you this red envelope. I noticed it seemed a bit thick, so I've kept it in my pocket," Sister Sun explained as she handed the envelope to Lu Yun. Lu Yun opened the envelope and found that it was indeed a bit thick, containing 30 yuan. When Li Ling had gotten married, Lu Yun had given her 30 yuan, which was nearly half a month's salary. Sister Sun, being close with Lu Yun, had given 5 yuan, while the other office staff had given either 1 or 2 yuan. Holding the envelope, Lu Yun found it a bit puzzling. "I'll ask her about it tomorrow," Lu Yun decided. Oh. Hee Chang'an rode his bike ahead with Lu Yun following behind as she talked about the situation with Xiao Sunday. Lu Yun couldn't understand why Xiao Sun would give her 30 yuan. She wasn't planning to keep the money. As she spoke, she swung her legs on the bike and looked up at the night sky. When they arrived at Hee Chang'an's home, Lu Yun followed him inside. As Hee Chang'an started a fire, Lu Yun settled down in his room waiting. Hee Chang'an brought her some food and water, even peeling an apple for her after washing his hands. Lu Yun took a bite of the apple but wasn't very hungry, so she went over to find Hee Chang'an. She stood beside him, feeding him pieces of the apple, one for her and one for him, unsure if he liked it. "Is it good?" Lu Yun asked. Hee Chang'an looked at her with a smile, glancing at the apple she held. His answer was clear. It's sweet to the heart." Once the room warmed up, Hee Chang'an took out some paper and a pen. He sat at the table, diligently writing, carefully forming each character. Lu Yun couldn't help but stifle a laugh when she saw the words guarantee letter. He was writing. "Guarantee letter?" she asked. "Right, a guarantee letter," Hee Chang'an confirmed. Hee Chang'an continued to write, slowly reading aloud. "I promise to always be with Hee Chang'an in the future, to be happy and joyful." After finishing, he handed the guarantee letter to Lu Yun. His expression filled with anticipation. "Ah Yun, I promise to always be with Hee Chang'an in the future, to be happy and joyful," Lu Yun replied, her voice soft and pleasant. After she finished, she wrote her name on the paper. Hee Chang'an joyfully took Lu Yun's guarantee letter, carefully storing it away. Then he began to write again, also a guarantee letter. Lu Yun watched as he put pen to paper. She had expected him to write something similar to what he had just written, but Hee Chang'an's words were a bit more elaborate. "I promise to always be with Lu Yun in the future, ensuring that she is happy and joyful while she is with me. She will always be my most beloved person. Guarantor, Hee Chung-in. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. On Friday when Lu Yun went to work, there was a big incident in the office. Xiao Sun had broken up with her partner, and the partner had come to the office, pleading with Xiao Sun not to break up with him. He even turned red-eyed in front of her. Xiao Sun said, "Your family can come up with a bride price, but you just refuse to do so. Even if I said the bride price could be given to me to take back, you still wouldn't be willing. You only tell me that you can't come up with it, yet do nothing at all. How can you expect me to believe that life will be better after we get married?" She glanced at Lu Yun's desk, tightly pressed her lips together, and the girl who usually was shy and rarely spoke in the office managed to say such a thing. It was unclear how much psychological preparation she had done, or how long she had thought about these words. Sister Sun, worried that Xiao Sun would soften her heart, said, "If you don't go out, I'll call security." After Xiao Sun's partner left, she followed him outside. She cried for a while and returned with red eyes but did not mention her partner again. Lu Yun did not need to ask. He roughly understood what Xiao Sun's 30 yuan red envelope meant. The incident probably started with Hee Chung-in buying her a pager. Hee Chung-in had said he bought a 2,000 to 3,000 yuan pager for Lu Yun, and he also paid the monthly fee for it. Hee Chung-in was not wealthy enough to disregard such money. He simply wanted a way to contact Lu Yun when they were in the provincial capital, which was much better than sometimes not being able to reach each other by phone. However, Xiao Sun's partner was unwilling to come up with even a bride price. This stark contrast was indeed quite saddening and served as a wake-up call. At noon when Lu Yun went to the cafeteria for lunch, she called Xiao Sun over and handed her the red envelope she had given her. She said, "You don't need to thank me. It's you who has figured things out. If you can't come to terms with it, no matter how much I say it won't matter." Not wanting to linger with Xiao Sun any longer, Lu Yun went out to catch up with Sister Sun, who was waiting for her. Hand in hand, Lu Yun and Sister Sun headed to the cafeteria together. Oh. It was the coldest time of winter when Lu Yun returned home and was reluctant to go out. He had hired 2 new people for the store, both of whom Hee Chung-in had helped find. They were from Zhang Yuan's hometown. When Lu Yun got home, he didn't think about going to the store but lay in bed, covering himself with a blanket. Zhang Meili and Lu Dong looked after their daughter in this state, taking the time to check on the store when they could. Lu Yun planned to go to the provincial capital in the future. Once the store here was up and running, he intended to have Zhang Meili and the others watch over it, so he didn't say much and only smiled. When Hee Chung-in arrived, he shook off the chill outside and removed his coat, which was covered in wind and snow, before stepping inside. Lu Yun put down the book he had been reading, his eyes sparkling. "Do you know why Xiao Sun gave me 30 yuan? Hee Chung-in took a chair and sat by Lu Yun's bed. After thinking seriously for a moment, he asked, "Why?" As Lu Yun began to recount the events of the day, Hee Chung-in nodded along, occasionally handing Lu Yun an orange from the table to eat. By the time Lu Yun finished, Hee Chung-in was smiling as well. "That really is quite good," Hee Chung-in remarked. He continued to talk with Lu Yun about how Zhang Yuan's family had come to discuss Zhang Yuan's situation. Zhang Yuan's parents knew about his salary and wanted to thank Lu Yun for it. They even mentioned that since Zhang Yuan was strong, he didn't need to be paid so much. They hoped he would work hard and stay with Lu Yun because his pay was even more than the interns at Lu Yun's cotton textile factory. "What happened next?" Lu Yun asked. Hee Chung-in replied, "I think you didn't want to see them. You're not familiar with them and hardly want to talk, especially since they are Zhang Yuan's parents. It would be awkward if you met them. I had a few words with them, and they returned to the countryside in the afternoon." Lu Yun really didn't want to meet them. She curled further into her blankets. It was particularly cold today, much colder than the previous days. Since Lu Yun had last used the electric blanket at a high temperature and had gotten too hot, she didn't dare turn it up that high again. Hee Chung-in noticed Lu Yun's movements and thought of something. Hee Chung-in said, "Wait for me a moment, I'll step outside." Lu Yun nodded and replied, "It's cold outside, make sure to wear more." Hee Chung-in returned after more than half an hour, and Lu Yun couldn't see well outside because frost had formed intricate patterns on the window. When Hee Chung-in entered, he brought 2 comforters and a down blanket. He said, "This down blanket will keep you warm if you put it on top of your quilt. Adding 2 more layers of comforters will definitely keep you warmer than without." Lu Yun watched him with a smile, but she still didn't want to move. When Hee Chung-in picked her up along with her blanket, Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback. With his great strength, he easily carried both Lu Yun and the blanket. He set her down in a chair, laid the thick comforters over her, and then picked her back up again. Lu Yun suddenly realized that she had indeed become somewhat like a delicate female supporting character, her laughter light and unsteady, With 2 more comforters on the bed, it felt particularly soft and comfortable. With the addition of the lightweight down blanket, Lu Yun felt certain that she wouldn't wake up frozen today. Oh. The business at Lu Ji's Spicy Skewers gradually got on track, with many customers enjoying the skewers daily. Even Lu Yun's skewers shop was well known in the surrounding area. With the assurance of making money, Lu Yun was ready to start on her next plan, to apply for university. The original text described how a delicate female character could not endure the hardships of studying, but Lu Yun recently felt that reading was quite manageable for her. Of course, it was possible that this was different from doing exercises. She wanted to give it a try first. On the weekend, Lu Yun went to a bookstore to buy any available books related to the college entrance exam. She carried the books to the checkout and said, "Boss, I'm ready to pay." A male voice almost simultaneously echoed, "Boss, I'm ready to pay." Lu Yun did not expect to run into Chen Jiqiang at the bookstore, but she maintained her composure. She had heard that Chen Jiqiang and Li Chuanxia had gotten married before New Year's Day, hosting a banquet at a restaurant where Li Chuanxia wore a wedding dress, indeed basking in the spotlight. At that time, Lu Yun had been busy with the Spicy Skewers shop and had only caught snippets of the news, but it stirred no feelings within her. Seeing Chen Jiqiang at the bookstore buying materials related to the college entrance exam did not surprise Lu Yun. The original text mentioned that the Chen family wanted the female supporting character to attend university, and now that Li Chuanxia, who was a college diploma holder, had married Chen Jiqiang, they would certainly encourage her to study for the college entrance exam as well. Things had a proper order to them. Lu Yun pushed her selected books forward and said, "Boss, I'm ready to pay." Even after Lu Yun left the bookstore, Chen Jiqiang remained standing there, staring at her retreating figure, seemingly lost in thought. The bookstore owner chuckled, "I know that girl, she comes to my store often. Sometimes she comes with her partner, and they look like they have a great relationship." Chen Jiqiang withdrew his gaze and said, "Check out." Oh. When Lu Yun got home, she didn't feel that she couldn't endure the hardships of studying. Sitting still and reading was a bit cold, and while she felt tired from quickly thinking through the exercises, she attributed it to not having studied for a long time. After spending over an hour buried in exercises, Lu Yun finally paused. She could only say that if she wanted to attend university, she indeed needed to study diligently. In the following days, Lu Yun dedicated herself to doing exercises and reading every day. When she encountered questions she didn't know, she would leave them blank, thinking she would find someone to explain later. By the end of a few days, she had lost a few pounds. When Lu Yun looked at herself in the mirror, she thought that if someone in the future commented on her, they would find it hard to imagine her as a delicate little flower. She could confidently stand up to challenge that notion. When He Chang'an returned, he found Lu Yun slumped over the table, looking listless. He began to pull out things as if performing magic, first a hair accessory, then a beautiful outfit, and finally a set of YSL cosmetics he had bought from a state-owned department store, which even included lipstick. Lu Yun was indeed interested in these items. She opened the trendy YSL cosmetics to smell the fragrance and tested some on the back of her hand. When she looked up, she smiled at He Chang'an. Next, she tried the lipstick and found the color to be quite classic. She was pleased, noting how vibrant it looked. He Chang'an asked, "Can you tell me why you're unhappy?" Lu Yun showed him the exercises she had done. "Doing these exercises is exhausting, but I want to go to university. There are also things I need to memorize. Some of what I remembered yesterday, I forgot as soon as I woke up today." As she spoke, she realized she hadn't told He Chang'an about her desire to attend university, nor had she mentioned it to anyone else. Lu Yun promised, "You're the first person to know I want to go to university." After saying this, she felt a bit off. She had encountered Chen Jiqiang at the bookstore, who might have guessed her thoughts. She pondered how to express this to He Chang'an. She added, "You're the first person, He Chang'an." He Chang'an looked down, silent. Lu Yun had previously liked Chen Jiqiang. She had said she liked his type, not someone like He Chang'an. If Lu Yun got into university, there would likely be many people in the university who looked and had the same charm as Chen Jiqiang. He Chang'an couldn't quite articulate his feelings about this, but he certainly wouldn't be unhappy about Lu Yun wanting to attend university. In fact, he hoped she would succeed. After an unknown amount of time, He Chang'an asked in a low voice, "Yun, if you get into university, will you still want me?" Lu Yun burst out laughing and replied, "Didn't you have my guarantee letter?" After saying this, Lu Yun looked into He Chang'an's eyes, which sparkled like stars as she blinked at him. "Even if I get a PhD, I still want you." Hearing Lu Yun's words made He Chang'an smile as well. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Lu Yun's days were fulfilling. During the day, he worked at the cotton textile factory, and in the evenings he returned home to study for college entrance exams. The lights in his room stayed on until around 10 o'clock every night before they were turned off. Lu Yun's family was resolutely supportive of his intention to attend college. Previously, Zhang Meili and Lu Dong had hoped for a college graduate in the family, but Lu Xiang'an had only been fortunate enough to finish high school. Although Lu Yun showed some potential, they believed he wasn't cut out for college and lacked the endurance needed for studying. Now that they knew Lu Yun planned to take the college entrance exam, their support extended beyond mere words. Lu Yun's breakfasts had become particularly lavish, and in the evenings, he was always able to find something to eat when he felt hungry while studying. After studying for some time, Lu Yun also realized that the description in the original text was indeed accurate. He really struggled with the rigors of studying. However, he wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't as if he had to get into college immediately. If necessary, he could take the exams multiple times. Time passed, and on the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, He Chang'an contacted Lu Yun using a pager around noon. Lu Yun called He Chang'an back. On the other end of the line, He Chang'an spoke about his affairs in the provincial capital. I'm thinking of settling the wages for them ahead of time and giving them some bonuses. I'll let them go home to prepare for the new year on the 27th. The renovation progress here has been faster than planned. I still have some wood ear mushrooms left unsold, and Zhang Yuan and I plan to stay until the 29th before heading back. Lu Yun replied, You can only come back on the 29th? He Chang'an immediately responded, No, tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be back. Lu Yun was taken aback and asked, Aren't you supposed to come back on the 29th? He Chang'an clarified, I just remembered that someone wants the wood ear mushrooms. I'll deliver them this afternoon, and once I finish up, I can come back tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yun went to ask the deputy director of the office for leave, securing time off until the 28th. The work in their office had been completed recently, and there wasn't much to do, so the deputy director agreed to her request. Seeing Lu Yun looking so happy, the deputy director asked, Are you going to see your boyfriend? Lu Yun replied, Yeah. Oh. He Chang'an and Zhang Hao distributed the workers' wages and bonuses, which made the workers more efficient. Most of them mentioned they would continue working with He Chang'an in the future, and contracts were signed. Zhang Hao understood them well. If he were in their shoes, he would definitely choose to work with He Chang'an. When the two of them returned, the sky was already getting dark. Zhang Hao asked, puzzled, Brother He, why did we sell those wood ear mushrooms at a low price? If we had contacted some channels, even if we couldn't reach them, we could set up a stall and still make a bit more. He Chang'an's lips curled up slightly, almost imperceptibly. That little bit of money isn't worth it. It's time to go home for the new year. Before they even reached the rented courtyard in the provincial capital, He Chang'an spotted someone squatting outside. He froze for a moment and then ran forward without saying a word to Zhang Hao. Once outside the courtyard, he indeed saw Lu Yun squatting there. He quickly took off his coat and draped it over her without asking her to stand up. He reached down and lifted her up in his arms. Are you cold? He Chang'an asked. Lu Yun nodded. A little cold, but did you see how surprised I was? He Chang'an, reluctant to let her go, held her with one arm while he fumbled with the keys to unlock the door with the other. Surprised? How could I not be surprised? I was just thinking, how did the fairy from my dreams come to visit? It's my fault for forgetting to give you a key. After returning inside, He Chang'an set up the stove, boiled water for Lu Yun, and even cooked some ginger soup in the kitchen. When the water was ready, he poured a basin of hot water, adding some cold water until it was just right, and then brought it to Lu Yun for her to soak her feet. Before Lu Yun could bend down, He Chang'an helped her take off her shoes. Lu Yun's toes wiggled as she watched He Chang'an glance up at her. Then he carefully removed her socks, allowing her to soak her feet. He Chang'an sat down on a stool next to Lu Yun, warming her hands while glancing at her from time to time, smiling. Lu Yun's feet moved in the basin, splashing water around. What are you smiling about? Lu Yun asked. I get to go home with you for the new year, He Chang'an replied. After saying that, he bent down to wash Lu Yun's feet. When He Chang'an returned with the ginger soup, Lu Yun had already warmed up. She saw the ginger soup and yawned, shaking her head. I'm too tired, I want to go back and sleep, Lu Yun said. He Chang'an coaxed her. If you drink the ginger soup, can we go eat McDonald's tomorrow? After saying that, noticing Lu Yun remained silent, he started telling her about a homeowner's issue he had been dealing with. He Chang'an said, This homeowner bought a new apartment with the intention of having his daughter and son-in-law live there after they got married. But then his daughter found out that the man she was going to marry. Under Lu Yun's urging, he blew on the ginger soup with a spoon and handed it to her. With no other choice, Lu Yun took a sip, allowing He Chang'an to continue. It turned out that the homeowner's daughter's fiancé had been divorced. He had previously married a woman from the countryside and even had a child with her. Later, he moved to the city, met the homeowner's daughter, and returned to the countryside to get divorced. The girl's family was not to be trifled with, and they made quite a scene about it. As a result, the man lost his job. Although the homeowner's daughter was unaware of his past, she felt guilty about the situation and helped the man's ex-wife and child find work in the provincial capital. By the time Hee Chungin finished the story, Lu Yun still had about half a bowl of ginger soup left. She refused to drink any more, so Hee Chungin finished the remaining soup himself. As Hee Chungin stepped outside, he ran into Zhang Hao, who was standing outside. Zhang Hao asked, puzzled, "Why didn't you talk more about it? The middle part of that story was quite exciting." Hee Chungin replied, "She doesn't really like ginger soup. Besides, there's no need to finish it all." He then patted Zhang Hao's shoulder. "Tonight, I'll squeeze in with you." Zhang Hao glanced back at Lu Yun, who was smiling brightly under the light inside, and quickly said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Brother, he can squeeze in with me just fine. I'm a pretty honest sleeper, so you don't need to worry about him." Oh. That night, Lu Yun stayed in Hee Chungin's room while Hee Chungin squeezed in with Zhang Hao. The next morning, both of them were hesitant to make noise, especially since it was the winter break and there were still many children playing nearby. Hee Chungin gave Zhang Hao some money to buy candies and snacks to distribute to the children. Before long, the noise outside quieted down, unlike earlier when the kids had been shouting about marbles. Lu Yun was not bothered by the unfamiliar bed. It might have been because Hee Chungin was just next door. She woke up around 10 o'clock, and Hee Chungin brought her hot water for washing up. Then they had breakfast together. If Hee Chungin were alone, he would have gone back to the county by now, but since Lu Yun was there, he decided to take her to the state-owned department store in the provincial capital. After eating at McDonald's and shopping, Lu Yun and Hee Chungin took the last bus back to the county. Once they got off the bus, they spotted Lu Dong waiting outside for them. With the pager, although they couldn't make direct calls, staying in touch had become much easier. Lu Dong placed the items they had brought back on his bicycle, which was already piled high, leaving no room for anything else. Hee Chungin was also carrying some items in his hands. Hee Chungin said, "Uncle, we'll go back together. Let A Yun take the bus." "I'm not cold, we'll go together," Lu Yun insisted. On the way back, the three of them chatted and laughed, and although they were in the cold wind, it felt warm and cozy. Oh. Lu Yun and the Lu family had time off on the 29th day of the lunar calendar. After studying for too long the day before, Lu Yun slept in until after 9 in the morning. When Hee Chungin came over to work, he found Lu Yun still drowsy, sitting on the edge of her bed and reluctant to get up. Waking up in winter was especially challenging for anyone. It really tested one's willpower. On workdays it was one thing, but on days off all Lu Yun wanted to do was lie in bed. She rolled over under the blanket and said, "Hee Chungin, I don't want to get up today." Hee Chungin smiled and replied, "All right, if you don't want to get up, I'll get you a basin and a toothbrush. You can brush your teeth while I bring you breakfast." With her cheeks flushed, Lu Yun lightly pushed Hee Chungin and said, "Get out." Hee Chungin stood up, ruffled her hair, and then stepped outside to wait while Lu Yun changed her clothes inside. She then tied her hair up in a bun before stepping out. In the yard, a stranger's voice could be heard. "I'm looking for Hee Chungin. Is he here? Or is Lu Yun around?" "Meili, it seems like they're looking for your daughter and her boyfriend." Coming. I'll just finish dishing out the food and then come over." "Who is it?" "I don't know, it's a young girl." Lu Yun glanced at Hee Chungin and noticed his face looked somewhat displeased, and he didn't speak. "It's fine. Could you go inside for a bit? I'll be back shortly," Hee Chungin said. Zhang Meili had previously made it her mission to inquire about all of Hee Chungin's relatives, so Lu Yun was sure she was aware of Hee Chungin's family situation. Hearing the young, crisp voice, she immediately thought of Hee Chungin's half-sister. Now that it was the 29th day and the new year was approaching, she wondered what Hee Chungin's half-sister wanted by coming over. Lu Yun couldn't let Hee Chungin go out alone, so she put on her coat and stepped into the yard. Li Jiao didn't look much like Hee Chungin, but she was quite pretty and had a clean, delicate appearance. Upon seeing Hee Chungin, she called out, "Brother," and then continued, "Mom wants you to come home for the new year. She says it's inappropriate for you to stay here. You and Lu Yun aren't married yet. If word gets out, it'll be a laughingstock." At this moment, Lu Yun recalled a scene from the original story. If she hadn't had a good memory and frequently thought about these events since her arrival, she might have forgotten all about it. There had been an occasion when the female supporting character didn't want to go home after being face-slammed by the female lead. She ended up spending the new year with Hee Chungin, who hadn't celebrated with anyone else in a long time. However, the female supporting character was scared by firecrackers set off by the female lead. Chun Jicheng had to apologize to both the female lead and the female supporting character, and in anger, she slapped him. Following that, there were sweet moments when the male lead returned home. Lu Yun asked, "Did he spend the new year at your house in previous years?" Li Jiao replied. Not this time, it's different from before. Before, if my brother didn't want to go, that was one thing. But for him to spend the new year directly at your home, it's really an embarrassment to my mom and his dad. You two aren't even married yet. After saying this, she looked at He Chang'an and added, Mom said you should at least consider Lu Yun's reputation. Lu Yun interjected. Then let's get married. Once the Civil Affairs Bureau is open, we can go get the marriage certificate. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. He Chang'an's shoulders trembled slightly as he stared at Lu Yun in silence. His expression, which had initially grown cold due to Li Jiao's arrival, now appeared cautious, as if he were suppressing something. He Chang'an opened his mouth, wanting to tell Lu Yun that she didn't have to feel obligated to go with him to the Civil Affairs Bureau, just because of Li Jiao. However, he felt he was too petty to utter those words. He wanted to marry Lu Yun. He wanted to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with her, to be with her. He had thought about it for a long time. Since he had met Lu Yun, he had dreamed countless times of marrying her. But later, because Lu Yun didn't like him, he had stopped daring to dream at all. Yet now, Lu Yun stood before him, telling him that they should register their marriage. When Zhang Meili and Lu Dong came out, Lu Yun directly took He Chang'an's hand. I told you we are going to celebrate the new year together. Besides, since you met my parents, we are already making plans for marriage, she said, emphasizing each word. You're here for the new year. No one is allowed to take you away. You'll stay here, squeezed in with my brother. Lu Xiang'an, who had been standing to the side, glanced at Zhang Meili and Lu Dong. He can stay in my room with me. The more the merrier, he said. He Chang'an held Lu Yun's hand tightly. After a long while he asked, Yun, will you marry me? Lu Yun nodded. I will. He Chang'an kept nodding, his eyes slightly reddened. Wait for me to come back. There were many people in the courtyard, so He Chang'an coldly told Li Jiao to follow him outside. The two of them left through the main gate, and the people inside the courtyard did not speak out about it. Zhang Meili said, Look at me, I haven't even finished cooking. Lu Dong, hurry inside and help me wash the vegetables. She glanced at Lu Yun and then told Lu Xiang'an, What are you still standing there for? Quickly go back and tidy up the room. When your sister's husband comes back, let him sleep with you and find a thicker, cleaner blanket and pillow. Lu Xiang'an replied, Okay, I'll take care of it right now. Oh. Inside Lu Xiang'an's room, it was clean because the new year was approaching. Lu Xiang'an brought a quilt and a pillow and placed them on the bed. When Lu Xiang'an was about to speak to Lu Yun, she took a thinner blanket and placed it beside the pillow where He Chang'an would sleep. Lu Xiang'an teased her. Lu Yun, am I not your eldest brother? Lu Yun replied, You're already dating someone. Let your partner buy it for you. After their exchange, the atmosphere lightened, and unlike before, Lu Yun smiled. Lu Xiang'an asked, When you told He Chang'an that you wanted to register your marriage with him, did you really want to marry him? Or did you just feel sorry for him? If Lu Xiang'an had asked Lu Yun this question when she had just crossed over, she would have said it was sympathy, pity, and unfulfilled feelings. It was because of these feelings that Lu Yun had later developed a relationship with He Chang'an. But now Lu Yun would respond that there was some truth in both. She didn't want to see He Chang'an suffer a fate like the ones in novels, and she didn't want him to feel sad because of her. But now she was willing to give it a try for He Chang'an, to test that kind of everlasting love, even if she herself had doubts about it. I want to marry him. Even if the outcome may not be what it is now, I still want to give it a try. I think if He Chang'an can't make me want to give it a shot, then I might end up single for the rest of my life, Lu Yun said. Lu Xiang'an didn't understand Lu Yun's meaning, and assumed she was saying that He Chang'an treated her well, making her willing to proceed. He took a step forward and gently ruffled Lu Yun's hair. In a rare serious moment he said, My sister will have a happy life. Oh. Zhang Meili and Lu Dong had finished cooking, and the dishes were served on the table. They didn't call Lu Yun and Lu Xiang'an to eat but simply beckoned them to come out. Zhang Meili said, When Chang'an comes back, discuss the marriage issue with him. Once the Civil Affairs Bureau opens, you can go and get the marriage certificate. We don't expect his parents to do anything for the wedding, but it would be best if they didn't interfere at all. We'll handle everything ourselves. She told Lu Yun, Make sure Chang'an doesn't worry that we'll be angry because of his sister coming over. Since we've acknowledged him as our son-in-law, we've thought this through and understand what it entails. Lu Yun initially thought that Zhang Meili and Lu Dong would find fault with He Chang'an because of the situation, but then again, who was perfect in every way? Oh. When Lu Yun arrived at Zhang Hao's home, Zhang Hao was eating inside. The atmosphere in the house was pleasant. Zhang Jianjun, noticing Lu Yun's arrival, invited her in to join the meal. Lu Yun chatted with Zhang Jianjun, mentioning that she would come over during the new year. After exchanging a few more words, she followed Zhang Hao outside to their courtyard. Zhang Hao cheerfully asked, Sister-in-law, what do you need me for? Lu Yun replied. Do you know where He Chang'an's mother's family lives? I want to visit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao frowned and asked, What's going on? After Lu Yun explained the situation, Zhang Hao pushed a bicycle out from the courtyard. Sister-in-law, they didn't let brother He join before, and they didn't reach out to him either. This time, it's probably because they think brother He spending the new year with you makes them lose face. Both Lu Yun and Zhang Hao rode their bicycles, with Zhang Hao not going too fast, allowing Lu Yun to keep up. She asked, Can you tell me about He Chang'an's parents? Zhang Hao paused, concealing his emotions before responding. How would I know? I was young back then. Besides, He Chang'an's mother cares about face, so their matters are definitely kept under wraps. I don't think brother He knows about his parents' complicated feelings either. All I know is that now, whenever they meet, they don't even greet each other. When Lu Yun arrived at Li Jiao's house, Zhang Hao led her inside. However, just before reaching the door, when Zhang Hao suggested she go in, Lu Yun shook her head. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from the cold as she said, Zhang Hao, thank you, but I'll wait here. Zhang Hao asked, Aren't you going in? Lu Yun shook her head. I'm not going in. I'll wait for him right here. Zhang Hao wanted to say something but ultimately swallowed his words. All right, then I'll head back, he said. As snowflakes began to fall from the sky, Lu Yun continued to wait outside for He Chang'an. While looking up at the sky, she noticed He Chang'an coming out from the courtyard. He paused when he saw Lu Yun, but instead of calling out to her, he simply stood there watching her. After a long moment, He Chang'an stepped carefully through the snow and approached Lu Yun. Ah Yun, he called out. Lu Yun asked, Can we go home now? He Chang'an smiled and gently took Lu Yun's hand. Yes, let's go home. Oh. The wind and snow were light as they walked hand in hand. Lu Yun chatted with He Chang'an about what dishes were prepared at home, mentioning that she was craving tanghulu but couldn't have any yet because Zhang Meili and the others were waiting for them to return for dinner. They walked for what felt like a long time, and Lu Yun, looking ahead, felt as if they were aging together in the snow. She said earnestly, He Chang'an, you have to keep treating me well like this in the future. If he fell in love with someone else, or if he grew tired of this relationship, Lu Yun could divorce him. He Chang'an didn't understand what Lu Yun meant. He gazed into her eyes, his voice filled with warmth. How could that be? I have to treat you even better. In his 3rd year of loving Lu Yun, that ray of light finally shone through, and how could he ever bear to treat her poorly? Oh. The Lu family had a lively dinner, and no one mentioned Li Jiao's situation. It wasn't He Chang'an's fault. He had done his best to resolve things. In fact, it surprised Zhang Meili and Lu Dong that Li Jiao had only come around after He Chang'an and Lu Yun had started dating. After dinner, Zhang Meili brought up the topic of Lu Yun and He Chang'an's marriage. After the new year, you can officially come to propose, Zhang Meili said. There's no need to say anything else. We'll all be family from now on. Don't take today's matters to heart. We have no expectations. We all knew how things were from the beginning. Oh. That evening, He Chang'an stayed over, sharing a room with Lu Xiang'an. This kept Zhang Meili busy as she scurried around, bringing Lu Yun a fresh set of bedding and then carrying fruit over for He Chang'an. The walls were thin, and Lu Yun could easily hear the commotion coming from Lu Xiang'an's room. Lu Xiang'an, you need to sleep more quietly, Zhang Meili chided. Sure, I promise not to crowd your soon-to-be son-in-law. Now hurry up and go back to your tasks, Lu Xiang'an replied. Lu Yun was focused on her university exam preparations, taking her studies seriously. She shook her head to calm her mind, opened her book and continued studying, diligently taking notes. Unbeknownst to her, although she usually appeared serious while studying, this time she felt a bit more cheerful. As she reviewed until past 10 o'clock, the rest of the Lu family had already gone to bed. Lu Yun yawned and closed her book, preparing to sleep when she suddenly heard He Chang'an calling her softly from outside the window. Lu Yun stood up and pulled back the curtain, and sure enough, there was He Chang'an outside. What are you doing up? Can't sleep? She asked. He Chang'an held out a skewer of tanghulu, saying, I just remembered we have some hawthorn at home, so I went back to make tanghulu. I've seen people make it before and I tried some. It's sweet and sour, really delicious. After Lu Yun climbed out the window to join him, He Chang'an didn't stand too close, letting her shake off the cold. He then noticed that Lu Yun hadn't eaten yet and pulled out another treat, a fresh orange tanghulu. I saw this in the provincial city, and we happen to have some oranges at home, so I made it too. The oranges are sweet and not sour at all, he said. Lu Yun took a few steps closer and gently pressed her lips against He Chang'an's. Sweet, she confirmed. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. On New Year's Eve, Lu Yun did not sleep in. She got up early and changed into new clothes. Her festive outfit, a red down jacket, was purchased from a state-run store in the provincial capital. It fit her loosely and looked nice, while her black curls were styled half up and half down, a hairstyle that was still quite popular. Zhang Meili did not allow Lu Yun to lounge around the house, and even gave her some firecrackers that children like to play with. Lu Yun held them in her hands, and for a moment, she felt a surge of excitement. He Chang'an accompanied Lu Yun outside. As Lu Yun stood by watching him set off the firecrackers, she stepped back each time he threw one, and she did not forget to hook her arm through his. Lu Yun felt she had fully embodied the saying of being both clumsy and playful. On the way back, Lu Yun was still a bit excited. Having played outside, she was now reluctant to go back inside and lie down. He Chang'an rode his bike, taking Lu Yun with him to buy fireworks. At the fireworks stall, He Chang'an did not ask about the prices. He knew they were definitely more expensive than before, but if the stall owner said it looked nice, he would buy it. In the end, he purchased a whole bunch and only then started to bargain with the owner. When He Chang'an bargained, he did not use any of the tricks Lu Yun had heard others mention, like suggesting a price that was directly half. He was more knowledgeable, understanding the cost price, but also allowing the owner to make a profit, and he did not stretch the negotiations too far, making it easy to bring the price down. When the two of them were about to head back, the owner thought Lu Yun and He Chang'an were a newlywed couple and joked, "Your man really knows how to bargain." Lu Yun and He Chang'an exchanged a glance, and they were evidently a bit shy about the phrase, "your man." He Chang'an asked, "How about we buy a little more?" Lu Yun replied, "Let's go home. We have to eat lunch soon, and we still need to make dumplings in the afternoon." He Chang'an nodded quickly. "All right, let's go home." The firecracker stall owner laughed. "He's still afraid of his wife, ha ha." After saying this, he even handed some fireworks meant for children to Lu Yun. "This is a gift for you too. Your relationship is really good." He Chang'an sincerely thanked him and then added, "Yeah, I always listen to her." Oh. During the new year, Zhang Meili and Lu Dong prepared a large feast. To be honest, it was a bit easier than usual because while Lu Yun was still sleeping, He Chang'an had already taken care of some of the tasks. If it weren't for Zhang Meili stopping him and saying Lu Yun had just woken up, he might have helped cook as well. Recently, Zhang Meili had often heard others at home enviously mention her daughter, saying that her daughter had found a good partner and didn't have to worry about anything. They commented that if her daughter hadn't found a good partner, it would truly be frustrating for the whole family. In the afternoon, the family was making dumplings. Lu Dong moved a large round table, and everyone sat around it together to wrap the dumplings. Lu Dong found several coins, washed them in water for a long time, and selected only clean, shiny new coins. He took the coins out and wrapped them inside the dumplings. This had a special meaning, as whoever ate the dumpling with the coin would be blessed with wealth. Lu Yun quietly told He Chang'an, "Eat a bit more when we have dumplings tonight." He Chang'an smiled and replied, "Okay." Lu Xiang'an didn't wrap the dumplings well, and after a few tries he simply went back. Zhang Meili and Lu Dong wrapped dumplings for a while but then remembered there were still things to finish in the kitchen, so they let Lu Yun and He Chang'an continue wrapping. Lu Yun said, "We can wrap these together. You two go ahead and busy yourselves." Zhang Meili glanced at Lu Yun and He Chang'an and nodded. "All right, you two wrap. Your dad and I have to get busy soon anyway." Lu Yun and He Chang'an sat together closely. After Lu Yun finished wrapping one dumpling, she looked at He Chang'an. As a food blogger, Lu Yun was quite good at wrapping dumplings, and she was surprised to find that He Chang'an wrapped them well too. He Chang'an placed his dumpling next to the one Lu Yun had just made, then took another piece of dough, added filling, and handed it to Lu Yun. As Lu Yun wrapped dumplings, He Chang'an watched for a while. Then while he wrapped, he unconsciously mimicked Lu Yun's movements. His dumplings didn't look as good as hers, but they were quite similar. He became more adept as he wrapped a few more. Lu Yun also knew how He Chang'an wrapped dumplings. She just wasn't used to it. Seeing him so focused and with bright eyes, she wrapped a dumpling that looked like the ones He Chang'an had made earlier and asked him, "How does it look?" He Chang'an stood up behind Lu Yun and guided her step by step on how to wrap the dumplings in his usual way. Once they finished, He Chang'an placed the dumplings on the table, but Lu Yun reached out and playfully touched He Chang'an's face with some flour, laughing joyfully. Lu Yun turned around and sat down, playfully smearing more flour on He Chang'an's face a few times. He Chang'an just watched her without moving, and eventually Lu Yun drew what looked like a mustache with the flour on his face. Lu Yun nodded and said, "Looks good." He Chang'an smiled and nodded in response, asking, "How good does it look?" Lu Yun replied, "It just looks good. Hurry up and wrap the dumplings." Oh. Outside, the sound of firecrackers crackled in the courtyard, while in the kitchen, the dumplings were boiling in a pot of hot water. The night of New Year's Eve was especially lively. Lu Yun and He Chang'an had fireworks. After finishing with the firecrackers, He Chang'an took Lu Yun outside to set off fireworks. With loud bangs, the colorful fireworks bloomed beautifully in the sky. Lu Yun stood outside the courtyard, watching the fireworks in the sky, filled with joy. Hey Chang'an, that blue one looks nice," she exclaimed. After watching the fireworks, Lu Yun still felt a bit reluctant to leave, but since the dumplings were ready, she and He Chang'an headed back inside, where they would eat dumplings. Everyone sat down at the table. In addition to the dumplings, there were also leftover dishes from lunch. As Lu Yun looked at the leftovers, she suddenly thought about how long it would take to finish all this food. Others came over and continued to prepare new dishes, so they ended up with more leftovers. He Chang'an ate a dumpling, and when he took his first bite, he was taken aback as a coin popped out of his hand. Lu Yun quickly bit into one as well and was surprised to find a coin too, and it was the same as He Chang'an's. Both were 50 cents. Lu Dong exclaimed, "You two are lucky. If you're getting married and you both eat coins together, your life together will definitely be good." Soon Zhang Meili and Lu Dong also found coins in their dumplings, but unlike Lu Yun and He Chang'an, they did not find coins in their first dumplings. Lu Xiang'an rolled up his sleeves saying, "I must eat a dumpling with a coin too." By the time they finished the meal, Lu Xiang'an was still eating dumplings. He had devoured a large plateful by himself, perhaps getting a bit too competitive, and after finishing that, he took another plate for himself. Lu Yun covered her mouth and laughed as she sat there watching Lu Xiang'an eat dumplings. This was quite entertaining, and finally when Lu Xiang'an finished his second plate, he found a coin hidden inside. Lu Yun exclaimed, "Congratulations, eldest brother. You'll be getting rich in the future." After that, Lu Dong took out a deck of cards. Lu Yun and He Chang'an teamed up, while Zhang Meili and Lu Xiang'an formed another team, with Lu Dong watching from the side as they started playing cards. They also listened to the Spring Festival Gala together. As the new year began, everyone started exchanging New Year wishes. Lu Yun, Lu Xiang'an, and He Chang'an all received red envelopes from Zhang Meili and Lu Dong. Afterward, Lu Xiang'an also gave Lu Yun and He Chang'an individual red envelopes. When it was time to rest and go to sleep, He Chang'an handed all his red envelopes to Lu Yun for safekeeping, and then he took out the envelope he had prepared for her. Lu Yun truly was at the top of the food chain in the Lu family. Receiving the red envelope from He Chang'an, Lu Yun said, "He Chang'an, Happy New Year." He Chang'an smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, Happy New Year. Our Yun must be even happier in the new year." And just like that, they transitioned from 1988 to 1989. Oh. After the new year, the Lu family was particularly busy. Relatives came to visit, and Zhang Meili took everyone to visit other relatives, even bringing He Chang'an along. This way, everyone got to know the Lu family's new son-in-law. Zhang Hao also brought his family to the Lu family. In addition, Xiao's son and her partner came by but didn't stay for a meal. They just dropped off some gifts for Lu Yun before leaving. Since sister son was older than Lu Yun and had a good relationship with her, Lu Yun and He Chang'an decided to visit sister son's house together. The entire new year was very lively. On the day they visited Li Ling's house, He Chang'an seriously handed her a red envelope. Li Ling remembered the time she had called him brother-in-law, and couldn't help but laugh. This time she accepted the envelope and addressed him as brother-in-law again. Although He Chang'an had given Li Ling a red envelope, Lu Yun also prepared one for her, considering they hadn't officially registered their marriage yet. This envelope had been ready for a while. While everyone was busy chatting, Li Ling linked her arm with Lu Yun's and whispered to her, "Since your shop's business has been getting better and better, Han Jiangang is starting to think about getting into business himself." Lu Yun asked, "What does he plan to do?" Li Ling replied, "We're still figuring that out. I'll let you know once we decide." Lu Yun nodded. "All right." While Lu Yun was talking to Li Ling, He Chang'an didn't interrupt them. It wasn't until Lu Yun was ready to eat that she and Li Ling went outside and noticed Han Jiangang talking to He Chang'an. Seeing the way Han Jiangang looked at He Chang'an reminded Lu Yun of how Zhang Hao regarded him, with a kind of deep-seated respect. She wondered what they were discussing. At noon they had lunch at Li Ling's house. Lu Yun noticed several new dishes prepared by Li Ling's family and ended up eating quite a lot, knowing she would still have to eat leftovers when she got home. Lu Yun also craved the spicy skewers from her own shop. In a low voice she said to He Chang'an, "When the shop opens, let's go eat spicy skewers together." He Chang'an responded, "Do you want to eat?" Lu Yun nodded. "Yes, I really want to." He Chang'an said, "Let's go to the spicy skewer shop together later and have some." After eating a bit more, taking advantage of the busy atmosphere when no one was paying attention to them, Lu Yun tugged at He Chang'an's sleeve and they went outside together. Before Lu Yun could say anything, He Chang'an wrapped his arms around her. He Chang'an asked, "What did you want to say?" Lu Yun had intended to invite Li Ling and Han Jiangang to join them, but at that moment, she didn't feel like saying it. Instead, she simply replied, "Forget it. Let's just go back and eat." He Chang'an looked around and held Lu Yun tightly in his embrace, a bright smile on his face. Then let me hold you for a while longer. After a moment He Chang'an asked, Yun, how about I propose tomorrow? Lu Yun answered, that sounds good. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. Lu Yun had made up her mind, and she would not waver or second-guess herself. She simply waited calmly for He Chang'an to come and propose to her. After the new year, He Chang'an no longer stayed at the Lu family home. Lu Yun had not thought much of it before, but now she realized that He Chang'an had likely planned to propose all along. Therefore, after the third day of the new year, even though she had not yet started working, she had moved back home. Lu Yun held her identification card, but the household registration book was with Zhang Meili. She asked Zhang Meili for the household registration book, which was necessary for applying for a marriage certificate. In addition to handing over the household registration book, Zhang Meili took out a handkerchief. When she opened it, it contained 600 yuan, not all in 100 yuan bills. The 100 yuan bills were issued starting in 1987, and the few that Zhang Meili produced were all very new. There were also some 10 yuan bills among the Great Unity. Zhang Meili said, a total of 600 yuan. This is your dowry. Her expression softened as she gently stroked Lu Yun's hair. That child, with this you can marry. Although Lu Yun was not yet married and only had He Chang'an coming to propose the next day, Zhang Meili felt both joy and a hint of sadness. She chatted with Lu Yun in the room for quite a while before finally going out. Lu Yun still held the dowry money that Zhang Meili had given her, feeling as if she was about to start a new life. A new life in which she would build a family with He Chang'an. Perhaps in the future they would even have a child together. The images she had never dared to imagine slowly began to surface, and Lu Yun couldn't help but smile. Oh. The next day when He Chang'an arrived, he brought with him a tricycle, a sewing machine, a watch, and a radio, with the watch being a Rolex. Zhang Hao accompanied He Chang'an, and they moved the items inside together. It was still the Spring Festival, and these things were not easy to come by. He Chang'an had put in a lot of effort. Although it was still winter, He Chang'an dressed formally, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, topped with a coat. Standing there, he took Lu Yun's hand and then lowered his head, seriously and intently putting the watch on Lu Yun's wrist. When He Chang'an lifted his head, the two of them locked eyes and smiled at each other. Once inside, He Chang'an didn't say much. He simply took out his savings book. He had spoken to Zhang Meili before, and she understood his intentions. However, when Zhang Meili opened He Chang'an's savings book and looked at the numbers, she was stunned. He Chang'an said, all the money I've earned over the years is in here. It's for Yun's bride price. He and Lu Yun stood hand in hand in front of Zhang Meili. Uncle, aunt, don't worry. I will take good care of her in the future and won't let her suffer. Zhang Meili had no further questions. All right, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get your marriage certificate. Have you bought the wedding candies? When you get the marriage certificate, don't forget to give the staff some wedding candies. Zhang Hao, standing by, chimed in happily. Aunt, don't worry. I bought them. A few days ago, my brother he came to ask about the wedding. Zhang Meili then asked, what about the wedding? After you get the marriage certificate, when do you plan to hold the ceremony? He Chang'an looked at Lu Yun, waiting for her response. Lu Xiang'an, who had remained silent, finally smiled, seemingly ready to follow Lu Yun's wishes. Zhang Meili interjected. All right. She wouldn't know, would she? Let's set the wedding date for May 1st. When Lu Yun and He Chang'an arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, there was still a line to wait in. They stood at the back of the queue and later took photos for the marriage certificate. As they sat down to process the marriage certificate, He Chang'an asked, Yun, are we really getting married? Lu Yun replied, yes, I'm going to marry you. The staff couldn't help but smile. Following the procedure, they began processing the marriage certificate for Lu Yun and He Chang'an. At that time, the marriage certificate was not yet a red booklet. It was just a piece of paper that resembled a certificate. Once the process was completed, the staff handed them the marriage certificate and said, congratulations to the newlyweds. He Chang'an sat there, his smile growing brighter. He handed some wedding candies to the staff, saying, thank you. As they exited, He Chang'an gave Lu Yun a piece of candy and took one for himself. The sweetness filled his mouth, and he felt a satisfaction in his heart that he couldn't articulate. His excitement bubbled over, and he felt as if he were floating. He Chang'an asked again, Yun, are we really married? Lu Yun replied, yes, we are married. Look, you have the marriage certificate, don't you? Oh. After receiving the marriage certificate, Zhang Meili and Lu Dong didn't let Lu Chang'an stay at home. During the new year, they had all lived together, and now it was fine for him to stay in Lu Xiang'an's room. Although the wedding was set for May 1st, Lu Yun and He Chang'an had received their marriage certificate and wanted to have a meal together to celebrate. They invited Li Ling's family to join them. He Chang'an and Lu Xiang'an had grown increasingly familiar with each other. Lu Xiang'an had come to understand Lu Chang'an better than before. Lu Chang'an was capable, and many things that Lu Xiang'an and He Chang'an discussed were easily resolved by Lu Chang'an. Lu Xiang'an liked He Chang'an as his brother-in-law. When Lu Xiang'an entered the room, He Chang'an had already consumed a considerable amount of candy. Typically, He Chang'an rarely ate snacks apart from meals, but Lu Xiang'an quickly figured out that this candy was the wedding candy he shared with Lu Yun. Lu Xiang'an wanted to tell Lu Yun about this, but when he entered Lu Yun's room, he found her lying on the bed, holding a piece of wedding candy and looking overjoyed. Lu Xiang'an thought to himself. He really wanted to say, why don't you both just enjoy your wedding candy together? When Li Ling's family arrived, the Lu family became lively once again. Li Ling brought Han Jiangang along, but when it came to whispering secrets, Li Ling preferred to talk with Lu Yun, ignoring Han Jiangang, who had become familiar with everyone by now. Li Ling lay on Lu Yun's bed, listening to the voices outside as she looked at Lu Yun, who was swinging her legs. She smiled and asked, I thought you'd wait for a while before getting your certificate. When I walked in just now, I heard my aunt say your wedding is set for May 1st. Lu Yun nodded. Yes, it's set for May 1st. Li Ling asked, Are you nervous? When I was about to marry Han Jiangang, I was really nervous. After we got the marriage certificate, I started thinking about all kinds of things. I even wondered if I would regret it, but I only thought about it once. When Han Jiangang came to see me, I looked at him, and all that regret turned into anticipation. Lu Yun shook her head. I don't regret it. I don't know what our future will look like, but I know I've never felt regret. He has chosen me with conviction, and I will choose him just as steadfastly. Li Ling leaned against Lu Yun's shoulder. She was the one who knew the most about Lu Yun's feelings, from when Lu Yun secretly confided in her about her crush on Chan Jiqiang to when she no longer liked him and eventually wanted to be with He Chang'an. The two of them lay in the room together, and Lu Yun later noticed that Li Ling had some acne on her face. She looked closely at Li Ling's spots, and they both shared a serene moment, as if nothing had changed, just like before. Oh. The next morning, Lu Chang'an sent Lu Yun to work, carrying a bag full of wedding candies. Candy was quite expensive at that time, but He Chang'an didn't mind at all. He walked Lu Yun to the entrance of the cotton textile factory, and handed her the bag of candies. He said, Take these to your office and share them around. Lu Yun replied, How can I do that? This wedding candy shouldn't be in your hands. You should go to my office and distribute it. Otherwise, when we go back later, people will start doubting whether we're really married. Hearing Lu Yun, He Chang'an looked at her with a gentle and indulgent expression. Yun, you're right. Lu Yun took He Chang'an into the cotton textile factory. When she pushed open the office door, she noticed that everyone was present. The moment they saw He Chang'an, they were taken aback for a moment before warmly welcoming him. Sister Sun even went to make tea for He Chang'an. They usually just drank boiled water and rarely had tea, so making tea for He Chang'an was a sign of special treatment in their office. He Chang'an smiled and said, Yun and I have received our marriage certificate, and the wedding is set for May 1st. If everyone is free, please come celebrate with us. If not, enjoying some wedding candy will be just fine. As he spoke, he took out the candy and distributed it to everyone, leaving the remaining candy in Lu Yun's office. He Chang'an didn't let Lu Yun walk him out. Usually, when Lu Yun and He Chang'an were together, it was He Chang'an who walked Lu Yun home. If Lu Yun walked He Chang'an out, he would likely insist on escorting her back afterward. So Lu Yun didn't insist on walking He Chang'an out. At noon, the news about Lu Yun and He Chang'an getting married spread through the cotton textile factory during lunchtime, along with the news about Li Chuanxia resigning due to her pregnancy. I saw our factory's Zhanghua and her partner today. He was holding wedding candy. They look so perfect together, one person remarked. I heard Li Chuanxia resign because she's pregnant, another added. I know about that. Li Chuanxia even said she wants to take the university entrance exam, so she doesn't have time to work at the cotton textile factory. But her family isn't in great financial shape either, someone chimed in. Look, isn't that our Zhanghua over there? The watch she's wearing looks like a Rolex. It really is a Rolex, another exclaimed. Oh. When Lu Yun encountered Chen Jiqiang, she was discussing the different styles of Rolex watches with Sister Sun. Lu Yun didn't know much about watches, but Sister Sun did. When she got married, she had specifically gone to look at watches but found that Rolex was too expensive. She ended up buying a Seagull brand watch instead, which was more affordable. Sister Sun said, First it was pagers and now it's Rolex watches. All the gifts are high quality. You can tell how much a man cares for you just by these things. This sentiment echoed what Lu Yun had heard from her friends before she time traveled. A man's love for you couldn't be measured solely by how much he spent on you, but if he didn't spend money for you at all, it certainly indicated a lack of love. Sister Sun sighed. But you know, business people earn much more than we do with our salaries. When Lu Yun saw Chan Jicheng approaching, she merely glanced at him and continued her conversation with Sister Sunday. However, Chan Jicheng's gaze was fixated on the Rolex Lu Yun was wearing. In Chan Jicheng's office, others were talking about how Lu Yun had received her marriage certificate, and that her partner had bought her a Rolex. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. During the Lantern Festival they ate yuan shao. At that time, yuan shao was not as varied as it later became, with most being filled with 5 nuts. Those who had stable jobs enjoyed good benefits, and during this festival the factory provided bonuses, with almost every member of the Lu family receiving quite a bit. Zhang Meili looked at the yuan shao and said, "How long will this take to eat? Let's boil some, and for the rest we can fry them." She added with some concern, "It will use quite a bit of oil. Since we're frying the yuan shao, I'll just fry some other things as well." 1 yuan shao are dumplings of glutinous rice flour, filled with sesame or peanut powder and sugar, or sweet red bean paste, eaten in a soup during the Lantern Festival, the 15th day of the Chinese. Continue reading. There was another custom during the Lantern Festival. One had to buy their zodiac sign and light red candles beside it on the night of the festival. Zhang Meili and Lu Dong had gone to buy these items, and when they returned with their purchases, Zhang Meili gave Lu Dong a gentle push. Zhang Meili asked, "Do you think we forgot something?" Lu Dong was somewhat perplexed. "What? We bought everything. 4 zodiac signs and several packs of small red candles. What else could we have forgotten?" As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to understand. "Our son-in-law." Inside the house, Lu Yun was working on a test paper. She kept reminding herself that slow learners should start early, repeating the phrase in her mind. Although she had taken a university entrance exam in modern times, her grades had not been particularly impressive. After graduation, she had forgotten much of what she had learned. People often said that high school was the peak of many students' knowledge, and there was indeed some truth to that. Hearing noise from outside, Lu Yun decided to step out for a breath of fresh air. "Mom and Dad, I'll go buy some things. It's a good chance for me to get some fresh air." Oh. Lu Yun always felt that as long as the Lantern Festival had not ended, it still counted as part of the Spring Festival. This sentiment was evident during this time, as the streets were lively. When she arrived at the nearby market, the streets were still quite crowded. Many people appeared vibrant, filled with hope for the future. Sister Sun was out shopping for zodiac signs with her son and husband. Ever since she had seemingly resolved her issues with her mother-in-law, Sister Sun had been living comfortably. At that moment, when her son wanted to buy pastries, she didn't mind the price and purchased them without batting an eye. After they ran into each other, they exchanged a few words. Sister Sun's son remembered Lu Yun and looked up to call out, "Sister, hello." Lu Yun reached out and ruffled Sister Sun's son's hair. "Hello to you too." Sister Sun's son asked, "Sister, where's that handsome brother? Why isn't he with you?" Sister Sun laughed and scolded him. "You little rascal, you like good-looking people. Didn't you come over with your partner during the New Year, and even give him a red envelope? You mentioned it several times." This was a clear case of being obsessed with looks, but at that time there wasn't a term for it yet, and Lu Yun didn't mention it to Sister Sun. Lu Yun squatted down, making eye contact with Sister Sun's son. "That handsome brother is busy making money." Sister Sun's son smiled and quickly replied, "I know. The handsome brother is making money to marry you." Lu Yun was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh at the innocent words. As Sister Sun and her son, along with her husband, prepared to head back, Lu Yun bought a peach crisp from a vendor on the street for Sister Sun's son. Oh. He Chang'an returned on the day of the Lantern Festival. Lu Yun was reluctant to get out of bed and sat there wrapped in his quilt. After He Chang'an came back and warmed up outside, he entered Lu Yun's room with an account book in hand. This was the account book from his time in the provincial capital, along with the money he had earned this trip. He Chang'an moved a chair to sit opposite Lu Yun and helped pull the corners of the quilt for HRT. However, he noticed that Lu Yun was smoothing her hair. He Chang'an pressed his lips together and then looked into Lu Yun's eyes, asking, "How about I tie your hair up first?" Lu Yun replied, "Can you do it?" He Chang'an shook his head but thought that it was just a hair tie, which didn't seem too difficult. Lu Yun found it amusing and pointed to a large intestine hair tie on her desk that she had taken off yesterday. He Chang'an understood and quickly nodded, smiling as he went to grab the hair tie to help Lu Yun with her hair. Lu Yun turned slightly, presenting her back to He Chang'an. Her hair was silky, almost like satin. He Chang'an moved particularly slowly and carefully, which made him seem somewhat clumsy. Lu Yun didn't know how long she had waited until He Chang'an finally tied up her hair. She reached back to feel it and found that he had only managed to create a low ponytail. Flipping through the account book He Chang'an had brought back, Lu Yun noted that it was filled with his handwriting detailing his business income and expenses, recorded very meticulously. Besides that, there was another book documenting Hee Chang'an's living expenses. Upon seeing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lu Yun asked, "A 3-cent popsicle?" Hee Chang'an nodded. "Yeah, it's quite sweet. Next time I go to the provincial capital, I'll take you to have some." Lu Yun looked at him and then at the money Hee Chang'an had brought back. Hee Chang'an took the initiative to say, "I still have 400 yuan here. I need to keep a little money for treating guests and buying drinks for the workers, so I keep some on hand. Whatever I spend, I'll note it all in the account book." He gently ruffled Lu Yun's hair. "Our Yun manages the finances." After a while, Lu Yun closed the account book and remarked, "There are too many words." Hee Chang'an held the account book. "Let me explain it to you." The two of them talked, one explaining how he earned money in the provincial capital and what the profits were, while the other listened attentively. After hearing all of this, Lu Yun felt only one thing. Hee Chang'an was really impressive. With this thought, Lu Yun told Hee Chang'an, "You're amazing, Hee Chang'an." Upon hearing Lu Yun's compliment, Hee Chang'an's ears turned slightly red. Oh. In the evening, the Lu family had a lavish dinner, and they also cooked yuan xiao. While eating a yuan xiao, Lu Yun nodded toward Hee Chang'an, and Hee Chang'an followed suit, eating one as well. The Lu family had become accustomed to living with Hee Chang'an. The meal had a warm, familial atmosphere. Lu Dong felt like drinking, and Hee Chang'an joined him for a few drinks. However, they both kept it moderate. Neither drank too much, and there was no question of getting drunk. After dinner, Lu Yun hardly had to help clear the table, especially with Hee Chang'an around. He did most of the work and he did it meticulously. When it came time to light candles for the zodiac signs in the evening, the whole family did it together, placing the zodiac signs side by side. After the Lantern Festival, on the 16th day of the first lunar month, Lu Yun's shop officially opened. On the first day of business, it was so bustling that people had to line up. They worked hard all night, and when they closed the shop, Lu Yun treated everyone to a meal. Along with Zhang Meili and Lu Dong, there were 6 of them in total, and the meal cost 15 yuan. After everyone went home, both Zhang Meili and Lu Dong felt a pang of regret. Although they made a good profit that day, they knew that treating everyone to the meal was the right thing to do. They shared a mindset with Zhang Hao. While they felt a bit sorry about the expense, they didn't hesitate. In the following days, Lu Yun was busy studying and working, rarely visiting the shop. Besides that, she also had to deal with wedding preparations. This was not just Hee Chang'an's responsibility. Moreover, Hee Chang'an wasn't experienced in these matters. However, they believed he would manage just fine even if he lacked experience. Clearly, Hee Chang'an had hired enough workers this year, and many were willing to work with him. He was busy every day, mostly negotiating renovations with the owners. Since Lu Yun was in the county, he spent most of his time there. As April rolled around, Lu Yun unexpectedly found her aunt had come to help Zhang Meili make a wedding quilt. She stood at the door watching them, lost in thought. It reminded her of when she went to see Li Ling before her wedding, and they had also been busy making a wedding quilt for her. Li Ling's mother said, "Do you think that after those two get married, Yun will move in with your son-in-law, or will she continue living here like she is now?" As she spoke, her expression was filled with envy. Zhang Meili replied, "We don't have much say in that. We'll let the kids decide." When Zhang Meili caught sight of Lu Yun standing outside, she glanced at her, and there was an encouraging look in her eyes. Lu Yun froze in place, unable to hold back her tears as they filled her eyes. Zhang Meili had always been planning for Lu Yun's future. She thought that even if Lu Yun got married or divorced, she could always come back home. Lu Yun needed to earn money and shouldn't rely entirely on a man. Recently, Zhang Meili had even sensed Lu Yun's earlier intentions. She wanted to go to the provincial capital. Moreover, Zhang Meili believed that it would be better for Lu Yun to be in the provincial capital with Hee Chang'an, where he was doing business. Hee Chang'an's business was in the provincial capital, and since Lu Yun was going to take university entrance exams, she certainly wouldn't be studying in the county. There were universities in the provincial capital. In the evening after dinner, Lu Yun was lingering around, while Zhang Meili sat down, waiting for Lu Yun to say something. She took a sip of water as she waited. Lu Yun finally spoke. "Aren't you afraid I'll resign and end up without a stable job?" Zhang Meili rolled her eyes. "Your spicy skewers business is booming. Besides, if you move to the provincial capital, you can open a shop there too. You can make as much money as you do from your job, and the provincial capital is certainly better than the county. If you can establish yourself there, we'll be happy for you. You know Hee Chang'an's capabilities. You can't expect him to run back and forth between the county and the provincial capital every day. Eventually, he'll get busy with other things. I would feel more at ease if you and Hee Chang'an went to the provincial capital together." Zhang Meili gently ruffled Lu Yun's hair. In my life, all I wish for is that you and your brother can live better lives, and for your dad to be more at ease like he is now. Besides, you can always come back to visit when you have time. After that, she asked, has he Chang'an mentioned this to you at all? Lu Yun shook her head. No, he hasn't. Zhang Meili said, next time he comes back, you should tell him that renting a place in the provincial capital is an option too. Lu Yun bit her lip before replying. Okay, I understand. References. 1 yuan shower dumplings of glutinous rice flour, filled with sesame or peanut powder and sugar, or sweet red bean paste, eaten in a soup during the Lantern Festival, the 15th day of the Chinese New Year. They are similar to tangyuan, but are traditionally prepared in a basket and served mainly in northern China. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. He Chang'an was in the midst of renovations at the Seagull community in the provincial city. 6 or 7 households had nearly completed their renovations, and he had already collected the payment. Once the furniture from the store was delivered, He Chang'an received a commission as well. When Zhang Hao returned with food, He Chang'an was in the yard counting money. April had arrived and the weather was just right. It was warm but not too thin to dress. The spring breeze blew through, lifting everyone's spirits. Zhang Hao said, just wait a few more days, a few more households will be completed together. When he mentioned this, Zhang Hao was not worried but happy. With the Seagull community nearing completion, He Chang'an had also secured 6 households in a nearby community, Qingfu Garden, so they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of work in the future. Zhang Hao continued, it seems like house prices have risen again recently. When I was working, I heard the homeowners say that prices might increase even more in the future. Brother He, are you considering buying a place in the provincial city? The money He Chang'an had earned wasn't enough to buy a large apartment, but it was sufficient for a smaller one, around 60 or 70 square meters, or perhaps a bit larger. He Chang'an thought of the terrace apartment in the Seagull community. He wanted to buy it for Lu Yun, but he knew he didn't have enough money. The terrace apartment was over 160 square meters, and would cost more than 130,000. If he included renovation and tax costs, it would be close to 150,000 before it was ready to move in. As for Zhang Hao's suggestion to buy a smaller place first, he had considered that as well. He Chang'an replied, I'll go back and discuss it with Yun. Zhang Hao chuckled in the yard and said, what do you mean discuss? You want to ask for her opinion, right? Oh. Recently, Lu Yun had also developed some acne on her face. When He Chang'an returned with Lu Dong, Lu Yun was in the process of squeezing her pimples, doing so carefully and attentively, but in the end, she still hesitated to continue. She had even found an excuse for herself. He Chang'an had come over, so she decided to put off dealing with her pimples until next time. However, Lu Yun still felt confident about her skin. If one were to describe what made Lu Yun happiest, it would probably be the description in the original text, that the female supporting character, even nearing 30, looked almost the same as she did in her 20s, and her style and temperament had matured even further. Lu Yun had something she wanted to tell He Chang'an, and He Chang'an had something he wanted to say to her as well. When they both called each other's names almost simultaneously, Lu Yun smiled and gestured for He Chang'an to go ahead. He Chang'an began, many of the renovations I was doing over at the Seagull community have been completed. This time when I go back, a few more will be finished. In addition to that, I've secured some new renovation work at Qingfu Garden, so with everything combined, I should be able to buy you a smaller apartment in the provincial city. Without waiting for Lu Yun to respond, he continued, I don't mean to suggest that you need to move to the provincial city. We would just be buying a place there so that if you do decide to go, you could stay in an apartment instead of a rented room, which would be much more comfortable. And if you want to buy a house in the county, that's an option too. Lu Yun asked, but what if I want to stay in the county? He Chang'an didn't hesitate at all and replied, wherever Yun is, that's where I'll be. Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh, so off to the provincial city it is. During dinner that night, Zhang Meili was shocked to learn that He Chang'an was actually planning to buy Lu Yun a house in the provincial city. Like the rest of the Lu family, her expression was one of astonishment. She thought that even if they moved to the provincial city, it would just be Lu Yun and He Chang'an renting a place together. Zhang Meili was also aware of how much money He Chang'an had saved since he had previously shown her his bank book. It hadn't been long, yet he was already able to consider buying a house in the provincial city. He Chang'an added, it might be a little small, but once I earn more money we can buy a bigger one, and you can all move in together. When he said this, his sincerity was evident. He didn't seem to be merely saying nice things. To He Chang'an, the Lu family was like his own family, and he wanted Lu Yun to live with them. Zhang Meili's eyes glistened with tears as she said, just look at the son-in-law we found. Oh. Since she had made up her mind to move to the provincial city, Lu Yun wasn't the type to waver. She had been finding her review for the college entrance exam increasingly challenging. Balancing work and study had become exhausting, so she figured it would be better to resign early and focus entirely on her studies. Thus, resigning from her job became a priority on her agenda. Lu Yun wanted to invite everyone from her office out for a meal. Ideally, she should have booked a private room at a hotel, but they all preferred to eat the spicy skewers from Lu Yun's shop. With a smile, Lu Yun said, "Spicy skewers will have to wait for another time. Let's go to the state-owned restaurant this time." In the office, Sister Sun, who had the best relationship with Lu Yun, couldn't help but ask, "Why the sudden invitation for everyone?" Lu Yun replied, "I'm going to resign." Sister Sun gasped, You're resigning?" Lu Yun nodded, "Yes, I am. Most of Heechongan's business is in the provincial city. After we get married, it'll be too inconvenient for him to keep traveling back and forth. But it's not just for him. I want to go to university, and I want to attend a university in the provincial city. So moving there is a good choice for me." Although Sister Sun wished to continue working alongside Lu Yun and considered her a friend, she recognized that moving to the provincial city was a positive step for Lu Yun. Moreover, Lu Yun was also preparing for college. Sister Sun said, "Going to university is great. You have to make sure you get in. You won't believe it. I ran into Li Chuanxia at the bookstore when I was buying books for my son. She was so full of herself that if you didn't know better, you'd think she was already a university student. Now everyone in the factory is saying she and Chan Jiqiang make a perfect couple." Hearing about Li Chuanxia and Chan Jiqiang again left Lu Yun with a feeling of disconnection, as if she were trying to recall her life before her journey. Perhaps it was because she was currently focused on her present, working hard for her future, and rarely thought about those old matters. As for the future, she was now actively pursuing it. Lu Yun responded calmly, "Let her worry about her own university. I'll focus on mine. If I keep comparing myself to her, how will I live my life? I'd just be fixated on her every day." Sister Sun laughed. "You're right. There's really no point in that." Sister Sun then asked, "You'll need to rent a place first when you get to the provincial city, right?" Lu Yun shook her head. "No, we're going to buy a place first." Sister Sun gasped and covered her mouth. "You're buying a house?" In Sister Sun's mind, buying a house in the provincial city meant that Lu Yun and Heechongan were establishing their footing there. As they headed to the cafeteria, they happened to run into some people from other offices. Although it was a bit awkward for them, they greeted Lu Yun and Sister Sun before quickly making their exit. In the afternoon, news of Lu Yun's resignation began to spread through the cotton textile factory. It was said that their factory's zhonghua, literally factory flower, a term often used to describe the most beautiful person in a factory, was leaving to move to the provincial city with her partner, who was planning to buy a house there. When Lu Yun heard this, she didn't think much of it and continued to focus on her tasks, preparing to resign and hand over her work. The deputy director of the office looked at Lu Yun, wanting to ask if she had thought it through, but upon hearing that she and her partner were buying a house in the provincial city, he felt there was really nothing to ponder. If she were his daughter, he would certainly encourage her to resign. After all, everyone hoped for a better life. Oh. Later that evening, when Lu Yun was on her way home, she ran into Chan Jiqiang outside the cotton textile factory. He stepped forward, making Lu Yun feel as though this encounter was not by chance, but that he had been waiting for her. Since their last meeting, Lu Yun and Chan Jiqiang had crossed paths several times in the factory, but they had always just brushed past each other without speaking. Chan Jiqiang asked, "Are you going to resign?" Lu Yun nodded without saying a word. Chan Jiqiang continued, "Have you thought this through? Once you resign, it won't be easy to come back and find an office job." Lu Yun replied, "Thanks, but I've made my own decision. Besides, let's not forget what you said." After watching Lu Yun ride away on her bicycle, Chan Jiqiang caught up with her, cycling alongside her. Chan Jiqiang said, "Lu Yun, can I ask you a question? Lu Yun stopped her bicycle and responded, "Chan Jiqiang, you know what your aunt, your sister, and your parents are like, right? I'm too delicate to handle those kinds of people. I've come to realize that I don't have feelings for you anymore. It's just that simple." Chan Jiqiang stared at her, pressing on, "Is it more about them or about us?" Lu Yun replied firmly, "It's not about one being more than the other. Just think about it. If I were with you, what kind of life would we have? When your aunt and sister bully me, would you stand up for me? And if we divorced, would I be the one they say, 'Thank goodness she's gone,' while you introduce your second wife to others, lamenting how if you'd met her first, you wouldn't have married Lu Yun?" Lu Yun wanted to limit her connection with Chan Jiqiang. Her words were a form of self-assertion, and also a reflection of the sentiments expressed in the original text, encapsulating her role as a female supporting character. She concluded, "So this is truly the best decision I could make right now." Chan Jiqiang's voice unintentionally rose a bit. And what about Hee Chungin? Doesn't his family have any issues? Lu Yun smiled and replied, Chan Ji-cheong, as for Hee Chungin's family, the only time they approached us was once because of my appearance, but they haven't bothered me since then. The reason was simple. They were fine because Hee Chungin had taken on all the responsibility and hadn't even discussed it with Lu Yun. Meanwhile, Li Jiao, who had recently started dating someone from the cotton textile factory, noticed Lu Yun and Chan Ji-cheong together. She ignored her own partner and ran over to hide, eavesdropping on their conversation. Li Jiao's partner quickly pointed out, "That's our Zhonghua Lu Yun." Assuming Li Jiao didn't know, he recounted the situation, ultimately exclaiming, "But our Zhonghua is truly impressive. She's even buying a house in the provincial city." This incident highlights the societal pressures and expectations surrounding relationships, particularly within a close-knit community. Lu Yun's assertiveness in addressing her relationship with Chan Ji-cheong reflects a growing awareness and desire for agency in her life choices, reinforcing the importance of self-determination in navigating personal relationships.